like a little while, but
Yeah. Okay.
5, okay.
Phones. All right, well, good morning and welcome to the world's biggest little farm live stream, coming to you live this morning from Cashton, Wisconsin, from southwestern Wisconsin. And also this morning, our special farmer guest will be from Ohio. My name is Andrew Westridge. I am the cheese brand manager here at Organic Valley, and this is my co-host for your first hour today.
Good morning, Dawn Burns. I also work in marketing, in brand marketing, focusing on fluid. So we're here today because we're celebrating a big day, as Andrew mentioned, but it's also National Farmers Day. So we have a very special guest for the first hour to introduce you to. So we're going to kick it over all the way over to Ohio. Julia, are you with us?
Yep, I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning,
There
Julia.
she is.
There we are.
Hey.
Hey.
Okay, out in the pasture. Okay, so my guess is you've
been.
Yeah, you've probably been up earlier than most of us. Maybe tell us a little bit about how your morning has gone, or other folks, family members on the farm, what you guys have been up to this morning.
So the cows have been milked. The cows have been up earlier than some, but I will say one misconception of just farmers across the board is that we're all like up before the sun, 3 or 4 a.m. And I'll say that's not really the case for us here on our farm. We are not super early risers, so we usually start milking the cows around 6:30, 7 o'clock. This is the milking parlor here in the background, and I'm going to be showing you the pasture here soon. We are about ready to let the cows out on pasture, so that'll be exciting. But yeah, we're usually milking 6:30 to 7 in the morning, and then 5:30 to 6-ish is when we start in the evening. And it takes the whole milking process from start to finish takes roughly 2 hours. So
okay.
And Julia, I gotta tell you, that's still early. 6:30 is still early to be like going to work right away. So that's awesome.
I guess. The good news is the cows don't care how we look, so
that's true.
No need to get ready or anything. Just
true.
Run out the door.
So lovely sunrise there this morning too. It looks fabulous out there, and pasture's still green.
Yes, it's gorgeous. It's lush. I do want to note here, we're doing something slightly different than we typically do this morning, and I'll take you over here if you want to just come with me. You'll notice that there's actually some pasture that has been mowed, and I'm going to explain the reason for that. So this seeding, the cows on our farm get fresh pasture every 12 hours. They're moved to a new completely fresh area to graze, and I can get more into that. If you want me to dive right in now, I can, or we can wait, but I'm very passionate about the way that we do this. It's called rotational grazing. So
before we get into rotational grazing, I just want to call it, we have some schools from Ohio actually on. And so can we get some likes for anyone in Ohio right now? Can you like us, show us some love, and we show Julia that you're here with us? Also, if you're coming from Wisconsin, show us some love. Like us if you're from Wisconsin as well. But thank you all for joining us. We also, Andrew and I, will be your facilitators. So if you have questions for Julia, please put them in the chat. We will then ask her and get those answered for you right away. No silly questions. We're here to all learn.
Yep, we want to bring you what you want to learn about. So ask away. This is my brother-in-law, Dan, here. You can see him in the background.
There he is. Hey, Dan.
Good morning, Dan.
Finishing up the pasture for the cows this morning. So back to this, since it does look a little bit different than you might have expected. Typically when you've seen my videos, the cows are like walking through this type of pasture, and it's, tall and lush, and they're just grazing right from the grass. But the reason that they mowed this section before giving it to the cows this time is this particular field is a new seeding. So we do actually reseed the pastures. It might be, in 3 years, it might go 10 years. It just depends on the diversity of species that are growing in that particular pasture. and if there's not as much of diversity as we're hoping for, then we might reseed it, or if it just needs a little, refresh. So this pasture was reseeded. I think was it last year, Dan, or this year? Last year. So it's still relatively new, and typically we plant like a very wide variety of forages. Timothy, alfalfa, as you can see here, but also like ryegrass, meadow fescue, red and white clover, which you can actually see some white clover.
Yeah.
We'll get down in the grass, but real quick, I'm just gonna finish this thought here. So unfortunately, the alfalfa kind of overpowered on this particular pasture, and the grasses are taking longer to, like the other species of grasses, to establish. So by next year, like they'll be back doing great. But because the alfalfa is predominant in this particular pasture, we mow it down before the cows get on it to keep them healthy, because if they would just go for the tasty tops of the alfalfa, and if they would get too much of that, it would make them sick. So for cow health, we just freshly mow it, and then they graze it just as they would from the pasture, but they just graze it so they get more of the whole stem to keep them healthy. But we did leave a small section because this is not going to be too much. We just can't give them the whole thing fresh right now with just the way the pasture is. So you'll be able to see some of both, and I'll show you that when they come out.
That is so cool. It's like a cow salad bar, right? Like essentially that's all the different types of grasses.
Yep.
And so what are the benefits of different grasses? Is it sort of like for humans, like we should have different fruits and vegetables? Is it similar to that? Do they get different things from different grasses?
It is similar, yes. So it's like she was saying, it's a nutrient salad bar. So each of the species pulls different nutrients from the soil, and like certain ones like dandelions, the cows actually love dandelions, and they are a deep tap root, and they are able to go deeper into the soil than some of the other grasses, which form like a carpet with their roots, and pull nutrients from deeper within. So that's we just love what we're very passionate about, a huge variety. We love having that biodiversity, like within not only like the wildlife and things on our farm, but also in the pasture species. So yeah, that's neat. My father-in-law says a weed is just a plant out of place. So we
it's interesting they love dandelions. They need to come to my house or our house.
Well, I was going to say, dandelions
right?
in your field are a good thing. Dandelions in my lawn, not so good. Because I don't have cows to eat them. Fabulous. Cool. All right. So are we seeing the cows coming out at all, or are they still hanging out in the barn?
They're going to be coming out. Yep, about 30 seconds. So let's come over here, and I'll give you the first look. Sometimes Dan actually makes the pasture while the others are milking, and then the cows just trickle out, as soon as they get done milking. They actually we bring them off the pasture to milk, and then they go right back out. So the process of actually being on the milker is only a couple minutes.
Oh, okay. So it's pretty quick. I should mention here too, we are going to be live all day today. So 7 to 7, we're going to be in almost coast to coast, just about. So right now we're in Ohio. We will be moving to Vermont after this. We'll also visit a farmer in Wisconsin, so not too far from us right here. And then also out west in Oregon. So throughout the day, and I believe the schedule is posted out online, we will be live streaming with a number of farmers throughout the day across the country. So Organic Valley is a co-op. We're in over 30 states. We've got like 1,600 farmers or so that are across the country doing what Julia does. So. Yeah.
And really only 39% of Americans really have been on a dairy farm before. So this is an opportunity for people to get out and see a farm and talk to farmers without actually getting their boots or shoes dirty. And they get to potentially drink their coffee in the morning and, with their phone in their hand, have a great time. And so thank you, Julia. Thank you, farmers. Happy National Farmers Day. We are excited for today.
Okay, there they are.
Oh, I see them coming.
All right, so here the girls come.
So, Julia, tell us about how many cows do you have on the farm? How many do you milk? And also, do they have names?
Ooh, good
And
question.
what are the names? Do you have some fun names?
Absolutely, they all have names. I'm the one that names them, and I take that job very seriously. So here they are, and I'll introduce you to some of them as they come. So I think this is Honey or Cider, one of the two. This brown one here, she's a Jersey. I'll get down here. Hi, girl.
They're not camera shy.
No.
Oh
They're
no,
probably
they're
hungry.
used to it. They're actually
Yeah.
very curious by nature. And if I'm just sitting out in the pasture, they'll just pretty soon be surrounding me. They're really excited for this new pasture, so I'm going to take you over before they get this part ate down a little more. I'm going to bring you to the standing pasture so you can see what it typically looks like as soon as they come out.
Oh yeah,
They
they're
usually
at a
head
trot
right for
there, I
the
think.
corner of the field.
Julie, how many
So
cows
I'll
do you
try.
have on your farm?
Yeah, about 200 is what we're milking. So I think this is Sparkler here, or Ember. This is Ember. Whoops.
Oh, pretty.
Ember. So now, how do you come up with the names?
So usually I name them like something to do with their, like how they look. She was a little, like she had a red hue, so we went with Ember. Or sometimes I'll name like based on the mom's name. So I think her mom's name might have been Sparkler. So we went with like a little fire theme.
Nice.
But yeah, sometimes I just use my creative I guess I don't know
Do
what
you
you
ever
call
do
it,
you ever
but
do you ever recycle names, or are they always unique? Like, if you've got like a running list over the years and you're like, nope,
yeah,
can't
I
use that
keep a
one.
running list. I
Oh,
do,
no
and
duplicates.
actually, so far I haven't had any duplicates that I know of. And I actually, this is fun. I actually made a friend that now works at Organic Valley, and we met through Instagram. I did like a poll on cow names, like who wants to, help me name these cows, and so we had been communicating ever since. And now she works at Organic Valley, and we're good friends. So.
That's awesome. Well, we do have some preschoolers from South Florida. If you guys have ideas for names for
Oh,
Julia, please
yes.
put some in the
Yes,
chat of
drop
maybe
your
names
name.
that you think we should name some of the next calves here. But yes, we're getting lots of love, Julia, from our posts. Lots of hearts coming up. People really love seeing the
Yay!
cows.
Thank you guys for showing the girls some love. Here we have another little Jersey. I'll just explain some of the breeds we have. So actually the herd started out as a Holstein herd, the black and white cows that most of you are probably familiar with. And for ease of calving, for the first time cows, like when it was their first calf, we started breeding them to a Jersey bull, since that is a smaller breed. And then, of course, this was actually before I joined the family, but of course, my husband's family was thought the calves were just so cute. They tend to be smaller and they're usually brown. And so, of course, they started to keep some. So now over the years, we've kept quite a few of these Jersey crosses. So we actually have never introduced like purebred Jersey calves, but like some of these, like this girl here, I think this is Amarillo. Sometimes I forget because they look similar, but Amarillo here, she is probably like a 7/8%, like or whatever, 7/8 Jersey. So do a little math, cow math. But we have some that would, they would appear to be pure Jersey by now, just because of the generations of breeding. But we also have some other fun breeds, and I will show you some of those as well. Yeah, I just love to sometimes just come out here and just lay in the pasture. I don't know if any of you have ever made a pasture angel. It's kind of like a snow
That
angel.
is fabulous.
That's cool.
But usually once the cows get a little to eat, they'll probably start surrounding us and showing you their personalities. Every cow has a different personality, just like us humans, and it's just fun to see the different quirks of some of them. Different ones will be maybe a little more bossy than the others, or they tend to get into a routine when we're in the parlor. So you have ones that, like, we have two sides to enter the milking parlor, and there are certain ones that will only go on like one or the other of the sides. So but that's something that they love to get milked. They don't mind it. We keep their comfort in mind, of course, and you'll notice, like, probably at the other farms that you tour later today, if you're in the milking parlor with them, the cows are just relaxed, chewing their cud, not a care in the world.
So,
Here we have
rock, paper, scissors.
Okay.
Well, we do have a question, so I do want to jump in quick. We have a question from Wisconsin here. How much milk do you get from each cow?
So actually, I should have noted this at the beginning, but our farm is one of the grass milk farms with Organic Valley. So we actually, the cows are getting 100% forages. So they're not getting any grain, which some farms, all of Organic Valley farms, meet the pasture requirements that Organic Valley has set, which is, I believe, above the typical standard for grass-fed anyway. But ours is just slightly different because we transitioned it's been probably nearly 10 years ago now that we transitioned to 100% forages for them. So they do not give as much as cows that would be also getting grains. So I would say around 30 pounds per milking. Sometimes less. It just depends on the cow. So yeah, 20 to 30, I would say.
Wow.
Okay.
Roughly.
And so 20 to 30 pounds, like, just for folks at home, what does that mean? Like, a gallon of milk is about 8 pounds. So then if we can do math, right? So maybe 3-ish gallons, 3+ gallons.
Hold on, is that pounds or gallons? Okay.
And then they get milk twice a day.
They get milk and milk twice a day.
So,
yeah.
yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, doing math for all of these schools that are
online
with us this
and for any of the schools that are online, of course, too. This is a cow joke friendly, farmer friendly, farmer joke friendly space. So we can put some fun ones in there. I know one of my favorite ones is Don. What did the mummy cow say to the baby cow?
What?
It's past your bedtime.
Okay. I'll take the next joke. Guys. We'll just jokes.
So Julia, I need a drum roll on that one. So Julia, some of them are kind of loud chompers. As they were getting close to you, I heard kind of the smacking of the lips. Talk to us about, are they chewing? How do they rip it up? Do they have teeth? How do they eat?
Yeah, let's get a closer look here. Let's see. We'll go right back here. This is Favor. And you can see she grabs it with her tongue. They kind of curl their tongues around the grass and rip it up that way. Mm-hmm. And an interesting fact is that cows don't have front top teeth. So it's interesting, but they use their tongues to grab it, and then they pull it back into their mouth. And cows are ruminants, which means their stomach is called a rumen, and it's actually a 4-part digestive system. So they are specifically designed to be eating forages, especially like long stem forages, like you can see here. We have this, this is alfalfa, and it's pretty long, like from the base to the tip. And that is ideal for the cows. It gives them very healthy rumens because just the way that their stomachs work, they actually like will bring it back up, which is what they're doing like when they're chewing their cud, and then it gets to digest it again. So like unlike humans, for example, or chickens who just which chickens is a little bit different anyway because they have like the gizzard and stuff, but
Oh,
Well,
I think we lost her.
Well, we pause.
Okay.
Andrew, we brought out our grass milk. So this is really
fabulous.
where Julia's milk is going into, is our grass milk carton. This is a staple in our household.
So grass milk, is it made from grass? Why do we call it grass milk?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Julia's back. I could answer it, or Julia, why do we call it grass milk? Yes.
Okay. Because it's that milk is coming from farmers that are feeding only grasses. So if you want to dive more into this, I actually have a video on YouTube that's I did all about how we store our feed for the winter, and so they're getting forages all year long. So they aren't getting supplemented here on our farm with grains. So that I might get a little more sciencey on you, but the reason that we're very passionate about that and we really like doing it that way is because let's get some more girls here, Jason. Here, because it makes for a very healthy milk, which we personally love, and we know that our consumers will appreciate as well. So some of the benefits of being a forage-based farm is that, well, there's several, but I'll just talk about a few. So everyone's familiar with omega-3s, probably. That's like what you would get in your fish oils and things like that. Well, grains are higher in omega-6. So omega-6 is like the one that tends to be a little more like it can lead to like inflammation and things like that. So you just want to, that's why, you know, your doctor might recommend, you know, supplementing with omega-3s or something to ideally those would be imbalanced or even more omega-3s. So with the grass milk, it was actually really cool to see this tested on our own farm. But when I think in a typical situation where the cows are fed like quite a bit of grain, and you can research more of this. I'm just like throwing numbers off the top of my head, but the omega-3 to omega-6 ratio tends to be sooner like 1 to 5, could be like 1 to 7. It just varies, but basically it's just the omega-6s tend to be more because grains are high in omega-6. With the grass milk, since they're getting 100% forages, which can also include things like sorghum. We use, I don't know if this is getting a little too sciencey, but we use male sterile sorghum. So plants can be like male and female. So we use the ones that don't have the grain. So it's like only the male plants. So that was what my YouTube video was about, but it was basically, it looks similar to corn, like it's a broadleaf plant, and so we can feed like similar things to, say like a corn silage, but it would be like a silage, a sorghum silage, and that's something that we sometimes supplement with in the winter. But anyway, with the forage-based diet, the cow's milk is a 1-to-1 ratio, or even like we've had tests where it's been higher omega-3s than omega-6s, which is really cool. So it's the milk is like a supplement in itself.
Yeah, omega is so important.
That's
right?
Fabulous. Like I didn't know that about sorghum. So like I learned something today, and I've been in the dairy business for like 10 years. I've never heard that. That's awesome.
Okay, awesome.
And go sciencey all the way. I mean, farming is
Okay.
science,
It is.
right? Farming is
Yep,
science. It's a
yeah.
leap of faith also along with that. And if folks are interested, there is this specific study that was done that if you want to dive deeper into it, University of Minnesota actually did testing on grass-fed dairy compared to non-grass-fed, and there's a independent study done by them. You can Google it, and you can dive into and geek out on all the omega-3, omega-6 science that you want from that study.
Yeah. Well, in our grass milk, right? We have it in our half gallons, whole 2%, 1% skim, but we also have it
cheese
in our cheese. Yes, perfect t-shirt.
Grass milk cheese. We have a mild and a sharp raw style grass milk cheddar. It's fabulous. The grassy notes really come through in the cheese. It's
so that brings up a good point. Grassy notes. Like, Julia, tell us about the milk, and can consumers anticipate a taste difference at all with the grass milk versus just our pasture milk that we sell?
That's a great question. We drink our milk personally here on our farm, right fresh from the tank. So it's not going anywhere. We're not pasteurizing it or anything, and that's how our family enjoys it. So I actually don't have the opportunity much to drink the different, different milks that Organic Valley offers, because we get to enjoy ours, before it even leaves here. But so I'm not even sure exactly. Please,
that's okay.
If you guys
try
have
it yourself,
do a taste test.
That's fabulous. I think
do a taste test. I challenge you, and come back to me and tell me so I can be informed for future videos. But
yeah, from a
all
cheese.
I can say is I love it. So,
and there we got. Yep, I think we have a cow loose.
A cow loose in our office here in Castle.
Call the local farmer. So, so Julia, talk to us about how you got into farming. I mean, were you raised on a farm? Did you come to farm later? Like, how did you get there?
So I wasn't raised on a farm. However, I always dreamed of marrying a farmer and farming. So that dream came true when I married my husband, Greg, in 2023. And he grew up farming. His one to transition the farm to organic. And so Greg has grown up on an organic farm pretty much his entire life. And so I've been farming about 9 years now, a little over 9 years. And I just love it. I feel very blessed to be able to do this. And I've always loved.
Oh, I think we lost her there for a second. But,
great. Well, we had some chat on about our cool shirts. So I do want to. Did we get? Well, we'll just go. We'll talk about.
Okay, talk about
these shirts are also available on our website, shop.organicvalley.com. So if you are interested in any merch, we also are showing that off today. Sorry, Julia, we lost you there for a moment, so we just jumped into a little topic.
No worries, no worries. I think I'm back.
Yes, you're good.
Okay, we're talking about how you got into farming.
Did you catch the story of me farming for 9 years?
For 9 years, yep. I think that's where we lost you. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I feel very blessed to be able to do this, and yeah, I love it.
That's awesome.
And who else farms with you? It's you and your husband? You have your extended family? Who's all involved?
Yeah. So something neat about our farm is, or I think it's neat, we are like strictly family owned and run. So we don't have, at this point in time, we don't have any other employees besides our family. So it's my husband, or it's myself and my husband, but his parents are still living on the home farm here, and his dad and mom are very involved. And then my husband's the oldest of 4, so his 2 brothers still live and work on the farm as well. And then he has a sister that got married earlier this year, and she also still comes back. She doesn't live too far, so she comes like 3 days a week, and also works on the farm with us. So it's myself and my in-laws, and then we have a daughter. She just turned 2, and she helps on the farm too. You would be
I
amazed.
bet.
She helps us so much. She gets right in there, and she actually came out to the pasture to say hi. So I'll introduce you to her.
Good morning.
This is Oakley. Can you say hello to our friends?
Hi.
She looks like she's a
And
little
she
sleepy
loves
yet.
to help on the farm. She loves to feed the chickens. That's one of her biggest favorite jobs, and she also will help us milk the cows sometimes too. So, or just play near the parlor while we're milking. But she's helped to dip the cows' udders clean and wipe them off, and yeah, it's fun.
That's awesome. What a good helper.
Yeah.
We actually have a question from another little boy. Someone's asking, my son would like to know, what is your largest cow?
Ooh, okay, let's go see if we can. I don't know if I specifically know off the top of my head what her name is, but let's find one that I think would win that. For as far as breeds of cows, Holsteins tend to be pretty big. She's trying to either way. But also another breed that we've more recently started doing some experimenting with is called Fleckvy. So if you want to look that up and do some little studying on your own, I think you would enjoy that. But I'll show you what they look like. So we've been crossing them with the Holsteins. Some. We don't have very many, but oh, here's one. I think this is Dakota. I'll show you her, and they tend to be a large breed, and they're actually like a dual purpose breed, and they're very large boned, just strong and sturdy cows, which is they tend to do good on a forage based diet. Okay, this is Calgary. Her sister is Dakota. So one thing that's neat about the Fleckvays is their markings. So the purebred ones are typically like a red and white, but when we breed them with the Holsteins, we get either like black and white, or as you can see here with Calgary, let me see. Oh, she's turning away. She's like a brown color, but they have white faces typically, and a lot of times they'll have like little circles of color around their eyes too. So that's fun. Calgary, come here. Here, in this field, you can see they're grazing the pasture that we just recently mowed. Like I said, we did that for their health because of the alfalfa is just a very high energy, high sugar grass. So let me see if I can get closer to her.
It's amazing to me that you remember all of their names. Yeah. I mean, we have a fair amount of classrooms on, and then think about teachers remembering their kids' names. Yeah. Like 30 kids, whatever, if you're element, whatever that might be. 200 cows. That's crazy.
Yeah. They do have their names on their tags as well. So.
Oh, okay, that's how name tags.
But you notice the markings though.
Yeah, some of them you just know right off. Another breed that we have that's a large breed is called Normandy, and they were originated in Normandy, France, and they have a really pretty pattern too. They tend to be speckly when we cross them with the Holsteins as well. But you can see this mama here, she's got like a really cool speckly pattern. And they also tend to be a large breed. So I'm actually not sure which of our cows is like the very biggest, but those are some of the ones that I would say tend to be larger. I think that was Bridget.
Thank you. And thanks for the questions. Keep putting them in the chat. We'll try to ask them. So for those online, please, like any question or like the comments, ask questions. We're here to help you out, and Julie will answer. She's the expert today.
So the speckly cow, is that where the cookies and cream ice cream comes from?
Yeah. And then
and the brown ones are where the chocolate milk comes from?
Yeah, we have our chocolate milk cows.
Julia, what other?
For anyone that is that might have that misconception, no. Brown cows don't give chocolate milk, although that would be amazing.
It would be amazing. But
Julia, do you guys have any other animals on the farm? You mentioned chickens, and Oakley helps out with the chickens. Do you have anything else?
Here on this farm, we have some pasture-raised hogs, some heritage breeds of pasture pigs. So we have Mangalitsa and American guinea hogs, if you want to do any digging on those breeds. And we also have, oops, come here, honey. We have a donkey named Peanut. He's a miniature donkey. My brother-in-law got him for his 7th birthday. Actually, his mom. He got his mom as a gift for his 7th birthday, and then she had a couple of mini donkey foals. And so Peanut he's an old man by now, but he's kind of the farm mascot. I was hoping he might be around today, but I don't see him. I think they actually put him in his pasture, but he used to, for quite a while, he was just free roaming on the farm here. So he would just kind of graze with the cows or do whatever he pleased. So that was fun. And then actually at my farm, which is just a couple miles down the road, we will actually get to show you that later today if you want to tune in. And I think you have the schedule if you're watching, but if you guys want to say the time, for Eastern, I believe it's 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern time, but you can convert that to Central.
That's right. Yeah. 3 o'clock Central.
Teaser.
3 o'clock. Come back. And what are we going to see at 3 o'clock Central time?
I'm going to show you my herd of miniature goats. So I have a herd of Nigerian dwarf goats, and
okay,
they're a lot of fun.
Goats are fabulous. Yes. They are the cutest things. So I'm curious. So you came to farming. You didn't grow up on a farm. Came later in life. What are some of the things when you first started farming? You were like, "Oh, I didn't expect that." And then like, "Oh, that's really cool," or "Holy smokes, I didn't know it was going to be this much work," or things like that.
Yeah. I will say here, we're just adjusting my camera here. Sorry. Let's see.
And hi to Miss Angie's class in Sparta, by the way, Sparta, Wisconsin. Good morning.
Welcome.
Oh, hey. Okay, so something.
Okay.
Do we actually, it's the bottom of the hour. Do we want to give away some merch? Is that cool?
Gifting?
Can we quick do some gifting?
Gifting time?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Hold on, Julia. We're going to do some gifting.
Hi, everyone. Happy National Farmers Day. Welcome back. Thank you for joining our live stream. It's time to do some more gifting. This time, we're gifting some of these adorable tote bags filled with some Organic Valley swag. What's inside is a surprise. All right, how do you receive a gift from us? Great question. You just have to take a screenshot, so grab your phone. All right, are you ready? When I count to 1, you'll take a screenshot of what you see here. All right? 3, 2, 1. Screenshot. Perfect. I hope you got it. Now all you have to do is post that to Instagram by 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight, and you may be a lucky gift recipient. If you missed it, don't worry. Stick around. We'll be gifting more things later in the stream. Happy National Farmers Day.
Cool. All right. Thank you, Marina. And you know what? Shout out Middletown High School, Ag Science, Middletown, Connecticut. Good morning and welcome. Okay, Julia, you were back on. And so we were talking about how you came to farming later in life, and what are some of the observations that you had when you first started farming?
Yeah, so one thing that I was not used to was the times. Like we would go to milking around 5:30, and I was used to my dad coming home from work around that time. So it was like we're heading to work when everyone else is coming home. So that was a little different at first, but now we're in a good rhythm with that, and it's no big deal. But yeah, just one example.
All right. Okay. Anybody else we gave a shout out to Sparta, Connecticut. Talk a little bit about your neighborhood. This is not like the typical suburban neighborhood. Obviously, you're out in the country on the farm. So who are your neighbors? Do you have other dairy farmers, other crop farmers? Who's in the neighborhood?
Yeah, actually, this is really cool. We, our neighbors right across the road from us are actually Organic Valley farmers as well. So that's really fun. I was just telling a friend, we recently went over there for a barn party. They had like blow up bouncy houses, ice cream, hayride, big barn hymn singing. It was just like good old fashioned country fun. So we're very close to, and there's other farmers in the area too, of course, but my husband and his siblings grew up with the farmers across the road, mostly who also farm with Organic Valley. So it's Scott and Charlene Stoller, if you're familiar with them from other videos.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well, those, we have a lot of new
Yeah, it's
people.
a rural
Please.
community.
Oh. Sorry, Julia.
I do want to show you guys something real quick.
Yeah.
I want to show you something called a shade haven that we use for the cows. So my father-in-law is bringing, right now, he's pulling something that looks like it might be a helicopter of some sort, but it's not. Let's see. Can you see him?
Oh, sure. The red
You see the
big
truck
black
there?
triangle.
Yes. So that is called a shade haven, and that's something that we use with our rotational grazing to offer the cows shade, especially through the summer. We don't rely on them as much, as it gets cooler, but we can kind of watch the process of my husband Greg opening the shade, and that just offers the cows like a place to go for shade. There's a built-in like brush on the side so they can like scratch their itches on it, and of course they can go back to the barn like throughout the day, which a lot of times they will, like at midday when it's really hot, they'll go back to the barn and get a drink and just kind of rest for a bit in between grazing. So they always have access to that, but just if they want to get out of the sun or whatever, they can come over here. And it's also really neat because it allows us to kind of like spread the fertilizer throughout the field, so we can move the shades. Unlike trees, which do provide shade and are awesome to have, we just don't have any like in our pastures here. But trees, you can't just like move them to different areas. So with this, if the cows, you can see someone's already brushing on the brush here.
So that's like a massager? Is that like something you can, when you have an itch, you can just... Oh,
yep.
That's so cool.
I need one of those in my cube. Like,
I know,
that's what I
they
need.
love it. It's so cute. It's a lot.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Oh, that's fabulous, right? Yeah, and we got Mrs. Nippin's class, Pandora, Ohio, signing in there. Hello, good morning, welcome.
Welcome, everyone. Yeah, so this allows us to, since the cows will tend to want to congregate under here, obviously, to get their massage and to be in the shade when it's really hot, then, of course, with cows, there's going to be manure. So there'll be quite a bit of manure in this area, but then we can just move it to a fresh area. And that allows us to fertilize the fields more evenly. So that's awesome. So he just cranks it out, and then this, what was like a triangle, becomes like a big shade. Like an umbrella, yes.
Cool. Look at, they're already coming under there. They enjoy it. Yeah.
That is cool. And that was cute. Oakley was like, whoa. Yeah. I'm sure she's seen it before, but that thing is big. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So we've had some new classes join us. I think Mrs. Bora's class from Ohio. We have a classroom from Colorado. I'm sorry.
Arvada, Colorado.
Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to read the rest of it, but they love it. Lots of love from students and schools here. Your way, Julia. Please ask questions, classes. We'll try to get those answered for you. Put them in the chat. Please ask. If not, we have this really cool silo.
Ooh,
Does this bring you back to your childhood memories?
Yeah.
Like, so.
I think I had that set.
Do you want to ask one?
Yeah, we're going to the silo. Yeah. We have some questions. Oh, okay. Well, why are you a farmer?
I don't have much choice. No.
She's married into it. No.
But like why I desire to keep farming forever and ever is I just love being close to nature, being out under the blue skies and the grass, with the animals. I'm a huge animal lover. So, yeah, I love, giving the cows some love, and just being able to work as a family is a huge blessing. And yeah, we all just really love it. Working in nature. Yeah.
Okay, Don,
Awesome.
your turn to pick.
All right.
Okay.
That was a real good one.
All right.
All right. Ooh, this is a good one. All right. Are there any traditions or celebrations on your farm that you look forward to each year?
My mother-in-law does really good about like making things special. So like a lot of times here on the farm, we'll have like little picnics al fresco on the patio, with like cute tableware and tablecloth, and she just like really makes things special, even ordinary days. Sometimes we'll do like things like that throughout the summer, or little cookouts. But of course, I love any holidays. Birthdays are fun. They're especially fun now with Oakley. We recently had my brother-in-law Matt's birthday out on the patio of the farm here, and we could like watch the cows grazing in the background and eat a little home cooked meal. And then of course Oakley likes to help blow out everyone's candles. So she's the honorary candle blower out of the family. But yeah, any of the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, yeah.
So we have
And
a
then
question.
one special holiday. Hold on, I forgot. I almost forgot. One special holiday,
I like how she says
or
holiday.
like a fun day of here on the farm is the first day in spring when the pastures are, or not like the necessarily the
She's a good one there.
first
Okay.
day that the pastures are regrown for the cows to come out for the time, which they have outdoor access all through the year. But like when the pastures are, ready for them to be actually eating them, letting them out for the first time, they just love it. They go crazy. And I have some videos, I believe on YouTube or social media, that you can watch of that process.
Okay. We have a question from Jay Taylor. And the question is, do you have a favorite cow?
Can't pick favorites. Any parent knows. But
So true.
I personally tend to like the jerseys. So here we have Edelweiss.
I love the
And I
name.
named her that for her little white spots, like the Edelweiss flower. But I just love their personalities in general. They're more they're like very curious. The jerseys are usually the first ones in the parlor. Like they're more fearless. They just go. So they're a lot of fun. But I can't say specifically that I have a very favorite. I have my favorites, if I'm allowed to say that. But
Should we say do a top three?
with
Do you have a
also
top three?
I would say there's one named Lace. That's one of my special cows. So each of my husband and his siblings have, since they were probably early teens, they started a herd of their own within the main herd. So like the main herd, we all farm together, but each of them own like some of these cows. So it's fun. So like Greg and I have like some of our actual own personal cows. So I would say like some of those are my favorite. I have one named JC, which stands for Julia's cow, but
Nice.
so yeah, those are a couple of my favorites.
Awesome.
All right. Should we go to the silo for one more?
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
My turn.
Yeah.
Okay. What do we got? Oh boy. Okay. What year was Organic Valley founded? And extra credit if you can name our first CEIEIO.
George Seaman, and I do not know exactly when. Hold on, I could probably figure it out though, because this is a fun fact. My father-in-law wanted to farm before organically, before organic was cool, and they didn't have, Organic Valley was not picking up in Ohio at the time, so I think it was already a co-op, but they hadn't started the Ohio route yet. And so when my husband was young, his family actually had their own little co-op with about approximately 10 other like small family farms in our area, and they were having to do like every part of the process, which was just like a lot of work, as you can imagine. So as soon as Organic Valley realized that there was enough interest here in Ohio to be able to start like a route for pickup, we of course jumped right on it. So we've been very blessed by the co-op. 1988.
You got it. Nice. Okay, you win the prize. You got that one. A few other classrooms checking in here. We got Mrs. Hamilton's out of Portage, Wisconsin. We got Mrs. Kidd's homeroom on Alaska Middle School, again, Wisconsin. Wisconsin representing this morning.
Yes.
Dawn, all right.
All right.
Go for it.
Well, I was actually going to
show you
ask a
guys real
question.
quick.
Oh, you have your own.
Yeah, I have my own question. This was maybe a toughie, maybe not. What makes Organic Valley different than other, maybe, let's say other farming? What makes organic different, Organic Valley special and unique?
You say Organic Valley specifically, or organic farming in general?
Organic Valley.
Okay. Well, I think what's really cool is that we're a farmer-owned cooperative. So, we're actually farmer owners. So I'm one of the owners of Organic Valley.
Is she our boss? Does that mean she's our boss?
She's our boss.
Okay.
All right. How are we doing, boss? How are we doing?
Get to work, you two. Yeah, so it's neat. And like I said, like having to do like the stuff that we're not really equipped to as farmers, like back when I wasn't in the family at the time, but when they had their own, like, trying to market and like that sort of thing, when you're just a farmer, like you just want to farm, you don't want to have to do that side of it. So being able to partner together be able to work in our strengths, like as a co-op, is very neat, I think.
Are we supposed to look?
Oh, we got some signs here for you, Julia.
Happy National Farmers Day. All right, yeah, some of the other office folks. Julia, take note, awesome. Boss.
Yeah.
They're not working.
We're all celebrating National Farmers Day together. That's
right.
Really what we're doing. We're celebrating here.
That's our job today.
Yeah.
So,
great.
Real quick before we wrap up, I wanted to introduce you to one of our workhorses here on the farm. So, this is a Fendt tractor. We have two of these. They're like twins. And we also have three of these loader wagons. So they're a little bit different than you may have seen elsewhere. So I just wanted to show you like it's something unique about our farm specifically. But these are silage wagons. So when we're chopping like hay or sorghum, we can use these. And typically how most farms will do it is they will have like a chopper that chops into a wagon. But these wagons are cool because they actually have a chopper feature built in. So you can just drive over it's called a windrow when you have like rows of hay that are like raked together. They can just drive these directly over and it chops the hay into like smaller pieces and puts it like conveyors, like bring it back in here and then it fills it clear up. So that's kind of a fun thing that I feel like is a little more unique to probably a forage-based dairy, since we're doing so much like haylage, which is preserved hay. So that's what the cows will get in the winter, is almost like the sauerkraut. Basically, it's like fermented hay.
Nice.
Cool.
All right, we got more classrooms. Mrs. Hamilton's second grade, Whitewater, Minnesota, just over the river, not too far from here. Frankfort, West Virginia. Mrs. Kurtz, good morning and welcome.
And we are going to be live for 11 more hours. We're going to go see many different farms throughout the country. So while our time is going to be ending here with Julia, we have more farmers coming on. Woo, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you get more live than that? Wow. So continue
I
to
thought
ask
they
your
piped
questions.
that in. That was legit. Oh, hi. Good morning, girls. All right. Awesome.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So we are, like I mentioned earlier, if you heard, we are going to be moving to Vermont here at the top of the hour, and then we'll be visiting farms in Wisconsin and Oregon. We'll see Julia again this afternoon with her goats adorbs this afternoon coming up. You can't miss that. Seriously, goats.
3 o'clock Central Time for the
Okay,
goats.
3
Yes.
o'clock Central for the goats.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to do some more gifting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's gifting time.
Yes, we have
All
more to
right.
give away. So
All right, get ready.
bye, Julia. We appreciate you.
Have a fabulous day. We'll see you this afternoon.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Bye. Bye, cows.
Hi everyone. Happy National Farmers Day. We are so excited to be here live streaming with you, and we're so excited that you have joined us. So excited, in fact, that we want to give away some gifts, because who doesn't love gifts, right? So what are we gifting? Right now, we are gifting 4 $50 gift certificates to our online shop where you can purchase farm-saving gear, just like this t-shirt I have on today. But we also have many more options, like this cozy sweatshirt, or maybe this cute kids tee, so that everyone in the family can look good while supporting small organic family farms. So what you need to do, it's super simple. Get your phone ready, because we're gonna have you take a screenshot. All right, in just a moment, I'm gonna count down 3, 2, 1, and you'll take a screenshot of what you see on the screen here. Are you ready? All right, 3, 2, 1, screenshot. All right, I hope you got it. Now, all you need to do is post that on Instagram by 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight and tag Organic Valley, and you may be one of the lucky gift recipients. Did you miss it? That's okay. Stick around, and in a few hours, we'll be gifting a few more items to folks who are joining our live stream. See you then, and happy National Farmers Day.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up and joining us this morning. My name is Heather. I'm the Integrated Production Manager on Organic Valley's amazing marketing team.
And I'm Josh, the Associate Creative Director at Organic Valley. And today is National Farmers Day. Woo! And we're here live in Caston at our headquarters in Wisconsin. And we're also going to be live with farms across the country all day long. And next up.
Yeah. Well, right now, we are going to take you live to Vermont to visit with Farmer Ty on his organic dairy farm. Farmer Ty, are you there? Hey, good morning.
Hey, Farmer Ty.
Here.
What's up, man?
Good morning, everybody.
Looks like a beautiful day. How you doing this morning?
I am doing great. It was smooth chores. We got a real light wind, nice, beautiful temperatures. It's like a paradise for cows today. It's in the mid high 50s. Great day to be in Vermont. We're bummed a little bit that we had a whole pile of wind and rain last week, so we lost all our leaves. We had the most beautiful foliage that I wish I could share with everybody.
Yeah.
But the leaves fell off. But we are we're happy. It's a good day.
Awesome. Great to have you with us today.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit, we know you've probably been up for many hours already this morning. Tell us a little bit about how you start your day on your farm there in Vermont.
Yeah, well, I wake up at 4:30 and I go up and I start kind of the milking system and get it prepared for the cows. And I come back to the house and I enjoy a cup of coffee and I take a few minutes of, I guess I would call it, I don't know, a moment of gratitude. Thankful for the opportunity to do what I do for a living and live in the beautiful place that I do, and all the things I'm sort of grateful for. And it kind of sets the precedent for the day. And then I head up to the barn a little before 6 o'clock, probably like 5:30. and get everything set up, and then we milk the cows. And this time of year, we're kind of tailing down on our grazing season, so the cows are actually back up at the hoop barns in the morning waiting to come in. And this morning, they would have, when we finished milking, they would have already come out to pasture. But to share that sort of glorious moment with everybody, they are still at the barn, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to come out, which should occur in the next few minutes.
Oh, I see you have a visitor in the background.
That's Maggie the Moonsterlander in the background. We have a few bird dogs that enjoy spending time running around and pointing robins and mourning doves. And I can't really get anywhere without Maggie coming along.
That's awesome. So it's like breakfast time here, but for you, it's like lunchtime because you've been up a long time already.
Yeah, well, farmers, all, you know, the running joke is, you know, what did you have for second breakfast? We all have first breakfast and second breakfast. So I had my black coffee before, and then I enjoyed 2 pastured organic eggs just recently for breakfast, and a little whole yogurt with some coconut chips. So I'm fueled with some quality protein, and I will probably hang out, talk to you guys for a while, and then I'll sneak back in for a second breakfast before I do the midday chores.
Awesome. Cool. Well, we know you have a beautiful farm out there in Vermont. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
I can, yeah. So we're really unique. We are a first generation organic farm.
That's cool.
I've been here for a little over 20 years, and I studied agriculture in college. So I do have a master's degree in agronomy and soil science, and I worked in conservation for a little while. But I realized that land stewardship and the sort of deep camaraderie shared between dairy farmers was something that was really attractive, and I wanted to kind of participate in. And so rather than wait till I retired at 65 to become a farmer, I quit my job and started when I was 25. And so we started on a 32-acre piece of land with an old rundown dairy barn. And we have now sort of grown that to just under 300 acres. We built a lot of new, more cow-friendly barn facilities and a different milking facility, and we've grown that herd and that land base. So it's 300 acres. We're grazing about 165 acres. We milk 65 cows. We graze about 165 acres, and we hay about 120. And then the rest is like a little bit of woods that the bird dogs enjoy roaming around looking for birds in.
Cool.
Awesome.
So I have one question you said you're a first generation farmer. Do you have any advice or anything like that for someone who's looking to get into farming?
Well, it takes, I think the attributes sort of necessary to be a successful farmer is a lot of optimistic delusion, coupled with tenacity and perseverance. Faith in the real positive way. Like, you have to have a vision and find a beautiful place in which you feel lucky and blessed to wake up every day and try to figure out a way to make that place, better for you, better for your cows, and better for the rest of humanity that benefits from your stewardship of that place. And then through the good times and the hard times, that's where this tenacity and perseverance comes in. And those are all things that just kind of propel you towards this, I say optimistic delusion because it's such a capital intensive and difficult journey to become a farmer. But it can be done. And so you have to have that optimism kind of constantly guiding you towards that goal. But the important thing to remember is, like, there's never an end. There's the goal. The goal is to spend every day stewarding a landscape and having that sort of opportunity to work with cows. I sort of view myself as a land steward, and I view this farm as this kind of canvas. We're almost like artists, and we get to work in partnership with our cows. Essentially, our job together is to harvest solar energy through our organic pastures and convert that energy into a form of, like, super nutrient dense bioavailable food for people. and so that if that's kind of your end goal is like, I want to wake up in a beautiful place and nourish people, then it's pretty easy to like endure the challenging times. And so it's like, it's anything else in life, but I think it's finding purpose, finding a good vision, and letting that vision sort of guide you through it. But I guess on a more tangible level, it's like, obviously you have to find a piece of land first. It's really difficult to get started. So there's a lot of programs in different states, new farmer programs. I see cows coming. If anybody wants me to,
the ladies coming out.
Stars of the show.
I'm going to shift the camera for a minute. And
while you find the girls, we have many people joining us from across the country this morning. Lots of schools on the line. So thank you for joining us. If any of you have questions for Farmer Ty, please drop them in the comments, and we'll try to answer as many as we can. Oh, I see something coming in the background there.
Yeah, so in the background, you see those big white hoops that look like a giant covered wagon. And this is Farmer Melanie, who I neglected to turn the fence off and set up the paddock on this end. So she's getting her morning jog.
She's on a mission.
She very quickly sets up the diversion to try to feed what is a group of very eager cows.
Look at those beauties.
Rush hour traffic at Stony Pond Farm. And
now, Ty, what
unlike
kind of cows
rush hour
are these?
traffic everywhere else, this is one way in which the girls are extremely excited to get out to lush green grass.
Beautiful.
And they're about to eat our Starlink setup because the paddock is not ready.
Beautiful.
That's awesome. So do your cows have names, Ty?
They do. So you'll notice, hold on a moment while I'm trying to defend the Starlink while Melanie gets this set up.
They just want to be part of the show. It's fine.
Okay, there we go. So we're a little bit grainy. I'm not sure why. Probably because the cows were standing in front of the Starlink and blocking it.
We can still hear you.
Yeah.
So, yep.
We can see
you. Can still hear me. Okay. So we've just entered lush green grass. This is our paddock for the day. Down below, you can see the beautiful Stony Pond Farm, or Stony Pond. And unfortunately, the big mountains, Mount Mansfield in the background, is kind of hidden in the clouds. But to answer your earlier question, yes, every cow on the farm has a name. This last cow in the brown is Joy there, and I see Tea Tree in the background, who's kind of an old staple, and Gemini. And one of my favorites is Dove, who's grazing over there. And all of the daughters on our farm follow the first letter of their mother. So we have these kind of maternal family lineages we can follow through. And so like years ago, I don't know, probably 20 years ago, Phoebe was my absolute favorite cow. And she's no longer with us. The biological lifespan of a cow is like 13 to 15 years. And she made it to 14 years on the farm. And although she's no longer with us, we have Peggy and Pippa and Polly and Panda. And so all sorts of her daughters who stayed with us.
Cool.
Nice. Ty, we do have a classroom. I want to shout out to Swanton, Vermont, high school, middle school class out there. So thanks for joining us.
Love Swanton, our neighbors to the north.
Awesome. So Ty, what's the best cow name you've ever heard?
The best cow name I've ever heard. Let's see. We have Milkshake. We have some friends that were are big Grateful Dead fans, and we have a Ramble on Rose cow.
Nice.
Yeah. We had for a while we had the Whopper line, and so we did have a cow named Whopper, and then she gave us a Whopper Junior, and we had a Whopper Royale and a Whopper Supreme. And those were most of the cows in the background are all Jersey cows. These tan cows are Jerseys, and then there's some ones with a reddish tint, and those are Jerseys, Devon crosses. And for a little while, we had this little pocket of Ashers, who were kind of these orange blotchy cows, and they were that was the Whopper line.
Nice. Cool. Well, if you need help with names, I know Mrs. Drigg's 3rd grade class in Rice Lake, Wisconsin is on. I'm sure we can come up with some good names for you guys.
Yeah. Anybody has any sweet names, drop them in the chat for sure.
If anybody has any good names out there, let us know, because every spring we're unique in that we are what they call a spring seasonal herd. So all of our cows are milked. They start having their calves in the middle of March. And usually the last calves are born by the 1st of May. And all cows need a little bit of a vacation between a period of milking and before they have their next calf. And so our cows actually stop being milked the 1st of January, and they get a 60 to 75 day vacation in which the farmers get to go skiing a lot, and the cows just kind of lounge around and get to eat and enjoy
paid leave,
a little time.
Right?
Yeah. But come spring, we'll have 75 calves born in a 45-day window, and we have to come up with a lot of names really quick. So if we can have a surplus group name with all the contributions from folks out there, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, keep dropping in names. Well, we might use them. Who knows?
Yeah, we got an agri-science class from Wisconsin joining. Good morning.
Waka. Cool.
If anybody out there ever wants to come visit an organic farm, if I shift here, this is our meadow cottage behind me. This is one of 3 Airbnbs on the farm where folks out there are welcome to come and experience this in person.
Yeah, a little piece of heaven, it looks like. Now, how long will the cows stay on that pasture today? On a typical day, how long do you keep them on a given pasture?
So we graze for, let's see, I'm still trying to figure out how to adjust this camera to catch.
There she is.
My friend Joy decided to come visit. You can almost hear that munching of grass. Let me do a little camera flip for you, and we'll.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, notice how she uses her tongue to wrap around a big chunk of grass. She pulls it in her mouth, chews away at it. And this is what they're going to do. This is their main job for the rest of the day.
Kind of looks like how Josh eats his lunch sometimes.
I would eat that grass. I would definitely eat it. It looks good. So, Ty, can you tell us a little bit about more about the pasturing approach and keeping the cows out where they can eat grass most of the day, and how that affects everything from the quality of the milk to possibly even the happiness of the cows?
Yeah, without a doubt. So you asked how long they would stay here. So the cows were very eager to get here, and you could see how quickly Melanie was rushing around to try to get that paddock open in time, because they know the drill. They come to the barn. It's kind of like a toll booth. They deposit off, they drop their milk off, and they know they're going to get fresh grass right after. That's the incentive for coming in and dropping off the milk. They absolutely love to be outside on fresh grass. This is what cows were built to do. This is what they were made to do, is harvest that solar energy in these organic pastures. So they'll come out twice a day. So to answer your question, the cows will be here for 12 hours. And this little paddock is set up to feed all the cows for a 12-hour window. Then they'll leave this paddock, go back, get milk tonight, and go to a fresh one in the evening. And they won't come back to this pasture for 45 days. So everybody out there who's ever had to mow their lawn can imagine what that lawn's going to look like 45 days later if they don't do it. Well, what it will look like is a cow paradise. You know, it's 8 to 10 inches tall of lush green grasses, clovers, forbs, a whole different array of things. And the cows have their favorites. It's kind of like a buffet. White clover, of course, is like the cheesecake or something. That's their dessert. Like, they love to go in and just hit the white clover first. Then they'll go for the Kentucky bluegrass and the perennial ryegrass, all that kind of stuff. But, you know, right now what's beautiful about the organic system is these cows are out here. They're getting their own feed. They're spreading their own manure. They're going to take a nap for the whole middle of the day. And when they're taking that nap, their eyes close. So they get into this state of bliss where they ruminate, and their mouth is kind of turning as they're chewing their cud. and that's when they make all their milk, when they're taking their nap. And then in this evening, they're creatures of habit. So, this evening they'll know when it's time to come back for milking. They'll all get up at 4:00 in the afternoon, head back to the barn, get milked, and then come back out and do it again tomorrow.
Awesome. The students at North Crawford Schools, I think, would love to see a close-up of the pasture. Can we see kind of what that buffet looks like?
Yeah, for sure. Do a little switch here. See if I can get in here with the girls.
A lot of people jumping on. If you're just joining us, drop a like. If you'd love to see cows on pastures, drop a like. Hey, Kate Delaney, how you doing?
Farmer Ty is live from his dairy farm in Vermont. There we go.
This is Bjorna and Swift, and they are really enjoying. You can see they have found the patch of white clover, and then we have Dove over here. She's a sweetheart, but it's all business right now. Head in there, find that clover, chomp, chomp, chomp.
Yeah.
But then there's something like here's a little. Oh, got a little delay again. We have this is a baby burdock. Burdock, a lot of people think is a weed, but it's really high in calcium, and it's actually a very nutritious forage. So they'll kind of search that out over the course of the day. Not sure how far away.
Should send them to my yard to take care of the burdocks. You got too many.
Yeah. So you can see every paddock here on the farm has a water tub, and the water tub is plumbed in to fresh water that's piped to every pasture, so it's on a float. And over the course of the day, these girls will stop in and get fresh water. The pond is down below there, and if we run out of water, we're able to pull from that pond. But really, the cows like to just lay next to it and watch us go swimming in the summer and wonder what we're up to.
Nice. Ty, here's a big question.
That's what the farmers do.
Important question for you here. If folks come stay at your farm, can they pet a cow?
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, folks can come and they can milk a cow. We're not afraid to put you to work. But no, yes, they can pet the cows. And maybe later this afternoon, we'll be lucky enough to meet Jack and Jenny, who are the farm's mini donkeys, whose sole purpose is just to get pet and go for walks. And I wish I could take you a little farther away from where I am, but down over by that yellow tree in the middle of the screen is an apple tree. And one of the cows' favorite things to do in October is go find the apple tree and eat all the drops. They love, love, love apples.
Nice.
I bet. So we're talking a lot about food and what they're eating, and so this is like all organic pasture, right? So it's and lots of different kinds of grasses, lots of variety. So I know you do a lot of work to ensure that the ladies are getting like high quality food. And how does that impact like the quality of the milk?
Well, that's what's unique. That's what's pretty cool. So here on this farm, while we're selling all of our high quality milk to Organic Valley, and that's hopefully making it out to all you folks, or some of it makes it to our partners at Stonyfield and is turned into organic yogurt. And then we have our own on-farm creamery and make a little bit of cheese of our own that's distributed up and around the New England and sort of Northeast area. But what that allows us to do is Melanie, who is the cheese maker, when I'm making pasture decisions, and we'll turn the cows into a paddock with predominant red clover, for example, versus another pasture that might be full of more yellow flowers. So we might have lots of dandelions or something in that pasture. She'll be able to taste a difference in the cheese that comes from that. So the lush green pastures and the clover adds a really sweet flavor to the milk. When you'll take especially a glass of whole milk, you'll really notice this like nice, almost like sugary flavor in the background. And that's coming from that pasture. And it's the cheese making aspect of things that has really shown us that high quality pasture, and the different sort of components within that make for different flavors. And you can notice it sometimes just drinking a glass of milk. And yes, like we spend a lot of time sort of nourishing our soils, feeding our soils. And then wintertime, the cows are on in these big sort of hoop barns, and they're on like a Tempur-Pedic bed for cows. We put down a big layer of cotton every day, and then I run a rototiller through that, and I compost it. So it's cooking. It's like in the wintertime when it's cold in Vermont, the cow's bed is 15 inches deep of 140-degree hot compost, and it creates this little cow-sized divot right where they lay down, and it's really comfy. And then that material is microbial food. We use that material to spread out onto our pastures to feed the microbes that have a relationship with the plants. I don't want to get too sciencey here, but I know there's a lot of smart science students out there, so I'll be really brief. But the foundation of what we do is the sun shines. Our pastures act like a million little UV panels, little UV receptors, and they harvest that solar energy. Then that plant, through photosynthesis, creates a sugar, and it uses that sugar to grow more plant. Except for some of that sugar, it trades to the microbes in the soil in exchange for nutrients that the plant can't get itself. So there might be a little boron ion or something in the soil, and the plant's root can't reach that boron, and so the microbe will go get it for the plant. And it's this really sort of miraculous partnership. And the compost and the manure that's coming from our cows is actually feeding those microbes. And so it's an amazing sort of marvelous system, and the kind of the foundation of what it is that we're doing here.
Awesome. It sure sounds like a science and an art, for sure.
Yeah.
I want to remind everyone, I know we just had a visitor behind us. It is National Farmers Day. We are broadcasting live until 7 p.m. tonight, Central Time, across the country. Farmer Ty is with us now. He'll be back in the afternoon, but yeah, we're just enjoying seeing the cows out for their breakfast, maybe second breakfast. Yeah.
National Farmers Day is just a day to show our appreciation for farmers. So if you know a farmer, if you love a farmer, if you appreciate them, drop a like in the comments just to share the love. So cool.
Awesome. I hear, Josh, that we also have some gifts to give away.
Yes.
Things like what you might be seeing us wear right now.
And here, bread, butter, not pesticides.
Yeah, these can be purchased at our shop.organicvalley.com. We're going to go to Marina so she can tell you more about how you might win a gift, receive a gift from us today.
Hi everyone, welcome back. We have more gifting with our Farmer Day live stream. Happy National Farmers Day. This time, we're gifting the things that you know and love. Organic Valley products, that's right. Milk, eggs, cheese, produce even, whatever your heart desires. We'll be gifting some free product coupons to a couple of lucky folks. So if you haven't been with us yet, we need you to screenshot. Grab your phone. In about 5 seconds, I'll have you take a screenshot of what you see on the screen. Okay, we're gonna count down. 3, 2, 1. Take a screenshot. Perfect. I hope you got it. Now all you need to do is post that photo to Instagram by 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight. Tag Organic Valley, and you may be the lucky recipient of one of our gifts. Happy National Farmers Day.
Cool. Thanks, Marina. Those coupons are like gold. I tell you, like you should definitely go after them. So, Farmer Ty, you still there with us?
I'm still here. Yep.
Awesome. So I see that there's a wind turbine behind your beautiful cow there. So obviously you have some renewable energy on the farm. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I mean, as land stewards and organic farmers, sustainability is one of the sort of pivot key aspects that we're after. And this farm has embraced renewable energy. We have some solar hot water, and in the background here you see we have this 10 kilowatt wind turbine, which is not doing a whole lot right now except for providing a rest for what looked like 5 birds. But on a windy day, that sucker gets cranking, and it makes the meter, it's net metered, so it makes the meter spin backwards, and we're sending a little bit of power back into the grid.
Awesome.
Cool. That's great.
Yeah.
Ty, we also know that you're a big fan of nature and wildlife. And I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about how, farming organically, taking the pasture approach, how that can benefit the wildlife and the plant life and everything around the farm in addition to the farm animals.
Yeah, it's hard to see in the background. There's the center of the screen, there's a green kind of bushy tree, and right in front of that's a fence post with a bird box on it. Our pastures are home to tree swallows and bluebirds in the spring. Being an organic farm, we are not interested in using pesticides or herbicides or other various chemicals to combat pest issues like flies. So we set up a habitat to employ our friends, the birds, to do that work for us. We have probably 250 bluebird houses that bring in a pair. So, and we'll have either the bluebirds or the tree swallows. Wow. About 500 of them will arrive every spring and for fly eating duty. But in addition to that, throughout the farm, all of our stream corridors have big setbacks so the cows aren't wandering into the stream. And we've planted over 10,000 trees over the years along those corridors, and those act as wildlife corridors so that, an acre of organic pasture may support, 65 cows for a day, but it also is supporting 10,000 bees that live on this farm. It supports the 500 tree swallows that arrive. It supports countless numbers of deer and fox and raccoons and possums and all sorts of other critters that enjoy this farm as their home. And it's something a lot of people don't realize, that organic farms are home. The sheer volume of biomass from the little critters that live under the soil to all the bigger critters that roam along the top is just, thousands and thousands of pounds of animals and biomass that enjoys organic pastures. So it's a really great way to farm.
That's amazing. Yeah. It sounds like, it's a place I would want to live.
Yeah.
For sure. Can you tell us a little bit about when you transitioned to organic and just some of just that experience and what you noticed on your land?
Well, so again, being a first generation farm, we fortunately never transitioned to organic. We just started organic. I will never forget, when I was ready to take the plunge into dairy farming, we bought 25 cows. We started out pretty small. Actually, I was by myself. So I bought 25 cows, and they were all supposed to calve in March, and I had never milked a cow in my life. And I came home from skiing one day, and the first one had her calf, and I actually had to go get a neighbor to show me how to do it. And 20 years later, here we are. We're still at it. And I forgot your question already.
Yeah, just farming organically. If there's anything that
we
noticed.
We never had to transition. So one of the unique things about being first generation is like, one of the challenges is that we have had to sort of learn and do everything on our own. But we didn't inherit 5 generations of the way of doing something. We never were reliant or dependent upon like crutches needed to manage in a certain way. So like very, very early on, we learned that the secret to success with organic farming is to do our best as stewards to identify any and every stress that could impact our system, whether that's on the soil side of things up to the cow side of things, and try to mitigate those stresses the best that we can, so that we're sort of reliant upon outside inputs, hormones and antibiotics and things like that might be needed to prop up a system that otherwise is fragile because of the amount of stress. So cow comfort, animal welfare, high quality food, low stress handling, adequate sunshine, clean water, you know, all the pillars that benefit people too. You know, high quality plain of nutrition, really good night's sleep, a happy, peaceful existence. Those are the things that allowed us to successfully be organic, without relying on outside support.
Awesome.
Cool.
Ty, we've got some questions here in our Fisher-Price silo.
Secret silo of questions.
So Josh, I'm going to ask you to pull a question out.
These are all really hard. So, okay. Is there an interesting story about how your farm became your farm? We kind of talked about that already. Let's pick a
new question. Yeah. All right, new question. We are about halfway through our time with Farmer Ty this morning. He's out in Vermont on his farm, and we hope that if you're just joining us, please drop comments, ask questions, show us some love. Folks on the West are probably just waking up, so if there's anyone from the West Coast, please let us know you're here and see what you pulled.
Yeah, and shout out to I was going to shout out to the 4K students in Hayward, Wisconsin. Sorry, go ahead, Ty.
Well, I was going to take a quick moment to answer that question, even though we already sort of had. But
okay, yeah, for
sure. I was a young guy looking for my farm and for my space and for my purpose and place in life. And I was a fly fisherman in college, and I would drive around looking for little like creeks and places to fly fish. And I was just like dreaming of the landscape of, looking for my spot. It's like, wow, where's my farm? Where's this place that I can get started? And I was working as an inspector, actually, an organic inspector for Vermont organic farmers. This was probably 25 years ago. And I had to shadow another inspector before I could become certified to do it on my own. And I drove up to the farm in which I am today to meet that inspector and spend the day with her. And when I arrived, immediately I was like, this is the spot. Oh, I can't believe it. This is what I want to find, just something just like this. And over the course of the day, she told me that she was retiring and moving away from farming and going to move to the adjacent ski town sometime within that next year. And it didn't really register at the moment, but when I got one of my first jobs in conservation in St. Albans, Vermont, which is located about 15 minutes from here, I randomly one day after work stopped by, asked if that was still the trajectory she was on, and if she minded that I rent a room and start farming here. And within a year, she had found her spot, and I was able to then seamlessly transition my way into this farm. So it was very serendipitous.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like, once I was able to get here, it was what inspired me to resign from my position and really dedicate my life to building it out.
Well, we're so glad you made that choice.
Yeah,
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, we've got some folks in the office here. It's buzzing. Yeah. Everyone's excited to see you. Say hi. Hey, everyone.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
More organic farmers.
Yeah, more of our cooperatives. So Organic Valley Cooperative, we have over 1,600 small family farms, part of our cooperative. A few visiting in the office. Day off from the farm, I guess.
Farmers come by, cows come by.
Yeah, never know what you're going to see.
Normal day at OV. So, all right, we have one more question or another question for you, Ty. What was the first product that Organic Valley sold into grocery stores?
The first product that Organic Valley sold?
Yeah.
It's like a trivia question that I'm supposed to know, huh?
Yeah.
I actually want to say that it's like broccoli or something like that.
Yeah. Well, it's not what most people would think.
That Cooley region of producer pool started as a vegetable operation, right? But then second to that, was it butter?
Close. Cheese. Cheese was the first. So, but those are all great guesses. So.
Yeah. Well, to this day, I mean the cheddar, that Wisconsin cheddar, and for a brief stint, there was a nice Vermont one, is a staple, so especially you can't get a higher quality snack than that.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Can we
sure.
get another peek at those ladies behind you? What are they? Looks like they're still enjoying
Yep. Let me do
their
a little
pasture.
spin here. You can see, let me try to spin it. There we go.
Oh, there's Maggie.
If, Maggie is wondering what the Starlink in the driveway is all about. Then right over here we have Constance. And then over there behind her is Ray. Tea Tree in the background seems to be enjoying the spotlight. And Loon is right here in front of us, munching away.
So you said these were Jersey cows. I'm curious, there's a lot of different cow breeds. Why Jerseys on your farm?
Well, Jerseys are known for really high quality butterfat. So right now, our milk, and we are testing our milk every single pickup to monitor how great it is. And right now, the butterfat of our milk is 5.27, which is really creamy. It's really rich and delicious. And Jerseys are notorious for really high quality butterfat. They're also extremely good grazers. They're willing to walk miles if I ask them to go find high quality pasture. They love to spend time outside. They love to graze. They are really great mothers. They're a little bit smaller in stature, so they don't take up as much space in the barn or require, they don't have the wear and tear on the roads. We have really nice, high quality roads for them to walk on to get to pasture. As I mentioned before, we're covering about 165 acres. And so there's across that now that land base also supports all the heifers and the future milkers that are coming up. But there's about 200, a little over 200 individual paddocks, like spaces that the cows go to graze. And Jerseys are great at walking out that far to go get it.
Awesome.
Cool.
Great. We do want to do some shout outs. So we've got lots of folks online joining us, many classrooms. So thank you, those of you that are joining us from the classroom. Let's see, we've got Mrs. Halverson's 4th grade at Hilltop Elementary. Hello from Massachusetts. Miss Yankee's 3rd grade students at Summit Environmental School. Thank you guys for joining us. If you have questions for Farmer Ty, please drop them in the chat. We'll try to answer them. We've got River Falls, Miss Kirking's 2nd graders in Cashton, Wisconsin. That's just like across the street, yeah. I'm guessing. So that's great. Thank you guys for joining us. This is really great.
Yeah. Ty, we have a question here from Miss Bonnie McSquirley. Do the cows like to eat any tree leaves?
Yeah. So we've often pondered and wondered whether it seems that they have an innate knowledge of what it is that they might need from a nutrition standpoint. So we are providing the cows with a complex with salt and with trace minerals and micronutrients, and we do our best to use compost to fertilize our ground so that all of their nutritional needs are coming from the pasture. That said, most of the paddocks have little shrubs and trees and leaves and other things in there. And sometimes specific cows will go and just immediately find that tree and make sure that they get whatever it is that maybe I'm missing on providing. So they love trees, they love shrubs. And as I mentioned before, they really love apples.
Cool. All right, Ty, I have a joke for you. Okay, what did the mama cow say to the baby cow when they were grazing
Fire
late
away.
at night?
A little delay.
I don't know.
It's past your bedtime.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I know you've been holding that one in.
Yeah, I wanted to say it right away. If anyone else has any fabulous farm jokes, please drop them in the chat. And hello from Prairie du Chien 6th graders. Nice to have you guys.
Yeah, I know they had a question. I can't quite read it here. So if we can get some help with what that question was, we can try to answer it. Ty, I know you have other animals on your farm. Can you tell us a little bit besides, and we talked about, you know, the wild habitat and everything, but what other pets do you have, we'll say?
Well, yeah, we do actually have quite a few other animals in addition to our own family friends. But as we mentioned before, the challenges of becoming first generation farmers, our farm actually acts as an incubator space for future farmers. And right now we have a young couple who are stewarding a farm within our farm called Hunger Moon Farm. And they have 1,200 egg laying chickens whose sole purpose on the farm, beyond just laying high quality, nutritious, organic eggs, is to follow our cows around those pastures. They stir up their manure pats, they eat all the fly larvae, and they fertilize and kind of scratch the pastures to give little spaces for future clover plants to come in. So they're like the roving pasture improvement crew. We also have a lot of browse on the farm. And so, although the cows enjoy eating leaves off, say, a raspberry bush, they don't particularly enjoy the thorny stalk side of that raspberry bush. However, the herd of Boer Kiko cross goats on the farm that follow the cows around love to eat the prickly things. They eat
goats.
Thistles, they eat burdocks, they eat raspberry brambles, they eat hawthorn twigs. So the goats serve a purpose as well. We have Jack and Jenny, who are two of the snuggliest, cuddliest mini donkeys ever. And their sole purpose in life is to be cosmic love antennas. They just harness love from the universe and offer it to anyone who is willing to scratch their butt. They like to go for walks and graze a little bit throughout the day. And we have 3 farm dogs. We have Maggie and Murphy, who are 2 small Munsterlanders. And those are the little white and brown ones that kind of follow us around. And then we have Bridget, who is a Bracco Italiano. She's an Italian pointer. They're all bird dogs. And I gotta say that if reincarnation is a thing, if anyone could come back as a farm dog on this farm, it is a pretty glorious life.
I bet. It sounds like it.
Amen.
We have a couple questions. So the question earlier was, how many times a day do you milk your cows? We know you started early this morning.
Yep, we will milk again this evening at 5 o'clock. So we milk our cows twice a day, every day, 7 days a week.
Awesome. No days off for those cows.
And no days off for the cows or the farmers.
Or the farmers, that's right. Also a question, are there any predators that cows need to worry about?
There's not really any predators that the cows need to worry about. We do have black bears and coyotes on the farm. And sometimes in the spring, most of the time the cows are calving in our hoop barns, and we have a big open deep bedded pack nursing area, kind of a nursing calving pen where the cows are able to have sort of adequate space by themselves in order to birth. But sometimes like one will birth one out on pasture, and we have actually witnessed the cows, they have a very sort of maternal herd bond. And we actually very rarely would it happen, but we had a coyote come in, and it was beautiful to watch the herd circle and surround the baby calf and kind of keep it behind a wall of hooves and safe. So predators are a non-issue for the cows. The chickens, however, love to attract skunks, raccoons, and owls. Owls are probably their number one predator. But it's all connected, and we let them live here too.
Great. So there's some jokes going into the chat here. Right, so I just want to share with you, Josh, what kind of thing does a farmer talk about when they're milking cows?
I don't know.
utter nonsense, of course.
Get it out of
That sounds about right.
Yeah, great. Let's see. We've got some more shout outs for schools. The Prairie du Chien 6th graders. We talked to them already. We've got Miss Anderson's kindergarten class from Soldiers Grove, Wisconsin, North Crawford Elementary. Hello from Franklin, Wisconsin. Lots of fun people joining us this morning for a day on the farm.
Thanks. Yeah, if you're just joining us, drop a like. We'd love to see you. Itai, I had a question about going back to the pasture and kind of the benefits that has. We talked about a lot of them already, but there's also a benefit of reducing carbon in the atmosphere, right? With when you have a lot of pasture land.
Yeah, so I've mentioned it a couple times before, but I'll elaborate a little bit more that an organic dairy farm provides a lot of services to humanity in general beyond just the super high quality, bioavailable, nutritious food that comes off the farm. So we may specialize in superior quality fluid milk and all the associated dairy products that come from these lovely cows, but we're also providing an array of what I would say are ecosystem services, and that would be from water infiltration. Our high quality soils, when it rains a lot, that water is able to percolate down through those soils. That is associated with our water holding capacity. Our ground, like when we have big significant rain events, like we can mitigate and reduce flooding in the general vicinity because our ground holds on to a lot of that water. We're providing in all of our sort of buffer areas and laneways and corridors along the side of the farms, we're providing a lot of pollinator habitat and wildlife habitat. And then maybe most importantly or significantly is we are sequestering atmospheric carbon. So like when a plant is growing, it's harvesting energy from the sun, it's making those sugars, and then it's pulling carbon from the atmosphere to build new roots. So when a cow comes in and she munches the top of this grass plant, that plant then sort of kills off its own root system to supply the energy to grow new photovoltaic receptors that harvest solar energy, new leaves, that is. And then it uses that solar energy to grow more roots. And in doing that, it's pulling carbon from the atmosphere and storing that in that soil. And we see that as an increase in the soil organic matter of our pastures. And when we arrived at this farm, we have lots of different soil types, and there's a book you can look at wherever you are in the country. You can look at a book, or you can go online and look at your soil survey and see what the soil is, like where your house may sit, or your favorite park, or your favorite farm. And those soil types will have a typical organic matter level. And when we arrived, all the levels were at sort of the lower end of that spectrum. And then the shift to organic management, now our pastures are at the higher end of that spectrum. And one unique sort of scientific fact is that for every 1% increase in soil organic matter, that soil has the increased capacity to hold on to 22,000 gallons of water per acre. So every time it rains a big chunk, if the soils that have higher organic matter are holding on to that much more water. And that's what's happening on this organic farm.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Can you remind some of the students are wondering again how many acres your farm is?
We are just shy of 300, so like 297 total.
Great.
Which, if anyone can imagine, is about almost 600 football fields.
Wow, that's really helpful perspective. Yeah, everyone.
Yeah, an acre is about 2 football fields.
Yeah, that's great. Well, I think it's time for the silo.
Yep.
Let's pull another question here.
Okie doke. This is really funny. What's your best joke?
Oh boy.
Extra points if it's about farming.
My best joke about farming. I don't know if I can say it.
What's your best appropriate joke about farming? I have one while you're thinking. So
yeah.
why?
Okay, you fire away.
Okay.
I don't have a good one.
Why do cows have hooves instead of feet?
Hooves instead of feet.
This is a
I
brain
don't know.
scratcher.
Okay, well, you better just tell me because I haven't had second breakfast yet.
Okay, because they lactose.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Great. Well, do you want to pull another?
All right. Sure. You can read one.
Another one here. Let's see. All right. Oh boy, we're getting personal now. What's your favorite way to eat mac and cheese?
With triple cheese. Well, so I have celiac disease, and so I don't eat gluten at all, and I don't eat a lot of noodles from that perspective. So for me, it would just be, I guess it would be, if I was to eat mac and cheese, it would be gluten-free pasta with gluten-free breadcrumbs on the top. I love that crusty section. I want extra sharp cheddar as my cheese. And I want it baked in the oven so it gets that real crispy top. And I want it on a rainy, cold, cloudy day.
Oh, man.
Perfect.
Making me hungry now.
Well, hey to the fourth graders in Ottoville, Ohio. Good morning. Ty, I know you've raised your children on your farm. Can you tell us a little bit about kind of that experience and what that's been like for them, raising them while farming?
Yeah, it's amazing. So like being a first generation farmer, I grew up in total suburbia. Willow is actually the truest Fairfieldian in Vermont because she was born in our house. And Wyatt was born in Burlington, but both are, while mom and dad are still considered flatlanders, despite being here in Vermont for 25 years, the kids are true Vermonters. And the farm is almost all that they know. And what it has done is created a couple young individuals who have a strong sense of independence, a strong sense of creativity, and they have capacity to, oh yeah, here, one of them has just joined us. Let me, strong capacity to say hi to Willow.
Hi. Hey, Willow.
Hey, Willow.
Good morning.
Nice hustle out there this morning.
Yeah, so Wyatt and Willow are the Stony Pond Farm kids, and they have all those things that I'm saying. These are kids who know what it is that they want. They know how to assess what resources are available to them to develop a plan and execute that plan. They have a deep respect for wildlife and our land base, and an appreciation for cows and for where their food comes from. They know that to invest in themselves and become the healthiest, happiest people that they can be, that eating high quality foods, so like eggs and yogurt for breakfast and cheeseburgers for lunch, is kind of a good route to that. And I would say I think they really enjoy their childhood here, having the freedom to roam around this beautiful place. They know responsibility. They have lots of farm chores. They feed the dogs. They clean the ramp to the cows' milking parlor every day. They walk the donkeys every day. They help me move the heifer groups, and we have we rent another 100 acres a little bit down the road, and our heifers, who are kind of like teenager cows that haven't become cows yet, they haven't had a calf and entered the milking herd, and they go back and forth between our farm and that other farm, and that sometimes that's a big drive we have to do between a hay field, and the kids are very helpful on the farm. and they're both fortunate that they're actually they're homeschooled, so a lot of their education is happening here every day. So they, in one sense, they don't have to go to school every day, and they're lucky. But their school is 7 days a week, 365 days a year, every day. But yeah, it's a beautiful place. It's a great place to grow up.
I bet. Yeah. I know they're clearly learning firsthand where their food comes from. And we hope, too, that that's what you're taking away a little bit today as we celebrate National Farmers Day. We're visiting with farms all day long, members of our cooperative. And we've got Washington State, Edelweiss Dairy, fellow farmers. Thank you for what you do. They're tuning in this morning as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Should we give away some free stuff again?
Everyone loves free stuff.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do some gifting.
Let's do it.
Hi everyone, happy National Farmers Day. Welcome back. Thank you for joining our live stream. It's time to do some more gifting. This time, we're gifting some of these adorable tote bags filled with some Organic Valley swag. What's inside is a surprise. All right, how do you receive a gift from us? Great question. You just have to take a screenshot, so grab your phone. All right, are you ready? When I count to 1, you'll take a screenshot of what you see here. All right? 3, 2, 1. Screenshot. Perfect. I hope you got it. Now all you have to do is post that to Instagram by 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight, and you may be a lucky gift recipient. If you missed it, don't worry. Stick around. We'll be gifting more things later in the stream. Happy National Farmers Day.
Awesome.
Okay.
That was Tote's amazing gift.
Oh, love it. Love it. Great. I hope all of you have a chance at some gifts today. Do you, Ty, we have some questions in the chat I want to get to. I know our time with you is almost up. Do you turn out all of your animals together when they go out to pasture?
Yes. Yep. Yeah, the whole herd goes. Well, today the whole herd came at the same time. I guess actually that's not true. When we built the milking parlor, which when we first arrived here, we used to milk in an old tie stall barn, but we don't ever tie the cows up. So they would just come into the barn and we would milk all sort of 46 cows, but we could only milk them 4 at a time. So they would kind of stand around waiting for their turn, and then they would all go out at the same time. In the milking parlor, we're milking 6 cows on a side, so 12 cows at a time. And as soon as they're done milking, they're able to go out a door and head straight out to pasture. And so normally the cows would want to move as a herd. However, there are certain cows, and it's funny, we milk 65 right now, and the same 6 cows are the first 6 cows in, and the same 6 cows are the last 6 cows in. Now they could alter that order if they wanted to. There's just some that are like really motivated and others that aren't so. And the ones that are really motivated tend to go out to that night paddock right away. So they tend to go out in groups of 6 and meet the rest of the herd out there. And so they probably make the most milk because they run out there and eat all the clover before everybody else gets a chance to get there.
Got it. And I do want to clarify too, the question also I misunderstood was, do you also send out your goats and chickens and donkeys? Does the whole family go out together?
Oh, yeah. No. So the goats and the chickens, since they do not have to come back to a barn to get milked, they're out all of the time. And it's timed so that they're providing a service to the cows. So the cows are grazing a paddock, and then the chickens will follow those cows the very next day. They'll go in and kind of clean up that pasture. And then if it has enough browse, the goats will then come in after that and do a further cleanup. And then everybody is off that paddock for 45 days, or, if the goats follow a few days later, maybe it's 41 days, so that it's in ideal condition for when the cows come back.
Yeah, that's great. Catherine, I hope we answered your question. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Great. Well, Ty, this has been just a beautiful morning. Yeah. Thank you for sharing your little piece of heaven with us. we are going to be coming back to Wisconsin here shortly. We'll visit with Sabrina on her farm here in Wisconsin. And Ty's going to be with us this afternoon. So
Yes.
yeah, stop back this afternoon, I think 2 o'clock Central Time. We'll visit with him again. And we've got, I think, 4 states today that we're jumping around to.
Oregon, Wisconsin.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun day. So happy National Farmers Day. Ty, thank you for
Farmers
everything
Day.
you do.
Thanks, Ty.
This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a pleasure having you all join us.
Okay.
Have a great
Talk
day.
to
We'll
you
see you
soon.
later.
Bye.
Yeah, enjoy the day.
All right.
And good morning. How's it going, everyone? Happy National Farmers Day. Welcome, welcome to Organic Valley in Cashin, Wisconsin. Hope everyone's doing well today. I'm Chelsea, and this is my co-host, Mindy. We'll be walking you through the next hour, and we are going to be joining Sabrina.
Hi, everyone.
Get Sabrina up. Hello, Sabrina. How's it going this morning?
What was that?
How's it going this morning?
Oh, it's going good. I had a little extra help from some of the OV employees doing chores this morning, so that was really fun. He's going to be off camera today, but my old boss from when I entered with Organic Valley is actually with me today.
Very cool. That's exciting.
And Sabrina, where is your farm located? Are you in Wisconsin, correct?
Yeah, so we're just south of La Crosse, Wisconsin. We're about 20 minutes away from Organic Valley's Cashton office and maybe like 30 minutes to 40 minutes away from their headquarters in Lafarge. So we're really close. We're one of their Coulee region farms. And it's really cool being a part of the Organic Valley community here in Wisconsin. This is the place where it all started, right? We have some of the original farms are just down the road from us. So it's a really cool history for this area. It's great to be a part of it.
Yeah, happy National Farmers Day, Sabrina. We're thankful for everything that you do for our co-op.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Sabrina, how long have you been farming? Is this your farm? Are you a second generation farmer? How does that work?
So my family has been farming in the U.S. for 4 generations now. This is our 3rd generation. I am 3rd generation on this farm. In the background right here, you can see that's my grandparents' house. That's the original farmhouse right there. So my family's been here for a long time now. We came here in 1972 is when our family bought the farm. I grew up here in another house, but I graduated college in May 2022, and I've been working full-time on the farm ever since.
Love that. That's awesome. And what kind of animals do you have on your farm?
So we have cows. We are primarily a dairy farm. We sell our milk, or we ship our milk with Organic Valley. But we do have a bunch of other fun animals here, and I actually want to show you some of them right now.
Please do.
I am down by what used to be our milking parlor before we moved, and you're going to see the new one in a little bit. But I have a ton of little barn cats who all came out to say hello to everybody today.
Oh, we love cats. We love it.
It's a little stalled. I'm going to have to see. Is it moving on your end? It looks
Can we get some
over
virtual
here.
scratches? Hello, kitties. How are we doing?
Yeah. See if some of them will come up and give pets. We have little Blondie is that little orange one right there. Remy is the calico one.
Okay.
That black and white cat, her name's Snoopy. This one here, he's really friendly. His name is Guy. He's the new guy around. He really likes to be pet, don't you, buddy?
The new guy around town. Love that.
He's very, very friendly. And also, running around by our other people here, we have the dog. Her name's Lori. She's playing stick right now. But yeah, we have a ton of barn cats. They're really important to our farm. They're super friendly. And every morning, if they behave, they get a little bit of milk.
Ooh, those are spoiled cats.
Yeah,
so we
have a little extra milk.
Do the dogs and the cats get along? Are they friends? What's going on? Give us a scoop.
So this gray one right over here is best friends with the dog. They hang out all the time. They cuddle sometimes. She goes up and rubs up against the dog, and the dog just kind of, I don't know if she dislikes it or not, but she stands there and she's very good about it, and she's good friends with all the cats. And they share they share milk sometimes. The dog likes to drink milk sometimes with the cats.
Oh, very cool. Sabrina, we have a ton of people tuning in from all over. We'd like to say good morning to the first grade students at Prairie View Elementary School in DeSoto, Wisconsin.
Woo-hoo.
A couple more third graders at Viking Elementary in Holman, Miss Knutsen's plant science class in Soldiers Grove, Wisconsin. Good morning.
They're loving the cat, Sabrina. They say so cute.
That's great. It's awesome to hear all those local schools that are tuning in. I have some friends who teach at a couple of those schools, so it's really awesome to hear that.
Love that.
So as much as I hate to do it, I think we're going to move on from the cats right now. They might pop on a few more times and say hello because there are a lot of cats here and not all of them are actually featured in this shot right now. So
sounds good. Sabrina, did you always want to farm?
I'm going to flip the camera quick. Not always. I talk about how for me coming back to the farm is not a linear journey. I was very involved in non-agriculture things when I was in high school, although I did do 4-H. I was a big 4-H'er. In the classrooms, if you did 4-H, please raise your hand right now. I can't see it, but please show up to your classmates.
Yeah.
Oh! That's a great
So I did 4-H when I was in elementary school, middle school, high school. I was very involved in my local county fair, Vernon County. Let's go. So I was involved in in agriculture, but I also did a lot of other things. I did powerlifting, I did show choir, I did drama club a little bit. And when I got to college, I went to the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I was very undecided about what I wanted to do. I actually went into college undecided. But with some pestering from my brother, I ended up joining the agriculture classes and the agriculture clubs. So I went to Madison, I did dairy science. I added life sciences communications to really learn more about, marketing, communications. I really got to work on my writing, my videography skills. So that's like videotaping, filmmaking. I learned a lot about social media. And then that led me to an internship with Organic Valley. I was in there, what was integrated marketing. I'm not sure if that's still there anymore. And I got to work under the public relations team. So I'm actually, like I said before, my boss is out here today. And my other boss, as I like to call her, Liz, is actually going to be on one of the other farms you guys get to go to today. She'll be with Julia Gasser.
Yes.
But anyways, working that internship over the summer, I learned that I didn't really like office work. So that kind of led me to go, I really miss being on the farm. I'm missing out on so much. COVID had been the year before. I had been working on the farm throughout lockdown. So I was very used to the schedule of letting cows out to pasture in the summer, and just missing out on that really made me realize that I wanted to go home and farm.
Sabrina, can you remind us what part of Wisconsin you are in?
Yeah, so we're just south of La Crosse. We're by Stoddard, Wisconsin, Chaseburg area, and we're about 20 minutes from Cashton, which is where I believe you guys are right now.
Yes. Yep. So we're close to you. Love that. We'd love to hear in the comments where all of you are from, all of our live viewers. We have somebody from New Jersey, it looks like. We got a yay, UW-Madison. Woo!
It's just a beautiful shot from your farm behind you, Sabrina. Thank you for bringing us along this morning. I know it's a little bit chillier, a little bit windier outside in Wisconsin, a nice fall morning, but it looks beautiful where you're at.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm just going to tell you quick, this machine behind me is called let me pivot. Okay, there we go. So this is called a hay bine. So what we do with this is we drive through fields and we'll cut down hay during the summer times. And sometimes we'll even drive through our pastures. If our pastures get too long, we'll cut the grass so it can regrow into better, more nutritious grass for our cows. But this is really important for baling hay to feed our cows during the winter months when they can't go out and get grass on pasture.
Got it. Do you have any other animals on your farm besides cows, cats, dogs? What else do we got?
We do have some chickens. They're not outside right now. We have about 25 chickens that my family uses for our own eggs. The chickens are a great addition. They're really good for just going around, scratching stuff up. We let them out around noon every day, and they just get to wander around the farmyard and get some extra grub. We do feed them. They get their own mix of chicken feed every day and plenty of water. But it's really nice to see them just running around. Yesterday, I was sitting in a tractor most of the day, and every time I looked over, I'd just see chickens sprinting up and down the road, having the time of their lives.
Just living their best
funny.
life.
Just
Yes.
free roaming.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Hello from North Texas. Hello. Thanks for joining. Holton Elementary 4th grade is joining in as well. Thank you guys. Welcome.
So it's great to hear all these people are joining on. I'm so excited to have so many people. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take you up to the barn, and we're going to talk a little bit about the nutrition that the cows get when they're not outside.
That would be great.
And how many cows do you have, Sabrina?
So we have about 350 milk cows. We're a little bit of a bigger farm for Organic Valley, but that by no means means that we're not a family farm. Joined on the farm with me, my dad is here. I have 2 brothers. I have an older brother and a younger brother who both work on the farm as well. And then my mom, I like to call her the Wizard of Oz because she's the man behind the curtain, and she does all the extra behind the scenes work for us. So actually, I'm going to flip this around for a sec. As you can see, it's really empty in here right now. Most of the cows are outside. You can see someone walking in the distance. That's Alexis. She's running to get out of the shot. But she's got all of our cows out right now. So if you look right here, this is the feed mix that cows get. This is called a TMR mix. That stands for Total Mixed Ration. So what this is it's a total meal for them. So this will provide all of the nutrients, all of the protein, carbs, all the energy they need to get through the day. So what they don't get from pasture grass, they get from this. So there's a whole bunch of stuff mixed in here. There's hay, there's chopped up corn, and this is it. This stuff is like cookie dough for them, you know? It's a bunch of stuff all mixed together. It tastes really good. It smells really good because you can smell all the sugars from the plants. Because a fun fact about this feed is it's fermented. So this stuff ferments throughout the year, and then when we feed it to the cows, because cows fermentate their food when they digest it, it's more easier for them to get all the nutrients out of it.
That's great. Give us a like if you're up for some good cookie dough.
Yeah, I think those cows eat better than us half the time.
So another cool thing about that is our cows actually have their own nutritionist.
Oh.
We have someone who comes out and he figures out what's the best feed for us to give our cows based on the weather, based on what our pastures look like, based on the time of year, based on everything. So he can come out here, he'll take some samples of what our feeds look like that we've grown. He'll look at our cows and he'll say, all right, this is what they need.
That's fabulous.
Yes.
Ooh, we have a second grade class joining from DeSoto. Welcome, guys. Welcome.
Yeah, we actually have a couple of kids who work here who go to DeSoto High School. So if you guys like the tour, in the future, you guys can come out here. Check it out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, back to feed. This stuff is so important for them that it's also chopped up nice and fine. Otherwise, the cows won't like to eat it. They're really good at digging through and finding just the right bite of feed for them. So it's important that we make sure everything is perfect and to their liking.
And then when they're not eating this, they go outside on the green pasture and eat all that plush green grass.
Yes, I'm going to go see if we have some cows outside right now that we can look out on pasture. Because if the barn's empty, that means that all the cows are outside, right?
Yeah.
So Sabrina,
I'm going to walk out of this. Ooh, what's up?
Do the cows come and go as they please? Do you let them out twice a day, 3 times? They can just do whatever they want? How does that work?
So we try to let the cows out for as long as we can every day. Usually they'll go out one time. Sometimes they'll go out during the day, and then they'll go back out again at night, depending on what the weather's like. In the summertime, it can get really, really hot here in Wisconsin. Anything above about 75 degrees is too hot for a cow, especially on the ridge. Usually around 70 degrees, it's too warm, but we have a really nice breeze up here on the ridge, so we can go a little warmer than that. So it's really important for us to make sure when we're letting them out on pasture, the cows want to go out on pasture. And they always do. They love running and jumping around. But sometimes when it's just a little too hot or maybe a little too rainy outside, we'll keep them in.
Can you tell us about winter and how you prepare for Wisconsin winter?
Yes. So I'm just going to tell you one more thing about summer. I have these 6-foot fans behind me. So in the summertime, we can close up these barn doors here, and we can just run fans through and keep the barn really nice and cool. But during the winter time, we don't want it cool in there. We want it nice and warm. So on these barn doors here, let's see if I can pivot a little bit. You can see these curtains behind me. We close all those curtains in our barn, and it locks up tight for the winter time. And cows are really good at making their own heat. So as long as we keep the barn well insulated, they'll stay nice and warm in there all through the winter time.
Okay. It's great.
So our barn is really well designed for winter, actually.
Yeah, well, while you're taking us out to pasture, should we do a giveaway?
A little gifting? Let's do some gifting. Woo!
For all those that are tuning in, we'll do a little giveaway here.
Hi everyone, happy National Farmers Day. We are so excited to be here live streaming with you, and we're so excited that you have joined us. So excited, in fact, that we want to give away some gifts, because who doesn't love gifts, right? So what are we gifting? Right now, we are gifting 4 $50 gift certificates to our online shop where you can purchase farm-saving gear, just like this t-shirt I have on today. But we also have many more options, like this cozy sweatshirt, or maybe this cute kids tee, so that everyone in the family can look good while supporting small organic family farms. So what you need to do, it's super simple. Get your phone ready, because we're gonna have you take a screenshot. All right, in just a moment, I'm gonna count down 3, 2, 1, and you'll take a screenshot of what you see on the screen here. Are you ready? All right, 3, 2, 1, screenshot. All right, I hope you got it. Now, all you need to do is post that on Instagram by 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight and tag Organic Valley, and you may be one of the lucky gift recipients. Did you miss it? That's okay. Stick around, and in a few hours, we'll be gifting a few more items to folks who are joining our live stream. See you then, and happy National Farmers Day.
I recognize a little sweatshirt there that we were giving away from our little pollinator series, Matchy Matchy today. You guys could win that, so stay tuned and we'll do another giveaway a little bit later. Sabrina, are you with us?
Looks like it might have froze up a little bit.
That's all right. It's pretty windy up there. Who else do we have joining? Oh, somebody wants to know, Sabrina, do you recommend doing an internship with Organic Valley? For anyone who's just joining, Sabrina has been an intern with us previously, and she is, did you say 3rd or 4th family generation farmer for Organic Valley?
Yeah, she's been farming for quite some time and recently finished up an internship at Organic Valley. So if you're interested in an internship, you can go to the Organic Valley website, scroll to the bottom and look at the careers. There are internships and other job postings there.
Looks like the dog is joining her again. We'll have to get the name of that dog. Very cute.
Yeah, Sabrina's taking us on a little walk out to pasture. Oh, here. Hi, Sabrina.
Hi, guys. I wasn't sure how the Wi-Fi kicked in for a second there. But the dog's name is Lori. She is a border collie. She's very good at her job. She's very good at a lot of jobs. She's very good at playing stick. And she's very good at hanging with the cat.
I think she likes hanging with the cat.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
And she's very,
the hardest worker on the farm, I bet. It can get windy up on the ridge. That's probably why we're losing her, but she'll be back. Again, she's taking us out to pasture to show us the cows and all the excellent greens that the cows eat.
Looks like the cows are headed out to a fresh paddock of pasture right now.
Yeah, I bet they love this weather. It's nice and cool today here in Wisconsin. It was about 55, 60, so cows are probably very happy in this.
And for all of those that are tuning in, we're here celebrating National Farmers Day. Really thankful for all of the farmers in our cooperative that provide great products for our consumers. So we're very thankful for them and glad you can all tune in and join us today.
Yeah, welcome, welcome. So again, I'm Chelsea, this is Mindy, and we are live from Cashton, Wisconsin. Me and Mindy are rocking some of our new gear that you can find online from our pollinator series. Also have some of the little monarch earrings, and we call it the pollinator series because our organic farmers help protect the pollinators, which are so vital to our ecosystem.
Yeah, give us a like or a question in the comments section if there's anything that you would like to learn from us today. We're happy to help answer questions, and hopefully we'll get reception with Sabrina again shortly, and she'll be back online.
Yeah. Trouble from the farms. There's not always perfect Wi-Fi out there, but that's all right.
All right.
Well,
I think I'm back on if you guys can hear me.
Yep,
yes.
You're back.
There's another cow.
Hello. Oh, look
So
at
right
him.
now,
He's ready to go.
What's happening right now is we have cows that are getting done with milking, and they're just coming straight out the door here, going right out to pasture.
How many times a day do you milk the cows, Sabrina?
They get milked once in the morning and once at night.
Okay.
Sabrina, the Bluffview 6th graders would like to know what crops you grow, and do you have pumpkins, and what is the name of your dog? They have lots of questions. Let's start with what kind of crops you grow.
Come here, puppy. Come here, puppy. So this is Lori.
Lori.
Oh,
Lori, the hardworking farm dog.
Look at that. She is very hardworking. Yesterday, she took a nice nap for about 3 hours in her little doghouse. Puppy.
Can I have Lori's life? I want a 3-hour nap. That sounds lovely.
Puppy, are you stealing the show, Lori? She doesn't even know it. She's just being a Lori. She's going to find her stick right now, I think.
Sabrina, what kind of crops do you grow?
Did you say it's Bluffview?
Yep, Bluffview 6th graders.
Yes, hello, Bluffview. We have, I remember 6th grade. So if you look out in the distance here, you can see that brown strip. That used to be a cornfield. So just our main crop we grow is corn. Right above and below that strip, you see the green. That is alfalfa hay. We grow a lot of alfalfa hay, and we'll either turn it into hay bales or we'll shred it up and we'll feed it to the cows as silage. Sometimes we'll do Sudan sorghum. That's another really important grass that we'll grow. Really important. We cut that up into bales as well. It kind of varies from year to year what we're gonna as corn are two big staple crops.
Awesome. Well, Holton 4th graders are joining us.
And it looks like Lori has brought a stick for us.
I love that. Holton 4th graders are joining us, Sabrina, and they want to know if you have a favorite cow, and if so, what is that cow's name?
So I'm kind of lurking here to see if she'll pop out. Her name is Kari, and she is a Jersey, which means she's brown, and she's got a whole lot of personality. The thing about Kari is she doesn't like to just sit and do what she's told. So we might put cows out in pasture, and then 10 minutes, 20 minutes later, she'll slip out under the fence and go to the patch of grass that she thinks is greener. And she lives by no rules. And she's a big sweetheart. She likes cuddles and snuggles, and she gets jealous if someone else is getting more than she is. She's just a real sweetheart. I've had her since I was little. She's a good old girl, and she's just always kind of been there.
Sabrina, speaking of brown Jersey cows, some of you online might know this, but are those the ones that make chocolate milk?
I think so.
So fun fact, cows do not produce chocolate or strawberry milk. They only produce raw milk. And so when you go to the store and you buy your fun milks, you buy chocolate, you can buy strawberry, you can buy whole milk, you can buy 2% milk, you can buy 1% milk, and you can buy skim milk. So one of the cool things is that whole milk is only 4% butterfat. So I'm correct in that? I'm correct. Whole milk is 4% butterfat. So when they take the cow's milk, what they do is they do this process called pasteurizing, where they heat it up really, really hot and they kill any bacteria that could be in the milk. And what they also do is they remove all the fat from the milk, and then they put back in a specific amount. So like 1% milk, they add 1% of the butterfat back in. 2%, they add 2%. Whole milk, they add in 4% of the milk. So breeds like Jersey cows actually produce milk that might have 4, 5, 6% butterfat in it, which is super cool because all that extra fat can go to make things like cheese, and it can make things like butter, and it can make yogurt, and it can make all those really awesome fatty dairy foods that we absolutely love, which is why breeds like Jerseys and Guernseys, you might see some Guernseys today on some of the farms. Those breeds are super duper cool because they make all the really, really fun products that aren't milk, because milk is great. I love chocolate milk. That's my favorite milk. I love a nice cold glass of chocolate milk. And I love those little itty bitty single serves that Organic Valley has. I love just crushing one of those. You just put your straw in, suck it down. It's the best. I love that stuff. But I also love the Colby cheese slices, and you need a lot of butterfat to do that. And it's awesome, right? All these cool things that our cows can do for us.
Yeah, cheers to that.
Yeah, love that.
Cheers
I
to
love
that
our cheese
indeed.
products. That was my breakfast this morning, was our cheese stringles. So good in lunch boxes, and so good for breakfast on the go.
On that note, we actually keep an emergency stash of those stringles in the farm fridge. So when I'm feeling peckish around 10 a.m. and I go, I really need a snack, I go and I grab one of those stringles. And I said before, I did powerlifting in high school. I still lift weights. And a really important part of lifting is making sure you get your protein in. And those stringles actually have like a really decent amount of protein in them for like how small they are. And most cheeses do too. And that's another reason why I love our products, is because they're just great for you and they have all that protein that I need in my diet. And yeah, they're delivering.
That's great. Sabrina, we have one question in the chat. When you are milking, how long does it usually take?
So I'm gonna flip back around. Actually, I'm gonna do this so you can see the cows in the background. When we milk cows, it might take around 4 to 5 hours to milk. So in the morning, they start milking around 6 a.m. and they won't get done until maybe 10:30. Just because we have so many cows we gotta milk. And milking is the most important time of the day. There's a bit of peace and comfort to doing it in the morning and then doing it again in the evening. But yeah, it's always big. It's always fun. I like being in the parlor with my family, my friends, our employees, and just having a good time hanging out with the cows. So like I said before, it takes about 5 hours. We start in the morning and at 6, and then in the evening we start about 5:30, just so we can get people in and out a little sooner. But again, it's going to take about 4 to 5 hours to do that. So.
Love that. Well, we have a lot of new people joining us. Should we do some shout outs, Mindy, and welcome everyone?
Sure.
We got Gloria from Rhode Island. Hello. And Miss Bower's class from 8th grade class from Pandora, Ohio. We have an animal science class from Florida. Evergreen Elementary. Hello, guys. Welcome. We are live out of Cashton, Wisconsin. I am Chelsea, Mindy, and we are with Sabrina on her Wisconsin farm. Welcome, welcome.
Yeah, we're here celebrating National Farmers Day. We really appreciate all of you tuning in to join us today. We have some more questions here. Feel free to drop a question in the chat or give us some likes if there are things that you want to hear about.
Ooh, I have a good one here. What is your favorite cheese for a grilled cheese sandwich? The $1 million question.
Okay. I get to answer this, right? I'm so excited.
Yeah.
My favorite cheese from Organic Valley for a grilled cheese sandwich, for anything in the world, is the Colby slices. That is my end all be all. I love that cheese so much. It used to be the American singles, but then we came out with the American cheese. But the Colby always has my heart.
Sabrina, someone else wants to know, have you ever made a pizza with Organic Valley stringles?
Ooh, I might have to try that.
I have. And let me tell you how I did it.
All
I
right.
rolled the stringles into the crust so that it was a stuffed crust pizza.
That is a pro move. That is excellent.
Yes. I love those stringles. I love the stringles. I love the Colby cheese though. That stuff is so good. So I'm going to show you guys some of our feed storage we have back here. So this is what's called a silage face. So this is going to be our hay silage. And this stuff is super duper duper important. As you can see, we have a big pile here. And then if I walk around the corner, we have another big pile here. So this stuff here has to get us through winter. This is our winter storage. We work hard all summer to make sure that we have all of this to get us through the winter months. Because come April, if we don't have enough and our pastures aren't ready for cows to go out on, we're going to have to buy stuff to feed them. So it's really, really, really important for us to make sure that we have all of this stuff stashed away. So I don't know if anyone has any questions on this. As you can see, it doesn't look very green anymore. That's because it's been cut and it's been packed down super tight. It's kept in a zero oxygen environment to help it ferment and break down, so it's easier for the cows to get those nutrients out of it when they eat it. We also have a little bit of hay right here on the ground. We make our hay bales into big round bales. And we have those stored throughout the farm as well. And those are going to go to not only our cows, but a lot of our younger animals as well, because it's really, really important for them to get their nutritious grass in the winter months, even though it's in the form of hay.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when that snow is covering the grass. I'm sure it's pretty hard for the cows to get to grass. That's a great solution. Thank you for doing that for your farm or for your animals, Sabrina.
So I'm also going to take a second to tell you about this really cool machine here. So as you can see, this is a John Deere tractor. If you've listened to Joe Diffie at all, you've probably heard John Deere Green. This is that John Deere Green tractor. But I'm going to tell you what's on back. So this back here is called the mixer. So if anyone's made cookies or you've made brownies with your mom, either A, you or the mixer yourself with the spoon and the bowl whipping it together, or maybe she has a fun, fancy stand mixer where she drops an attachment in and it mixes it all itself automatically. So this is your mixer. What we do is we put all of our feed in there, all of our ingredients. That's like, instead of your eggs and your flours and your sugar, we have corn we put in there. We have special grain mix we put in there. We have hay we put in there. And that thing's just going to shred it all up like a blender and mix it all up good into that silage that we saw earlier when we were in the barn. So this thing has to work every morning. This has to be old reliable because we need it every morning to feed the cows. And we feed all the cows in that barn. We have another barn we have cows to feed in, and then we have another farm that we travel to every day, and we have to make sure we have enough feed, and we have a machine that can mix it up right so that they can eat it. Because you don't want to just eat flour and sugar and raw egg, do you? No, you want it mixed up all good and tasty like it's a chocolate chip cookie. And this is our mixer in our oven.
Sabrina, we have some new people joining us, and Alana wants to know, what other animals do you have? So maybe you can reintroduce yourself again, tell us how long you've been farming, and what kind of animals you have on your farm.
All right, so welcome, new joiners. So as mentioned before, my name's Sabrina. I am third generation on my family's dairy farm. I am joined here by my dad and my two brothers, and my mom works off farm, but as I said before, she is the Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain who makes sure everything gets done the way it needs to be. I'm going to flip around and keep talking so you guys can see the cows coming out and the dog. We do have dairy cows on our farm. We have these black and white ones called Holsteins, but we do have a few crossbreeds and other fun things mixed in there, like Jersey cows. I'm going to pan over here for a second. This is Victor. He's in a skid steer right now. He's waving at you. I don't know if you can see it. But we use that machine to help push up feed and do other chores on the farm. Getting back to your question of what other animals. Well, we have the dog here. She's got a stick right now. She's busy carrying her stick. We have a bunch of farm cats running around. You might get the chance to see more of those later. And then we also have a bunch of chickens. We have about 25 chickens. They produce eggs for me and my family to eat. We were talking about my love of the cold cheese before. Let me tell you, every morning for breakfast, I have a bagel. I put one of those farm fresh eggs on it. I fry it up with pepper. I put a slice of Colby cheese on there. Then I put 2 slices of the uncured ham on there. It's uncured, right? Yeah, it is. I'm checking for verification. I put 2 slices of ham on there, and I'm like, this is breakfast of champions. This is gonna get me through my day. Like, that's so good. So good.
Sounds great.
My stomach is growling now. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Well, we have some questions here.
Does
Sabrina,
anyone else have?
Yeah. Sabrina, do you know which state has the most organic valley farmed acres?
I do know that because we did a video on that and I got to be in it. So the #1 organic valley dairy farm with the most organic farmed acres is Wisconsin.
Woo-hoo!
And this
You
is
are
where
correct.
Organic Valley was
Go,
founded in
Sabrina.
1988.
Yes.
Winner, winner.
Yeah.
You'll get your prize later.
Yes, with 81,000 acres managed by Organic Valley farmers in the state of Wisconsin.
So I have a little hill I'm going to hike up, but I think we're going to go show you guys the milking parlor in a second. Hopefully
Perfect.
there's still cows in there. But as you saw before, the parlor's pretty empty. So there's a lot of cows leaving right now. And I'm going to switch my Wi-Fi sources in a second, just to warn you. So I might be a little glitchy.
No worries. Sabrina, while you do that, let's do a gifting. Give some stuff away to our live viewers.
Yeah, share a like if you're up for some gifts.
Woo woo! I'm up for some gifts.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, welcome back. We have more gifting with our Farmer Day live stream. Happy National Farmers Day. This time, we're gifting the things that you know and love. Organic Valley products, that's right. Milk, eggs, cheese, produce even, whatever your heart desires. We'll be gifting some free product coupons to a couple of lucky folks. So if you haven't been with us yet, we need you to screenshot. Grab your phone and about 5 seconds, I'll have you take a screenshot of what you see on the screen. Okay, we're gonna count down. 3, 2, 1, take a screenshot. Perfect, I hope you got it. Now all you need to do is post that photo to Instagram by 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight, tag Organic Valley, and you may be the lucky recipient of one of our gifts. Happy National Farmers Day.
Yeah, thank you for all of you that are joining us today to help us celebrate National Farmers Day. We're really thankful for all the work that they do every single day to provide great products for all of you.
And we will be live all day. We started at 7 a.m. this morning. We're going to 7 p.m. So stick with us all day or come back on later. We'll have new farmers joining us, new hosts. Yeah, it'll be a good day. Yeah. Welcome, welcome. We have some new people joining us. Somebody, let's see, live from the chat. If you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat. We'll try to get to them. Or give us some love. Tell us where you're at, and we can give you some shout outs as well. And Sabrina is back.
Hey everyone, we're in the milking parlor right now, and all of these girls who are looking at me, they're getting milked. They're just gonna stand here and hang out for about 10 minutes while we have 2 guys in the parlor down below, and they're just putting milkers on cows and getting them taken care of, getting that nice, good product.
Yeah, that probably feels great for them. Sabrina, can you tell us the process for milking, how excited the girls are.
Yeah, so I'm gonna flip around here for a second. So right now I'm in the milking parlor. I'm gonna flip around and show you guys the milker. So these girls you were just looking at are getting let out right now. So they're all done. They're gonna head off back to the barn. They're gonna go out to pasture and hang out. Right now we're hosing down where they used to be, making sure everything stays nice and clean in here. I'll flip around, walk back down the stairs. We have actually a really cool setup in our parlor. So these girls here just got their milkers put on. And as you can see, we got this pulsating. So this is gonna pump 40 times a minute. And that's just gonna pump the milk down into this contraption here. And then all of that milk is gonna go through this blue tube and it's gonna go out into our bulk tank. So when the cows first come in, we're gonna strip out by hand a few squirts of milk. So we're just gonna come in. I don't have gloves on right now. It's really important that they're gloved when they do all of this stuff. So they'd come in, they do a couple hand strips on the teats, and then we have this brush here, and it has a saline solution. If you know what that is a salt water mixture. And that solution is gonna clean all the teats. Let me turn it on for a second so you can see it. So there's liquid coming out of it, but it's gonna clean them all, and then it's gonna dry them all as well. So we make sure that their udders are nice and clean before we put that milker on, because it's really important to have a clean product, right? So as soon as they're done getting that wash, then we put the milkers on. So I don't know how long these guys have been on, but as soon as they're done, the milker's gonna just fall off. It's gonna fall off because we have this down here. It's called a flow chart. So when it says that F on there, that's how many pounds she's given a minute right now. But then when it switches to that 19, that's how many pounds of milk she's given so far. So when that flow gets down to about 0, the milker's just gonna fall off. And as soon as it's done, we're gonna put an iodine mixture on it. So this here is an iodine. It's a dip cup. And we're gonna just put iodine on the udder as soon as we're done milking them. Make sure no bacteria gets in there. So as you can see, he's stripping out the milk right here. And then he's coming in and he's scrubbing everything.
Those are some well taken care of cows. So Sabrina, this reminds me of my next question. Somebody wants to know, what is your favorite chore and your least favorite chore on the farm?
My favorite chore is probably letting cows out to pasture. It's a lot of fun. Seeing them romp and run is always exciting. If you follow me on any of my social media pages, I post a lot of videos of cows running around, having fun in the pasture. And it's just really nice. It's a relaxing thing. You get to be with the animals. You're outside. There's sometimes a little excitement if like a storm's coming and you need to bring the cows in. Or, you know, if it's like a full Sunday and you're just letting them out. It's always a good time letting cows out. My least favorite chore, it's picking rocks. So you might say, picking rocks? Sabrina, do you guys grow rocks on your farm? Unfortunately, no, we do not grow rocks on our farm, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. So what that chore is we go into the fields and we drive through the fields, and if we see a rock sitting in the field, we pick it up and we put it either in the skid steer bucket, or we have a Gravely and a mule, a Kawasaki mule, and those are just like ATVs, kind of like a gator, where they got a bench in front and then like a bed in the back. So otherwise I'll put the rock in the bed of this ATV and I'll haul it off somewhere. But it's annoying. It's in the middle of summer. It's really, really hot on those days when we pick rocks. Your hands get all full of dirt and dry, and I hate that. So that's why I hate picking rocks. But it's a really, really important job to do, because if we're driving through the field with machinery and that rock damages something, that's a huge problem for us.
Totally understand that. We have some new people joining. Owatonna Elementary, Owatonna, Ohio. Somebody from Bellflower, California. Welcome. Happy National Farmers Day. We are from Cashton, Wisconsin, and we are with Sabrina on her farm in Wisconsin. Sabrina, where are you located one more time for our new viewers?
Yes, so we are just south of La Crosse, Wisconsin. We are in what's called the Driftless region of Wisconsin. We're about 20 minutes away from Cashton, which is where you guys are right now at Organic Valley's Cashton building. We're one of the local farms for Organic Valley. And there's just a huge community of OV farms right in this area. We're just like a little belt in the Midwest of Organic Valley Farms, because this is where it all started in 1988. Just down the road, we have a couple of the original farms right here. And if you guys have ever heard of the Cashton Creamery, or if you've ever had Organic Valley butter, that is made just down the road from us at a local creamery, which is super duper cool.
Yeah, Sabrina, somebody's wondering, Mrs. Wilson's class is wondering, do you have any horses on your farm?
We had a horse. Her name was Bailey. She was very old. She was a sweet, sweet, sweet girl. Unfortunately, she's no longer with us, but she was a really great addition to our farm family for a long time. And we called her the guard horse because she'd sit at the end of the road. If anyone came to the farm late at night, she'd follow them around and she'd whinny at them. She'd just sit there and she'd be like, whoa, like, you know, as a horse does. But she was a real big sweetheart. And she was just a really good addition for us on the farm for a long time.
Yeah, those are some good questions. Keep them coming and we'll get those over to Sabrina, and also let us know where you're at. We can give you a shout out. We have lots of schools and classrooms joining us. We love that. So welcome, welcome.
It's just a beautiful view behind you, Sabrina, this morning with the rolling hills, the lush green grass. It looks like a beautiful fall day in Wisconsin.
Yeah, so actually all the cows out on pasture are right behind me right now. There's supposed to be a group that's going to be right down here. I don't know if they're going to go out in time, because those are the cows that are still in the milking parlors. So hopefully everyone else is outside. Why can't I go outside? It's like recess, you know, when you're sitting in your classroom, you look out the window, everyone else is at recess and you have to do math class. You know, they're ready though. They're ready to go out. As soon as they're done, they're going out.
And Sabrina, remind us, how many cows do you have on your farm?
So we have 350 cows on our family's farm. We're a little bit bigger, but we have a lot of family here. Me, my brothers, I have two brothers. I have an older brother and a younger brother. My dad's still on the farm. I also have grandparents who still live on the farm. They live, I'm going to flip the camera around for a second. There's a brick house off in the distance there. I think you guys can see it. That's where my grandparents live. And the original farmhouse. It's one of the oldest farms on our ridge where we farm. It's over 100 years old.
Very cool. While the cows are in the pasture behind us, somebody online is also wondering, does wildlife ever visit your cows while the cows are out on pasture?
Yes. So we have a lot of rabbits around here that like to hang out in pasture. We actually have a pet frog. I'm going to tell you. His name is Sapo. He lives by the milking parlor and he likes it because it's warm up here. So he likes to hang out. He stays outside, but he likes to hang out by the milking parlor all the time. And he's just always funny to run in. We're like, oh, there's Sapo. He's hanging out by us again. He's really great. We have a lot of birds out here. A lot of sparrows like to live out here. A lot of squirrels outlive in our pasture because there's a lot of woods around our pastures, as you can see. A lot of trees in the background here. See them more over there. But yeah, there's a ton of wildlife out here. We have a lot of bugs. I'd say our insects are probably the biggest wildlife we have. Earlier this year. I gotta pause that. Here he comes.
Who do we got? Kitty.
He's my cat. He's been missing all morning. And finally
he's
made an appearance.
Orange cats are the spunkiest.
These are my stinky.
Yeah, that's what they do. Those orange cats.
Baby boy. This is Ginger. He comes up every morning and looks for his little dish of milk. He's probably out checking things out. He likes to run the territory. All those woods out here, he likes to go walking there at night. And then he comes back in the morning in time for milking. But he's late this morning, so he didn't get his stuff yet. You can hold this, I want to pick him up.
Now he's demanding his milk. He's like, give me that milk. Hello, I'm here for it, please.
He's purring really loud right now. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
Sabrina, you have a lot of animals.
He's a troublemaker.
Oh, how do you come up with all the names for your animals?
So I don't like reusing names, so I haven't done that yet. But some people might have seen the kittens before. We usually wait to name our animals because we want to make sure they develop a personality and we really get to know them before we name them. So Ginger here is actually named for his pretty blonde color because it kind of looks like a ginger plant. We have one cat, his name's BK, and that stands for Bunker Kitty because he lived in that back bunker where we were before with all the feed. That's his home. He likes to go back there and hang out. So his name's BK for Bunker Kitty. I'm trying to think. We have another one. His name, I call him Big Fuzzy because he's big and he's fuzzy. He's super pretty.
Appropriate name.
I have one named Big Mama because she's really big and she has a lot of kittens every year. So, and a lot of the calves have names too. So I have like Kari is one of the cows. I have Angel. I have Peach. We have one. Her name's Bessie, and her mom was named Betsy, and they were super, super cute. But
that cat is just loving you. That cat is living its best life.
Oh yeah, he's spoiled, all right. I call it. He has a little wood rock he likes to sit on, and I call it his throne. And he sits there every morning, and he yells at me to feed him. He's like, meow, meow.
Typical cat.
Well, thank you again, Sabrina, for all that you're doing, and happy National Farmers Day to you. You were getting some love on some signs in the background behind us. Lots of love online as well as people are helping us celebrate National Farmers Day today. So thank you again.
Oh, that's fantastic. I'm so happy to have this support from all of our consumers and everyone else around. So thank you to everyone who tuned in. Like, it means a lot to us, to be able to share our story with you. You guys are the people who let us farm. You guys are the people who keep us in business so that me and my brothers and my dad can do what we love and be able to do it in a way that's not only good for us, but it's good for the earth and it's good for our cows. Our cows mean so much to us. They're our world. They're our whole world. I was talking to Josh, who's out here on the farm with me before. I said, there's comfort in knowing that my cows will always be there in the morning. And there's comfort in knowing that there are great people like all of you on the live stream right now who are going to support us and our cows and our dreams. This is a dream. My dad talks about when he came here in 1972, he was 10 years old. His dad had bought the farm and he said, Dad, I'm never going to leave. And he never did. He's been here. He's going to be 60. He's been here for 50 years now.
Love that.
And he gets to watch his 3 kids come here. And hopefully he gets to watch his grandkids come here in a few years. And, that's our family. Our family, we're just a bunch of farmers trying to make it and living the dream. So
that's
amazing. All we can hope to do.
That's an awesome story. So Sabrina, you have 2 brothers and yourself. Who's going to take over the farm? Are you guys going to have to rock, paper, scissors? Who wants it?
It's a constant struggle bus.
Yeah.
I think, so me and my older brother both went to UW-Madison. We both studied dairy science. I studied egg business as well. And my younger brother studied diesel mechanics. That's his stick. He loves the cows. He loves the machinery. He's the guy driving the big tractors. He fixes everything. He loves doing that. And that's a really important part of the farm too. If anything breaks down, Jackson's there fixing it, making sure everything's greased up, making sure everyone knows how to fix things in the future if need be. He's so good at that. I think we all bring our strengths to the table. I'm really good at working with the animals. My older brother's pretty good at working with the animals too. He's really a jack of all trades on the farm. I think right now with our dad still in the picture and being as involved as he is, we're still trying to figure out where we all fit in place. And I mean, we're young. I'm 23 years old. My little brother is 20 right now. He's going to be 21 in a few months. But I think right now we're still just trying to figure out how we work on the farm, but also how we work as a dynamic, because there's 3 of us and we're siblings, and you know how you are with your siblings.
Yeah, always getting along, right? Smooth sailing.
Yeah. We had an Organic Valley tour out here, and they're like, and they all get along, and my mom was like, well as they can. Oh my gosh, I gotta stop for a second. He's
Sabrina,
climbing.
There's a little there's a 10-year-old who would like to know, do you have any pigs on your farm? Do you have
Oh,
I'm
she's
sorry,
muted.
I lost you for a second. Can you repeat that?
Do you have pigs on your farm?
Unfortunately, right now we do not. Sometimes we'll have a few in there. We recently had 2. Their names were Wilson and Sheldon. Funny story about them. So there's another organic farm down the road, and they sold some pigs, and the pigs got loose when they sold them. And the sheriff came up to our place and he was like, "Timothy, you're missing some pigs. Like, there's pigs out on the roads." And Dad was like, "Those pigs aren't mine." So we set up this elaborate trap and we caught the pigs. And at that point, they were ours to keep. So we kept them for our family. And they were really nice pets for about a year. Their names were Sheldon and Wilson. And they were funny little guys.
Oh,
And
so you
lived
didn't
down by
choose the
cats.
pigs. The pigs chose you. They're like, this is our new
Yes.
home. We want to be here. This is an awesome farm and an awesome family. Love it.
Yep, and we fed them really, really well because they're pigs. They like a lot of food, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, someone else, Sabrina, wants to know, is farming hard?
It is hard, mostly because I'm not a morning person. People are like, "Oh, you must wake up so early in the morning." I'm like, absolutely not. I am a night owl. I stay up super late all the time. The hardest part sometimes for me is getting out of bed in the morning, but then I have to remind myself, like, the animals are waiting on me. Like, I have to get going. Like, I don't want to say, it's hard to get out of the bed in the morning, but I'm just not a morning person.
It really is.
I'd say that's the hardest thing for me.
What is your
the
why?
hardest thing? How hard can it be?
Yeah, Sabrina, I think this goes along with that, but what is your why? Why do you do what you do?
Why do I do what I do? I said before, there's comfort in knowing my cows are there in the morning, and there's the spontaneity of never knowing what's going to come next. It's such a big world. There's so much going on right now, and I think being able to find something that you really love like this. Am I blurry right now? Sorry.
No, you're good.
You're good.
Yeah.
Okay. My why. There's comfort in knowing my cows will be there. There's the spontaneity of never knowing what's coming next. I get to be out here with my family. I get to see my cats every morning. I love my cows, and I love trying to make a better world, right?
Absolutely. That's a great answer. We have a couple more people joining us. Hello from a homeschool family in Arizona. Hello. And Harper, 10 years old, says your cats are so cute. We totally agree, Harper. We're loving the cats.
I'm also loving the cats.
Yeah, who does?
He's still lurking around. He might have found a spot to sit down, though, for a little bit because he's not getting the love and attention he thinks he deserves.
So what time do you start farming in the morning? I'm not a morning person either. So what time do you have to get up?
So I usually wake up a little after 6 and get up here, and try to be up here at 7:30. I like to stop at my parents' house for breakfast every morning. Toby, also, we're picking you up over here, just so you know. Anyways, sorry about that.
You're good.
I try to be here early. My brother lives on the farm. He gets here earlier. It's a little bit of grief.
That family dynamic. And how late do you have to farm in the evening? Do you take like a little siesta in the afternoon and then come back at night to get a cow's milk one more time?
No, I stay here until I'm allowed to go home.
Okay.
I actually don't. I live off the farm. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I'm going to show you real quick. I missed it. A big truck just drove by. That was my little brother. I think you could hear it in the background. But I live off a farm. I hope to move back up here in a few years. But when my brother got married last year, I got kicked out of the house so he could start a life, which fair enough. But I come up here. I try to be here in the morning. I'm here as late as they need me. Sometimes that's 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock at night. Other times that's maybe 10 o'clock at night, 10:30.
Wow.
There's a while during evening pasturing where I was stuck here at 11 o'clock at night.
It's a long day. Thank you, Sabrina, for all that you do. We've got a lot of comments in the the chat too, thanking you for everything that you do. Thank you for sharing your story with us today and helping us celebrate National Farmers Day.
Yeah. And Sabrina, you'll be back with us later today, correct?
Yes, I will be. We'll be doing evening milking, and we'll probably be doing some similar stuff. And hopefully we can see more cats then too.
Oh, love that. We're here for the cats. I think you'll be back at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. So we're looking forward to that.
Yep.
We'll see you then.
Yeah, awesome. It was great talking with you guys. To everyone who's on the live stream, stick around. There's more coming.
That's right. That's right. Lots of love coming in. We love it. Keep it rolling.
Yeah. Up next is Jordan.
Oh my
and
God,
it looks like
Jordan.
he's here.
Jordan's ready to rock and roll.
Could I say hi to Jordan real quick? Hi, Jordan.
Yeah.
Hi.
Me and Jordan are friends.
It's all right.
Hi, Jordan. Bye, Jordan.
Bye. And hi to everybody else. I'm Jordan Settlage. And
even though he lives in Ohio, we're both young farmers together.
that's right.
All right.
So yeah, I'm Jordan Settlage, and thanks for joining in for National Farmers Day. And we're out here in a pasture. We can see some cows in the background. They're just coming into the field now. So they're entering through that entrance point back there, if you can see it.
Hi, Jordan.
Good morning, Jordan.
Hello.
We've never met, so this is first introductions for everybody. I'm Lexi Liam. I'm a farm energy specialist here at Organic Valley, and I'm also an Organic Valley farmer myself, so it's super great to meet you, Jordan.
Yes, it's nice to meet you as well.
Hey, good morning, Jordan, and everybody online. My name is Zach Bierman, and I work in the carbon insetting program with Lexi. I'm the cropland and compost manure specialist. I've worked for the co-op 27 years this year, and it's a wonderful day here in the Kickapoo Valley at the Cobb Building in Caston. We've finally been getting some rain, so we're just about as green as you, Jordan, now.
Well, that's good. We've been incredibly dry here, so but thankfully we still got some good pasture. So
yeah, we've been really dry here also. We only had around 4 inches of rain the entire summer. So, and lately we've had several inches of rain in the last couple of weeks. But yeah, we were as dry as I've ever seen in my whole lifetime here in the valley. So,
Jordan, can you tell us where you are?
yeah, so I'm in St. Mary's, Ohio, and so we're between New Knoxville and St. Mary's, and that'd be Western Ohio. And we've been farming here for 150 years through the family. I'm a 6th generation farmer, and so yeah, but that's where we're located.
And look at fall has arrived at your farm. Look at those beautiful colors behind you.
Yeah, so earlier I believe it was Ty was saying that all their beautiful fall foliage had blown off, but thankfully we still have some of that here for everybody to see and enjoy today. So yeah, the trees in the background are changing color, and this happens to be my favorite time of year. I always enjoy the fall. I like cool weather, and the cows like cool weather as well. So yeah, it's pretty much it doesn't get much better than this.
If you guys like cool weather like Jordan and myself, give us some love in the chat. I agree. I think at our farm, like Zach was saying earlier, we were pretty dry and pretty warm this whole summer, and the second that we got some cooler temperatures, we let the cows out and they were just kicking and dancing, and it was like their whole new personalities showed up. So it sounds like our cows are pretty similar.
Yeah, I think cows, it doesn't matter where they're at across the country, they're going to enjoy being out in something like this. It just doesn't get much better for a cow than this. This is what cows are designed to do. Be out in lush green pastures, grazing away, hauling their own manure, and just really getting the whole system going the way it's designed to go. And that's something that we're big believers here on our farm, is that, we're trying to manage this whole ecosystem to the best of our abilities. So we want these cows out here grazing fresh greens that you can see here, like the alfalfas and the grasses and the clovers. And so they're going to take all that they're grazing, and then they're going to eat it down. They're going to turn that into delicious, nutritious, nutrient-packed milk. And then while they're out here, they're also going to do some bathroom breaks, of course. And those bathroom breaks end up going back into the soil. One of the amazing things about soil, once it gets going and really working, it digests that manure very, very rapidly, and that goes down back into the soil, and then the plants pull the nutrients back out of that and grow green again. And while all that's happening, when you have all this in pasture like it is, it's like a big giant green sponge across the landscape. So when it rains, the water's trapped here. It's not running off into our rivers and streams, and all the nutrients are trapped here as well. So it's just a really cool system, and that's what we believe in on our farm.
Jordan, can I ask you, when you're talking about nutrient management and moving the cattle around, and how often do you rotate your cattle, or how long are they on one particular piece of pasture before you move them to the next?
Oh yeah, it's an excellent question. Thanks for asking. So as we can see, the cows are actually entering right now behind me, right there. And so we come in through a candlestick system. So it's a single wire, and we lift that wire up, and then they come into this piece, and they're gonna be grazing this for one day. And then once they're done out here, they'll be going off further in the distance that way. And so
behind you,
it's a little, yeah, it's behind me. So we're moving to the north. So I don't know if you can tell my facing right now, but I can walk over and show where we grazed yesterday, and or actually into last night, into this morning, where they would have been when we brought the cows up for milking this morning. Would have looked like this last night. In fact, I was on the phone last night and showing off what we were grazing, and that's behind me, and you can tell it's all grazed off, and now it's short.
So how long
it looks
they were on that piece of ground for 24 hours? Or
no, they were only on that piece of ground for about 8 hours in between milkings.
8 hours.
And yeah, and so they grazed it off completely, and then where we're at now, you can see is green. Well, you can see the stripe right there of where the divider line was.
Yep. So do you use a power wire to back them to keep them off of where they had already grazed, or not? Do they just stay where they?
Yeah. So when we put them into a new paddock, they're always getting a complete new paddock. So they're going to be getting everywhere that they're standing, grazing, laying down, everything is going to be new from where they were before. And the way we're keeping them divided is this little wire right here. And I don't want to touch it because it's on. I meant to turn it off for video reasons so I could touch it and whatnot. No, we're not doing that experiment today. So, but no, it's just this little tiny wire is all that's keeping them in the field. And there would be one over on the far side. So we call this the back wire. And then the one that's on the front of the paddock is the lead wire. And then so when we go to change them after the next milking but tomorrow morning, we'll be pulling this wire out, rolling it up, and the lead wire will become the back wire, and there'll be a new lead wire put in, and we'll make an entrance point with a candlestick where we just lift the wire up in the air, which I can show that off too if people are interested in seeing it.
Yeah, Jordan, why don't you take us to, sorry to cut you off. Why don't you take us to go see some of the cows? We've had some questions before. Do cows talk to each other? What are they doing right now? And can we see them up close? We're just making you hype today.
Yeah, not a problem. So we're in a pretty big paddock. We got quite a few cows in here, and sometimes they're in a mood where they're just all about the attention, and sometimes they're not. So we'll have to see. We'll see how curious they want to be. So, but yeah, cows. There's a lot of cow psychology things to know as a farmer, and there's a lot that's just interesting about cows. But cows have friends. Cows have their same little cliques and their social groups. Cows have cows that they don't like. For the most part, cows will run in a linear hierarchy. So you have a boss cow, and you have one leader cow out of all these cows that's in charge and always in charge. And for a lot of years, we had a cow named Bridget. And Bridget was the lead cow for about 8 years. And didn't matter where Bridget went, everybody else was going along. So she decided to go there. This happens to be Blue Dozer right here.
Hi, Blue Dozer.
Blue Dozer.
Blue Dozer, yeah.
Dozer.
She the boss?
All right, well, no, she's not. She's hey, where you going, girl? We'll try to find Princess. Princess is the most obnoxious cow we got as far as personality goes for loving people. So she's a real, she thinks she's a dog, I think.
So Jordan, you're talking about your cows. This is probably an awful question to ask you, but do you have a favorite cow? And I know that's probably or favorites.
We won't tell the other cows.
We won't tell them. Our mouths are shut. Do you hear that, guys?
I absolutely have favorites. Yeah. So my number one favorite cow is Dagny, and I don't see her right here offhand. So her number is 606. She happens to be one of these cows that's almost solid black, And she's just a really good cow. She was one of the first cows that we raised on her mom. So we raised a lot of our calves on their moms. And so she nursed her mom, was raised by her mom, hung out with her mom for the first 4 or 5 months of her life. And then just was a cool heifer. And so a heifer would be a younger cow that still's never had a baby and is not in milk. It's just an adolescent cow. And then she came into milk in 2018, and she's had a calf every single spring since. She's just a really good producing cow. She's not friendly, but she's not friendly. She's one of those just great cows. She just does what she's supposed to do, and yeah, she knows what's going on. So this is Princess right here.
Oh yeah.
Hi, Princess. Princess, can you say hi to all the school kids that have joined us?
Oh, yeah.
Folks from New York, from Ohio. Let's give Princess some love.
You want to be on TV?
She's got a nice hairdo.
Oh yeah.
Kisses.
There you go. Right up there.
Usually she's more friendly than this. Usually she's like trying to eat my hat and everything else, but
maybe a little camera shy today. So what is Princess's breed here, Jordan? I can guess, but I would love for you to tell us.
Yeah, she's a Jersey. So she's like full blood Jersey, and it shows. So there's different breeds of cows. Your primary dairy breeds in the United States are going to be your Holsteins and Jerseys. And Holsteins are usually the bigger, taller, black and white ones. I got a couple right there in the background. Other side of my head. Anyways, wherever there are, those are your Holsteins. Your Jerseys are going to be these tan ones like her, and with some dark points. Jerseys are going to be the ones that make your higher butter fat, a little bit lower producing on milk, and your Holsteins are going to be your higher producers on milk, a little bit lower on the component side, so a little bit less butter fat. You know, they're kind of like naturally making skim milk, where your Jerseys are naturally making whole milk. And I mean, that's not entirely true, but you know, for simple understanding, that would be kind of a big difference. Jersey's mature weight, they're going to be somewhere around 1,000 pounds. Mature Holstein's going to be 1,250, 1,350, 1,450. People breed for different sizes and statures and whatnot. And then on our farm, I don't know if you noticed in the background, but we have lots of breeds of cows. So we have your Jerseys, like we saw Princess. We had the Holsteins that were in the background. We have Blue Dozer that we showed a minute ago. She's like 7% milking shorthorn, 93% Holstein. And that's where you get that cool blue color that comes through. And I didn't talk on her much, but Blue Dozer's Blue Dozer because she's acts like a bulldozer and she's a little bit blue. So she's Blue Dozer.
And Jordan, how do you come up with your cows' names? These are pretty unique, and I'm in love with all of them, and I might use some of them on my own farm. But what inspires you?
Just a lot of different things. I'll try to find Mawingu. Mawingu is one of my favorite named cows, and she's another one of my favorites. Okay. So yeah, coming up with names. So sometimes it's just their personality, how they act and behave, and they just kind of get a name that sticks to them. Like Blue Dozer happens to be blue and acts like a bulldozer. And then Mawingu actually means cloud in Swahili. And we had a guy that worked for us that was from Tanzania, and he spoke Swahili and said she's like as light as a cloud. She just dances on her feet. So we named her Mawingu. And then
nice.
Dagny. Dagny came from a book. Princess was named by my daughter. So I'm married. I have 3 kids, and my daughter Nora really likes Princess, and we asked her what we should name her. She said, I think we need to name her Princess. So Princess is the name that she got.
Yeah.
If you could, any of you in the chat have a suggestion for names for Jordan, let's fill the feed. So it's a wide variety of names.
Yeah, for sure.
Jordan, on our farm, we have Montbéliard crosses with Holsteins, and I know that you also have that breed in your herd. Can you tell us a little bit why you think it's important, or why you crossbreed your cows?
Yeah, so right here's a Montbéliard cross, which happens to be Mawingu. Right there.
Hi, Mawingu.
That red cow with a white face. Yeah, so there's different reasons for why people cross or why they like to cross. We like to crossbreed because you get a lot of benefit from each of the breeds, especially in a first generation cross. And so we're crossing like Jerseys onto Holstein. That way we can kind of reduce their stature, get kind of a smaller overall framed cow that still has some good components, but yet good milk production. And then we really like going back to the Montbéliard. In our experience, these Montbéliards like Mawingu right here in the background, they bring a little bit more meat on the bone for the cow, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking for an athletic build on our cows. We want some Olympic athletes out here because our cows have to walk to the field and they need to move back and forth. So we're not trying to breed for runway models. We're trying to breed for Ronda Rousey's, which was a UFC fighter. We're trying to get, just a little bit more frame on a cow because they need to be able to carry themselves. We're expecting them to walk to the field twice a day. We're expecting them to raise their babies. We're expecting them to carry all their manure back to the field. And we're expecting them to be out in the field grazing while they're out here. So we just want cows that are going to be built and designed for around our system, and what we feel we need is a more athletic build in our cow.
Jordan, let's switch gears a little bit. And can you tell us why you decided to be a farmer? Why you chose this career?
I think it chose me. No, I don't know.
It does sometimes.
I grew up. It did. So I grew up here. I grew up farming, and I guess a little bit of my whole backstory then is when I was in 5th grade, I wrote my first report in Mrs. Waterman's class, which maybe she's listening in. She's the
let's hope so.
superintendent at the school where my children go. And but no, I wrote a report in 5th grade about when I grow up, I'm going to be a dairy farmer. And then when I was a little bit older, I told my dad that when I grow up, I'm going to be a dairy farmer. And he's like, yeah, I grew up milking cows. We're not milking cows. And so I worked on it. He said, you get a job working for a dairy farmer and let me know if you really want to milk cows. And so I did. I got a job working for a local dairyman when I was in high school, and it was a fantastic experience. Great guy, great family. And then actually went in the military and did that for a few years. Got out, went to college, graduated college, and said, Dad, I want to be a dairyman. And so he's like, all right, let's do it. And so we started a dairy. And then that night, actually, the day that we got approved to ship milk through the state of Ohio, went to an Organic Valley procurement meeting and met our RPM, Rose Smith, and some other employees at Organic Valley. And I said, hey, this is really aligned with my philosophy of dairy farming, and this is something that I would want to do. And so we did. And so, yeah, we've been doing this now for about 8 years, I guess. And yeah, really like the idea of pasturing cows, really like the idea of the whole organic system, and everything once I learned about it, it's really aligned with working with nature, as I said before, and working with the ecosystem and just trying to manage it and ride that wave and try to do things to the best of our ability every single day.
Well, shout out to all those people who were there at the right time to encourage you to come to Organic Valley. We're really happy to have you as one of our members. Can you talk a little bit about what's the schedule of a farmer? I know it's different. We probably didn't wake up at the same time. So can you just give us a little glimpse at what time do you wake up? What are the chores like? What have you already done today?
Right. So every day is a little bit different on our farm. So we actually do a 10 and 7 milking schedule. So we milk roughly every 16 hours. But it comes out to there's 168 hours in a week. So that's a couple extra hours and a couple milkings in there. But yeah, so we wake up bright and early and bring the cows up. And so they would have been in that field like I showed earlier over there, and brought the cows up, got everybody milked, got them a little breakfast. So we've been really dry here this year. So we are feeding our cow or supplementing some feed up at the bunk. So they got to eat a nice little breakfast. It also had all their multivitamins and minerals and all that stuff in it. And then we set up fence out here. So we set up this new paddock with the wires like I talked about before. And yeah, and then I got on this call. So and then different days are different things. So during the summer, we'll spend hours making hay for winter feed so the cows can eat the same stuff in the winter. So we make a lot of baleage, which would be essentially the same stuff we see in the background here. We alfalfa, clover, grasses mixed together, put into bales and stored up at the farm so that the cows can have basically the same diet prepared and ready for them all winter long. Some days we're working with cows. We have cows having babies all the time. So we're dealing with taking care of the babies as they're born and making sure that everything's getting going right in their life right out of the gate. Yeah, so that's kind of a normal day. And then you always have your bad days where things break or people don't show up or people do show up that weren't supposed to show up or sales people show up. And, it's fun.
Well, Margot from Florida wants to know, Jordan, what is your favorite Organic Valley product?
I'm a big fan of fluid milk. I drink half a gallon to a gallon of milk a day, and it's just, for me, doesn't get any better than just some straight milk from a cow. And but since that's kind of a cheap answer, I guess I will go with the Stringles. I know a lot of people say Stringles, but the Stringles are just so dang good and they're so handy. So I could live on Stringles and milk.
Hey, Stringles, do you eat them with a bite, or do you peel them and eat them slow?
Okay.
It just depends on the situation. So if I have time to enjoy my Stringle, it's definitely necessary that you peel it and eat it one little piece at a time. And then when you get right about to the last 15%, you got to really strip down little pieces and savor every moment of it. But if I'm in a hurry, I just chunk that thing down. So yeah.
I have been an Organic Valley kid my whole life. So Stringles, I think in body weight, I'm like half Stringle probably at this point. And I just bite them straight through.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We might be starting some fights in the chat. I'm not sure, but
yeah, got a poll going.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So if you bite your Stringles, let us know. If you pull your Stringles, let us know. There's no right way. That's what we're gonna say.
Keep eating.
Fair
them.
enough.
Just keep. Yeah. Exactly. Keep eating them. So, well, Jordan, we're gonna pull a question here from the silo. Oh gosh, Zach.
Let's see. This should be interesting.
There are a lot of questions here.
What's your least favorite farm chore?
Ooh.
Like, if you could get somebody else to do it for you every time, which one is it?
Changing silo doors. So you just pulled a thing from a silo. So silos are these large containers that hold feed for the whole winter, in our case, for the cows. And there's nothing worse than having to go up the silo, and especially on a really hot, steamy day where you're all sweaty, and then you get hay chaff or corn dust or whatever it is, all in everywhere. And then it's even just as equally bad when it's really cold in the middle of winter and you got coveralls and a coat on and all this extra clothes, and then you're trying to climb up in there, and it's never an enjoyable experience. So yeah, that's a job that I could go away with or do away with altogether.
How often do you have to change a silo door on your farm?
About every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks, you got to change a door.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's a relatively regular job, but thankfully it's not a daily activity or chore.
So Jordan, speaking of food for your cows, we're out on the pasture. They're eating right now. Seasonally, what makes up your cow's diet? Is it primarily grass, or are you feeding them anything else?
Yeah, so we're primarily a pasture-based grass dairy. We do not ship grass milk, so we do feed a little bit of corn. But for the most part, they're going to be eating what we see right here, which this has already been kind of grazed through. And this is going to be your alfalfa, clover, bird's foot, trefoil, and then we have like 4 or 5 different grasses out here. And that's the main focus of their diet. So we're trying to create a very dense pasture sward out here that has a lot of different species growing in it. And the way we try to kind of explain that a little bit is one of my favorite foods is a bacon wrapped filet mignon. And so the legumes out here are like the bacon. The filet mignon itself is like the grasses. And then we also have stuff like chicory, this is what's seen right here. And this is a chicory leaf, chicory and plantain. And we put that out here. And that's kind of like the salt and pepper for the cows. So tastes terrible. I'm not a big fan of chicory, but it's the salt and pepper to the bacon wrapped filet mignon. So
you're making me hungry with that bacon wrapped filet mignon. Yeah. Gosh.
Yeah, me too. So we have a red clover bloom that got destroyed. That'd be like a red clover. People see these in their yards probably. They probably see a lot more white clover in their yard. But yeah, that's what the primary diet is. But
look at him.
Once again,
he's just eating the pasture.
Eat her away.
Yeah, not my favorite flavors, but cows seem to really enjoy them. So we taste test the pasture pretty often ourselves, actually. And what we've learned is that cows really seem to like bitter plants, and then they like sweet plants. So if you ever eat a red clover bloom, it's pretty sweet. People make tea out of them.
They're pretty sweet.
Awesome.
I would agree.
Well, shout out to all the school folks who are joining. We're really excited to have you here. Jordan, is there anything you want to say to any of the schools that have joined us? Any message, personal message?
if my boys are watching, both my boys go to New Knoxville School. And so if New Knoxville School's on here watching, like say hi to Micah and Asher Settlage. And thanks for watching. And thanks to all the other schools that are watching. So I think it's just neat that there's children across the country that are seeing how cows are out on pasture today and seeing how farming works underneath the organic system. And that's just, it's really cool. It's a cool thing to highlight and show off. And
All right, guys, we are going to pop off quick and go to some gifting.
Good luck, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Happy National Farmers Day. Welcome back. Thank you for joining our live stream. It's time to do some more gifting. This time, we're gifting some of these adorable tote bags filled with some Organic Valley swag. What's inside is a surprise. All right, how do you receive a gift from us? Great question. You just have to take a screenshot, so grab your phone. All right, are you ready? When I count to 1, you'll take a screenshot of what you see here. All right? 3, 2, 1. Screenshot. Perfect. I hope you got it. Now all you have to do is post that to Instagram by 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight, and you may be a lucky gift recipient. If you missed it, don't worry. Stick around. We'll be gifting more things later in the stream. Happy National Farmers Day.
Oh my gosh.
There's one of the friendly cows. Hey, welcome back, everyone.
Yeah.
Look at that. Jordan's hat's going to go away. We'll have to get him a new one.
Get a new hat.
We will. So yeah, she's decided now that she wants to be on TV, I guess. Oh my goodness. So
the jitters have gone away.
Yeah, so their tongues are like sandpaper, and that's not exactly a pleasant feeling.
Hey, we've got a surprise from New York. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Let's see the clip.
So if there was any question at whether Jordan was a celebrity or not, I think that's been solidified today. Obviously, Jordan's a celebrity. He's in New York right now, but we're also talking to him. I'm Lexi. This is Zach. And here we are on the Settlage farm. Jordan, how does it feel seeing your face in New York?
Up on the big screen.
Oh, that's kind of wild. Yeah, I would have never expected that. And I didn't get cued into that was going to be happening. So that was that's fun.
A little surprise for you.
Yeah, that's a fun surprise. So I don't know. We were in New York a couple weeks ago for Organic Valley's big launch of protecting where your food comes from, and they put up a small farm in the middle of the city, and it was just a really neat event. Got a lot of consumers out and seeing farmers and talking to farmers and kind of showing off how we farm organically. So yeah, that's pretty cool being in Times Square.
So Jordan, you were talking a little bit before about the cow's tongue feeling like sandpaper. What else is unique about cows that maybe people don't know
Everything.
About? Everything.
What's unique that people don't know about cows? That's a really good question. Yeah, so I guess it's interesting how their whole digestive system works. So that's a fascinating aspect of cows that some people don't realize, that they have a chambered stomach, and the way that they're able to eat all these forages, which people can't digest, at least not at a very high percentage. And they're able to eat all these forages, all this green grass, lush stuff growing out here. They're able to put that down into their stomachs, and then they'll go lay down and rest and ruminate. And then they'll start regurgitating what they have already eaten once and re-eating what they ate once. And then that helps that's the way their digestive system works. And so it's just pretty fascinating. And the fact that they can take the plant fibers and turn that into delicious white milk that we can turn into cream for a coffee and cheese sticks and all that fun stuff. So that's pretty fascinating about cows.
And Jordan, you said stomachs, just to clarify.
It gets into an argument, and I'm sure a vet will end up correcting me on it. So they have a 4-chambered stomach, and some people think they have 4 stomachs, but they have a rumen, abomasum, a masum, and a reticulum, and that's those are big fancy words, but basically it's just it's a stomach system that's different than how people's are. So they just have different chambers, and they swallow their food and it goes down, and then it goes to these different chambers, and then it passes out the back end of the cow. So yeah.
Wild. All right, well, I think we should go back to the silo.
We'll dig deep.
Yeah, we'll see what...
For a new question.
For a new question for you, Jordan. And if you guys have any questions, pop them in the chat and we'll try to get to them. Also, we have some love. Oh, gosh, I keep hiding them. Marina loves Jordan. We love Jordan here at Organic Valley. Again, celebrity status. There's Clovis. Look at... Can we give some love to Jordan in the chat? Like, give us some hearts.
Oh, that's great.
Can we do that?
I said hi.
This is what it's like at Organic Valley. We just have fun here.
We do. It's a really cool co-op, and that's what I would say for anybody that's watching across the country. You know, this is a co-op that really, really cares about their mission, really cares about their farmers, and really cares about what we're doing for the planet and what we're doing for protecting the soils, protecting the plants, protecting animals, protecting people, protecting your food. It's a lot of different things going on at once, but you know, OV cares, and they show that.
Absolutely. Zach, did you find a good question?
I'm getting there.
He's shuffling through a few. Got to get the right one.
Well, this one comes back from, because I've been here for 27 years, so I remember some of this stuff. So let's ask you, Jordan, did Organic Valley ever sell organic orange juice?
Trivia.
I'm going to go with no.
Organic Valley did sell orange juice in the late 90s. So
wow.
That was when I started in 1996 here at Organic Valley, and I remember when we brought orange juice in, and we actually sold grapefruit juice also, and it was just a wonderful, phenomenal product that we loved, and due to the freezing of the orange trees, they lost their crop, and then we battled through that for a couple years, and then we ended up having to move away from the orange juice pool. But so you got that one wrong, Jordan.
It's okay.
There we go.
It is okay.
You can redeem yourself.
Let's see.
Jordan, we've got a question in the chat. Can you share a favorite memory from one of the days on the farm? I know you've been like connected to farming for a long time, so this could be from your childhood or it could be from your adult life. Anything.
Favorite memory from farming total? I don't know. I can tell a really fun cow story that just sticks out to me. Because there were cows that we started that it was these two friend cows. We had Nestle and Hazel, and it's a fun story to talk about them. It's just a really neat story to talk about cows and cow behavior, and it sticks out, and I've told the story a lot of times. But we had these two cows, Hazel and Nestle, and they were born at the same exact time. And they grew up together, spent their life together. And then unfortunately, Hazel went blind and just plain out couldn't see anything. She'd be in the field with the cows right now and be singled out by herself. And she'd be just petrified and mooing and everything else because she didn't know where she was at. And Nestle was like her caretaker and would just go with her everywhere. And then just due to their pregnancies, they were separated for a while. And then one time, this is where we really learned from it, is that I forget who got put in Hazel was in the pen of milk cows and Nestle had a baby. And when we put Nestle in with the milk cows, she went and found Hazel right away. And they hung out together. And then, and they were just always together. And so I don't know what they knew about each other as far as the one being blind or not, but Nestle was always with Hazel to take care of her and lead her to the field and take her to water and take her to everywhere she needed to go. And it's one of those things that if I were to hear that story, I'd be like, yeah, right. But I mean, we watched it for several years in a row take place. So it's just a really cool story of cows and nature and them working together.
Well, they know how to take care of each other.
And connection. That's so sweet.
Yeah.
Connect. We're going to take a little break here. So we're going to go to commercial.
Thank you.
Ah, nature. Majestic, wide open, teeming with life. From the earthworms down here, enriching the soil, to the songbirds that welcome the sun each day. Good morning, little fawn. Good day to you, salamander. This magnificent, thriving ecosystem can only be found in a wildlife preserve or national park.
Actually, it's an Organic Valley farm.
It's a farm?
Yeah. Where delicious, nutritious, organic food gets its start.
So all that comes from right here?
Yep. And this is just one of over 1,600 organic family farms in our cooperative that make up over 400,000 acres of pristine organic farmland across the country. Land that's protected from toxic chemicals, where nature gets to do its crazy, wild thing.
That cow's quite jubilant.
She sure is. Because the humans that tend the land respect the land, and all the animals that live on it.
All of them?
All of them. But it's not all sunshine and organic daisies.
Oh dear.
The U.S. has lost over 100,000 family farms in the last decade. And once a farm's gone, it's gone forever. And that means there'll be a whole lot less of this and a whole lot more of this. But there's good news.
Thank goodness.
When you choose Organic Valley Dairy, you're choosing to protect this land, the nutritious food it produces, and most joyously, this little guy.
Hello, North American wood turtle.
Because land that supports all this
is land that can support us all.
Now you get it. Organic Valley, protecting where your food comes from.
Hey guys, this is Lexi and Zach from the sustainability team. We're here with Jordan Settlage in Ohio. Shout out to all the schools that are joining, especially ones from Ohio, because this is your home farm, basically. If you guys are interested, and you can see, Zach and I have these awesome Organic Valley t-shirts. You can find them on our website. We'll put the link in the chat. We would love it if you supported our brand. These are pretty new, so these and they're really soft to wear. So take a look. So Jordan.
Yes.
You want to ask him another question? I think that was a good question.
Which one?
The smell.
Smell one?
Yeah.
What is your least favorite smell on the farm?
Yeah, that's a bad question as well, but I'll just go with sour milk. You know, every once in a while you get some milk that gets put in a bucket and it gets left there for overnight or something on accident, and then or let's say like 2 or 3 days on accident, and then you lift the lid or like what's in here and you're like, oh my goodness, that is some sour milk. So
and then you run away.
Yeah. I guess we could circle around on that question and say, what's your favorite smell on the farm?
Fresh cut hay. Doesn't get any better than that.
Hay.
Same.
You're out here in May. We're usually doing first cutting hay in May, and you get out here and that first time you're cutting hay, and it's just like, oh man, they need to make a candle scent like that.
Yeah.
So.
If any of you in the chat are candle makers, maybe we can make a little fresh cut hay candle for Jordan, Christmas gift.
Yeah, there you go. You got one buyer at least. So.
That's
You'll
perfect.
have me buying it.
Fresh cut hay.
So Jordan, you kind of mentioned this earlier, but your cows and their calves spend a lot of time together. Are we able to see any of the calves right now, or can you just like tell us about how that system works and where they are?
Yeah, so there's all the calves we have out here right now are, and I can't figure this out, but they're hiding over here somewhere. Boy, they're hiding off in that distance. If you can see them there, there's one standing out there. It's a black calf with a white face. They're way down there. So we raised a lot of our heifers on their moms. We used to do all of them, and then there's just every once in a while you get a cow calf on that doesn't work that well or whatnot. And anyways, we raised the calves on their moms. So they're nursing their moms. Their moms are taking care of them. They're licking them. They're cleaning them. They're teaching them how to graze. They're walking back and forth to the barn, and they don't go to the milk parlor. The calves don't, which is one of the things we were really worried about. Like, oh my gosh, you know, these little babies going to try to go into the milk parlor and get squished, and not been an issue, but getting a little closer. But the ones we have out here right now are some of our summer-born calves. And once they get about this age, that's when they're a little obnoxious boogers. There's one. Where's that at? It's over here in the grass. You can see it's kind of hiding. And they get pretty dang ornery. And so one of the things about raising them that way is they're not exactly people-friendly a lot of times because they've been raised to know that they're cows. They've been raised by their mom. They realize they're cows, and they realize they're cows and you're people. And they just kind of leave you alone. And but yeah, so they don't. Looks like they're all going to be camera shy, but
well, that's okay.
That's okay.
That's okay.
And they don't stay in by the wire.
We know that
either.
They're there.
So they walk right underneath the wires and they just run around. And like I said, these ones are some summer-born calves, and they do their own thing, which just cracks me up because if I can get this one that's back there hiding by that white barn, right there. He just tries to pester his own mom. So his mom's actually laying down right here. Angie, that black cow laying down right there. And so that's her baby off behind her. And when it comes to milking time, he'll be taking a nap or whatever, and she'll be mooing at him like, "Hey, buddy, it's time to go up to the barn to go get milked." And he happens to be a bull calf. He just does his own thing. He'll just lay here and look at her, and she'll be mooing at him and mooing at him. It's like, "Nah, I'm good, Mom. I'm just gonna hang out." And then the best part is, by the time we get up to milking, he'll come running along then to, like, you know, "Here I am." So he likes
Mr.
doing
Independent.
that.
Mr. Independent.
Right. Yeah. But that's
So,
what happens.
Jordan,
You're about 3 months old, so.
can you tell us about what it's like to live on a family farm? You talked a little bit about, you know, you're a 6th generation farmer. What is that like? How's it like? Who makes up your family? And do you still farm with your family?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So as I said before, I'm married and I got 3 kids. So my boys are getting old enough that they can come hang out and work with me a little bit. My oldest is 8 and my other one's 5. And so they like riding in tractors and doing stuff like that. My daughter likes riding with me in tractors as well. And I farm. And then my dad, he's out here a lot and he helps move fence and drive tractor and all that. So I get to hang out with my dad and my sons on a regular basis. And then my grandfather, so my dad's dad is also still alive, and he's 87. And so he actually lives in this house that's behind me, where that white barn is in the distance. And so him and my grandma are both still alive. So we get to see them all on a daily basis. There's 4 generations alive on the farm right now. And that's a pretty special thing. It's pretty neat that we get to hang out with them and work with them and be along their sides for so much of our life.
Thanks for sharing that, Jordan. That's really special. Do you want to?
I got another question ready for us already. So, what is the best way to support new farmers? So, what's the best way for people to support a farm?
Oh,
like,
man.
All the people listening, how could they support a farm the best?
Yeah, you're giving me all the hard questions, huh? Yeah,
I keep digging for the better ones.
Right. I would say the best thing that you can do to support young farmers and especially small family farms is going to be supporting a co-op like Organic Valley, a company that's really devoted to taking care of small family farms and keeping farmers on the ground and keep the practices and management practices that we're doing here. So yeah, go out and buy as many OV products as possible. That would be the best way to support family farms, young farmers. I think Organic Valley has some of the youngest farmers in the country as far as co-op wide. We have a pretty young average age of farmer. So that right there would show that we got young farmers, and by buying OV products, you're supporting us.
Absolutely.
Keeping people farming.
Absolutely. Jordan, so who is someone that inspires you? I mean, we talked a little about your family, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. But as a farmer, who inspires you to like keep going, to do what you do? Where do you get your inspiration? Because it is it's a hard thing to do day after day. And you said it yourself earlier, it's a little bit difficult on certain days. So what keeps you going?
Yeah, so this is a good question. I've never been asked this before. And
oh, gosh.
I guess the first answer that comes to my mind, when I was younger, when I was not farming, I had the opportunity to work with some really neat guys. And they had a really high standard for me and everybody in our unit. And so there's a couple individuals, and I won't say their names on here, but I still think about them on a regular basis. I think about the standard that they held and what they expected out of you every single day. And that's what keeps me going every single day. So, yeah, that would be the answer to that.
Well, happy National Farmers Day to all who are joining, to all people who inspire farmers, to people who are farmers, people who love farmers, all the stuff. Also, we've got a cow out, and
oh yeah,
somebody's got to get on that. It's not us. It's not our job.
It's running around
it's not
the
our
office.
Job. It is not Jordan's job, thankfully. No cows are out at your house. Yikes.
Not right now. We'll see.
Not right now. It's true. Jordan, how many cows do you have in total? We've talked about your herd a lot, but I don't think we've talked about how many you have.
About 300, 350 maybe, if you counted some of the babies and bulls and whatnot.
How many are you milking at one time?
We're milking about 300, right, or 250, I guess, right now. On a side note, that cow right there is laying with her baby.
Oh yeah.
So that's 6988, and that's her baby laying aside of her. And that's not something that you're going to see every single day. And oops, going the wrong direction.
Hi guys.
that's pretty cool.
Let's give some love to
So,
the mama and baby in the chat. Let's press that heart button and give some love to Jordan for showing us all this cool stuff.
yeah, but yeah, we have quite a few cows that are here, and that's OV as a whole, as a co-op. I think we have the pretty low average, about 80 cows per herd, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We have 35 in my house, so it's really, really small.
35 milking cows?
Yeah, it doesn't take that long. That's why I can like do the milking and come to this,
and still
this
come
job.
to work.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Well, that's when it's the most fun. For me personally, one of the things I love about farming and working with cows is I love being with the cows every single day. You know, I could hang out here, not on the phone for hours, and rub on them and pet on them and watch what they're doing. And it's fun being around cows.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have 35 cows, you can definitely know every single one of your cows inside and out, and know every little personality quirk and every little detail about them. And
absolutely. That's fun. For better or for worse.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's always a couple of those cows that are just, oh man, they just try to push your buttons. So.
Oh, one's laying down, taking a rest. So this is kind of like where they take their naps. This is where they eat. They take their naps during the day. This is where they're chilling.
Yeah, this is where they live their life on our farm. So on our farm, we're trying to be out in the field grazing 270 to 300 days of the year. And mainly because this cow's great. She's still nibbling on grass while she's laying down. Cows were, in my opinion, this is how cows are meant to live their life, is to be out on, they would have naturally been out on the plains and grazing and getting drinking water, grazing and laying down, reproducing, making babies, and just living their life. And we're mimicking that as closely as we possibly can. And so, yeah, these cows are essentially, besides going up to get milk and get some breakfast, these girls are all living their life out here. They're going to spend 270 to 300 days of the year out here. And so they lay down in it. It's soft. I've even seen ads before where it's like, these special beds for cows, bring the pasture indoors. It's like, we'll just leave the pasture out where it's at and let the cows go lay down in it. So, but yeah, they live their lives out here. So they sleep out here. They socialize with their friends out here. They eat out here. They go to the bathroom out here. And then tomorrow they'll be in the very next paddock over. That way they're in a very, very clean environment to start their next day over with. So we're always returning cows to a new paddock, as I'd said before, because they're grazing off what's here. We're trying to size their paddock just right so that the amount of feed that's available is the amount of feed that they need in a day. And then they can do all their manuring and they're sleeping and laying down. And then we'll move them to a fresh piece tomorrow. That way, tomorrow they have a very fresh salad that's been prepared for them. And it's ready to eat and then ready to have them lay on it and poop on it. And then they can go on to the next paddock. So, yeah. They're living their lives.
How long before they're back on this pasture again then? So once they've grazed it today, when will they come back to this same piece of pasture? Like 30 days or 2 weeks or?
We do a 32 to 35 day rotation. So
32 days.
Being that it's mid-October, this might be their last time out here for this year.
Yep.
It's possible that they'll come back out again. Just that kind of depends on the weather. And especially when you get late in the year, sometimes you get a little rain and a little too wet to have cows out. But yeah, about 35 days would be normal. So for us, we're trying to be out in the field by 1st of April, 10th of April, somewhere in that range. And then basically every 35 days, they'd be coming back to the same piece. The way our grazing system works is we have a lane. So the cows come out here on an improved laneway. And then we have a fence on that laneway. So our paddocks are never the same. So, this morning I set them up a 12-post paddock. Last night they were on a 7-post paddock just because we knew they were going to be out there a little less hours just due to what was going on yesterday. And then it's variable. So every time we set up a paddock, next time they come through here, if there's a ton of regrowth, they maybe they'll get 10 posts. And then the next time, if there's little regrowth, maybe they'll get 14 or 15 posts. And that's the spacing that we give them. And so it's a really cool grazing design. I'm sure other people are doing something similar or the same. I don't know. And then we also have water out here in the field for them. So the cows they always have access to water in every single paddock, no matter where we put them. And they always have access to fresh paddock. So there's the lane that they would go down. That's for like tomorrow, they'll go further down that way. That's the direction they came from, was down that way. And then I'm about as far away as I can be from the water. And then we have a buried water line out here. So the cows always have a water trough that they can drink from. And so we drain that every single day. That way it's always fresh, always clean, but it has a float in it so that it's always full as well when the cows are out here.
So food, water, like a bed for naps sounds like the best situation ever. To me,
I'd like to think so, especially
I've
for a
also
cow.
seen you, Jordan, on our TikTok page, laying in the pasture. So the pasture's not just for cows; it can also be for farmers to take naps or to get kisses or whatever you're gonna do. So you can definitely find more content of Jordan's on our YouTube page, our TikTok, Instagram. He's everywhere. Like I said before, he's a little bit of a celebrity. We love him here at Organic Valley. He's definitely a big deal. Jordan, there was a question earlier about how much milk does one cow produce in a day. So can you give us a little bit of idea of how much milk one of your cows is producing?
So our cows average around 50 pounds of milk a day. So 50 pounds. There's
50
nice
pounds,
flat answer for
perfect.
you. You're going to give your...
Oh, gosh.
Some cows, you get your Holsteins that make a lot of milk. What was that?
How many pounds in a gallon?
I said, does
8.6.
anybody know, referencing the chat? Oh, you said already.
8.6. That's right.
Sorry.
8.6. He's giving you the answer, guys. He's giving you the answer. Hello, everybody.
Maybe it's 8.9. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's the answer we're going with. Teachers, correct us if we're wrong here. Welcome, all the classrooms. We're really excited to have you. Some folks from La Crosse, Wisconsin. We are in Cashton, Wisconsin, so we're really not too far away. But Jordan is in Ohio, so we're looking at his farms here. There's the water.
There's the water.
And that's where they get the fresh water. Absolutely. So, Jordan, there was a question a little bit ago. Do cows like belly rubs, or what kind of scratches?
They like behind the ear.
Okay.
Behind the ear is the sweet spot. Of course, nobody's going to be around here that's going to let me show it off, I bet. But, they're all going to be camera shy. But, yeah, behind the ear, if you can get... See, you want behind the ear rub? No. You?
I haven't.
Not today.
Nobody wants one. Oh, here we go. I think we got to take her. I think it's Princess coming back.
Princess.
Nope, it's
Thank
not Princess.
Gosh, Princess, come back.
Nope, it's not. She's walking away from me. But generally right there behind the ear, you really dig in behind their ear, and then once you get that going, they like to put their head up, and then just underneath their chin or their neck, they just really love it. And unlike people, they like really rough. You really got to dig your fingernails into them. And give
now
them
I've got to
rub.
itch myself. I'm feeling itchy. Welcome, everybody from Ohio. Jordan, can you give a wave to all the students in Ohio and Wisconsin and New York who are joining? This is your farmer, everybody. He's awesome.
Thanks.
We've got a really quick question here. Speaking of weather, do the cows mind the rain?
As long as it's warm, generally, no. One of the worst things you can do for a cow is have them in like 32 to 38 degree weather with rain, because that just sucks the heat out of them. But in the summer, when it's warmer out, they'll love the rain. They'll be all standing in it and whatnot. I used to have this cow named Bailey, and we'd spray them with water sometimes. It was really hot. And she was the most obnoxious cow ever to spray with water. She would put her face in it and she loved it. You could spray her for an hour straight with a water hose, and she just loved getting water sprayed all over her face. But no, they don't mind the rain. They don't mind the snow. We've had cows out here before grazing through the snow, where we've gotten kind of an odd season snow or something like that. And they don't mind the cold. Their comfort zone is a lot larger than that of people. And also they like it cooler than people.
Well, good for them. I don't love the cold, but that's okay.
The cold is coming.
We've got some folks from homeschooling in Wisconsin here. Look at
See, that's that under the chin rub. That's what they just.
You can
love
tell that
right
feels good.
Oh yeah,
that looks good.
Oh.
Jordan, how do you keep track of all the cows' names? Like you've got 300. A lot of our teachers are trying to keep track of handfuls of students' names, and they're doing a great job. How do you keep track?
So we actually have numbers in all their ear tags, and that's what we keep track of as far as for record keeping. But then you get cows like this one that's right here. This cow right here is Pi, and she's Pi because she was born on 3/14, so she was born on Pi Day, and that's her name. But you're with these girls every single day, and you're walking through them. and you just start to know them like you know your friends, or you know your pet, and you just know who they are. So you just remember their name. Like you wouldn't forget your friend's name. So and you get a cow like Princess, who's a real stink pot, and you just see her all the time. You're not going to forget her name. And then a lot of them have fun stories to go with it, or you remember that. You know your cows. You're around them all the time, and so yeah, that's how you remember their names.
I got a question here from the silo for you, Jordan. What advice would you give to someone who's interested in being a farmer but doesn't have any background in farming?
Join the Dairy Grazing Apprenticeship Program. So there's a program called DGA. Which is for the Dairy Grazing Apprenticeship Program, and it helps place people either with non-farm backgrounds or that don't have the ability to farm anymore or something backgrounds, and it gets you put on farms that are grazing dairies. So that'd only be for grazing dairies, I guess. And it'll help you find a farm that's looking for work, but also has I believe all the farmers have to have a mindset behind that they want to teach these people, teach them the ropes, teach them how to do this, how things work, and all that. But yeah, Dairy Grazing Apprenticeship Program.
That's really good advice, Jordan. I think it is important for people to get on a farm and work on a farm and learn the work ethic and get up in the morning and do the chores they don't want to do, to enjoy the stuff they do like to do and find out what they want to do.
Jordan, we were just talking about your cows' names, but how old is your oldest cow in the herd right now?
So we started milking in 2015, and we still have, I believe, 8 or 10 of our original cows. So they would all be 2013 babies. So they'd all be 10. And then I had one that we don't have anymore that was 10 or 11. But yeah, we have a handful of 10-year-olds, which are going strong. In fact, that cow that was laying down with her baby that we saw earlier, she's one of those 10-year-olds. So 6988, she had a 2013 birthday.
Wow.
And is the leader of your herd an older cow or a younger cow? How do they decide?
No, it's 954. I just saw her a second ago. I don't know where she went. That's a great question. How they decide, I don't know. But what cracks me up, and it blows my mind, is in our heifer and dry cow group, we have a cow in there, 29078. And she's clearly one of the chief cows in that herd, because the other day we were filling a water, and we were just new to a paddock or whatever, and they're all coming up to drink, and she came up and got a drink, walked off. And then, like 5 minutes later, while the cows are still fighting to drink, she just walks through the whole group, and everybody just clears a path for her. She walks up, gets a drink, and then she's standing there stretching and doing all these other, mannerisms. And it's like, goodness gracious, girl. And but she's definitely either top or one of the top 3 in that group as far as who's in charge. But how they decide, I don't know. But anytime you add a group of cows to the pen, they'll reestablish a hierarchy. We have a cow, Twyla. We don't have her anymore either. And she was always the bottom. She was always like the bottom cow. It didn't matter what they're doing. Twyla's going to be last, and she's not allowed to eat where she wants. She's not allowed to lay down where she wants. And you'll see a cow that's the leader cow. If she walks over and she wants, which they do this, and it's great. These cows have all the space in the world, right? And there'll be a cow that'll walk over to, let's say, this white cow in the background and decide that she wants to lay right there in her spot. And she'll walk over and look at her, and then that white cow will stand up, walk away, all put out. And then the cow that just kicked her out will lay down right in her spot. And it's like, what on earth? Why would you do that? But I don't understand why the bottom cow moved, and I don't understand why the top cow just like to show their dominance or something. But yeah, but sometimes they'll fight it out. So they'll do, but I don't know exactly how they work that out. But they do respect it, which is interesting. And so
it's a secret that they're going to keep.
It is. But when Bridget was the lead cow for many years, she had her spot where she would eat, and no other cow would ever even like attempt to dethrone her. She was just in charge. And she had a little sidekick named Shiloh. And Shiloh was like her little yapping dog that was by her side all the time, that would run around, and she'd be so excited when Bridget was in the pen. So it was interesting. It's fun watching them, that's for sure.
Jordan, do you have any other animals on your farm, or do you just have cows? I think we saw a dog earlier.
Yeah, there's a dog running around out here with, oh my gosh, I wish we had it on video. The dog is getting chased by a cow.
What?
The dog
right
was
now.
being chased by a cow.
It's not. Yeah, can I flip my video screen? How do you do this? I can. Over there in the distance, that black cow. Oh, there you go. You can't see it. Can I zoom? I can't zoom in on it. So yeah, that black cow in the distance is chasing the dog. Oh, there they go. Yeah, so we have a dog. I actually have like 3 dogs, and then we have chickens. So we really like following the cows with chickens. Unfortunately, our chicken coop is under reconstruction right now.
Mm-hmm.
And but so part of our grazing management and our nutrient management would be like over here the cows have grazed, as we'd follow this with chickens, and the chickens come out, and the chickens love cow poop, as it turns out, and they scrape apart the cow patties and they eat the fly larvae out of it, and they eat other stuff out of it, and I don't really know what else the chickens eat, but they really make a mess out of the cow patties, and it really helps spread the cow manure out as well as dry that out, so that we don't it cuts your parasite cycle by having a different breed in here. So that's what we use the chickens for. So we have chickens, and then we also usually raise a small group of pigs, and the pigs get to drink the milk that is of lower quality. So every once in a while you have a cow that doesn't have pristine quality milk, and we don't put that milk in the tank for people to drink. We put that milk for the pigs to drink, and then we eat the pigs, and they're delicious. And then every once in a while, we've raised a sheep before, a couple sheep. We used to have this sheep named Dilbert, and Dilbert was the funniest sheep you'll ever meet, because we left him with cows. He thought he was a cow. And then we'd come out with a milk bottle every day, all the way until he was mature. We would bring a milk bottle and then go, bah! And he'd come running from half a mile away, jump in, he'd be leaping in the air. He's all excited. Yeah, like, oh, it's time for my bottle of milk. And then we would feed him his bottle of milk. So yeah, that was Dilbert, the sheep. But yeah, we have some other animals every once in a while.
Well, we actually have some good content for all the folks who can't see the chicken tractor situation. It's on our YouTube channel. So if you want to see Jordan's chickens picking apart some cow pies, it is pretty interesting. I've seen it, and it does work, and they look really happy. So I would definitely check that out. Check out our YouTube channel. Up next, we will have Stephanie Tranel here in Wisconsin with Clovis and Kate. So we're really excited about that. Maybe one last question for you, Jordan. I saw, like I said, I've said this whole stream, we have a lot of students, and there was a question earlier. What is your biggest cow? So we want to get that question answered for all of our school folks joining. And can you estimate how large your biggest cow is?
I'm going to go with, I can't see her now again. We're going with Blue Dozer. I'm not positive that she's the biggest cow,
coming back,
but she's standing over there. She's definitely one of the tallest. She's depending on the time of the year, one of the thickest. That's partially why she got her name, Blue Dozers, because right there, Blue Dozer. I'm gonna guess she weighs, I don't know, 1,600 pounds.
1,600 pounds.
Yeah,
so there's like
big,
definitely a math question you could do. How many? Yeah, I don't know. They're teachers, you decide, right? I'm not the teacher. Anyway. Well, Jordan, this has been super fun to get to see your farm. Like I said to everybody earlier, Jordan is in Ohio. He's an Organic Valley member. We are celebrating National Farmers Day, and we've just been really blessed to take a peek at Jordan's day. He's going to be back later. But I think we should probably end with a little gift. Maybe?
Yep. We could give a gift.
Does anybody want to get a gift?
We should.
Good luck, everybody. It was great to chat with you, Jordan.
Thanks, everyone.
Have a great day.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for watching.
Hi everyone, happy National Farmers Day. We are so excited to be here live streaming with you, and we're so excited that you have joined us. So excited, in fact, that we want to give away some gifts, because who doesn't love gifts, right? So what are we gifting? Right now, we are gifting 4 $50 gift certificates to our online shop where you can purchase farm-saving gear, just like this t-shirt I have on today. But we also have many more options, like this cozy sweatshirt, or maybe this cute kids tee, so that everyone in the family can look good while supporting small organic family farms. So what do you need to do? It's super simple. Get your phone ready, because we're gonna have you take a screenshot. All right, in just a moment, I'm gonna count down 3, 2, 1, and you'll take a screenshot of what you see on the screen here. Are you ready? All right, 3, 2, 1, screenshot. All right, I hope you got it. Now all you need to do is post that on Instagram by 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight and tag Organic Valley, and you may be one of the lucky gift recipients. Did you miss it? That's okay. Stick around, and in a few hours, we'll be gifting a few more items to folks who are joining our live stream. See you then, and happy National Farmers Day.
Welcome back, everyone. My name's Clovis. We're here at the world's biggest small farm live stream, where we're going around touring farms and just getting to know all of the wonderful farmers here to celebrate National Farmers Day. And who are you?
I'm Kate. I also work here in the marketing department. Thank you for joining us, everybody. Happy National Farmers Day. We are so excited to be here and celebrating with everyone. I know we have a lot of schools joining today. So hello, Ottawa Elementary in Northwest Ohio. Today we're going to be talking with Stephanie Tranel and her beautiful cows. It looks like it's a beautiful scene over where you are today, Stephanie. You want to tell us where you are and a little bit more about your farm?
Hi, good morning, Clovis. Good morning, Kate. I'm Steph Tranel. We are in Southwest Wisconsin. For all of those schools joining us, a warm welcome. And maybe if the teachers want to show where the farm is, if you go to the map and you find Wisconsin, Illinois, and Iowa, where those three states come together, we're just off the Mississippi River.
Nice. It looks a little chilly this morning. What's it like out there?
Well, I'm going to say I was a little bit envious. I did have the opportunity to watch a little bit of Julia and Ty and Sabrina and Jordan. And first of all, happy National Farmers Day to you. And thank you for all you guys do on your farm and for OV. I did notice some t-shirts maybe. Unlike that, I'm in a t-shirt, a sweatshirt, my winter short coat, a beanie, and I have some mittens. Now, I may be playing it up just a little bit. It's not really that cold. I haven't quite acclimated to the wet cold yet. But as you can see, these girls do not care at all. They're enjoying this weather. They are as happy as can be. Everyone's laying down, relaxing, and then we've got a few of the nosy girls here that want to see what's going on.
Oh, that's beautiful cows there. Who is the friendly one behind you? What kind of cow is that?
Behind here, this is Bella. She is in my pocket. She is actually what we would call a Hojo, a Holstein Jersey cross. She's kind of up in my business here, very friendly. Here on the farm, we milk a variety of cows. We have the traditional black and white Holstein. We have some of the, actually Kendra right here. These are actually my favorite. These are called brown Swiss. They're a little bit bigger. They're beautiful there. We have a Holstein right here in front of Kendra. We have some Jerseys, which are the pretty brown ones. We have kind of a little bit of everything. And we'll tell you, we milk the cows because the different cows have different butter fat component in their milk qualities. But really, I just think they're pretty, and I get to watch them graze all the time. So that's why I like the different breeds. The boys won't like that, but.
Hey, Stephanie, I have a question for you. Can you help me understand, do brown cows make chocolate milk?
No, unfortunately, they do not. All species of cows give us the delicious and nutritious milk that we drink every day. It is the same type of milk no matter what type of cow. The different breeds can produce quantity of milk or a different component as far as butter, fats, or protein, but no, they all give the same kind of milk.
Oh, wow. Thank you for helping me understand that. I had no idea.
Yeah, that's awesome. So tell us a little bit about your system of pasturing. You're out in what looks like a prairie land. Where are you and why are you and the cows there?
Absolutely. So we here at Organic Valley, we believe in keeping our cows outdoors, on grass, on pasture. The pasture is their happy place. This is where cows were meant to be. So here in our farm, we have about 32 paddocks, just like this one, that we are all rectangularly shaped with a lane that takes them right back to the barn. So when our cows are not actively milking, they'll be out here on the grass in the pasture. And I just want Kendra to kind of look down. This is actually pretty lush pasture yet for October. On any given year, we can graze from mid-April to, all the way up as weather allows. One year we had heifers out here on Christmas Day. So I've heard people say earlier this morning, they've had some dry conditions. We too have been dry. So we are very pleased with the amount of pasture. One of the cousins that I farm with, Josh,
He does a superb job of managing the pasture. That's key, right? We want to make sure we utilize the pasture that we have. We don't want to waste anything. So we have the 32 paddocks. And like I said, when the cows aren't milking, they're out here. These paddocks are actually further broken down into segments. And I'm sure you've all seen the amazing videos of the Organic Valley farmers who come out when they release the cows to fresh grass, fresh paddocks, the excitement, the joy. So we get to see that almost every day because we come out here the cows to fresh grass every so many hours to make sure they always have delicious and nutritious greens to munch on. And I like to say that our paddocks here are kind of like a giant salad bar for all the school groups that are joining us. We have 10 to 12 species of grasses and legumes for the cows. So they come out here and they get to choose what they want to eat. Because just like you kids, you don't want to eat the same thing all day, every day, right? Well, neither do our cows. So they get to come out here and they get to choose from a variety of species.
That must be why they run and romp out to the pasture, huh?
Yep, they want to see what's new for lunch. That's right. So you can kind
You
of
said
see
you
here.
farm with a family member. Tell us about farming as a family.
Absolutely. So our farm is unique that way because we milk one herd, but there's 7 families. So instead of having 7 smaller herds, we choose to milk together, which is kind of a contrast from the previous generation as far as that work-life balance. Because we have so many family members involved, we're able to farm, but also, sneak away to see our kids play t-ball or play soccer. So that's been a really significant change for our family. We have 4 first cousins who own and operate the dairy and 3 more that help us raise our heifers, which that means they take some of our younger animals to their farms and help them get big and strong to come back to be part of our milking herd. I get the question a lot, what's it like working with so many family members? And that's a great question. Luckily for us, we all get along really well. I think the key to that is that we all have very specific responsibilities and jobs, and we trust each other enough and respect each other enough to allow each one to do their own job, right? Plus, there's so much work on a farm that we could all work all the time and not be stepping on each other's toes.
Hey, Stephanie, you want to tell us a little bit more about that? Also hello to Mrs. Shepherd's class over at Viking Elementary. Hi, guys.
Go Holman.
Go Holman, yes, not too far from us. So here in Wisconsin. So tell us a little bit more about some of the other farm products that you make and that your family produces on your farm, and how that is a little bit of a diversification other than just milking.
Sure, thanks for asking, Kate. So obviously milk is our primary product we produce, but a few years back we had a terrible weather year for farming. It was 2019. It was super wet, kind of like today, but more so. It never stopped raining, and it was really hard for us because we couldn't plant or we couldn't harvest. We couldn't get in our fields because it was so wet. So my husband and I got to thinking, what could we do with the products we are already producing on a daily basis, something to add a little versatility and a different source of income. So we thought, let's try making organic soap. And I'm sure some of you have heard of the goat's milk soap, and it's kind of the same idea. We take our organic whole milk from our cows and we combine it with other organic ingredients we grow right here on the farm, and we make really cool little organic soap bars. So that's been kind of fun. And then recently, we started producing beef as well. Now, we've always raised a few animals for our family. And as I mentioned, we have a large family, but we've had so much interest the last few years even that we've decided to start selling some of our own beef off the farm as well. So lots of new and exciting things happening. Again, that's kind of it's a creative way to use what we're already producing, but also bring more family members in to get involved.
Heck yeah. That's super cool, Stephanie. Thank you.
Stephanie, can you tell us the story of how you came to be a farmer?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I've enjoyed hearing everybody's stories this morning. So my husband is actually a 6th generation farmer on the Tranel side, and he's farming with his cousins, all 6th generation. So our kids will be the 7th generation, and we can actually trace the family lineage back to Germany, where there are still Tranels on the original farm. So we're pretty proud of that. It's really cool. We're excited to be able to carry on the family legacy of farming. But me specifically, I was not born into a farming family. I met Travis in high school, just across the river, and he caught my attention because while most boys were talking about cars or sports or girls, Travis was talking about his cows and tractors and farming, and that was so different that it really interested me. So we started dating, and this is so stereotypical, but it's true. Like, our first dates were me learning to drive the John Deere tractors, or me learning to milk a cow, like all the country songs, right? And we had so much fun that I quickly learned how much work it went into being a farmer, but also how much love there was in the family for what they do and for each other, that I fell in love with the boy, but also just the lifestyle. And here we are. I'm not going to tell you how many years later, but a few years later.
And this is a true family affair, right? Your kids are also helping you out on the farm. What kind of chores do they help you with?
Right, Kate. So Travis and I, we have 5 kids. We have a 7-year-old Quinn. We have a 9-year-old Meadow, an 11-year-old Ozzy, which Ozzy is actually named after his great grandpa Ozzy. So we had a big Ozzy that farmed with us, and now we have a little Ozzy that farmed with us. Our daughter Violet is just turned 13, and Evelyn will be 15 very soon. So everybody, the kids have their own personality, their own likes and dislikes. So little Quinn, her main role right now is just kind of driving around with mom, helping out to graze, or she keeps track of those barn cats. Like Sabrina, we have a few farm kitties running around as well. Meadow, she really enjoys seeing the baby calves. She likes the horses. We have some horses on the farm that we utilize now and then for farming too. And then Ozzy Boy, our big 11-year-old, has recently really started to drive the equipment. Now, guys, the school groups, I bet you can imagine how fun it is to be a little guy up there driving the big John Deere tractors. He actually rolled the field over here to our left that we have our winter triticale in, and he must have done a good job because the trip looks fantastic, Ozzy. And then Violet, our second oldest, she's more into the animals, I would say. Evelyn, too, our almost 15-year-old, good about feeding the calves, which that is a lot of work to give the calves their bottles and take care of them. They're also really good about when the vet comes for herd check. They're right there active. Josh, one of the other farmers cousins we work with, he's really good about mentoring our daughters. You know how it is. Sometimes it's easier to learn from a cousin versus mom or dad, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Do they have any chores that they loathe? They're just like, oh gosh.
Yeah. Tend to use those for like when they're driving mom and dad nuts and it's time to go outside. So they have to clean the horse barn, which means moving the manure. Sometimes, and this is a terrible job, but they have to clean all the little calf buckets. That is a lot of elbow grease and time that goes into that. So that's a good one for if they're needing some time outdoors or some space from their siblings maybe. So yeah, but no matter what they do, they love being on the farm. We have a lot of fun as a family working together, and at any given point or day, we can have up to 4 generations farming here together. So that's pretty cool, right? You see, we've got Grandpa Joe, who's actually now everybody's grandpa. We call him Grandpa Joe. He will be driving by one of our smallest little members, maybe 2-year-old JJ. So we've got 2-year-old JJ to maybe 82-year-old grandpa. Sorry, Grandpa. But we have a lot of fun together, and it's uncles and cousins and grandpa and nieces and nephews. Never a dull moment, that's for sure.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's fun. I was raised on a family farm too, and that was one of my favorite things, just being on a farm with the family and also with our neighbors. We had really good neighbors we farmed with. It was just a lot of fun. Tell us more. Exactly. What's that?
Oops, sorry. I was going to say that's a good point. We have fantastic neighbors, and this little pocket that we're in right here, there are 5 Organic Valley views within sight. So that's kind of cool. Little area right here, very hot spot for Organic Valley. But I think it's important, like you said, you really enjoyed family farming. So you get to work with people that understand the way you feel and the way you think, right? So if you're having a bad day or a rough day, you got people there that are ready to lift you up and understand what you're going through, whether that's your neighbor across the road or grandma or grandpa or an uncle or even one of the little ones that brings a smile to your face because you're enjoying the moment together.
Does it make it help in the cooperative mindset? Is it helpful having Organic Valley neighbors? Do you guys help each other out when needed?
That's a great question. We sure do. So I had mentioned a few times, we have a very large family, very good support system, and sometimes the neighbors need to utilize that as well if they have a smaller family. So it's not uncommon for a few of us Tranels to hop in a tractor and go help one of the neighbors when it's time to harvest their hay or chop their corn, whatever they may need. Absolutely. And vice versa. They'd be here in a second if we needed any help at all.
I think we have a couple questions online.
We do. You want to go for one?
Sure. So I think just going back, I think you mentioned you have a couple different types of cows. I heard Hojo and Brown Swiss. What other kind of cows do you have on your farm? I think that was one of the questions that we have.
kinds of jerseys this morning, the little brown cows, right? The brown Swiss is behind me. We also have the traditional black and white Holstein. We have a few of the red Holstein as well. But I would say primarily as we move forward, our herd is transitioning more to the Jersey just because they do bump up that butter fat and the milk. And also I'd heard this earlier, it's a calving ease issue as well. For our first time moms, we breed them to a smaller breed cow to make that transition a little easier for them as well.
And that butter fat that comes off of our cows, that helps to produce things like butter and ghee and half and whipping cream.
Yep.
And that's so important. So thank you so much, Steph. Yeah, cheese.
Let's not forget cheese.
Let's not forget the cheese. Everyone loves cheese. Yep. So thank you. Right. We had a couple other questions I think on here.
Someone wanted to know how you name your cows.
Oh yeah.
That was on the list.
Okay, I mentioned that I have 5 kids, right? So as my kids are getting more and more involved with the farm, or even when they were little and they'd come out here and help us, as you can imagine, with 4 girls, we have quite a few princesses right here on the farm, whether that's Jen, Moana, Ariel, and that was my 2 older girls, right? So now they've kind of grown out of that, and now we have more clover, fern, poppy, more of our flowers and plants. But now my younger 2, the 7 and 9-year-old, are getting to be more excited about this. So we have like a whole nother wave of Disney princesses hitting the pasture. If I'm naming the cows, I tend to go by like the personality, right? We get a little loud, fun calf. Maybe she's salty or spicy, or we'll call her Sugar. It just kind of depends on their personalities. We have a lot of fun with it. And they're kind of like giant pets, some of them are. I don't know if you saw when we first came on, but Belle over there was in my ear, in my pocket. They're very curious, nosy. And just like you kids in the classroom, our cows have very different personalities, right? Some are a little more shy, reserved. Some are outgoing. Some are like Bella that are like 1,200-pound lap dogs. So we just have a lot of fun getting to spend time and getting to know the cows and their different personalities.
Another question we have on here is, what is your favorite season on the farm?
That's a good question. And honestly, I think they're all equally my favorite. And let me explain. So right now it's fall. So what we're doing and kind of wrapping up would be all of the harvesting from the year, right? We start in the spring, which is also very enjoyable. But in fall, we're kind of winding down a bit. We're getting that feed brought in. We're kind of finishing our outdoor work in preparation for winter. So fall, it's kind of like you're crossing the finish line, right? You've worked hard all year. You've gotten to a point. You can really see the fruits of your labor from all of the other months. And then we head into winter, which, winter in Wisconsin is cold, right? As you can imagine. Last year we were out here and we had that awful cold spell right around Christmas. So all of the kids and my husband and myself, we were out here helping with calves because we wanted to make that a quicker process. And I think you can see this much of our body, right? Maybe just little eye slits because it was -40 out here. And it's much harder on us than it is the animals because we make sure we take every effort possible to make sure they're well cared for and comfortable. So winter, besides the awful cold, we really like because it's really beautiful out here, right? Undisturbed snow glistening in the sun. We see the eagles and the birds moving around, the higher ones. We also see it's kind of a respite for us, a respite. We get to break. We just need to focus on milking our cows and things really slow down on the farm. So that's really nice for us. Then we get our good rest in. We were sleeping a little better, and here comes spring. And spring is kind of like you can see all of us. We're just sitting here. We're getting jittery because we know it's about time to get to work, right? We're waiting on that weather to go so we can start planting things. The grass starts waking up. Things turn green again, and that is really just a time full of anticipation. And after that long rest, we are like ready to get to work. So we like spring to get it started. And summer is just beautiful. The weather is gorgeous here. Grazing animals everywhere. We're having a ton of fun with family. The weather's good. So really, I like all the seasons, and we need all of the seasons. It works out.
One day a year is probably the cow's favorite day on all Organic Valley farms. Can you tell me which day that is?
Pasture day, of course. And it's actually my second favorite day. There's probably Christmas first, then Pasture Day, then World Dairy Expo. Pasture Day would be the first grazing day of the new grazing season. And I'll tell you, even the days and the weeks leading up to pasture day, us farmers are out here tending to our fence, making sure the paddocks are ready. And when we're working on the paddocks behind the barn, those cows are right up there. They're looking at you. They know what you're doing. They're mooing. They're saying, "What you doing, Mom?" They know exactly what we're doing. We're getting ready to release it back out into the fresh grass. So when pasture day rolls around, usually mid-April, maybe as late as early May if the weather's not cooperating, the family comes together. We've had years where we've had up to 20 family members out here because this is so enjoyable to watch these cows be released for the first time. For all you school kids sitting in the classroom right now, I like to tell people it's kind of like that last day of school when the bell rings and the doors open and you all just run into summer, right? It's kind of just like that, only it's cows. 1,000 pounds, and they're mooing and bellowing and jumping and hopping. It's like seeing little kids again. It's so fun. They love it. It takes them a little while to calm down, and really, it's so much fun for all of us, cows included.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it before, like they jump like little like a kangaroo or white-tailed deer. They're hopping everywhere and dancing. It's really exciting.
It is a lot of fun. You really see their personalities come out then as well.
Speaking of personalities, I see that you have a few cows that are like congregating behind you. Do cows have best friends?
Yeah, I think so. They have their ones they get along with. They have some that they tend to not get along with. There's a bit of a hierarchy in our herd. So you've got, the queen bee. But no, you usually see them hanging out with their buddies, the ones they're more comfortable with as well. I heard Jordan talking about this, the best cow story, the best friends. That was really cute. Yeah, you'll see that just like the other animals. Our horses are the same way. They've got their buddy they're comfortable with. They know that's watching out for them and they can relax around. Cows will do the same thing. Absolutely. You can kind of see here how relaxed our cows are out here on the pasture. They're in no hurry. They're chewing their cud. I can tell you they're not in their mittens and their stocking cap and their winter coats like I am. They are loving this weather. And really, it's been a nice break because we had a pretty decent summer. About 2 weeks ago, we hit like 85, 90 again out here, and that was miserable for all of us.
Yeah. Cows like the cool. They like this weather a lot. Yeah. Yeah. It's always fun how they gather towards the top of a hill. It's part of their herd instinct when they want to lay down. You see how they're laying up on the ridge. It's a cool aspect of how. Tell us about your daily schedule. What's your routine, and also what are the cows' routine? I'm curious about both.
So I get up early. I go do my horse chores. I make sure the kids are up and ready with 5 kids trying to catch a bus. It's kind of like a rat race at home, right? Everybody hurry, find a couple of shoes, get your coat, find a couple of mittens. Let's get ready to go. After the kids are out the door, I use the morning whatever I need to do, whether that's book work for the farm or if I'm out here with grazing or tending to the horses or helping the boys. I kind of just do whatever needs to be done. And then it's lunchtime already. Back to more book work or housework as well. I tend to, once I get up, I don't get to sit down really at all until it's about bedtime. And bedtime for me anymore is getting earlier and earlier because I am wiped out after around the farm after the cows 5 all day. The cows now, they have a pretty good life. So they get up early. We do milk 3 times a day. So when they're not milking, they are out here on pasture, munching on this fresh grass. They have access to fresh water at all times. This is pretty much what they do right here. They're milking, they're eating, or they're just chilling, right? Rough life, huh? But I'll tell you, everything as Organic Valley farmers is to make sure our cows are comfortable, happy, and healthy because they take really good care of us by providing healthy and delicious, nutritious products. So we do our best to take the best care of them and our soil, our farm. We give it back to them.
I love that. Thank you, Stephanie. I want to give a shout out to a few of the schools that have joined us. We've got North Crawford Elementary School in Wisconsin. We've got Clarion Goldfield Dow's High School in North Central Iowa. So welcome, guys. We're happy to have you. Please feel free to put your questions in the chat, and we'll try to get to as many of them as we can. So, Stephanie, one of the things that you mentioned is that you have horses on your farm in addition to cows. What other animals do you have on your farm?
Sure. So I told you we have a few too many barn cats. We have the 4 horses. We have cows. But actually, this is kind of cool. While I was waiting to come on and join you live today, we were actually watching the bald eagles play. So out here in pasture, we see all kinds of bird species. We'll see fox, we'll see skunks, raccoons, badgers, and eagles and turkey vultures. So it's really kind of neat. It's a really pretty environment. We're obviously providing habitat for our pollinators, our bird friends. But how cool is it that we can stand out here? And I think we saw 4 bald eagles just playing, swooping, diving. It was really something.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, we just really appreciate that you take such good care of that pasture. I know that it provides so much, habitat for so many other species that are out there, so many great pollinators. So thank you.
Yeah, what are the little animals or even the ones you can't see? Like in the soil and in the grasses, there's a lot of life that is not apparent at first sight.
Absolutely. So the pasture is beneficial for so many reasons, but especially to the soil, because this great biodiversity mixture of grass species and the roots underneath there, they help keep that soil intact. So like when we have the rain, that soil stays put, but also protects the organisms inside the soil that help feed the soil and help feed that cycle of the grass that grows and that feeds the cow that produces the milk that we all drink and enjoy, or the other dairy products as well. So this system here is so important, and it all starts with the soil. And the cows here spreading their own manure helps feed that cycle. We also will fertilize our pasture or our crop ground as well, just to make sure that whatever we take off, we're able to put back in, because we understand the importance of a good, healthy soil to the farm.
That's amazing. Thank you, Stephanie. We really appreciate you and all the hard work that you and all of the Organic Valley farmers are doing. So happy National Farmers Day. We really appreciate you. Thank you for being so amazing and supporting this cooperative. We couldn't do this without you. Thank you for feeding so many families wonderful, high quality, nutritious food. So that means a lot to us. So thank you. I think we've got a couple other schools that have joined us. We've got Prairie du Chien, Bluffview, 6th graders. Hi guys. How long does it take to milk a cow?
That's a great question. So for us here on the farm, our milkings take about 3.5 to 4 hours, but that's including cleanup. For an individual cow, maybe 8 to 10 minutes. It doesn't take very long. And they're very relaxed, so they enjoy being milked. It's a relief for them. We milk about 140 to 170 an hour, depending on who's milking. If I was milking, it'd be a lot lower. I'm probably pretty slow anymore. I would rather be with them and tending to other areas.
How much does a cow eat in a day? Like how much of that grass do they eat? Like I know I don't eat all that much salad, maybe enough to fit on a plate.
No. Oh, that's a good question. They eat all day long. To give you another idea of just how much they consume, on average, a cow will drink. Let's ask someone. Maybe the kids know. Does anyone have a guess on how many gallons of water per day a cow will drink? Can anyone type some guesses for me before I tell you?
Yeah, put it down in the comments. Put it down in the chat.
Well, we can do another subject. Give them just a minute or two to put those comments in. And so maybe put down how much grass you think too, roughly, or calories, whatever way you want to go about it. And we'll see if we can find answers.
Yeah.
Cool. Why don't you tell us about just working, tell us, you're obviously a mom raising family on the farm. What do you love about getting to see your kids grow up on a farm?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah. I think my husband and I really understand just how much of a gift it has been to be able to raise our kids here on the farm. There are so many life lessons that we're able to teach our kids just from being outdoors and being with the animals. They've really learned the value of, hard work. We're going to spin here. The value of hard work, time management, the joy of working together with family, and just that in itself, having them spend so much time with their cousins, their uncles, Grandpa Joe, that's really a special gift as well. But it also means we get to have a lot of fun together, right? Whether that's in the tractor, milking the cows, making farm meals to feed everybody. We get to spend a lot of quality time together. So that's something that we treasure as well.
I want to give a shout out to Mrs. Renaud's class from Southern Bluffs Elementary in La Crosse. They say hello and thank you to all the farmers. So thank you, Stephanie.
We have a few guesses at how much a cow drinks. We have 2.4 gallons, 5 gallons, 15 gallons, or 50 gallons. So who's getting in the ballpark?
I heard one that's pretty right on the spot there. So on a hot day, a cow will drink up to 50 gallons of water. That's like filling your bathtub full of water, and that's what she's going to do. But they need to drink a lot of water to be able to turn that into milk, right? They eat a lot, they drink a lot to produce that milk that we all love, and the butter and the yogurt and the sour cream, all the goodies.
We love that. And then we also have some guesses on how much grass.
As someone said, a ton of grass. Trying to recall. Do you recall about roughly how much grass? I remember it was.
Sorry.
No, I think it's. In calories, I think I once heard it was like between 2 and 4 million calories, depending.
Wow.
So it's a lot of grass. Yeah, for a dairy cow. But Google it. Don't take my word for it. Classrooms around America. Yeah. So,
what's your favorite chore to do on the farm right now, Steph? I know it's the fall and the cool weather. What is like something that you're like, oh yes, I get to do that today?
I really like moving the cows from paddock to paddock, or like I mentioned, we had started to raise beef now as well. Even just moving those beef cows around, it's a good quick job as far as I get out there, I get to see them, make sure everybody looks good, I get a few steps in for the day. It's a really good minutes for me just to kind of calm down. Some of the times I get to see the sun come up, so it's just a really beautiful, that's a job I don't mind doing. I love seeing the animals' enthusiasm for being outdoors and getting the fresh grass, so that all really works out. I also like going to check the horses every morning and evening because, again, that's just my kind of quiet time to just kind of relax, unwind a little bit, make sure everybody's good. Basically tucking them into bed like I would my kids, make sure everyone's ready for the night.
That's awesome.
That is amazing.
I think we're supposed to be doing some giveaways throughout this time period. And so I just wanted to take a moment. We're going to throw to our buddy Marina, and she's going to do a giveaway here for about a minute. So we'll be right back. Okay, Stephanie?
Very good.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We have more gifting with our Farmer Day live stream. Happy National Farmers Day. This time, we're gifting the things that you know and love. Organic Valley products. That's right. Milk, eggs, cheese, produce even. Whatever your heart desires. We'll be gifting some free product coupons to a couple of lucky folks. So if you haven't been with us yet, we need you to screenshot. Grab your phone and about 5 seconds, I'll have you take a screenshot of what you see on the screen. Okay, we're gonna count down. 3, 2, 1, take a screenshot. Perfect, I hope you got it. Now all you need to do is post that photo to Instagram by 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight, tag Organic Valley, and you may be the lucky recipient of one of our gifts. Happy National Farmers Day.
Back.
Hey, welcome back. We're right now on the world's biggest small farm tour. And we're live with Stephanie Tranel. And she's showing us around her pasture if you're just joining us. Hopefully you got that screen grab of for the giveaway. Otherwise, we'll be doing that every once in a while here. So
and cheers, Clovis.
Oh, cheers.
National Farmers Day. Cheers.
Here's to you, Stephanie.
Thank you for all your work. We appreciate you. So Stephanie, you were talking to us a little bit earlier. It's so good. The milk is so good. You're talking to us a little bit about moving cows and moving pastures. Can you talk to us a little bit more about what that involves and why you do that and what that means for your farm?
Absolutely. So we're in the pasture right now. You can see how beautiful and thick and lush this grass is. And part of that's because we manage it so well. Josh, one of the cousins, does a superb job of making sure we set these paddocks up to make sure we're utilizing all of that beautiful lush grass, that the cows are getting enough to eat, but we also don't want to waste anything. So these paddocks we have are shaped very intentionally in a rectangle, so we can come out here and we can actually section them off into smaller sections. And then as the cows eat those sections down, we continue to move them back further and further. So after every milking or every so many hours, we push them onto fresh grass. That, you know, they're not wasting anything, they're utilizing what's out here. And because we manage it so intentionally, we're able to graze from April all the way through November, depending on the weather. But that's a huge part of what we do. We want these cows out here. Our cows are on grass unless there's terrible weather or the heat. So we got to make sure we're doing it in a very efficient, responsible way, because we don't want to waste any of this beautiful grass that we have, especially on a year like this year when it was a little bit dry and the time between the time for the pastures to restore themselves is a little bit longer. So maybe more in like the 46-day range as opposed to like the 30s. Give them enough time. I just stepped in a little surprise.
Well,
Giving those enough time to rejuvenate so that we can utilize them again this summer in a grazing season more than once.
Cool. We have one of the classrooms want us to know that they have a young farmer named Finn there, and that we should shout him out. So I'm just shouting out Finn. You know, go little farmers too.
And we also have a couple other schools joining us now. We've got Continental Elementary from Continental, Ohio. We've got 4th grade. So welcome, guys. Thank you for joining us today. And then we also have a Mrs. Hamilton's 2nd grade class in Whitewater, Wisconsin. Hi to Mrs. Hamilton's class. So thank you for joining us, guys.
So you guys are part of a co-op. What does that mean? What is a co-op, a cooperative, and why is that important for farmers? Just curious.
Sure, that's a great question. Yep, Organic Valley is a co-op. What that means is we all choose to farm together, and our milk goes up to Organic Valley, who we have a very dedicated, intelligent, loyal staff. It's kind of like two halves of a whole, right? We have the farmers and we have everybody up at Organic Valley, and we both love what we do. And because we're able to work together and pool our resources, our talents, we're able to get this delicious milk and other dairy products right into your grocery stores, right? So it's kind of like many hands make light, and we're very lucky to be able to be part of a co-op where we all think the same way and we can learn from each other and the different farming methods. And really it comes down to providing you, the customer, with a really good, nutritious product.
I have 2 questions for you, Stephanie. Why did you want to become a farmer? And what is your favorite Organic Valley product?
First, easy one first. The product, I love the butter. Salted cream butter. I do a ton of baking and cooking. Farm family, a lot of it. And that's probably my favorite. I love the texture. I love how it works in my baking. I kid you not. At one point, I caught my youngest daughter eating a butter stick on the couch. Like it was a cheese stick. She's just eating the butter stick. And I was kind of my cookies. But I mean, that's how good stuff is, right? And just eat it like a snack, I guess. And then the second one, my favorite part of farming, or why I wanted to become a farmer. When I think back a couple wink years to when I was dating my husband now, I think it was just, coming from the city and you come out here, and now this isn't a very good day to represent this for you, but you see the blue skies and the green grass and the happy cows out here frolicking. And I think there were even a few puppies and kittens back then. But just seeing this lifestyle where we get to, make our own schedule. It's flexible-ish, I should say flexible-ish, but we get to choose what we're doing for work that day, taking care of the animals. We get to, put a seed in the ground and watch that seed grow into a plant that we can then harvest. I think it's just such a rewarding and fulfilling lifestyle. I don't want to say occupation because it's more than that to us. It's a lifestyle that it was so cup filling that I knew that I wanted to do this forever and also to raise my kids this way.
Well, we're so thankful for farmers like you and all of our farmers here at Organic Valley. All of you are doing such a good job of growing our food and protecting the land in which you grow it on. And so that's awesome. Thank you, guys.
Speaking of growing,
yep,
you were mentioning earlier that you did some planting earlier. I think it's also harvest season right now.
It is.
What is coming off your farm? What have you planted? What are you thinking about planting for next year maybe? What's exciting on your farm from a crop perspective?
Great question. So we're kind of here in a good spot. I had mentioned little Ozzy driving the big tractor earlier. Well, if you look just over the hill, you can see that medium green there. That is actually winter triticale, which is a cover crop. We just finished planting that maybe a couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. The days go quickly sometimes. But before that, it was actually corn. So we planted the corn earlier this spring and harvested that corn about a month ago. We then worked that soil and put that next crop in, and you can see already how beautiful it looks, that solid green there. And that crop will grow. It'll overwinter just fine, and then come spring it will grow again and emerge, and then we'll actually harvest that probably like next July. We've also just finishing up, so I said we finished the corn, and the corn was kind of nice because we also got the corn fodder bales. We just brought all of those home the last few days, and those are kind of like the blankets for the cows, for all the boys and girls at school that are watching. We take those bales and we use those. We spread them all out, and the cows will sleep on them come winter. Bed stock. We also did some single cut sedan grass. That's just really cool because you can plant it a little later. It grows really fast, and then we cut that and harvest all that. So yeah, we're just getting to the point where the corn's done, the sedan's done. We've got our fall cover crops in. It's really kind of starting to slow down a bit, which is really nice.
And how does all that growing of crops differ on an organic farm? Like, what makes them organic?
Sure, that's a great question, Toby. So we do not use any type of herbicide, pesticide. We don't use synthetic fertilizers. We believe in working in harmony with nature, right? As Mother Nature would do it. So that's how we do that. But another issue then is how do we fertilize our crops, right? Because we want to put back into the soil some of the nutrients that our crops would take out. So we have liquid gold, we call it. I just tipped in some about a minute ago, but we use our manure actually from our cows. And we put that manure all over our crop ground because that manure then will feed the soil and replenish some of those nutrients that the crops take out. Because we're organic, another tool we utilize would be crop rotation. That certain crops take certain nutrients out of the soil while others replenish it. So we rotate what crops go on which fields to make sure we're always feeding some back to the soil, but that also helps us prevent weed pressure or weeds from growing because we cannot use those herbicides, pesticides, all that would help us kill the weeds out of our crops. We do not do any of that.
That sounds like really efficient and really cool. That's super exciting and just like super seamless. It seems like a really nice way to work in harmony with nature to produce really high quality products. So thank you, Stephanie. We've got a couple other schools that are joining us. We've got Mrs. Johnson's class from River Falls, Wisconsin is on today. And then we've also got Mrs. Justin's homeroom in Nakusa, Wisconsin. So welcome, guys. Thanks for joining us today.
And Jane would like to know, how many stomachs does a cow have?
A cow has one stomach with 4 compartments. That's a trick question, right? You hear that all the time. Multiple compartments that have a different job.
And why would they have 4 compartments? Like, what do you need all that extra compartments for?
Each one has a special job when it helps it to digest all of that grass or forage that she's consuming, helps it break it down to turn all that nutrition into milk.
That is so cool. So, milk for our cereal in the morning, for our glass with dinner, high protein content.
Cheers to that. That's
Cheers
great.
to that.
Cheers to that. So,
cheers, Stephanie. Thank you.
If you could only have one organic value product for the rest of your life, which one would it be?
Ooh. Cheese.
Tough one.
I don't think cheese, right? It's good on everything.
Yeah. Good answer. Cheese. Good answer. I mean, cheese goes on your pasta. Cheese goes on your eggs. Cheese goes on your sandwiches.
Yep.
Cheese goes on the grilled cheese and the soup.
Goes on all of them. Which cheese exactly? Tone it in here a little bit. We're in Wisconsin. We can get more
all right.
detailed.
Love it. Probably pepper jack for sure. Anything spicy.
Yeah. That's my favorite too. There you go. Awesome. Cool. So you're raising your kids there. Do you think any of your kids would ever want to farm?
Yeah, I think so. That's kind of what's really rewarding and exciting for us as we farm, when we have that next generation, that 7th generation that's growing up here, seeing their excitement, seeing how they learn, the questions they have. Like I said, each kid has a different area maybe that they're more interested in. Ozzy, obviously, our boy, likes to drive the big equipment. Our 2 girls are much more inclined to handle the animals. So I definitely think Evelyn, our oldest, is even talking about going to school to become a vet. So that would be very handy and useful for us moving forward. Obviously, we would welcome that. So I definitely think that there will be a place for these kids on the farm moving forward, and that they will absolutely take advantage of that. And that's kind of really what we're doing, or why we're doing what we're doing. We obviously love taking care of the soil. We love growing things. We love caring for our animals. But we're really just doing this to enable that next generation, if they choose to do so, to be able to do just that, right? We're farming for ourselves, but also for the future generations of our family.
That's awesome.
Stephanie, do you ever get a day off from milking your cows?
Yeah. Yes, I do get some time off from time to time, and that's really fun. For an example, the other night we snuck away to watch the Brewers go Brew Crew right up in Milwaukee. They didn't win, but we had a lot of so little things like that. Will sneak away for a day here or there, just to have some fun. But honestly, even when farmers go away, guess where we go? We go to other farms. Just like this morning, I watched Tyler and Sabrina and Julia. I get probably just as excited as all of you in the classroom to see everyone else's farms. I'm surrounded by cows, surrounded by tractors and acres, and we still want to go see everyone else's farm. It's just wired, I guess.
That's some of the advantage of working with a big family, right? Is you can kind of cover each other's back. That's awesome.
Right, exactly.
How much land do you guys have to raise all those cows? You know, how much land do they roam on?
Sure. So our pastures here on the home farm are about 160 acres that our cows would have access to. Now, obviously, we divide that up and give them certain sections of land at a time, but it takes us about 1,500 acres of crop ground to feed this herd come winter. We have about 5.5 months of a growing season here where we are in Wisconsin. So we work really hard in those 5.5 months to put up enough feed so that these girls want for nothing come winter.
What are some of the ways that grass is like good for the earth, good for the environment, good for our resources and pasture lands?
Yeah, the pasture, absolutely. So that we know, I've told you that the pasture is good for our cows. It's our happy place, but it's good for our environment as well. I mentioned the biodiversity of life we see in our pastures, right? We're providing habitat for birds, for the microorganisms in the soil, for the insects. Also, this pasture, like today when it rained and rained and rained this morning, thankfully it stopped for a little bit, but this pasture then absorbs that water, thus holding the soil in place so we don't have to worry about erosion. The pasture out here also helps us remove carbon from the atmosphere. It sequesters carbon. Those are all good things. And it can also help as the water falls us to clean the water, protect our watersheds, right? Because it absorbs some of that as it goes through. Another interesting thing I wanted to talk about is how we had kind of finished up a lot of the harvesting for the year and things are kind of not really growing anymore. But when this rain comes then, the soil is going to act as a bank and it's going to store that up in preparation for next year. We want to grow crops that soil has that that's needed to help germinate the seeds or keep the crops growing throughout the year. So we like the rain. Even though it's a little chilly right now, the rain's good for us and good for the crops for even next year already.
We've got a question from the chat. Juniper wants to know, which cow is your favorite? Do you have a favorite cow?
I do. Don't tell. They'll hear it and get mad. But I have one favorite cow, and her name is Agnes. And she is a beautiful creamy orange jersey with a little white heart on her head. And actually, boys and girls who are on, if you ask your teacher nicely if they can pull up like the Webb stuff or the Organic Valley stuff, Agnes is a bit of a celebrity. She's on a lot of the campaigns, a lot of the pictures. Beautiful, and she's very friendly and social, a bit salty sometimes. So I think that's why she gets in the pictures, because she's always finding the camera.
That's so cute. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't want to be like the star of the show sometimes, right? So she's got to stand out from the rest of the herd a little bit. We love that for her. Awesome. And then we've got another shout out for some kids from Sparta. We've got some homeschoolers on with us today too. So hey guys from Sparta, awesome. We appreciate you guys joining us today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're at it. How about we do another giveaway? We're supposed to do those every once in a while here. Is that okay? Oh, do you guys want to go? Yeah, let's do that. We're gonna do a giveaway and see if you can win some swag, some really beautiful stuff. Kind of like this nice jumping cow. This is an example of what a cow looks like when it's going to be really excited. You know, okay? So let's go ahead and go to do some giveaways.
Hi everyone, happy National Farmers Day. Welcome back. Thank you for joining our live stream. It's time to do some more gifting. This time, we're gifting some of these adorable tote bags filled with some Organic Valley swag. What's inside is a surprise. All right, how do you receive a gift from us? Great question. You just have to take a screenshot, so grab your phone. All right, are you ready? When I count to 1, you'll take a screenshot of what you see here. All right? 3, 2, 1. Screenshot. Perfect. I hope you got it. Now all you have to do is post that to Instagram by 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight, and you may be a lucky gift recipient. If you missed it, don't worry. Stick around. We'll be gifting more things later in the stream. Happy National Farmers Day.
And welcome back. So thanks for joining us today on National Farmers Day. And we're here with a live farm tour on the world's largest small farm tour. So welcome. Thank you for being with us today, Stephanie. Happy National Farmers Day. Thank you for all of your hard work. We really appreciate you. We've got a question from middle school students from Oregon. They want to know how many gallons of milk a cow makes in a year.
Ooh. Well, I might need some help, teachers. I'll give you some of the numbers and maybe you guys can crunch them quick with your calculators. So our herd average right now, our cows give about 65 pounds per cow per day. So this would be kind of a cool word problem, teachers, right? We can work this out.
Right.
Each cow gives 65 pounds per day. Multiply that by the number of days in a year.
And put it in the chat.
With this one, but I want to say a gallon of milk is like 8.6 pounds, somewhere in there.
Yep.
Figure that out.
Nailed it.
8.6, that's right.
Woo.
So then take that number and figure out how many gallons it is. So let's see who can get the closest in the chat. How's that sound? Awesome.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
We also have this silo here full of mystery questions that we forgot to get into. So let's get into one of these.
Let's get into these. I'm here for it's like is it like the mystery bus with the mystery silo? I'm here for this.
Yes. What do we got?
Oh, this is a great question. We didn't ask you this one yet, Stephanie. So, how many years have you guys been with Organic Valley and on the Organic Valley truck? And what has that meant to you and your family?
That is a really good question. So we started to transition to organic in 2001. It takes about 4 years to make that transition. So our first pickup on the truck was in April of 05. So 18 and a half years. Is that right?
Wow.
Time flies when you're having fun, right? So,
Yeah.
I think Organic Valley for us was very much a light at the end of a dark tunnel that our family was going through some stuff health-wise. So that's why the initial transition to organic. And Organic Valley was right there to help my young husband, he was very young at the time, make that transition and make that realistic option for this family to keep farming. So we've been farming organically ever since. We love Organic Valley. As I mentioned earlier, it's a cooperative, which means, like-minded farms coming together. We have a really great support system and the staff up at Organic Valley, such as Kate and Toby, that are there on a daily basis if we need any kind of guidance or help. We have vets on staff as well. So it's just really been a beneficial partnership for us, and really more than that, we've made a lot of friends over the years. So we love Organic Valley.
Awesome. We love you guys. And I know farms across America are under a lot of stress right now. What is so important about preserving small family farms?
It's a good question. Yeah, you're right. It's farming is not easy on a good year, right, or a good day. And then you throw in nasty weather or drought or flooding or just the pressures of being able to continue farming in a developing area or having access to land. But these small farms are so important. I mentioned we have 5 right in this area. It's these little small farms that are helping to keep the local little school open, or that sense of community building, right? We know all of our neighbors, we take care of all of our neighbors, and also we're farming in a way that's good for our animals, but also good for our environment and our soil. So it's super important, and we appreciate all the support you've given us out there buying Organic Valley products and just showing with your dollars and your commitment to us that you appreciate the way we're doing what we're doing. Thank you.
No, thank you. I mean, something that is like super interesting to me, and you've kind of mentioned it a couple of times in different ways, but you're doing obviously a lot of carbon sequestration work and thinking about how to pull more carbon out of the environment and different environmentally friendly practices across your farm. Do you want to talk a little bit more about some of the other tools or things that you use to be really environmentally friendly?
Sure, I think that's kind of always in the back of our mind. We, start a new system on the farm, or we do something very intentional. Everything we do is very intentional with the idea that we want to take care of our cows and do this practice or this farming in a way that's good for the environment. An example, like all of our facilities are high efficiency. We do a lot of recycling on the farm. We have multiple uses for our water, and by that I mean when we're milking, we're taking that water that cools that milk, and we actually store that water, and then that water is then used to spray down the parlor or feed our animals in their waters. So everything, we're trying to think of the method that's going to be the most environmentally friendly, the most sustainable, because again, like I said, we're not just farming this for ourselves. We're trying to make sure that this farm is in better shape when we want to hand it on to the next members to farm. We want to be here for a very long time. And I can tell you, no one cares more about the soil and the earth than our farmers, because this is how we raise, this is how we make our living, and we want to make sure we can continue to do that for generations and generations.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much for all that hard work. That is so important to the success and I think the sustainability of your total farm throughout how many generations and keeping it in the family, right? And keeping it going strong. So we really appreciate all of your hard work. And it's such a beautiful scene. We've got all this beautiful green grass pasture in the back and big skies. So thank you so much for sharing with us. I think, Clovis, do we have an answer?
Absolutely. We do have an answer to the gallons. In case you're curious, one of the people online got it right. Kelly got it right with 2,759 gallons.
Per cow per year.
Per cow per year of delicious organic valley pasture raised milk.
Cheers.
Yeah, cheers to that.
Cheers. Cheers, guys.
I feel like I'm on the Truman Show. All right. All right. Well, we're about to go to Oregon, actually. So we really, really have appreciated your time today, and we'll be back later today to visit again. What time are we coming back to, Stephanie? Anyone?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock today? Okay, Central Time. All right. Well, we'll see you soon. Thank you so
Stephanie.
much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, guys.
Ah, nature. Majestic, wide open, teeming with life. From the earthworms down here, enriching the soil, to the songbirds that welcome the sun each day. Good morning, little fawn. Good day to you, salamander. This magnificent, thriving ecosystem can only be found in a wildlife preserve or national park.
Actually, it's an organic valley farm.
It's a farm?
Yeah, where delicious, nutritious organic food gets its start.
So all that comes from right here?
Yep, and this is just one of over 1,600 organic family farms in our cooperative that make up over 400,000 acres of pristine organic farmland across the country. Land that's protected from toxic chemicals, where nature gets to do its crazy, wild thing.
That cow's quite jubilant.
She sure is, because the humans that tend the land respect the land, and all the animals that live on it.
All of them?
All of them. But it's not all sunshine and organic daisies.
Oh dear.
The U.S. has lost over 100,000 family farms in the last decade. And once a farm's gone, it's gone forever. And that means there'll be a whole lot less of this and a whole lot more of this. But there's good news.
Thank goodness.
When you choose Organic Valley Dairy, you're choosing to protect this land, the nutritious food it produces, and most joyously, this little guy.
Hello, North American wood turtle.
Because land that supports all this
is land that can support us all.
Now you get it. Organic Valley, protecting where your food comes from.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that little ad. I love that ad every time I see it, man. Whoever made that was a genius. All right.
It is great. I've showed it to so many people in the past few weeks.
And if you didn't notice, Kate headed to lunch. She's going to get some lunch. And now we have
a new face.
Yes.
I'm Misa Grenier. I'm the Membership Governance Program Manager. And we're here today to celebrate National Farmers Day. So happy National Farmers Day, everybody. We're going live from here, Organic Valley, Cashton, our Cashton location, and from farms all across the country.
That's right. It's a very special day because we love farmers. And so today we're taking a chance to celebrate. Many of us that work at Organic Valley actually get to go out and spend time on farms. And it's so special. It's probably the best benefit on the jobs perk list is spending time on farms, getting out there. But today we're trying to share that with you. And there's a lot of you in the world, so we're doing it virtually. So
we don't want you to have to put your phone down. You can join us on a farm from wherever you are. And today we're visiting John and Ross Bansen out in Oregon. Hey, John.
Yeah. Hey, John. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing good.
Looks beautiful out there.
It's another beautiful day in Oregon. That's for sure.
Yeah. And just in case, if you ever played Oregon Trail, John's farm is the final destination. That's where you would have ended up if you actually succeeded. It's in the valley he's at. How do you pronounce it? The Wilmot? I know they have a lot of pronunciation.
It's a Willamette. It's a Willamette Valley.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, what's the weather like out there? It looks a little, got a coat on. Is that just you or is it cold?
It's a little overcast and foggy this morning. We've had a lot of rain the last couple days, over 2 inches of rain. So it's plenty moist right now. But
looks green.
It's very green. The moisture, the rain keeps things very green out here.
Oh, love it.
Wow. So yeah, we get a lot of rain. So Ross is behind the camera right now. My son Kai is over by the mule. Ross can turn the camera to Kai and himself and the chickens in the background there. Go ahead,
Hi, Ross.
Hey, Ross.
Hey, everyone. I'm Ross.
Hey, Kai.
It's my brother in the background here. We got chickens in the background here and just out munching on grass.
Do they got a little coop, or are those just like free roaming wild chickens?
They're free range pretty much. They do have a coop. It's in the background behind me. I don't know if you can see it that well. It's a little far out in the distance. Yeah, nice. But they're ranging on quite a few acres here, so
they're way far from the coop. That's amazing. They must be really brave.
Yeah, well, we're over here and they kind of trust us, so I guess that's why they're roaming a little bit.
That's cool. They know where to go when they want to go get shelter, I suppose.
Yeah. I'm glad they trust you guys. Yeah, it would be bad if it was the other.
You chase it.
So tell me, what do you do with chickens, and why do you put the chickens in with the cows?
So we actually rotate them behind the cows. It gives us a little bit of cleanup, I should say. They eat the fly larvae out of the cow patties. So after the cows get done grazing on the pasture they're on, about 3 days after, I rotate them in, and they scratch the patties, distribute the nutrients of the manure, and eat the fly larvae. So less stress on the cows with the less flies around here, and they really enjoy it.
Wow. I've always wondered how it must be such a bummer for cows to have flies all over them, but it seems like you found a nice little way to give them some peace of mind and not be having to deal with those things all day long.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those ways we can deal with it. So yeah, it adds to the less stress, the nice calmness of a cow around here. So
we have a lot of schools on and school kids, including one school from Oregon I remember earlier. So nice. Maybe the kids. Do you guys have one of those fly vacuums? They're like a giant cow vacuum.
We do.
How does that? How does that work?
Well, the cows walk through it twice a day, and when they come up to the barn to milk, and they walk through the fly vacuum, and it blows air on their stomach and sucks the flies in a big tube on the other side, and then sucks the flies off their head as they walk through as well, and then the flies go into their little fly chamber, never to come out again.
Oh, you got some fans here at Organic Valley, it looks like.
Go Family Farms!
I Love Cows, Go Family Farms, and National Farmers Day here. So there's a lot of fans here for you farmers.
Good
I
to
don't know if
hear.
you ever noticed. So
Good.
John's been around a while. He's been out to Organic Valley a few times. He's been a long time member. How long have you been with the co-op, John?
We're going on 24 years this year.
Wow.
So yeah, we've been on the truck for a lot of years with Organic Valley.
Nice. I was going through old photos yesterday, and I found one of you with like a full Western goatee. It was
yeah, within my younger days.
Doesn't rock the goatee anymore.
No. I am working the unshaven look right now.
Nice. Tell us a little bit about the cows behind you. Like what do we got here?
Well, you have a whole lot of Jersey cows, and that's what we have milked our entire career. And in fact, it turns out that we've milked them, and also my father milked them, and also my grandfather milked them, and also my great-grandfather milked them. So,
wow.
Quite a few of these cows are yeah. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm 4. Ross and Kai are 5.
Wow.
Yeah. Ross has a son now, a little Brooks. He's 1 year old, but he may be number 6.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we've been milking Jerseys for a lot of years, and and that's fortunate for us because the Jerseys are a lighter, they're a less heavy cow, and they're really good at grazing pastures, and that's what we really have always spent our time perfecting is how to give the cows a really healthy multi-species diet of forages. And so and Jerseys are really good at taking those, eating them, and producing milk. And so that's been a good thing that my ancestors were doing something really smart even before I came along.
Wow. We just had someone walk up with a poster that said "Sweet dreams are made of cheese." So there you go.
I'm repping the cheese shirt too here.
Yeah, that's nice. And I also saw in the comments, I just want to call us out because this is special. One of the founders of Stonyfield and one of the big organic pioneers in the world, Nancy Hirschberg, is on, and she said, "I love OV and I love OV farmers." So we love you, Nancy.
The cows sure look happy. I'm wondering if you can get us a little closer and show us some of their happy faces. They sure look relaxed out there.
Stick with us. We're going to go over. Yeah. We're going over a fence here into the next field. So
we got long legs.
Oh, that grass is so green.
Happy National Farmers Day.
We also have a question out there for all of you who are, tuning in at the live stream, asking if you have ever been on a farm before. So if you want to make any comments there,
answer the poll. It's a poll. I think.
Yeah.
Yes or no on the poll.
We'd love to see who's out there who's been on a farm. Now you're with us virtually on a farm.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, you're in the field. You're in the field. You've made it over the fences.
Yes, we are. Yeah, so these cows have been in the field now for about 4 hours this morning. So quite a bit of the grass that was in here is already in them because little known fact, these cows will consume up to 300 pounds of grass a day. Wow. And so they take in a lot of forage in order to convert that over to milk.
300 pounds of grass? I can't comprehend that. I need a comparison. Like, what does that look like? I'm trying to think.
How many wheelbarrows do you think that is?
That's a good.
It's a
wow. Get yourself a 10-pound sack of potatoes and only get 30 of those, and that's about how much they're eating a day.
Wow.
So a lot.
Why are Jersey cows called Jerseys, John?
Do you know the background of that?
Because they came from the Isle. Because they came from the Isle of Jersey.
Really?
Are you full of it, or is that
In England? That's no, that's it. That's it. Honestly.
Okay.
Okay, you
Yeah.
promise. Okay.
So,
I know you enough to know.
We got to check in, John.
yeah. Yeah, try it out. And hey, guess what? Guernseys came from the Isle of Guernsey. So
there we go.
It's pretty. Quite a few of the dairy breeds really originated in that part of the world. So
why did you pick? Like, you've had Jersey a long time, obviously, in the family. What drew you guys to them?
Well, I didn't pick them. My ancestors picked them, and I was smart enough to stick with them. So no, that's always been what we've always milked, and they're a real personable cow. They're a lot, like you can see, they're not exactly running away from us as we come into the field.
Yeah, I was
and so they're not scared.
You're right next to them right there, just hanging out.
Can you pet her?
All the cows are named. This one right here, I don't know if you can read the tag, but her name's Inch.
Inch. Okay.
Inch. Well, we named the cows with the same first letter as their mothers, and her mother had an I name, and it turns out we have a lot of cows with I names because the I family has been really good and lasts a long time in this herd. And so once you have 30 or 40 I names, you start running out. So you start getting a little. So
well, why don't
we?
If any classrooms out there can think of some I names and put them in the chat, John needs some new I names.
Because we got one named Itch here, so we might need some new ideas.
We need some more adorable I names than that. So anyone want to send us some I names?
Yeah, we need to keep them within 5 letters. 5 letters or less, because it's hard.
5-letter I names.
It's hard to put. Yeah.
We have a middle school on Badger Middle School, and from West Bend, Wisconsin, nice. And they have a question. They're wondering, how many hours does a farmer work a week? John, I'm excited to hear your answer, and then I'd love to hear Ross's answer too, because I wonder if it's different.
Well, once you get to be an older farmer, sometimes you don't work as many hours as you did when you're a younger farmer.
I knew it was going to be a different answer.
And different. Yes, different seasons of the year you work a lot harder than others. So there'll be times where you work 10, 12-hour days every day, 7 days a week. So yeah, quite a few hours. And then there's times of the year where you don't need to work that long hours. So it kind of all depends. And once you have your 2 sons back on the farm and they're managing and running the main dairy, you've put in less hours, it turns out, as I've found.
Ross, what's your answer?
Yeah, how many is less?
Oh, yeah.
That's my answer. As many as I have to. Let's put it that way. That's how many hours I work.
It's a few more.
Yeah. Nice.
We have actually.
Do you guys have special roles? Like Ross and Kai and John, do you guys have like specialties on the farm?
Yeah, we do. So maybe Ross can cover that. Tell us what the specialties are there, Ross.
Yeah, specialties. Well, we all have our pros and cons, and so I'm a little bit more structured and organized than some of my other family members. So I do a lot with the mechanics, do a lot with the paperwork. My dad does a lot with grazing management and bookwork still. And my brother is a specialty at irrigation and any other, I guess, odd job that we need him for. But yeah, everyone has their own roles depending on how their personality is, I should say.
And we have different roles when we're harvesting feed. So in the late spring, summer, when we're harvesting feed, I do the baling and some hauling, and Ross does the raking, and then he hauls, and then Kai does most of the mowing, and then also the rapper been since he was a very young man, and so that's his specialty. And so we all do different things here on the farm. Kai is the early morning work in the wintertime. Ross is not the early morning guy in the wintertime. I don't show up at the farm in the wintertime in the morning kind of guy. So I am a fill-in kind of a guy at that point. Yeah, so we have our young stock, our younger animals up at our second farm where my wife Julie and I live now. And so my job is to move those cows every day into fresh pastures and make sure everything's okay up there and do some of the irrigation up there. Kai does most of the irrigation through the irrigation season, which usually lasts up to 4 months, depending on our weather year. We were able to turn it off a little sooner this year because we had some nice rains in September. But it just always depends on what our weather year is. And that's really so much what farming's determined on is what our weather patterns are. So we have to change our harvest period and our grazing. How we graze has to change by how the weather changes. And so it's always a moving target. And you just have to stay flexible and move with the weather patterns.
So, John, we have another question out there. Shout out to Miss Mormon's 4th grade class from Ottawa Elementary in Ohio. And Edwin, specifically in their class, wants to know if you use machines to milk your cows or do you do it by hand? So maybe someone can give a little bit of an example.
Yeah. We absolutely use machines to milk our cows. We have 12 milking machines in the milking parlor. And so 6 on each side. And the cows are up high, up at about chest high for us. We're in a pit down below, and when the cows come in, we're seeing their udders and their legs and feet. We're not seeing their heads so much because their heads are up above us, and so it makes it so we can see the business end of what we're doing on the cow. And we don't have to stoop, and we don't have to stoop and bend over that way. So it saves the back of the farmer as well.
So the udders are like right at eye level, so your hands are easily able to grab or put the machines on the udders.
Good way to think about it. Like when you go to get your oil changed, they got the canyon that the guy gets.
It's like that. Only instead of a car above you, we got a cow above us.
Yeah, exactly.
Not quite as high above us. We get to see the side, not the very bottom. So.
But a fun fact is Organic Valley has like lots of different farms throughout the nation, and we actually have quite a few, maybe 400 or 500 Amish or Mennonite farms, and some of those farms do milk by hand.
That is true.
It is it's a diverse group. Our farmer group is.
Those jerseys sure are curious. I love how they just keep popping up, John, to give your arm and
Ross, she's eating away. Can we get down there and see her munch? What's that? Can you get in tight there?
While we're checking them out, there was a question about, do cows have a favorite pasture plants that they like to eat? So I'm wondering if they have any.
They do.
Grass. What's that?
They do. Well, their absolute favorite pasture plant to eat is perennial ryegrass, and that's because it's highest in sugars.
Ooh,
and
sweet.
It's nice, soft forage, so it's good and soft and sweet, and they like that best. But we plant up to 10, 12 different things out here for the cows to eat because that gives them not only a balanced diet, but what it really does for us is it different plants grow better different times of the year. So some plants, the perennial ryegrass grows best in the springtime and then again in the fall. The orchard grass, these big clumps we have out here, they grow better during the summertime. So there's all sorts of different things that grow better different times of the year, and they provide different kind of nutrition for the cows, all the different plants.
Does your pasture have weeds or?
Actually, the only thing I consider as a weed is something that cows don't eat. So some of the things I plant out here on purpose are what people consider weeds. Plantain and chicory are big leafed plants that some people would say are actual weeds, but the cows really like them. And as long as the cows like them and eat them, they're not weeds to me. So that's dandelion. The cows love dandelions. So one of the first things they go and eat in the springtime are the dandelions. So there's all sorts of stuff out here, and it's there's a few thistles out here that I consider them weeds because they're spiny and the cows don't like to eat them. So those I will call weeds, but mostly it's things that the cows eat, whether they're planted here or on purpose or come on their own. As long as the cows eat them, they're not weeds to me.
Nice.
So since you're the pasture management guy, John, I'm curious, are the cows always in the pasture, or what do they go sleep somewhere at night? And what does it look like? You think of those happy videos of cows running into the fields. What is it like? Like, describe a moment for us in the morning when they get let out, if they do, or how does that all work with managing the pastures?
The cows actually sleep in the pastures. The only time the cows are not in the pastures are when they come up to the barn to milk. And that's early in the morning and early in the afternoon. And it takes about 2.5, 3 hours to milk the cows. But some of the cows are already coming down as soon as they've been milked because, it takes a while to get through all the cows. So the first ones come down and start eating before the last ones are even done. So some of the cows will only spend a half hour up at the barn or an hour at the barn twice a day is all they'll be up there because they're first through the milking parlor and then they come right back down and they start to graze again. So their job and their happiness is out here in the fields. And so we keep them in the fields as much as we can. There's some things we're doing out here that is going to help us keep them in even during the hot part of the year. So some days when it gets too hot, when it gets above 90 degrees in the middle of the day, we might have to let them up in the barn an hour early. But instead, we've been planting trees through the middle of all our fields. And so the cows will have shade. And the trees are starting to grow. They're getting close. One of these first years, we'll have some pretty good shade out here on some of these tree lines.
Can you show us one?
We can turn around.
I thought I saw one there earlier.
Some here, a bunch of different species of trees, big leaf maple.
Maybe we just you're kind of chopping up, buddy. So maybe we move away from the trees. Maybe they're blocking the signal or something.
Yeah.
Oh, there they go.
Oh, there we go. There's a tree.
Or at least for a moment. All right. Well, we got a Halloween.
Oh, we're back.
And a skull. There's a skeleton in our kitchenette. Skeleton, whatever that word is.
Dancing skeleton.
But they are celebrating
National Farmers Day.
So we like the skeleton.
Oh my goodness, we have some name ideas.
Oh, we do?
Well, I'm going to name, I was like, oh, there's so many I names popping up. But we asked for some I names. So we'll throw a couple out there for you, John and Ross, and you guys can tuck them away. Maybe we'll write them down and send you a list. But we have Arena.
Yeah, you need to send us a list for this.
We'll send you a list. The one I like so far is Inca. That's a cool name.
Yeah, it's a cool name.
Wow. Iris.
Just
That's
Ice.
a good name.
Someone just wants to name Ice, but I would just say if you're gonna name one cow,
we already have a cow named Ice.
Do you have a vanilla?
You need a vanilla.
We do not.
And an Ice.
You gotta have both.
Too many letters. Too many letters.
Well, we'll send you a list because this is a great list. I don't know how many on here you have, but we'll send a list over. There is another question. I don't know who could answer this best, but Heather Brown's middle school wants to know the process that milk goes through so that we can drink it. Do you drink it right out of the udder? What happens? from udder, from cow to our jug here?
Okay, well, we are milking the cows, and it goes from the cows into a small tank where it's piped up into our main tank, and then the milk is cooled down to 34 degrees really quickly. So we keep it really cold right away, and then from there, tanker truck comes every two days to pick up the milk.
Oh my goodness, we've got a whole bunch of people here. They're celebrating you guys. One of them says, all right, go.
They're doing the wave. They're doing the wave.
Love cows. Holy cow. Go family farmers. Sweet dreams are made of these. So yes, everyone here at Organic Valley is a big fan of all of our farmers, but especially the infamous Bansens.
The infamous Bansens. They also want to see your cows, but they want to see you, but also the cows, as we're learning. Cows are popular here on the live stream.
You were telling us about how milk gets from the farm to the glass. Sorry.
Oh, look at that.
Oh.
Yeah, so then it gets then sent off to a milk plant where they pasteurize it, which is slightly heated, just to make sure it's good and safe for all the consumers' drink. Then they put it into bottles, whatever container they're putting it into, and it makes it to the store that way.
Nice.
That's pretty
good. Clovis has some right here. Taste test it.
Ross, can you tell us what are some of your favorite memories of being raised on a farm?
Memories. Well, there's quite a few. I guess first time I learned how to drive a tractor. Building hay forts in the barn.
Nice.
Just being able to be outside.
How old were you?
Probably too young.
Yeah, well,
that's fair.
Well, yeah, he was kind of young. Yeah, Ross was on my lap in the skidster probably when he was about 1 year old. So
wow.
That's not when I learned.
That's not when he learned to drive. No, he probably was driving the little small tractor by himself, helping load pipes when he was probably about 8 or 9 years old.
I was 7. It was in first grade.
Okay, he was 7.
You don't have to hide it here. We're not holding you to anything. We know things happen on the farm that need to happen.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah. No, they liked driving the equipment at young ages, and the.
Well, your boy Ross is 1, right? Isn't he?
Yeah, just turned 1. So
is he out combining now, or where's he at?
No, he's with Mom today. But no, we actually drive around and collect eggs. So we'll take him down on the little 4-wheeler, and he likes to ride in the skidster as well. So I guess we're just repeating the same old fun.
And he's very enamored. He's very enamored with any kind of equipment at all on the farm. He is drawn to it like a fly. So
yeah, he every time he sees a tractor, he goes brum brum. So. He knows.
That's awesome.
Someone's wondering how many cows you have. Gus in Oregon wants to know how many cows you have.
Well, we have out here in this field, there's probably about 140 cows right now.
Wow.
We also have some cows in another field that are getting ready to have their babies. And there's about 25 of those now. 28 of those. And then we have the young animals. So all totaled, we probably have about 300 animals between the milk cows and the young animals as well.
And with that, there was another question. What do you do with the baby calves? So you were just talking about the mamas are pregnant right now and they're going to have their calves. What do you do with the calves once they're there?
It depends. It depends on the time of the year. So when the springtime calves are put onto nurse cows and brought up to our other farm. And, but we can't do that in the wintertime. So in the wintertime, the calves get grouped up in a barn. So they're in groups of 5 calves and fed as a group of calves from the time they're about 4 days old.
So we got a question online. Michael wants to know, like, what did going organic and going to pasture farming do for the farm itself?
Well, what it's doing to our farm, what it's done to our farm, make the soil a lot healthier. And when the soil's healthier, the milk produced from that, the food that the plants are uptaking those nutrients from that more healthy soil, and that's going into the milk, and then that goes to people to drink. So it's a big cycle, and it starts down with the soil and the cows interacting with the soil and not spraying anything on the soils that's bad for the microorganisms in the soil. So all of that just helps build the health of our whole system, and cows that are healthier are a lot easier to manage, and makes our life a lot more fun here on the farm.
Seems like they like ear scratches too, apparently. Ross is giving him some
Got a few friendly ones out
scratches.
Here. Yeah, that's
so
Lyndon.
friendly.
Lyndon likes a scratch.
Yeah, she's a friendly girl.
Lyndon, that's more than 5 letters, John.
Okay, we cheated on that one. We cheated on that one.
Good catch there.
Yeah.
I'm sure you realized pretty quickly you had to shorten the names.
Yeah, my ear tag specialist. So I have a friend who won't let me do my own ear tags because he says my handwriting isn't good enough. So he likes only 5 letters or less.
Yeah. Makes sense. That makes sense.
Oh, they're so friendly. Look at those cows.
It's adorable. Can we all just reach out and pet one?
I know. I want to get in that field with you and see them. Oh, they're so sweet. Oh my goodness.
So tell us a little bit about I know where you guys live has unusually like mild winters and mild summers. Like you have a fairly close temperature range, right?
Yeah,
and a lot of rain
yeah, we get a lot of rain, but we get the rain usually only in the fall time through the early spring months, and then we get almost zero rain through the summer months. So June, July, August, sometimes September can be extremely dry. In fact, almost no rain. So it makes that a little challenging. That's why Kai has to be the irrigation specialist, because we have to keep water going on these fields to keep them growing and green and producing something for the cows. And then we get a lot of rain in the wintertime, up to 60 inches of rain in a wintertime. So it's pretty moist around here. So in the middle of winter time, the cows actually stay in the barn, and that's to protect the fields, because we need to make sure that the cows are happy and healthy. And it turns out if I don't want to stand out in 40-degree rain, neither do the cows. Plus, nothing's growing out here in the fields much in the wintertime. So they would pretty much just destroy the plant roots, which would destroy the plants, which would make them have nothing to eat come springtime. So for the middle part of the winter time, usually mid-November through mid-March, the cows will be in the barn, and that's why we have to harvest forage and put up bales of silage in the summertime, so we have something for the cows to eat in the wintertime.
Oh, okay.
Cool. What makes your farm organic? Like what?
Well, okay. So the organic rules tell you what you can't use, but so part of it is what we can't do, and so.
Well, we are going to go now and do some swag. We're going to do a quick swag giveaway, John. Hold up a second. I just wanted to call out. We have these awesome
get some
shirts.
swag.
Yeah, we got these melt cheese, not glaciers one. I got the
melting cheese.
I went organic before it was cool. We need to get that one for you, John, since you're pulling the old man card so much. And then we are going to go get some swag. The one shirt you won't be able to get is that awesome I'm Your Farmer shirt that Ross is wearing, because only our farmers get those. That's, sorry guys, but all right, we're gonna go and give away.
Swag break, we'll be right back. Woo.
Hi everyone, happy National Farmers Day. We are so excited to be here live streaming with you, and we're so excited that you have joined us. So excited, in fact, that we want to give away some gifts, because who doesn't love gifts, right? So what are we gifting? Right now, we are gifting 4 $50 gift certificates to our online shop where you can purchase farm-saving gear, just like this t-shirt I have on today. But we also have many more options, like this cozy sweatshirt, or maybe this cute kids tee, so that everyone in the family can look good while supporting small organic family farms. So what you need to do, it's super simple. Get your phone ready, because we're gonna have you take a screenshot. All right, in just a moment, I'm gonna count down 3, 2, 1, and you'll take a screenshot of what you see on the screen here. Are you ready? All right, 3, 2, 1, screenshot. All right, I hope you got it. Now, all you need to do is post that on Instagram by 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight and tag Organic Valley, and you may be one of the lucky gift recipients. Did you miss it? That's okay. Stick around, and in a few hours, we'll be gifting a few more items to folks who are joining our live stream. See you then, and happy National Farmers Day.
Hey, welcome back.
No.
Hey, welcome
back. I've gained a cheese head here for those of you who have been with us.
It goes good with your shirt.
Yeah,
I really
melt
like
cheese,
it.
not glaciers, everybody. That's
right.
what we're going for here.
We're here on National Farmers Day, and we're currently in the midst of the world's largest small farm tour, and we're streaming live with John Bansen and Ross Bansen and Kai Bansen out in Oregon. So
Monmouth? Is it Monmouth? Did I say that right? Monmouth, Oregon?
You said it right. Monmouth, Oregon.
I wanted to say Monmouth because that's how it's spelled, but I felt like that wasn't correct.
You have to ask about everything in Oregon. That's
true.
Lots of people say that, and some people want to call it Oregon, and it's not Oregon, it's Oregon. So yeah, you got to pronounce
Maybe
it
that
right.
can be a quiz at one of the schools later on, is how to pronounce Oregon.
And we're streaming here live from Caston, Wisconsin in Organic Valley, which is why I'm toting this here cheese head. We know there's a lot of cheese heads out here in Wisconsin. And Organic Valley, we love cheese even more than the regular Wisconsinite. So yeah, we're happy to, I'm Misa and this is Clovis.
Yes.
And we're with the Bansens. So let's see, what other questions do we have? Do cows play? That sounds like a fun question that came in. Do cows play, John and Ross?
They actually do a little playing. The younger ones more than the older ones, and which is understandable.
Yeah, the older ones do have their times from now and then. The other day, I actually was watching them, and there's a few blue herons that had landed in the field, and the one younger cow actually started jumping around at it and wanted to play with it, but the blue heron didn't want to, so it flew away.
He needs to find.
Yeah, up at our other farm, we'll see.
Yeah, I'll watch blue herons land in the field, and the heifers will want to go chase them around the field, and sometimes blue herons just start walking really fast, trying to get away from them, and once the heifers get too close, well, then they take off flying. But
yeah, it's the same way with the chickens we have too. Sometimes the chickens meander over to where the cows are grazing, and the cows get a little too curious and want to sniff around, and sometimes do a little hop here and there. But yeah, no, they're playful animals. But the calves and the younger cows are definitely more playful, especially when they get turned into a new piece to run around a little bit.
We have our herd of calves and milk cows up at the other farm that we raise the calves on cows in the summertime, and whenever I put them in a new field, the calves run as fast and as far as they can, turn around, come running back. The cows are just kind of walking in and looking for more feed, but the calves are running back and forth and back and forth. And when we take them up there to begin with, the calves are so short they can go under the hot wires in the field. And so in the morning time and in the evening time, all the calves that are short enough to fit under the hot wire go running all over the farm. They'll just, in a little group of calves, there'll be 6 or 8 calves just running from one end of the farm to the other because they can. And once they get a little bigger and taller, they can't do that anymore. But the little ones are always running under the fields and going everywhere. So yeah, cows do play. Yeah.
Well, I saw
yeah, and then the
when you were scratching that one cow, Ross, and then the other one came in a little bit jealous, I think, and kind of said, "Hey, I want some scratches here."
Yeah, that's Tokyo though. She gets a little jealous. So
okay.
That was
Do you have a favorite cow?
She's a jealous cow.
Do you have a favorite cow on the farm?
Oh, Lyndon's actually one of my top cows because she's just really friendly, beautiful looking cow, nice, robust, always calm. Who else? There's a few others that I like Pet too. Her name's fitting.
Vanya. Yeah, very fitting. Yeah.
Vanya's another good cow. She's a nice black cow that I like. So, but yeah, there's a few, and we've had some favorites throughout our history on our farm too.
Yeah, I had my favorite cow was Rain, and so there's been some really good cows in the past. Rosie, excuse me. Rain was Rosie's daughter.
I was like, what?
Rosie was a cow that was here for 20 years, and she took part in 3 Organic Valley commercials too during her days, and she was just a phenomenal cow. She was just the best cow I'd ever milked, and yeah, Rain was her daughter. So we've had a lot of good cows over the years. But I'd have to say Rosie's tag is hanging in the office in a place of honor. So she was a great cow.
That's great. And 20 years is like living to be 150 if you're a human, basically.
Is that how that works in cow years?
It's long.
That is kind of how that works. Yes, it is.
Sonia loves cows too, so you're in good company. I was curious, you said you had blue herons. What other wildlife do you see on the farm? What else comes around?
Ooh. Well, we got some new animals since I have a few chickens around. So we have some birds of prey now. So we see some bald eagles, golden eagles, red-tailed hawk, and those kind of just circle around. We got turkey buzzards, which are vultures. And we have a lot of other birds we try to promote. The swallows that help with the flies, bluebirds, wrens.
We have coyotes and possums and bobcats. We've sighted a cougar as well. I know there's bears out there at the other farm. I've seen what they leave behind, but I've never actually seen one. They're kind of elusive, but I know they're up there. The neighbor has been seeing them on a regular basis. So
a lot of raccoons at night.
Yeah. We have plenty of skunks. Lots of these animals like to eat little voles, which are kind of little tailless mice who dig up our fields, and they're kind of the basis for the food chain for a lot of these animals. Not only birds of prey, but also the smaller animals. Coyotes make most of their diet off of those little voles. And so, we got a lot of different kinds of things that show up here on the farm because there's food for them. And that's one thing about having a real healthy farm is that everything wants to be here. So, which is kind of fun for us because we get to see a whole lot of different stuff.
A lot of bugs.
Yeah, and the more bugs you have, the more insects you have, the more birds you get too. So.
Yep.
Are there squirrels? Someone was asking if
we have squirrels.
Okay.
Yes, we have squirrels. Not as many as in the Midwest. We're not as squirrel heavy as the Midwest.
We might though, with all these trees we keep planting, we might have a lot of squirrels. Yeah. We have chipmunks. They're the cutest little thing you ever seen.
Yeah, we have a lot of chipmunks.
Wow. Well, we have some curious classes out there. Mr. B's kindergarten computer classes tuning in from St. Patrick's School in Onalaska, Wisconsin. Nice. So welcome to all of you. Welcome. And then we have some more questions from out in Oregon. Luna in Oregon wants to know what the dog does. So I just saw the dog running, the farm dog. Does your dog have a name, and what do they get to do?
You better put her in the Polly's right behind you there, Kai.
Yeah, Ruby.
Oh, and Ruby's the other one. Come here, Ruby. Come here, Ruby. Ruby's the other one. Ruby, come on. These dogs do whatever they're meant to do, pretty much. Kai's dog, Ruby, is a young dog, and she's kind of a she's kind of a dog with a mind of her own. So
yeah, she does what she wants.
Yeah, they like to run around and just kind of sniff around. And I know my dog follows me down to do the chickens and enjoys playing with the chickens. But she's scared of everything else in life. So
she just want around. Yeah. Kai's dog is showing up now. Come on, Ruby.
Yeah. And John, up by the house, I know you have a lot of birdhouses. Oh, there she is.
Whoa, look at that. Cute happy dogs, happy cows, happy people.
Wagging their
we love
tails.
that.
And I just want to put in a scale because you told me I've been out to your farm. You said you order 40 birdhouses a year. Is that right?
That's right. We have a standing order for 40 new ones every year. So we put up a lot of birdhouses, and that's for the swallows. And now we're attracting quite a few bluebirds in those same boxes. So the swallows though really help us control the flies out here on the cows. So they're used for fly control, as well as the chickens are used for fly control, and so are the fly trap that we put the cows to, the fly vacuum. So we got a whole bunch of different ways of helping the cows be comfortable out here, and keep them relatively fly free. They're never going to be fly free, but relatively fly free.
I think it's pretty amazing how you all use different animals in that ecosystem to help work together in that way. You know, the birds are getting what they want to eat. The cows don't have as many flies on them. Just such a, to use the word organic, an organic way to work together with all the different species that you have out there. We have another question.
And plus,
how heavy is your heaviest cow? Ooh. Oh, and look, we have a cow in the background at the same time.
I'm guessing your cow's a little heavier.
I don't know.
Pretty sure I recognize
I really
cow,
don't.
Actually.
I really don't know because I've never tried to pick one up. But they're probably the heaviest cow we have out here would probably be 1,200 pounds.
Okay. Jerseys are a smaller cow than a Holstein or a beef cow, so they're going to be a little bit lighter. But that also is better for the land because they won't pug or compact the land as much.
Our average cow, the average cow weight would be about 950 pounds. For these jerseys.
It's almost 1,000-pound cow. It's pretty heavy.
Well, it's pretty heavy, but it's pretty small compared to most cow breeds. So they're the smallest of the cow breeds. So a big Holstein is probably going to weigh maybe up to 1,500 pounds.
Wow.
So but that's why they're so curious.
I was going to ask, what do you feed?
Because they're so small.
What do you feed those jerseys, those brown cows, to get the chocolate milk out? What gives it that chocolatey flavor?
Do you feed them cocoa powder? Hot chocolate?
I know my kids growing up wish that Jersey cows made chocolate milk, but no, they make just really rich, nice, creamy milk. The Jerseys have a lot creamier milk. So it makes better chocolate milk, though, because it's creamier. So
that's right.
It is good. It's good to make good chocolate milk.
I wish they made chocolate milk.
Yeah.
We got a shout out for you. The Bansens are the best.
Ooh, that's from Jennifer.
That's a big shout out for y'all.
Thank you.
What is your favorite thing to do on the farm as a farmer? I'm sure there's many things, but you have something out of all the things you do every day, because we know you work nonstop, is what we heard.
Well, besides
besides John.
Besides John. Okay, we established he doesn't work nonstop.
Ross, what is your favorite thing to do?
On the farm or off the farm?
On the farm. Maybe answer
on
both.
The farm?
Yeah. What do you do in your free time when you don't have to farm, and what's your favorite thing on the farm?
Favorite thing on the farm. I enjoy walking around. I think setting fences is one of the most enjoyable thing to do when you have some time, because you're out walking in the grass and the forages, seeing all the kind of different species around you. I also really enjoy moving chickens. And for free time, we're actually about an hour away from the Oregon coast. And so I enjoy going with my family over there, looking at the rock formations and all the sea creatures. And I also enjoy building chicken coops. I mean, that's kind of a weird hobby, but it's something to do.
Hey, you get to see a great product when you finish. You can feel very like, oh, I did that. I think that makes sense.
I did. I've actually sold a few, and they're still being used. So yeah.
And I'd have to say the thing I enjoy most on the farm is actually walking around, seeing the different wildlife as I'm doing it. There's all sorts of neat natural stuff around us all the time. Our other farm, there's alligator lizards and some other kind of lizards. I didn't know there were even lizards in Oregon, and so I'm always seeing new and cool stuff, and that's probably my most enjoyable thing I do.
That's awesome. Ottawa Elementary School is back to watch more. They didn't get enough. They're so excited to be here, all the way from Ohio. So that's awesome. And I don't know if, do you give your cows toys?
Ohio.
Ohio.
Go Ohio.
Do you give your cows toys? This is a question which I wouldn't have even thought of. Are there anything that the cows get for treats or toys?
Well, we have a scrubbing brush up in the barn. So they rub against it and start spinning, so it massages their back really nice.
Oh, nice.
So we have a couple of those around the farm positioned here and there. So other than chasing blue herons, that might be a toy for them. I don't know.
That sounds like a pretty nice.
They spend a lot of time. Yeah, they spend a lot of time with their automatic brush, because there's 3 of them up there for the cows to use at different places. And so sometimes you'll see a lineup waiting to use it. And there'll be more than one cow waiting her turn to get in there and use it. So, yeah, they use that a lot. Yeah.
I mean,
I can go up
I'd
and
enjoy a back scratcher if I needed. It sounds like a nice toy.
Sometimes they're scratching their heads. Sometimes they're scratching down their backs. Their favorite spot to scratch is their tail, because they can't reach their tail to itch it. So they like that one.
They also enjoy a good tree. If they're next to a tree in the pasture, they'll spend some time just rubbing their head on the tree trunk. It's pretty fun to watch.
I bet. Wow, we have some people calling in from Anchorage, Alaska. North Star says they love cows. That's amazing.
Ross, was it hard to decide to come back and be a farmer? Or was that always something you wanted to do?
No, I've always had a passion for farming. In high school, I was doing just some just some random jobs, and I was like, well, shucks, kind of long hours. But once I was in college, I really had a passion to want to come back and be a farmer. Just something resonated with me, and so I actually traveled abroad to work on some other dairies just before I came back, just to make sure that this is really what I want to do. And sure enough, I was like, yep, I'm a farmer. So
nice. That's sweet.
I have to ask, in the background there's Jersey cows, and then I see one cow that's black and white. Is that also a Jersey?
Well, there are different. So we use some bulls from New Zealand, and some of those are bulls that are crossbred bulls, which are half Jersey and half Frisian, and the Frisian that's the black color. And so these calves come out and they're 3/4 Jersey, because the mother's all Jersey and the father's half and half. But oftentimes they come out as black calves, just because that black gene is very very powerful and dominant in fur color. So that's what the black coloration is here, is the Friesian. The Friesian, and the Friesian breed is the precursor, the parent breed of the Holstein. But the New Zealand Friesians were bred to stay relatively really high butterfat levels, just like a Jersey. So they're basically a Jersey, just different colors.
Wow. We have a high school animal science class tuning in from Oregon because they love Oregon farmers, they say. And we also have Kickapoo Elementary School. They say Happy National Farmers Day. So people from all over here, Alaska, Oregon, Ohio, Wisconsin. Yeah.
So tell me about like how is farming rewarding? Is it hard? Like, is it challenging? Just tell me a little bit about your relationship with farming.
All the above. You're correct. You are correct. Yeah, it's everything. You know, it depends on the day. So some days, and it's kind of like any job. Some days you can't believe how great you have it, and then every now and again there's one of those days where you say, "Boy, I sure would like to do something else because this isn't much fun today." There are those days too, but you know, for me, there's been more of the days that I say, "Oh, I really enjoy doing this." So that's what counts. That's what counts.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Seems like a winning record there.
Nice. And
yeah,
John,
and that's part really of the thing that pulls people to farming, is because you know you get to be your own boss. You know, you're going at the schedule that you need to. You know, you kind of get to set your own agenda of what's going to happen on that day until a cow decides differently, and you have to do something else because the cows are the ultimate boss here.
The cows are in charge. The cows are in charge.
On the farm, it goes, this is the level of who's boss. So there's us, there's our wives, then there's the cows above. So, you know, that's kind of the level of
We got
where's the bottom of that.
We got a shout out from Belgium and Florida. So wow, we are coming in from all over the place here.
All right.
All the way across the ocean.
Good to hear.
So why are small family farms important, John? You know, we're a co-op full of small family farms. Why should people really care about small family farms? What do they mean to the community and to the environment?
Well, that's, you know, it is. You pointed out the two real big points, the community and the environment. So, you know, small family farms, we're able to actually, you know, you have more families that are parts of communities to partake in the schools and all the other activities in a community. You know, it means more economic vitality for the community. Lots of these communities with groups of Organic Valley farms on them are really healthy communities. They have a lot of people to partake in whatever community activity there is and support the local businesses, which is really important to keep a community healthy. But then on the environmental side, we're really able to, I guess, manage at a smaller scale, which allows us to focus more on the viability of our soils and the health of our area. And that's one of the things we really take a lot of pride on here on the farm, is that you know, we live right next to streams and rivers. All of our farms have a river or a stream flowing through it. And we want the water to be absolutely crystal clear coming off of any of our farms. And we want healthy for people downstream. And that's really, I mean, that's part of being a community, is making sure things are healthier downstream. I want people to be driving by here and realizing they can breathe the air here without worrying about it. There's a lot of farms here in the valley that do a lot of spraying things. And you drive by those fields and you know it's not healthy to be be breathing in some of those things. And we take pride in making sure that people who live in our community are staying healthy from those things.
Well,
Well,
John,
awesome.
We sure appreciate you, man.
It looks like the sun's coming out, and you might need to go get some work done because y'all are going to be back at 6 p.m. So John and Ross will be back on their live stream tonight at 6 p.m.
Yep.
But right now, thank you both. And we're headed to Stephanie Tranel's farm in Wisconsin. Thanks, Ross and John.
First, we're going to go to a giveaway on our
All right.
We're going to do some swag. We're going to do some swag.
Oh, we're going to go to
get the swag.
An ad.
We're going to see a really amazing ad. Phenomenal.
We just learned all about the environment and the beautiful ecosystem that's on the farm.
Yep.
So we're going to show you that in an ad.
That's right. This was shot on only Organic Valley Farms. All the little animals are from our farm, and they are adorable. So let's check it out.
All right. See you later.
Nature.
Yeah.
Majestic, wide open, teeming with life. From the earthworms down here, enriching the soil, to the songbirds that welcome the sun each day. Good morning, little fawn. Good day to you, salamander. This magnificent, thriving ecosystem can only be found in a wildlife preserve or national park.
Actually, it's an Organic Valley farm.
It's a farm?
Yeah, where delicious, nutritious organic food gets its start.
So all that comes from right here?
Yep, and this is just one of over 1,600 organic family farms in our cooperative that make up over 400,000 acres of pristine organic farmland across the country. Land that's protected from toxic chemicals, where nature gets to do its crazy, wild thing.
That cow's quite jubilant.
She sure is, because the humans that tend the land respect the land, and all the animals that live on it.
All of them?
All of them. But it's not all sunshine and organic daisies.
Oh dear.
The U.S. has lost over 100,000 family farms in the last decade. And once a farm's gone, it's gone forever. And that means there'll be a whole lot less of this and a whole lot more of this. But there's good news.
Thank goodness.
When you choose Organic Valley Dairy, you're choosing to protect this land, the nutritious food it produces, and most joyously, this little guy.
Hello, North American wood turtle.
Because land that supports all this
is land that can support us all.
Now you get it. Organic Valley, protecting where your food comes from.
Hi, welcome to our National Farmers Day live stream. We are halfway through our 12-hour, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Central Time live stream from coast to coast. So thank you for joining us. If you're new and if you've been with us for the last 6 hours, well, you could join us up here at the host stand and tell everyone what it's like to protect where your food comes from. We're thrilled that you're here. I'm Samantha Sacken. I'm Senior Director of Communications here at Organic Valley, and my lovely co-host,
Julia Hugo, Director of Co-op Stewardship and Governance here at Organic Valley. And I feel like Samantha's actually in charge here, so it'll be a lot of fun.
No, we're actually, the person who's in charge is the person that we have to thank so much for everything that she does every single day here on National Farmers Day, which is Steph Tranel. So hi, Steph. So good to see you.
Yay.
Oh, we're having trouble hearing you, so I don't know if you can hear us, but we can't quite hear you. Let's try that again. Steph, can you hear us? Oh, there you go. Perfect.
Here I am out here hanging out with the girls on a less than beautiful, but still okay day on the pasture, huh?
Well, thank you for joining us for a second hour here on our live stream. I know you joined earlier in the day, and so we're so thrilled to see you. And so thrilled to see you with, I'd like to call this the all-girl live stream right now. Because
and on green grass, too. I mean, that's a perk of I know it's raining, and I know it's a little blustery, but here in Wisconsin, we're feeling great about the green, seeing all of that there.
No, that's a good point, Julia. It's been a fairly dry year, so we're happy to have the rain. And even though most of our crops have been harvested for this growing season, the soil will act as kind of a bank, and it'll take that moisture and it'll hold that moisture, which we will use next year for our growing season. And as a bonus, as farmers, we actually really enjoy rainy days because that means maybe we get a little bit of a break and we can catch up on some of our other inside work as well.
Yeah, not today, though. Not today.
Steph, I love that you brought up soil. Will you talk a little bit about why the soil makes such a difference? Because I think it's something that I've just learned about recently, and I think it made such a difference to understand why organic is so different than other type of farming.
Absolutely. So actually, it all starts with the soil, right? The soil is what's needed to feed and grow these beautiful greens that our cows enjoy and then turn into the delicious and nutritious products that we enjoy at Organic Valley, our milk, our butters, our yogurt, cheese. But also it also feeds and grows the crops that we utilize every year. So here at Organic Valley, us farmers are very concerned about soil health. We farm in a way that works with Mother Nature. And we just feel like it's worked out very well. It's taken care of our cows. It's helped take care of our family. And again, it's allowed us to bring those delicious and nutritious products that you've all come to love.
Thank you for giving us that background. In fact, speaking of the ladies behind you, will you talk a little bit about some of the beautiful ladies behind you and about just a little bit about their names? Just give us a little bit of background. We have a lot of schools joining us, and I think they'd really appreciate to understand more about these beautiful creatures.
Absolutely, Sam. So first off, let me just say hello to all of the students. We're happy to have you. Please ask questions. Some of the cows here, we have Bella. She was in my neck, in my hair. She's very friendly, very nosy. You can see we have a variety of cows here as far as the colors. We do milk several breeds. The little black ones here are our Hojos or our Holstein Jersey crosses. We have some traditional, when you think of cows on grass, the big black and white Holstein. Right here's one. We have some beautiful Jersey crosses here, some full jerseys. In the back there, we have a Swisser. Those are actually my favorite. In fact, 1 year from my birthday, the cousins we farm with surprised me with an entire trailer load of brown Swisses. So, I mean, how could you beat that for a birthday present, right?
Love it.
But while we talked earlier, all the cows are a little different. The breeds are a little different, but they all produce the white milk we come to love and enjoy. We do milk the different breeds because some breeds maybe give more of a higher quantity of milk, while others give a higher quality as far as the butter fats, the proteins that are very vital to the butters and the creams that we all enjoy. So we do milk a variety of animals here. You can see they're all enjoying this blustery weather. While I'm here in mittens and a hat and a coat, maybe I haven't quite yet, but these girls are fine. Look at, they're calm, they're relaxed, they're eating. This is ideal weather for the cows. They like the cool, and they're happy to be out here on grass.
We have a couple questions from Heather Brown's high school class. She wants to know, and a couple other people are also asking, how many cows do you have?
Sure, that's a great question. So I'm in here with probably, about 60 to 80 cows right now. But our family, we milk about 550 cows. That sounds like a lot at first, but I'd like to say we have 7 families that choose to farm together. So instead of having 7 smaller herds, we just choose to milk 1 herd together. And that's probably the biggest contrast between our generation and the previous generation. They had smaller herds. They did every milking individually. This way, we're having a better work-life balance. So if we want to sneak away to a kid's t-ball game, soccer game, there's always someone in the family who's available to help. So that's really been a huge benefit, change for our family. It's working really well.
That's really, really great. And I think that that's a really interesting piece of how, this interesting story for your family in particular. Is there anything else you'd like to tell us about when it comes to what that's like to have multi-generations of families and different, I know there's cousins and there's children so just give us a little bit more of a picture about what does your family farm look like?
Absolutely. So I married a 6th generation farmer. So all of those cousins I told you that we milked together, they're all the 6th generation. We can actually trace the Tranel family lineage all the way back to Germany. We're in Germany today. There are Tranels on the original home farm, so we're very proud of that. Along with that farming legacy, there's a great responsibility, though, too, right? So we are 6th generation, raising the 7th generation on the farm, and we're taking care of this land, these animals, our farm, with the hopes that we can someday pass that farm on to the next generation. So that's a lot of responsibility to continue that family legacy of farming. On any given day, we can have up to 4 generations farming together. And to give you an idea of what it looks like, a couple weeks ago, we were chopping corn, and we had uncles and grandpa in the tractor, and we had cousins, nephews, and nieces, and it's just so fun for us to see, you know, Grandpa Joe's in the tractor with little JJ, or my son Ozzy is in with his dad, or godsons and godparents. It's just a really neat way to spend time together, all while, you know, producing the product that we all need every day.
Now that's a deep history for that side of your family. But what about you, Stephanie? How did you come to farming? Because I think your background's maybe a little different than that of the family you married into, isn't it?
That's right. You are right. I was not part of a farming family. I met my husband in high school. I won't tell you how many years ago that was, but it was a few. Really stood out to me because while your average high school boy is talking about sports and cars and girls, Travis was talking about his cows and land and the chores he did after school, and I found it so fascinating. So we started to, and very stereotypically, our first dates were literally me learning to drive the big John Deere tractors or using the four-wheel.
So cool.
I can remember, you know, the puppies and the baby calves, and I think the initial shock and awe of coming out here from the city and just thinking there's so much space. And while you don't see the beautiful colors today, I mean, when you see the beautiful blue sky and the green grass and the sun shining, there is nothing more beautiful to me than this here and seeing the cows out on grass. So I quickly learned that this was a beautiful lifestyle, and I fell in love with the boy, but also the lifestyle. And I knew the one day we came in from harvesting and we were exhausted, and it had been a long day of working with uncles and cousins and brother. And Mom and Grandma were making a farm meal with products produced on the farm or in the garden. And I think right there it sunk in that this is exactly where I want to be, and this is how I want to raise my future children and family. So I write that in there. I was done for. That was it. And here I am,
that.
Wink, years later now raising our own kids on the farm.
Wow, that is so inspiring.
We have some questions coming in about, as you talk about the story of your family and about the Tranel family and this connection to agriculture for a long time. I'm curious how you became an organic farmer and what that journey was from. I mean, organic has only been around for a certain number of years, so there was another way of farming before that. And how, just tell us a little bit about that journey.
Sure, yep. So even before the transition to organic farming, the Tranels as a family were very much into grazing, which wasn't super common around here, right? Conventional farmers grazing, but it was always something that the Tranels did. There was a family choice due to difficult circumstances that led Travis to start the transition to organic. We also had an uncle that was an organic belly farmer, so that made that a less intimidating transition. But they decided as a family, this was before I came here, was that this would be a way to continue the family legacy in a safe manner. Safe for the land, safe for the animals, but also safe for the farmers. Because as organic farmers, we're not spraying the pesticides, the herbicides on the ground. So it really is a safer environment. And especially when I see my children out running through the fields in the garden in their bare feet, I don't have to worry about it.
Now, we are getting a lot of questions right now in the chat, Steph. It is incredible. So one of them was from a 6th grade science class. They want to know how much milk each cow produces each day. And if you didn't marry into a farming family, what would you like to do? So first, talk about the cows, and then let me know more about you, Stephanie.
All right, great. So you students will have to help me with this because I can tell you that on average, our cows will produce 65 pounds of milk per day. And I can tell you, a gallon of milk average, I think it's like 8.6 pounds per gallon. So if you guys do the math, I'll have you tell me just how many gallons per day our cows are producing.
That is a skilled mother move right there.
Yeah.
Good
well
question.
played. Well done.
Let's do it. Good work.
Yeah.
Good work.
We like that. So while the math is being calculated, tell us about you, Stephanie. What would you do then if you were not farming?
That's a great question. I have my degree in biology, so I've always known that I wanted to do around science, something around animals. I had talked about maybe being a doctor. But I think I fell in love with the boy. I love the family and the lifestyle, and I wanted to be a mom. So I really do have it all. I kind of giggle sometimes when I'm sitting here surrounded by hundreds of cows and acres of beautiful lush grass, or my organic veggie, fruit, flower gardens. Like, how did I get here? And there's no regrets, I'll tell you that. And maybe I talked at one time about being a marine biologist. I love the big sea mammals, but these mammals are my favorite right here. You're looking at them. I am happy as can be, surrounded by all these cows and kids and horses and family members. It worked out.
So let's talk. We've got some great questions coming in around. We're talking about the life cycle. Tell us, how often does a cow have a calf, and and how long? Maybe you could tap onto that for, like, how long are these cows with you, and is there a difference between organic farms and other types of farms around that?
All good questions, Julia. So we have cows born on the farm year round. And usually that cow will join our milking herd around 2 years of age. So when she has her first calf, she will produce milk, and then she will become one of our milking herd members. She will then have a calf about every year, roughly. If things go well, every year she'll have a calf. And because we don't push our cows in production or reproduction, the longevity of the cows in an organic herd is much better than like the average conventional herd. So some of our cows are 8, 10 years old. I'd mentioned Agnes earlier. And if you look at like the Webb advert for the live stream here, and my face is right there, but Agnes is behind me. She's that beautiful little Jersey with the white heart on her face. Mm-hmm. She's on her 6th lactation, which means she's about 8 years old already. And she's kind of the celebrity cow on the farm. She's in a lot of obese stuff. We're really had a lot of fun with her. She always seems to find the camera. But I would say on average, our cows are, but we have some older cows, 8, 10, 12.
And we talked a lot about cows. What about other animals you have on the farm? Can you tell us a little bit more about who else is on the farm with you?
Yeah, and that Agnes, she really is just hogging the camera there behind you.
Yeah, she's like...
Now she knows we're talking about her. She's moving out of the picture.
She's like, I was ready for my close-up, but you all passed me up, so I'm moving on.
Yeah.
So we have, my husband would say, too many farm cats. The kids would probably otherwise. So we have the cute little barn kitties running around. We have a family dog. We have 4 horses who we are slowly learning to utilize on the farm. I hope to do that a little bit more, just to get everybody else on board with them. But they've been pretty supportive overall, because traditionally, dairy farmers and horses do not get along that well. We also have, just because we're where we are in the pasture here, I was said earlier, Kendra and I were actually watching 4 bald eagles play in the nearby paddock. That's cool. So we go outside, we can see eagles. We will see the occasional fox, badger, raccoon, skunk, turkeys every once in a while. I think I've been here almost 22 years, and I've seen 1 deer on the farm. We don't have a lot of trees. Wooded areas, bunnies. I don't know. It's really neat. Oh, we have turkey vultures. We see all kinds of birds in the pasture. We see a lot of the pollinators, the butterflies, the moths. So I think no matter where you look, you'll see a handful of species. And that's also something I really like about the farming with my love of science and animals. It really is a good fit for me.
Now, one of the questions I've always wondered about farm life, and for you, is what are the things that are surprising? What are the things that you think that everyone who's tuning into the live stream would be surprised to know about? Like, for example, do you do much with technology? Is that part of farm life? How do you use that in what you do every day? Or is it pretty much the same as it's always been for the last, 25, 30, 50 years?
That's a really good question. I think people would be surprised to hear that farming is kind of like a business, right? You need to be efficient. You need to kind of evolve as times change. And one of those evolving would be technology. So to give you an example here, if Kendra looks at this beautiful cow here, show her your ear. Do you see that pretty little orange earring or ear tag? That's actually what we would call like a Fitbit. So if all the kids that are in school, if like moms and dads, your Apple Watches kind of track your movements. So these earrings here help us track how often she's moving around. You see she's chewing her cud here. It helps us track how much she's eating by monitoring her jaw movement. It also looks at like body temperature, and what we're looking for is a break in a pattern. So that's keeping track of all of this data that then allows us to analyze that. If there is something that changes drastically, it'll alert us and say, hey, her pattern's off. Maybe she's not moving so much. Or on the other end, her temperature is right now for breeding. So that helps us that way as well. So we get a lot of information just from those little earrings that those girls are wearing that helps us keep them comfortable, healthy, safe. Another example of technology that we use, I'll show you here, is that we have radios now. So obviously we all have cell phones, and we thought that was pretty cool. But these radios give access to anybody else. Let me give you an example here.
3.
Hey Josh, do you copy?
Yeah, guess what I'm doing?
I don't know. You tell us. You say hello to everyone live streaming with us from all across the country.
I can't understand what you're saying, but I'm changing out those cow managers right now.
Ah, so Josh is actually working on some of those Fitbits and the cows right now that we just talked about. So there you go, technology. These radios have really helped us to be more efficient. It's good when we have this many family members working simultaneously on the farm just to stay organized. We can talk to anybody and everybody hears the conversation and keeps us all on the same page. Another example of those earrings and helpful would be when we're milking, that helps keep track of like her production. So if there's a change in production and we say, oh, she needs to be looked at, there may be something wrong, that earring, we can use our cell phones to tell our facilities to sort her out. So we have a gate that the cows are walking through after milking. And if we alert that gate to a certain name or number, that cow will actually be sorted through technology and waiting for us when we're done milking so that we can address her needs. So that's really kind of cool.
Really cool. I feel really great too, because I'm gonna go home and tell my 13-year-old that she doesn't need a cell phone, she just needs a walkie-talkie, and it's gonna be really helpful for my family. So this has really been this is great. We did hear from the 6th graders. They did some math, and they came up with 7.5 gallons each day per cow. I didn't do the math, so that's all. What do you say to that, Steph?
I say give them an A. Good job.
All right. That's awesome. And we found here, someone double checked, correct. Yes. Right to the top of the class. We have a 6th grader in Portland, Oregon, Virgil. Hello. And Virgil has lots of questions. So we're gonna do some rapid fire. We'll do one question at a time. First of all, do you make cheese on the farm?
We do not. We have not. I'm not opposed to that. We're just busy with what we're doing right now.
Very good. Next question from Virgil. Virgil likes goats. Do you have goats?
I like goats too, but unfortunately I'm not allowed to get any goats yet, but I'll keep working on it. Maybe someday.
Next birthday.
Next birthday. Yeah. Next live stream. Next question from Virgil. So we have three more. Are cow noses wet?
They are. They are wet and a little rough. Yeah.
All right. You want to do the next one?
Oh yeah, for sure. The next question is even better than the other ones before this, which is, do you have llamas?
Oh, no llama. No.
Not yet. Next birthday.
I think they spit, right? And they're pretty good size. No llamas.
And then we might even know the answer to this, but we're going to ask anyway. Who is your favorite cow?
Agnes.
Agnes.
But she's my favorite. She is full of spunk and personality. And she's at 8 years old, roughly. So she's been a good girl, good contributor. Yep.
So, Steph, from the view that we have right here, all of your cows have disappeared. Where have those cows gone?
They are right here.
There they are. They're done. They're out of here.
Kind of timing out. Yeah, I think they're moving on to greener pasture, so to say. But they're bored with me now. I've been out here for a while, and they're okay now.
But that's great. So one of the perks is that they can move around. You're out on pasture. These animals are not confined. They have the freedom to move when they want to move, even on a rainy, blustery day in Wisconsin.
Absolutely. So our farm is designed. We actually have 160 acres of permanent pasture out here for our cows. Unless the weather is awful or it's really hot, they're out here on fresh grass. And those paddocks are actually further divided into smaller sections because we want to very intentionally manage these pastures. Like you can see here, they're pretty lush yet, pretty thick. even with the dry year that we've had, Josh, one of the cousins, has done a superb job of managing our pastures. And that means we give our cows smaller breaks more often so that they are utilizing and not wasting this amazing grass out here. And while we're talking about the grass, we intentionally plant 10 to 12 species of grasses and legumes because we want to give our cows that variety. Just like all you guys sitting in school right now, you don't want to eat the same thing every day, right? So these girls have the ability to come out here and choose what they want to eat. We have red and white, crimson clover, alfalfa, timothy, fescue, brome, grasses, all kinds of good stuff, and they're able to kind of pick and choose what they'd like. And also, because of the diversity of grasses and legumes we grow, we've been able to extend our grazing season from mid-April all the way until, well, weather permitting. Last year, I think we had some heifers out here up until Christmas Day even.
So what do you do after that? What happens when the weather isn't great?
That's a good question. So here in Wisconsin, you can see I'm a wee bit cold. It's not even that cold out here. But we have about 5.5 months for growing season. And we work very hard to put up enough feed to be able to feed all of these girls all winter when they can't be out because we're covered in like 2 feet of snow, right? Wisconsin winters. So we store all that feed and they have beautiful areas which are sheltered, warm, and happy. And they get all the feed so they go without, they have everything they need. They're happy as a clam. Even if it's, negative 40 below and we're out here in coveralls and hats and mittens and scarves. They're just fun.
So when a cow does get sick, though, and I'm sure that happens, what is your process for taking care of that animal?
Absolutely. So I will say it does happen, right? We have cows that get sick, but being organic, very heavily on the preventative care, right? And a big part of that would be like pasture. These girls are out exercising, moving. That movement keeps their feet healthier. They're out here in the fresh air. That keeps them healthy as well. We're not pushing them productively or reproductively. So a lot of it's we do ahead of time before they get sick. Now, if they do get sick, we have some organic methods we can use. But if the worst happens and she needs something different to survive, we will absolutely take care of her needs, and then she's no longer part of our organic herd. We'll sell her to a conventional neighbor or send her to a different farm. Because we're not going to let an animal suffer.
Mm-hmm. I'm realizing we're sort of almost halfway through our time already with Steph. It's going so fast. So I think we're going to take a quick break for some gifting. So I'm going to pass it back for a quick gifting video break.
Hi everyone, welcome back. We have more gifting with our Farmer Day live stream. Happy National Farmers Day. This time we're gifting the things that you know and love. Organic Valley products, that's right. Milk, eggs, cheese, produce even, whatever your heart desires. We'll be gifting some free product coupons to a couple of lucky folks. So if you haven't been with us yet, we need you to screenshot. Grab your phone and about 5 seconds, I'll have you take a screenshot of what you see on the screen. Okay, we're gonna count down. 3, 2, 1, take a screenshot. Perfect. I hope you got it. Now all you need to do is post that photo to Instagram by 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight. Tag Organic Valley, and you may be the lucky recipient of one of our gifts. Happy National Farmers Day.
Great, and we're back. For those of you that might just be joining us, it is National Farmers Day, and today we are celebrating with Steph Tranel. Thank you, Steph, for everything that you do. And we are about a little bit more than halfway through the world's biggest small farm live stream. So Steph is in Wisconsin, and I'm Samantha.
And I'm Julia.
And we are just so excited to be here today and get to know Steph better and learn all about farming. So do you have a question for Steph?
Yeah, Steph, there's something so wonderful about being part of, really in community with fellow farmers. And I'm curious if you want to talk a little bit about what is the farming community that you're a part of, and that maybe that's local or maybe that's national, maybe that's international, but how do you connect with other farmers?
Absolutely. So I had mentioned earlier in the live stream this morning that in our little area right here, we have 5 Organic Valley farms within sight. So that is really cool to have so many of the same like-minded farmers close by. Of course, for if something goes wrong or we need extra help harvesting, we have neighbors and friends very close by. as a bigger picture, we're one of 1,600 small family farms that make up the Organic Valley Co-op, and that's been amazing as well. The part of that balance would be we have the farmers on one side and the Organic Valley staff on the other. And I kind of mentioned this earlier when we were talking about the transition to organic, but just having such a dedicated, loyal, great staff at Organic Valley has really helped us farmers to be able to continue to do what we want to do. They have vets on staff if there's questions, or when we had transitioned all those years ago, just the logistics of making it happen and become a reality. So I think it's really special to be surrounded by, one, such a big family that thinks and works together so well, and two, neighbors that choose to farm in a method that's so similar to our own, because we can learn from each other and lift each other up when there's extra help needed. We're just very lucky to be in the area that we are. And for all of those classrooms, I forgot to mention this, and the teachers, if you want to kind of show where our farm is, we're just a couple miles off the Mississippi River, the very southwest corner of the state of Wisconsin. So where Iowa, Wisconsin, and Illinois all come together. It'll give you a good idea of where we are.
Steph, you and your husband are raising 5 kids on your farm. Can you tell us a little bit what it's like raising a family on a farm? That's a very different childhood than you had.
Yeah, you're right. It is. We have 5 children, ages 7, 9, 11, 13, and almost 15. So it's busy, chaotic, and so much fun. Every kid, just like our cow, different personalities. So our oldest, Evie, is very much into the animal side of the farm. She follows the vet around when it's time for herd checks. She loves to move the heifers and the steers. She just very much would like to be maybe a vet someday, deal with the animals. My second daughter is kind of in the middle. She'll help with the animals, whether that's feeding calves or attending to the horses. But she also likes some of the cropping in the tractor. My little boy, I have 1 son and 4 girls. He very much is excited by the big John tractors, like any young man would be. And he has actually stepped up quite a bit this last season, has been running and operating the equipment himself. So that was a very proud day for my husband and for myself to be able to large square bale. So it's a big tractor, and we take our alfalfa, our hay, and they turn that, or sedan grass, whatever it may be, into large square bales. I'm sure you've seen them in the pictures, the big square bales. We're both operating the tractor and a baler side by side, doing some custom work. So that was really cool. We had a lot of fun with that, the 6th generation farming together side by side. So he loves all that. And actually, Ozzy rolled. This was a cornfield behind me on the other side of the pasture. You can see how beautiful green it is now. That's our winter triticale, which is a fall cover crop. That went in probably 3 weeks, maybe a month. I can't quite remember. But you can see how beautiful that coverage is there. So Ozzy must have done a real good job of rolling that. Good job, Ozzy boy. But they all have an area where they're really interested in and they can contribute. My younger 2 daughters, 7 and 9, they take care of the farm cats. They help with the horses. Every once in a while, they'll go check on the new baby bottle calves. They're just kind of learning the ropes and kind of seeing what interests them yet. But as a whole, I think raising kids on a farm has been such a valuable experience. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Our kids are learning the importance of time management, how to juggle all the activities that we're doing, the responsibility that comes with caring for a new animal and taking care of that animal as it grows. And that's something that's even more rewarding to me, I think, is seeing our kids develop those relationships with our animals. On top of that, we're very lucky to work with so many family members. So kids are getting to know second cousins who are more like first cousins because they work together so closely. All the uncles and the aunts and grandpa. That's been really special too, building those relationships and watching them grow. Our kids are always busy. And another thing that's kind of fun is there's a lot of fun to be had on the farm. I know it seems like a lot of work. These kids are learning to drive the 4-wheeler and the UTV and the tractors, and they get to milk the cows, and they get to play with the baby calves, and they get to ride the horses. And as you can imagine out here, we get to play a mean game of hide. We have acres and buildings to have. So it can't, right? There's always something to do, always some fun to be had, and we make the most of it.
That's great. I have a quick technical question here. I grew up on a family farm, and when I was a kid, every single farm cat was orange and white. Do you have only orange and white farm cats? But you know what I'm talking about.
Kendra was giving me teasing me a bit because we have quite a few farm cats. So I almost should have offered some up as maybe giveaways, adopt a cat from the Tranel farm. But they're beautiful, calico. We have a black cat, right now. They're just beautiful, and they kind of come and go, and the males wander off. But no, we have a beautiful variety. Yes.
Great. Well, we have a couple of technical questions about your farm.
Yep.
Let's see. One of them is, I'm going back down and finding him again. Well, here's a fun one. What's it feel like to be licked by a cow? Yeah.
It's rough, rougher than you would think. Their tongues are kind of dry and they're kind of rough. So it's like sandpapery, right? It's not what you think it would be like. That's that one. But
okay.
Before you had asked about the wildlife on the farm, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I forgot the field trips. The schools that are joining us might get a kick out of this. Oh, it was probably was it last spring or fall? I can't remember. But if you guys could Google Bruno, Bruno, Bruno the bear, there was this black bear, like a young juvenile male, that traveled from like Minnesota all the way down to Arkansas. And along the way, Bruno made an appearance on this farm. And we like never black bears on the farm, right? So it was a really cool experience. And I can remember we were out here in the side-by-side because how often does like a 350-pound bear come through? And I remember being nervous for the girls, right? Because this is a big animal. And Bruno walked through the pasture and the girls didn't even bother to get up. They just kind of looked at him and then went back to chewing their cud. They didn't even care. And so that was, and we've got, footage of him going right through the fence and onto the road. But if you Google that, guys, in your classrooms, you can see he's got quite the story. That was really cool.
That's great. That is so fun. Well, we want to give a big shout out to Mrs. Ware's 4K class in Watertown, Wisconsin. Thanks for visiting. We're so glad that you're here. We have another question. Speaking of cows, what's the weirdest cow story you have? It's a good one.
The weirdest cow story. How about this? How about unique and rare? I'll give you that.
Okay, we'll take that. That's good. I think that will work.
All right. Before we put in the technology in the barn, Travis and I would have to put our chore clothes on every evening to go back down to like our maternity pen where our girls were getting ready to calve and walk through that barn and make sure that everybody was ready for the evening, that there was nothing happening, no one needed any assistance. So the one evening, and it was probably around Thanksgiving, because I remember it was really dark, it was wet, it was cold. Not a night I wanted to take my pajamas off and put my farm clothes back on and go out. But we did. Get down there and there was a cow who was calving, and we knew that she was close, so we were kind of keeping an eye on her anyway. But we get down there and we saw the baby's hooves, which is perfectly normal, and we sat there with her for a while, but she didn't seem to be progressing. So we decided to assist Mom and help deliver that calf, and we did. And the calf was beautiful, looked wonderful. Mom looked good, and as we were tending to the baby on the ground, we stood up to check on Mom, and there was another set of hooves from Mom. Thought, wow, twins, that's kind of cool, and what a good thing we came down to check on Mom and baby. So we helped deliver the second set, or the second twin, and baby looked great, Mom looked great, got baby assisted, everything was fine. We turned back to Mom and there was a third set of hooves.
Wow.
So that was wild, and that was the only time I've ever seen that. We assisted with the third baby, everyone looked great, everyone was healthy, so that was amazing. And just for fun, then I Googled, like, what are the odds of a triplet birth? And it was like 1 in 105,000 births. So that was just probably a fun experience. And especially grateful to have, thankful that all 3 of the babies were healthy and Mom did well, because that's, tough to carry triplets.
That cow knows that your favorite's Agnes and not her. I can sense it.
Yeah.
But she still wants to get in there. She's like, I'm going to get into frame before Agnes does.
So another question that came in is what is the limit on the number of cows you can keep on your farm so that you give each of your cows their proper treatment and care?
That's an interesting question. I would say we're nowhere near that yet. Because we have so many family members actively involved, while it sounds like 500 cows is a lot, these cows are giving the best care. So we're nowhere near that number. I couldn't even tell you, because as right now, I think we're kind of holding steady where we are as far as herd size. But these cows have access to lush green pasture, fresh water. When they cannot be outside, their barn, their shelter, it was designed with cow comfort in mind. And by that, I mean we bed them on sand. As farmers, we hate sand. It's expensive. It's heavy, it gets equipment, but the cows like it, so the cows get it. Another example of cow comfort would be the fans in the barn. We have multiple fans in the barn that keep that air moving, good ventilation. We also have curtains that line the walls of the barn, and we can set a thermostat on our phone, so those curtains are an automatic open and shut depending on what the temperature is. So those cows, and we have sprinklers too. On a warm day, it's too hot to be out in the sun in the pasture. Those cows are inside, relaxing, eating their food, and they're also being sprinkled with cool water. So these cows want for nothing. Another fun fact is that these 100% organic feed. They have their own nutritionalist, which means they eat better than I do, quite frankly, because I don't have anyone telling me you should eat this and this would make you feel better and do all this. I don't get that, right? I'm lucky if I get 3 meals a day because we're usually out here running around doing stuff. So these girls are spoiled, but they're part of our family. So of course we're going to take care of them, right? And in return, they provide us with that delicious, nutritious milk and butter and yogurt and cheese that we've all come to love and enjoy.
And Steph, it looks like you have a little bit of wind, so we're going to ask you to stand a little closer maybe to the camera so we can hear you. Fabulous. Thank you. Can you tell us, how do you come up with the cows' names? Like Agnes is a classic name. So is there there must be a method to the way you all come up with your names.
I love human names on animals. I know that's silly, but that's part of it. Like my dog is George. But my kids are very good at naming cows. So I'd mentioned this earlier. My 2 oldest daughters are now 13 and almost 15. But when they were younger and really excited about naming the new babies, we had a wave of Disney princesses running around, right? I mean, Jasmine, like all of them. And then they kind of outgrew that. And now my younger 2, 7 and 9, are coming in and getting excited. So I've got a whole nother set of Ariels and Jasmines and Moana and Elsa. But no, we tend to stick to I like plants and flowers. They're getting frisky over here. If you can see that, they're kind of playing. Clover, peony, poppy. But sometimes too, when we're with the little calves, they'll show their personality and they'll get a name. Maybe they'll be sugar if they're sweet, or spice, or salty if they're a little spunkier, right? So we just have fun with it, whatever we come up with.
That's fantastic. And we have a little bit of a pivot of a question, but there's a question that came in around did your parents support you in your decision to become a farmer, or was that a little surprising for them?
So both my parents were entrepreneurs, like small business owners. And that takes a lot of energy, a lot of time, dedication, and work. And even with that, I think they thought I was nuts, because the farming lifestyle is very different and it's very demanding. And they can see, I think, how happy I am out here surrounded by cows and pasture and horses and kids and family members, that they're just happy for me. So absolutely, they've been supportive. I think the initial shock was like, what are you doing, lady? Right? That's a lot. But like I said earlier, many hands make work light. So it's worked out.
Yeah. Do you think that in the future, based off of your, in your community, do you think that this model of having multiple families working together to run a farm is going to continue to happen, or more and more of that?
I think so. I can tell you it's really helped our family in a sense that we have that work-life balance, right? Which makes farming a lot more attractive to younger generations. I mean, the previous generations, you could talk to them, well, I've milked my cows the last 1,000 milkings in a row, or whatever it may be. They have some number that just blows your mind, because they would not even let anybody else milk their cows, right? But when you bring in the 7 cousins, we can take turns, we can get things done, and we're comfortable knowing that when we're not there, those cows are being taken care of just as good as if we were there taking care of them ourselves. So that's been a huge shift. I also think that, access to land and things are very expensive. So this is a different model that makes it more realistic for families to get involved in farming. That's, like I said earlier, part of the main reason that we're still farming and we're still working this hard is because we're doing it not for just ourselves or our kids, but our kids' kids and their kids. Because once you stop farming, your family's probably done farming. It's not something you're going to be able to just jump back into, right? So there's a responsibility there to not drop the baton, so to speak.
I'm going to do another shout out. We have Hayward Primary School in Hayward, Wisconsin visiting us, the 4K classroom. So hello, everyone. So happy that you're here. We also have the 4th grade, the Kickapoo Elementary School here in Wisconsin. So we're in Cashton, so not too far away. So hi to all of you. We're so glad you joined us. Looking at the time we still have with you, why don't we do a quick speed round of questions? Since we have a lot of new people that have joined, we're going to ask you a bunch of questions about the animals and everything on your farm, and just go through that just to give those that have just joined us a little bit of background, because I know there's so many questions coming in about cows, which is so amazing. So here we go. Here's our speed round.
Get ready.
All right. Why don't we take turns? We'll each do a question. Okay.
Yeah, okay. You lead.
Okay. First question I'm going to ask you is, how many cows do you have on your farm?
Okay. We milk about 500 to 550 cows.
What kind of cows do you have on your farm?
Good question. Behind me here, the big black and white, that's your traditional Holstein. Over here, we have a Swisser, a brown Swiss, my absolute favorite. We also have, like over here, the little black ones, some Holstein Jersey crosses. We have some full jerseys as well. I'm trying to look for one for you now, but they're more of that beautiful brown color. We have some red and white Holsteins as well, so we do milk a variety of cows.
What do your cows eat, and do they have a favorite food?
Ooh. That's good. So cows eat the pasture grass. We also grow the hay, corn, sedan, the wheat, the barley, but I think they like the sweets, right? So an example here is when we feed the cows inside, when we have to be inside, we have to mix their feed together so that every bite is uniform, because if we leave the grain on top or the good stuff, they'll pick through it like little toddlers do, right? They'll just take the good stuff out, the rest. So we actually mix it up for them and kind of fool them so they get everything good in one bite. We just had a bald eagle go right by us on the farm here. That's kind of talking about wildlife.
Awesome.
I don't know if you guys can see it far, but bald eagles everywhere.
We can see it. That's amazing.
Good. Okay, we're still on speed. We're still on speed questioning.
Yes.
Okay, so what do you do with your cows in the winter?
Good question. When they cannot be out here because of the weather, they have beautiful barns that they are able to relax and enjoy and eat and have fresh water in. But ideally, they are out here as much as possible.
Do cows sleep standing up or sitting down or laying down?
Laying down. You can see, well, actually, they all got up now. They were out here just relaxing so nice. They just lay down like us, relax.
Can you tip a cow over?
Give me a second, I'll try. Are you ready?
Do cows make, are there cows that make chocolate milk?
No.
Darn it. Oh, really?
It's your turn.
Okay, another cow question. All right. Do cows have different personalities?
Yes, they do. As you can see right now, we've got some cows that are a little more adventurous, nosy. We've got some that are a little more reserved or shy. We've got the bossy cows. And that's where some of those fun too, based on their personalities. Just like kids, lots of personalities.
What is your funniest cow story?
Well, I don't know if you saw it earlier, but just an example. I was standing out here earlier, and Bella, the cow, had her tongue in my ear. That's kind of gross, right? But I was able to talk to her. So they're very curious, very friendly. I think I saw Jordan was in the same boat earlier. The cows can get very close sometimes, like a giant puppy dog.
Is there a name for the cow right behind you? We have that question that just popped up in the chat.
Right here, this one?
Yes.
She looks tired.
She does look tired. I'm tired too. But you can see she's kind of full of bursts. Like maybe she was having some fun and now she's tired.
That's funny.
That's amazing.
I have a question. Where are all the calves?
That's a good question. They are.
Well, wait, maybe behind us there's. Oh, that's just a cow that's behind us.
That's a cow.
That's a cow. So you were answering about where the calves are, right?
Oh, sorry. Okay,
Yeah, sorry.
We have the calves that are up in little shelters where they're protected and they're cared for very well. They're fed milk 3 times a day, and they're stretching out. They've got some outdoor space. They're having a fine time. Well, we keep them closer to the house for better care.
As we wrap up our next sort of 10 minutes with you, is there anything that you would want to share with everyone on this live stream that maybe we haven't asked, but you think is helpful for people to know about farming?
Well, first, I guess I would just like to say thank you all for coming and spending some time with me out here on the farm. We love doing these events, but even more so, we love to have people out here on the farm. A question I get asked a lot is, yeah, I live in the city or I don't farm, but how do I get involved? That I would say, hey, guys, go to your local farmer's market and talk to some of those farmers that are growing your greens or your eggs. And I've never met a farmer who is excited to and willing to share their story with you and how they produce what you're buying. That's one way. Is go to the grocery store, maybe pick out a new fruit or vegetable that you've never had before and give it a try, and maybe cook with your kids if you're trying to get your kids more involved, introduce them to new foods. Another thing would be so simple, but even for the teachers, to let the kids plant like a little herb or a little bean in like a milk carton and watch them grow. It's really neat and rewarding to start something with the seed and then watch it grow. That's one big thing, is how you can be involved. Another thing I would say is that us farmers, we just appreciate the support. We love doing what we're doing. And without you buying our products, we wouldn't be able to continue to farm. So just a huge thank you. I'm so excited to spend this time with you. I love all the questions. Happy to take any more you may have.
Yeah, we have a couple more for you. One of them is, what's the best lesson you've learned as a farmer?
Oh, okay. This is a good one. I am a very A-type personality. I'm very organized. I like to be control and charge. And farming is like the exact opposite of that, right? You can do your best. You're so vulnerable to weather, whether that's drought or flooding, whether that's heat or cold. You can do your very best, but you're just not in charge, right? You're not in control. So I've learned very much to just go with the flow, do the best I can, work hard, and just kind of accept what comes. So that's been a huge mental transition for me over the years, is learning to let go a little bit.
That's wonderful. A good lesson for all of us. I love that. You talked a little bit about the food and where people can go to get started, but what about foods for you and your family? Do you have a favorite Organic Valley product?
Yes, with 5 kids and feeding the farm crew, I do a lot of baking and cooking. So I love our sweet cream butter because I use a lot of butter. All that. I told you earlier, but it still floors me. The butter is so good that one day I saw my 7-year-old was eating the butter stick on the couch like you would eat a cheese stick.
That's fine.
Like, what are you doing?
That's Wisconsin.
I know, but I want my fun away. So that's how good it is.
That's great. What products does your milk turn into? What organic, does it go into a food? Does it go into a carton? Does it go into cheese?
That's a great question. So this has kind of transitioned over the years too, and it's gone back and forth. Right now, our milk is getting turned into the half gallons, and for a while they're turned into ghee, which is really great for cooking. And then a few years back, it was actually being dehydrated and turned into organic infant formula and being shipped to China. So that was kind of cool too. So it kind of depends on where the co-op needs our milk and how they can best utilize that.
Great. That's great. Another question we have, back to cows, and we have some really wonderful questions about that. Can you talk a little bit about cow care? So cleaning, do you have a vet who comes? How much can you all do on your own? Can you just talk a little bit about that in general?
So that's another benefit of having a really big family involved in the farming, because some of us, like Josh, Adam, they're really good in like the daily maintenance and the knowledge of what it takes to take care of the cows. My daughter helps feed the calves, so it really starts with a good beginning when they're born, good colostrum, which is mama's first milk for all the kids in school. The calves get all that, but really, with all of us running around the farm at any one given time or point, there's so many eyes on all of these animals that if there is any issue, we can take care of it, right? But these girls, again, plenty of open space, pasture to exhibit their natural behaviors, fresh water, good quality feed, shelter when needed. These cows want for nothing. And also, yes, that was good. The vet does come every couple weeks because part of that is care as well. We do herd checks, which just tell us who's pregnant, and that's how we kind of group our cows to make sure that they're getting the right diet. In addition to that, too, they have a nutritionalist. I mean, how many of us, I said that earlier, can say that we have a nutritionalist? These cows get best feed all day, every day. They are spoiled.
I mean, I'm really, thank you for the answer to that, but I keep getting distracted by this amazing hairdo that's taking place behind you on this cow. I mean, that is
something.
I feel like you maybe planned that to happen today because that's beautiful.
I'll
She
tell you
dressed
what,
up.
it's cute on a cow. When your kid comes home with that kind of burr area in her mouth, you go, oh no, it's much cuter on
Right.
Steph, as we're getting ready to sort of wrap up, is there one last message or anything you want to share with everyone on the live stream that you just hope that everyone walks away remembering after their time with you on the farm?
Sure. That we are proud to be Organic Valley farmers. We are here to protect where your food comes from. That means farming in a way that's good for the environment, good for our animals, but also good for us farmers. So please continue to ask questions, reach out, support Organic Valley, and buy our products. We really appreciate all you do to lift us up.
Well, thank you so much. Happy National Farmers Day. It is always so great to see you. So much fun, and really appreciate the time and everything you do. So thanks, Steph.
And thanks to everyone who's been sticking here with us on this live stream, and just a special shout out to the second graders at Riverview and Watoma. Welcome aboard. And any other, you're in charge here.
I am barely. What we're going to do is this. We're going to go to a quick little ad since Stephanie mentioned protecting where your food comes from. I think that's a great way to do that. And I'm super excited that our next hosts are two of our farmers who are visiting. So really exciting for the next hour. So please stick around. You'll get to see interviews by farmers to farmers. So really rare opportunity. So thank you, Steph. Take care. Go get warm.
Happy National Farmers Day.
Ah, nature. Majestic, wide open, teeming with life. From the earthworms down here, enriching the soil, to the songbirds that welcome the sun each day. Good morning, little fawn. Good day to you, salamander. This magnificent, thriving ecosystem can only be found in a wildlife preserve or national park.
Actually, it's an Organic Valley farm.
It's a farm?
Yeah, where delicious, nutritious organic food gets its start.
So all that comes from right here?
Yep, and this is just one of over 1,600 organic family farms in our cooperative that make up over 400,000 acres of pristine organic farmland across the country. Land that's protected from toxic chemicals, where nature gets to do its crazy, wild thing.
That cow's quite jubilant.
She sure is, because the humans that tend the land respect the land, and all the animals that live on it.
All of them?
All of them. But it's not all sunshine and organic daisies.
Oh dear.
The U.S. has lost over 100,000 family farms in the last decade. And once a farm's gone, it's gone forever. And that means there'll be a whole lot less of this and a whole lot more of this. But there's good news.
Thank goodness.
When you choose Organic Valley Dairy, you're choosing to protect this land, the nutritious food it produces, and most joyously, this little guy.
Hello, North American wood turtle.
Because land that supports all this
is land that can support us all.
Now you get it. Organic Valley, protecting where your food comes from.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lauren Perkins. I'm a farmer owner from West Virginia.
And I'm Matthew Canner. I'm also a farmer owner from right here in Wisconsin.
So we are going to go to Tyler's farm in Vermont and check out where he's at.
Hey.
Hey, Tyler.
Hi, Tyler.
Hey, everybody. How are y'all today?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. We are experiencing a little bit of Starlink technical difficulties. So I'm running on one bar of my cellular service. Let me know how I'm coming through. And we're trying to work on the service.
Awesome.
Yeah, for one
So
bar, you're coming in nice.
I'm coming in good? Okay,
yep.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna flip around for a minute and give you a little live action. Let me know.
Oh yeah, I see.
So we are
the world right there.
Yeah, we're out here, and the cows have been waiting patiently. Normally, they would have their midday paddock given to them a little sooner than this, but we wanted to share with you all the joy that cows get for fresh grass. And you can see that Melanie is up top reeling back a polywire, which is a little electrified white string that the cows are trained to know is their barrier for the day. And those cows had a fresh paddock this morning right after morning milking. And you can see that everybody is eager for fresh grass. And as Melanie opens up that string, the girls are charging off into the new grass and enjoying a little late afternoon snack before this evening's milking. So I hope everybody out there that wonders, I'm hoping all the folks out there in live stream land watching this who wonder whether organic cows actually like to go to pasture, the answer is pretty redundantly clear that it is a big yes. So fresh grass, and the girls are enjoying it. Hopefully in a minute some will come a little bit closer and say hi, because since I do have a magic bar of service, I'm going to be stuck to like this zone, I think.
No, that's cool. Tyler, tell us, how many hours a day do cows normally spend out on grass on your farm?
Well, it takes us about an hour and a half to milk all 65 cows. But the paddocks, a paddock is a little small area like what we're looking at right now, which is sized to feed all the cows the grass that they would need for a 12-hour window. Those paddocks are all open. So when we call the cows to come in for evening milking, it's funny, the first 6 cows, who are like the total grass hogs of the crew, they're always the first 6 cows that get milked every single day. They come into the parlor first. They push their way to the front of the line, and they're the first ones in, which means that the moment they're done milking, they're probably off pasture for about 10 minutes before they go right back outside to their new grass. So out of 24 hours, those cows are the first 6 are probably on pasture for 23 and a half of those hours. And the slackers who come in last are maybe out on pasture for 21 and a half, 22 hours. So they spend a majority of their time outside. And it's a little bit windy and it's a little cloudy and it's 55 degrees and drizzling here in Vermont. And that is exactly what these cows love. It doesn't matter. They're like the post office. Rain, sleet, snow, shine. If you give them an option to be outside, this is where they want to be.
Perfect.
And it looks like in typical Jersey fashion, they're starting to kind of come over to you.
Yeah, everybody's sharing.
What does your pasture look like? I mean, we see a lot of green here, but what all's down in there?
So we have a mix of pretty much native stuff. A lot of it is white clover, which is their favorite. There's red clover, Kentucky bluegrass, perennial ryegrass. There's an array of forbs like plantain and dandelions. We have there's a little, it's hard to see, a little purple flower there. That's knapweed, of which the cows like at certain stages and they don't like it at other stages. But conveniently, the stage in which they don't like it in, the honeybees absolutely love it. And so our farm, we are rotationally grazing Jersey cows, for milk, but we're also foraging honeybees. We have 10,000 bees that come and visit over the course of the summer, and they're pollinating everything around in the area and making organic honey off of our organic pastures. So that's a cool thing. And like you said, here's two of my favorites actually. Rascal and Faith are the two cows in front of us that have just come to visit and show you a little bit of grazing in action.
So Tyler, I have a question. When you look at all those cows, how can you tell them apart age-wise? What is the age difference that you've got in your cows going on?
So the biological lifespan of a cow is like 13 to 15 years old. And we actually have several cows in our herd that are in the sort of 12 to 12 years of age. And then all of our cows, as I said, like Rascal here is one of my favorites. All of her daughters are named with the letter R so that we can track like a family lineage. So we have like a Rascal and a Rain and a Ray, and there's a Raleigh and Rhonda. And so we have all these R's, like a whole family of Rascals, aged right now from 2.5 years old all the way up to 11.
That's awesome. So Tyler, if I'm not mistaken, do you have an Airbnb on your farm?
We do actually. Yep. You can kind of see there was a little cabin in the background. It's just right up there behind me. That is what we call the Meadow Cottage. And if you, when folks come and stay here for a farm stay, sometimes if the cows are out on a rotation, so it's every 45 days that they happen to be in this paddock. So if you're really lucky, you get to wake up and the cows are right there. And we actually have 3 farm stays on the farm and have folks traveling from New York and Boston and Montreal and all over the place who are just looking to get a break, leave the city and come to a farm and kind of see where their food comes from. And it's been a really cool experience to be able to connect with consumers like one-on-one and let folks come in. We've had folks come in and actually learn how to milk a cow. Our jerseys are notoriously they're pranksters though, and so when people come to our milking parlor, they always stand kind of in the front. It's the parlor's open at ground level, and there's some big nice open doors so folks can come in, and there's a lot of fresh air traveling through the parlor while we're milking. But as the cows exit the parlor and do their little 180, if they're ever going to sneak out a little bit of poo, it's going to happen right then. They love to try to poo on the guests because they're pranksters.
So Tyler, on our farm at home, we've always had jerseys. What about you guys? Have you guys always had jerseys on your farm?
We have, yep. So one unique thing about our farm is that we're actually first generation farmers. I started the place from scratch about 20 years ago. And
hey Tyler,
we
might get you to clean off your lenses. We're getting a little bit of rain. Yep, you're good.
Yeah, we're gonna grab. I think you're on the front camera now, right? Oh, we lost him.
There he is.
Perfect.
I'm here.
Yep.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah, why don't you go grab the umbrella so you can. Sorry, I'm working with Jennifer here is helping me because in the first visit after an hour, my arm got tired holding this funny little selfie stick. But we're gonna get it together. Now I got umbrella coverage, so hopefully I'll stay clear to y'all. So I was saying, as a first generation farm, I actually, when I decided to become a dairy farmer, I shopped around and I found a group of 25 cows, all due to calve in March. We're unique. We're a spring seasonal herd. And I came home from skiing one day because the long-standing joke, which remains true today, is I'm not sure whether I'm a farmer who skis or a ski bum who farms. But I came back from skiing and the first cow had her calf, and I had never milked a cow before in my life. I actually had to go get a neighbor to show me how to milk my cow. And so we started with jerseys, and we've just always had jerseys. And over the years, it's hard to tell from looking at them here on pasture, but there's a certain amount of what we would call a red jersey. and those have been crossbred with an American milking Devon, which is a really unique breed. It was the first cow into North America, and responsible for plowing. It plowed a lot of the fields in New England. They would skid logs. They had a really high quality milk and meat, and they were a tri-purpose breed. And so we've integrated a little bit of hardiness into our herd by breeding with this Devon like every, I don't know, 4 years or something. But the red color stays really persistent. So we have these like kind of rusty red colored jerseys.
I see you've got some black cows in there too. Do you have a preference when it comes to what your jerseys look like?
No, like my preference to jerseys and any cow is just that sort of pleasant cooperative nature. You know, they're all pretty curious, and they're all pretty happy, and they're all great at grazing grass. And we like the ones that are the less pranksters. You know, the ones that are willing to come into the parlor. You know, they say like your favorite cow is the one that you don't really notice that much, actually. Like, you know, there's the one that comes in and likes to like poop on you every single day, or is the last one to come in, or something like that. But you know, we're lucky in that they're all pretty great, so it's hard to really have a favorite.
So
like
Tyler,
yeah.
Nope, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was saying I just like them to be like short, compact, fat, and willing to eat grass, and that's what our girls do best.
That's every dairy farmer's dream. Yeah. So
yeah.
My next question, so I'm a fourth generation farmer, and I grew up on my family's farm. What about you? Did you grow up on your farm, or how did that work?
No, yeah. So like I'm saying, I'm a first generation farmer. I grew up in Rochester, New York. My wife grew up in Connecticut. Neither of us had ever even been on a farm. I studied agriculture in college, and I worked as an organic inspector, and I worked in conservation for a little while. And I found myself spending a lot of time with farmers, and it was the deep sense of camaraderie amongst dairy farmers that drew me to wanting to become a dairy farmer. And it was the feedback loop of when I make decisions, you know, do I want to give the cows 1 paddock a day, 5 paddocks a day, whatever it is, the decisions that I make, the feedback loop was so fast. Like you'll see it, the cows will tell you right off whether it was a good decision or not. So yeah, no, we're being first generation. We didn't inherit 5 generations of ways of doing something. And we also had the opportunity to make all sorts of mistakes on our way, but it's been a really fun journey.
Can I ask, so I'm also a first generation dairy farmer, and one of the things I'm always kind of curious about, you talking about the trials and the errors and the joys and the successes, what have been some of the best decisions you've made being a first generation farmer?
You know, I think the best decision that we have made was not to fall into the equipment trap. I'm sharing with you here a nice close-up view of one of our red jerseys.
Oh, she's beautiful.
But probably not falling into an equipment trap. We have invested all of our money into, when we first got here, all of it was into grazing infrastructure. So a lot of all the fence and the water lines and good cow lanes, and really developing a farm in which cows could conveniently and smoothly move through to do what they do best, which is harvest solar energy via organic grasslands and turn that into milk for people. And then after that, we really took into account kind of the foundation of successful organic farming is eliminating stress. And so we shifted our animal housing. We were in an old tie stall barn, and we were using it like a big flat parlor. We've never confined the cows into a tie barn. We want to kind of maximize freedom, but we left the tie barn and we built bedded pack, open air, really bright free span hoops. And the bedded pack is awesome because the cows essentially are sleeping on like a Tempur-Pedic bed of compost. It's rototilled twice a day, every day. It's cooking at 140 degrees, and it gets fluffed up to like 18 inches deep. So when the cows lay down, you see this cow-sized divot. They make themselves a little nest, and it's really comfortable. And so improving our milking facility, the handling, like cows just coming in and out with a parlor, and improving that sort of cow comfort, freedom of movement space for them to really have a high quality of living during the winter months when we're not able to graze. Those are probably the best decisions that we've made that I continue to enjoy.
That's awesome.
There's our one Asher cross. That's a Wop Royale, and she has some sisters, Whopper and Whopper Junior and Whopper Supreme, who are no longer with us.
I see. Well, there's some unique names for sure. We're going to give a quick shout out. We see Mrs. Angie's class at Sparta Head Start. Hi, guys. Also, now forgive me, I'm from West Virginia, but I don't know if I can pronounce that name.
Tahira?
Neil?
Ooh.
Neil, I'm sorry. But you're from Cashton, which is quite literally right down the road from here.
That's right.
So, anyway, but we're so glad to have all you guys' schools on here. And like I said, if you are on the live and you're with your school, be sure to say it in the comments and we'll do a shout out.
We've got a question here from fourth graders in Cashton, so just down the road. They want to know, what's the hardest thing about dairy farming?
The hardest thing about dairy farming. So I often joke that the keys to successful dairy farming is having a very grounded and significant amount of optimistic delusion. You need to have a vision and a dream, and mine is definitely is grounded in the fact that I get to wake up in this beautiful place every single day and wander around it with the freedom of trying to figure out ways to make it better for myself, for my cows, and for all the customers and humanity downstream of this little watershed who benefit from me stewarding this land. With that, the next important things come tenacity and perseverance, because live streamers here in a windy, cold, rainy afternoon in Vermont would probably bail and go figure out a place indoors to work. But the farmers know that it doesn't matter, whatever the conditions, the cows need to be fed, the cows need to be milked, the comfort of all the animals that are in our care comes first, and we have to endure that. And so there has been days where the hydraulics are frozen up on the tractors, the skid steer won't start, it's 30 below zero. I'm just in absolute misery wondering why I chose this profession, and all you can do is grind it out and get it done. And those are the hard days. But like most things in life, at the end of those days, it's that purpose that's so rewarding. It's the fact that you're able to endure that, navigate it, get through that, and start that next day that feels so great and is inspiring to keep doing it.
I think it helps that you're in Vermont too. I mean, it looks pretty spectacular out there, all the time.
Yeah,
it's optimism.
It's a beautiful place, and right now we got the blue skies over there. I'll do a little screen flip here and share with you.
Oh man, it's got a pond.
This is our summertime vibe. Yeah, we have a beautiful, big, deep pond with a nice dock, and in the cloudy land over there, you can't see, but we're staring at the tallest mountain, Mount Mansfield in Vermont. And the side facing us is Smuggler's Notch, which is a really nice ski resort. So yeah, we got mountains, we got, all sorts of things to do. And then that's our sort of pond house garage. And on the other side is one of our other farm stays. And as we tour through, you can see we have, maybe you can see the wind turbine up there in the background. We have a little renewable energy, and to our northwest, which conveniently is where the wind turbine is pointing, we're looking at gorgeous blue skies and happy organic cows. So yes, it's not a very difficult place to wake up, and my commute is fantastic.
It looks like I've got some vacation ideas coming up now. Vermont.
Organic.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm first. Sorry. No, but
yeah,
Tyler,
all are welcome.
We've got a question. They want to know, how long does it take to milk a cow?
Well, it takes us, there's the process of getting the cows from the pasture, bringing them back to the hoops. We get them into the little holding area, which is kind of like the toll booth. The milking parlor where they actually get milked is sort of their toll booth. They drop off their milk, and that earns them the free pass straight to the next fresh paddock of grass, and that's what they want. So to actually milk one cow only takes maybe 5 minutes. But the process to milk all 65, to get them and then return them to pasture, is about, this time of year, is about an hour and a half, including like washing and cleaning everything up.
I gotcha.
How far a walk, I guess, is it from your farthest paddock back to the parlor?
So we have really elaborate, like I said before, we invested in lanes. So we have, fabric laid down and nice gravel roads that are really easy to walk on. But we're covering, our farm is just shy of 300 acres. We are grazing about 165, including some of the heifers and young stock. But of that 165, there's close to 200 paddocks, and the farthest one away might be like a mile and a half. And the girls will make that whole journey just to get that fresh grass. I think they think it's worth every step.
Well, I think we should give a quick shout out to the employees behind us that are waving all these awesome signs, and now they go. So as farmers being here, I think that being part of Organic Valley is such a big deal for us. We get to do what we want to do on our farms, and we have the support of people from Organic Valley that are making all this happen. And it'd be hard as a farmer who might be a little bit technologically advanced. I'm really glad that they're here to do this for us. So,
Tyler,
no
joke. There's no joke there. Nothing but gratitude on this for all the hardworking folks back at the co-op. And I think a lot of people out there in live stream land don't actually realize like how unique and how wonderful it is to be a farmer within Organic Valley. Like, folks don't realize out there that as a farmer-owned co-op, like, there's no secret group of investors. There's no, kind of pod of owners that are looking to like cut corners to generate more profits for themselves. Like, the consumer comes first. Really, the farmer, the cow comes first. The business runs, and when consumers go out and buy our products, like, our farmers get paid, our employees at the co-op have a fair wage, they get paid, and then anything left over kind of gets distributed. Like, no one's asking us to sort of cut a corner and do it a different way. And I for one definitely feel blessed to be part of that co-op and to work with that team of good folks. And it's too bad they're not behind you with their signs to hear them. It's the truth.
Yeah. So I got another question we've got is, what is a roadblock you have overcome as a farmer?
I think like we perpetually, farmers we're viewed as farmers and producers of food, when in reality we are land stewards and producers of an array of ecosystem services. Our farms are providing pollinator habitat and wildlife habitat. We're sequestering atmospheric carbon. We're slowing down the water cycle. We're holding on to water. We're mitigating flood damage. And we work really hard to provide all of those services through this sort of stewardship of the land and working in partnership with our cows. But when we get compensated for just the production of food, and sometimes, the consumers out there don't quite understand, there's a lot of competition. When a consumer goes into the store and is looking at whatever array of beverages they might consume, and choose something else, like it makes it tough. So the main roadblock I think that most farmers face is on that financial side. It's a hugely capital intensive project. Land is expensive. All the infrastructure and expense that goes into making sure that these girls are cared for to the top tier. It's difficult, and it's one of those things that oftentimes we say, I'd rather work for free than work for somebody else, and I think that's true.
I think we have some
so
visitors.
We have
visitors.
I have a unique visitor here that's going to come join us. One of the perks is living on a farm is also farm kids.
Ooh, there we go.
Yeah.
This is my wife Melanie, who's actually coming with Jackie Boy. And Jackie is a mini donkey who makes himself available for pets and afternoon walks for anybody who wants to come visit. And then Willow, my daughter in the background, is headed in, and she has Jackie's mom, very originally named Jenny.
Good name. Good name.
Jenny,
Jenny and Jack.
And these guys like to come behind the cows and see if there was any clover that was missed. Most of the time, donkeys originate in very like dry rangeland areas, so they have to have sort of dry, boring hay. But like the cows, they absolutely love lush green grass, and so every afternoon they get to go out for a walk and find a little bit of clover and visit any folks that are here on the farm.
You mentioned before that you had 65-ish jerseys out there. I mean, one of the ways to forget about it is that in a lot of ways, like I'm not really the boss at my farm. You got 65 bossies there. It looks like you've got some donkeys that kind of rule the roost sometimes too. I had a question here. How many animals do you have on your entire farm?
So we have 65 milkers, and we generally raise a lot of young stock. And so right now there's about 28 heifers, and a heifer is sort of like a teenage cow who's not had a calf yet, but will enter the milking stream someday. And then we have a lot of another group of 28 younger ones. Our farm, again, being a first-generation farm, we have a significant appreciation for the challenges of getting started farming. And so we've acted as an incubator space for up-and-coming new farmers. And so we have a young couple that works for us that is running a farm called Hunger Moon Farm, and that exists within the confines of our farm. And they're raising 1,200 pasture-raised organic laying hens. They do about 2,000 meat birds, and they have a group of 50 meat goats, Boer Kiko cross meat goats. And those animals are all integrated into our overall management. So the cows will hit this pasture today. The chickens will actually come in tomorrow behind them and eat all the bugs, any grain particles left over, spread all the manure, kind of spread some clover seed. And then if there's any plants, like maybe some of that knapweed, the bees have taken on the flower, but if there's anything left over that maybe we don't want for the cows, then the goats will come through and browse that afterwards. So total number of animals, I mean, we're up in the thousands, but and that's just the ones that we're working with every single day. A lot of people don't realize on organic farms, these really diverse pastures with all the wildlife corridors, in addition to just the cows, we have raccoons and possums, and unfortunately for my bird dogs, skunks, and deer, and
Oh, did we lose Tyler?
I lost you.
Did you lose me?
We lost
We can hear you though. Okay, there you are.
Right,
donkeys. Am I back?
Yep.
Okay.
You're good.
My cellular must have a little blipped there for a second or something. But yeah. Anyways, there's all sorts of critters that call our farm home, in addition to the ones that we're working with every single day. And I think like a lot of people don't realize how valuable that is to have organic farms on the landscape that are acting as a home. I think I was starting to say that, in the spring, we have 250 bluebird boxes across the farm that get occupied mostly by tree swallows. But 500 tree swallows will migrate up here and call our farm their home for the spring. And in turn for their elongated farm stay, we employ them as fly control. So they are just flying around the cows. And being an organic farm, we're not interested in using any sort of pesticides. We're not allowed to, but we're also chose to be organic because we're not interested in using pesticides to try to alleviate any sort of like fly issues. And so instead, we build a system to employ our friends, the tree swallows.
I like it. That's awesome. Man.
So I'm kind of curious for those that don't know. I mean, so obviously it looks good to see cows out on pasture, but are there any benefits to the cows being there beyond just making milk? Is there a benefit to the soil health at all?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, that's what these girls are doing. Essentially, not to get overly scientific about it, but the foundation of what we're doing as organic farmers is we are harvesting solar energy via organic pastures. All these grasses and clovers and forbs behind me are like a million little solar panels collecting solar energy, and they are making sugar to build new plant material, as well as trading a little bit of that sugar through their roots to feed the soil microbes in exchange for nutrients that the plants might not be able to get. And all of that energy is then captured within that plant and harvested by our friends, the cows. And the cows, through this sort of miraculous fermentation vat that is their rumen, are converting that energy into a form usable for people in protein and fat in their milk. But every time a cow takes a bite of the piece of grass, that grass kills off a little chunk of its own root system and uses the energy from those roots to grow more grass, so that it has the little photovoltaic receptor to harvest more sunshine. And then it uses that energy to grow more roots. That's why we do the whole rotational grazing, because we want that plant to recover before it gets grazed again. But every time those roots die off and those roots regrow, that plant is pulling carbon from the atmosphere and storing it in the earth. So on our farm, when we arrived here, actually, you can look at a book anywhere, wherever you are, any town, wherever your house is, or your favorite park or farm or something. There's a book with a soil survey, and you can find what your soil is, and you can find all the attributes of that soil. And on our farm, we were looking at soil organic matter, for example, and we were on the lower end of the spectrum. And then when we arrived now, after 20 years of this management, we're at the higher end of that spectrum. And so to put that in perspective, we were pulling in carbon all that time. But one little statistic that's easy to see is that for every 1% increase in organic matter, you increase that soil's capacity to hold onto water by 22,000 gallons of water per acre. And so a lot of our soils went up that 1% or 2% kind of within that spectrum. And so we've increased the capacity to hold on to water. So like in Vermont this year, maybe, folks across the country had heard on the news that we got like 26 inches of rain this summer, and normally we would get 12 to 13. And 12 of those inches fell in a 2-week span, and it caused a lot of damage, blowing out roads, flooding, all sorts of things. But it's this type of stewardship that can help to slow that water cycle down, to repair the watersheds and mitigate that type of thing. So these girls behind us, like I was saying, in addition to just making milk and meat, they're actually like helping the whole watershed. And I know we had some folks earlier in New York City say, hey, everybody in Times Square, this is a prime example. Like folks in New York City, all of their drinking water is coming from the Hudson Valley and the agricultural lands to the north. So for them, they have a significant vested interest in how that land is stewarded. And certainly from my understanding and knowledge of what's happening on these farms, if they have a choice, they sure want to choose organic dairy as the land stewards for that land.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. We've got a question, Tyler. Do cows like being pet or scratched behind the ears? Is it the same with you girls?
They do love to be scratched behind the ears. It's up to each individual cow. Sometimes they like right on their tailbone, on the back of the top of their kind of back of their spine, on top of the tailbone. They love to be scratched there. They like to be scratched behind the ears, although they also like to bump you right in your butt if you are scratching them. Jerseys in particular seem to be real curious and friendly, and oftentimes will come up. Although our cows right now are all business. You give them a new piece of grass, and their mission is to go harvest the stuff they want first.
I absolutely loved your description, by the way, as far as grazing and the science behind it. And then I also loved hearing the connection that you have between New York City and your farm, which people must think is a very long distance away. But of course, with water, we're all connected. And I love just seeing those ladies out there with being directly contributing to being basically conservation warriors. I mean, they're helping people sequester carbon. They're helping people keep clean drinking water.
No doubt, they are our conservation warriors. And what's cool is I'm really excited for this paradigm shift out there, where folks could start to recognize that hey, my farmer is also my land steward. And when I go and choose Organic Valley products at the store, I'm hiring my farmer to steward my ecosystem, to steward the land that supports my well-being. And so, like, yes, we are all connected, and what's happening up here in Vermont is impacting New York and Boston and the world as a whole. And so folks have the capacity and the power to go out there and make an investment in themselves and make an investment in their environment by hiring their farmers to provide this array of services beyond just that great tasting milk.
That's awesome. So we're going to do some gifting now. So bear with us and we'll get things switched over.
Cool beans.
Hi, everyone. Happy National Farmers Day. Welcome back. Thank you for joining our live stream. It's time to do some more gifting. This time, we're gifting some of these adorable tote bags filled with some Organic Valley swag. What's inside is a surprise. All right, how do you receive a gift from us? Great question. You just have to take a screenshot, so grab your phone. All right, are you ready? When I count to 1, you'll take a screenshot of what you see here. All right? 3, 2, 1. Screenshot. Perfect. I hope you got it. Now all you have to do is post that to Instagram by 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight, and you may be a lucky gift recipient. If you missed it, don't worry. Stick around. We'll be gifting more things later in the stream. Happy National Farmers Day.
And we are back. So Tyler, for our farm, we have been with Organic Valley since 2010. What about you guys?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we started, and I think that first year was in 2007.
Awesome.
And we've been with Organic Valley the whole time.
That is awesome. We're going to do some quick shout outs to the schools that are live with us. And it looks like I see Miss Kelsey Lee, 2nd grade class at Kickapoo Elementary here in Wisconsin.
Kickapoo.
And we also have, freshman ag. Let's see, Miss Carlson's freshman ag 1 class in North Central Iowa. 27 students. That's awesome. That's fantastic.
Hi, welcome, Iowa.
Man.
I went swimming in the Kickapoo River, I think. I can't remember what year it was, but I went canoeing or I floated in inner tubes down the Kickapoo River once. So
it's a great place for it. This year, not so much. We've had a drought here. You've had lots of rain. We've had a drought, so it's more of a good place to go wading, I suppose, and canoeing.
Okay.
So Tyler, as a farmer, as we're all farmers, we normally don't get maybe days off, but for you, what does a normal week look like? Like, do you take breaks throughout the day? What's your up early morning, when you're going to bed kind of thing?
Yeah, I'm up at 4:30. I'm in bed usually by 8:30. There's some downtime in the morning. I start every morning with a nice stiff cup of coffee and a little moment to just reflect and be grateful for the things in my life. And generally, I start out being grateful to wake up in this beautiful place and have the opportunity to do what I do. And I'm grateful for all the people in my life that help and support me while I do that. And then I head up to the barn with that attitude. And I have learned, the cows have taught me over the years that, like many other things in life, it's really great to not be overly fixated on the outcome, but rather be present and engaged in the process. And if I'm worried about getting out of the barn by 8:30 because I have to be somewhere, then those girls are going to make everything be a lot slower. And if I am engaged and present and with them and not so worried about that outcome, then things seem to run much smoother and everyone is kind of in a better place. And that has sort of translated over to almost everything else in my life. I take that same attitude. But somewhere in there, I get right afterwards, I'll have my first breakfast, and then I'll come out and I'll do all sorts of farm chores, cleaning up the barn. And this time of year where we are starting to feed a little bit of hay, I'm feeding hay and I'm bedding the hoops and rototilling the pack. And then I'll go in and have second breakfast. And
second breakfast. That's where it's at.
Second breakfast, farmer's favorite, And then somewhere in that kind of 10 to 2 o'clock range, there's a whole list of things to do. What's nice is that Somebody, a mentor of mine years ago once told me, like, if you're the kind of person that absolutely needs to like cross the item off the list and try to finish it, then farming will probably kill you. But if you're the person that like can embrace the process of just working towards the list that is never ending, then it's a great career. And so that 10-2 block is just kind of pecking away at the list. It seems impossible, but what you do is you wake up and you kind of do the things that absolutely have to get done. And then you move to the things that you really want to get done, and then you kind of shift towards some of these other list items that maybe are possible. And before you realize it, you've actually accomplished the impossible, it seems. And then, I'm only 48 years old, but for the last 20 years, from 2:30 to 4 o'clock, I take a nap, and it is a beautiful, wonderful thing. It recharges you. And then I come out and do the evening chores, kind of tidy up whatever else has to happen. And then
are we cutting into your milk time right now? Or napping time?
What's that?
Are we cutting into your nap time right now?
Yeah, I'm missing my nap time.
Oh, no. Sorry.
That's okay.
Sacrosanct.
Well, Tyler, I have a quick question. Yeah, well, that's right. I think that kids, if you're on the live right now and you have questions for Tyler or Matt or any of go ahead and ask them. So my question to you, Tyler, is what is your favorite Organic Valley product? Mine is the string cheese.
The string cheese. Okay. No, I without a doubt absolutely love the pasture butter. And one of my favorite snacks, especially if I'm just feeling a little low in energy, I start my day with whole milk yogurt and a couple organic pastured eggs. But the little treat that I love, I don't eat a lot of sugar, and I don't eat anything really that comes out of a bag or a box, but I love a date. You take a date and you take out the pit and you take a big swab of Organic Valley pasture butter and jam it in the middle of that date. And it is just like a power-packed mix of fat and a little high-quality carbohydrate. It's a great boost. So, I love the pasture butter. I
think I know when I get back to the farm, that's going to be my second breakfast for tomorrow. That sounds pretty good to me.
I have to look for dates. I don't know. Where does one find dates?
That's true.
Ooh. We live in Vermont, after all, which apparently looks like paradise.
That's also true. It's funny, Tyler, so I'm looking at where you're at in Vermont, and, I can feel the same. It's almost like I'm at home with you. So we have the same kind of rolling acres and stuff, and I think that, it's a beautiful thing to be on any kind of Organic Valley farm because, in general, we all kind of look like this, especially this time of year. It's the beautiful cows grazing in the back, and I
always wear a hoodie. This is the one day I'm not wearing a hoodie.
Yep, there
hoodie,
you go.
Hat.
Yep.
Hey, a question from Kaylin, a second grader. Excellent question, especially for a first-generation dairy farmer like yourself. What was the impetus? Why did you become a farmer?
So I went to college and studied agriculture. I actually have a master's degree in agronomy and soil science. I wanted to save the world, and I left college and got a job in conservation. Specifically like soil conservation and working on farms to help farmers adopt conservation practices to make their farms more sustainable and more viable and provide more services to humanity like we were talking before. And it was a real challenge. I think the bureaucratic nightmare that was working for various government type organizations was a challenge, and I was asked to do things that weren't really jiving with what I understood. To shorten it, I would say we were working with kind of policy to sort of really encourage farmers to adopt engineering practices that had agronomic consequences. That means ways of, say, storing manure and applying manure that wasn't healthy or helpful to the soil. And so kind of a shift of, rather than trying to encourage or figure out a way to help folks from the agency side of things, I kind of decided that I would like to lead by example. And if I couldn't save the world, I might be able to save my one little part. And if I made it really beautiful and folks had the opportunity to visit it or the opportunity to see it, maybe that would inspire them to go save a little piece, And if we all invest in ourselves and we all try to become the best person that we can be, it's amazing how powerful that ripple effect is. And so I was inspired to become a farmer, to save a little slice of the earth and make it a beautiful place. And I've dedicated my life to doing so. And it's been a beautiful journey. And I would encourage anybody out there who might share that vision to try to give it a try, you know?
I totally agree. I mean, there's unfortunately a belief, I think, in this country that dairy farming is something that is only hereditary. And while it can be hereditary, in the case of Lauren here, 4 generations, I feel like the young kid here, 4 generations. But also as a first generation farmer, I mean, it can be done. You too can dairy. All you have to do is be, here we go. If I can remember, you have to be tenacious, have a optimistic disillusionment, right?
Yep.
And let's kind of sum it up just by saying that you want to make the world a better place.
I think that we could all agree that as farmers and organic valley farmers at that it's everything that we can do to leave what we were given earth-wise on our farms to do, to leave it better for the next generation. I think that's something that speaks so loudly as being stewards of the land. And I think that even as organic valley farmers, we want to create the highest quality product with the least environmental impact. And through being organic farmers for Organic Valley, I think we're doing just that.
Agreed. We're bringing the.
I couldn't.
Are we still allowed to say bringing the good? I'm bringing the good. Are you bringing the good?
There you go.
Tyler's bringing the good.
Oh yeah, we're bringing the good out here.
Man.
Okay, so we answered that one, right? Do you have any other animals besides cows, donkeys, chickens on the farm? There's goats. What animals don't you have? Maybe that's the easier way to ask the question.
Right. Yeah. Well, Oscar the barn cat retired. We have 3 farm dogs, and I must admit that I don't know if reincarnation is a thing, but if it is, coming back and living on this farm as a farm dog really would be up top on the list of things possibly to do. All they get to, we have 2 small Munsterlanders and 1 Bracco Italiano, and nobody has ever heard of or seen any of those dogs, but they're
Munsterlander.
Yeah, Munsterlanders are like little brown and white bird finding machines, and all they love to do is roam around the farm, find a bird, and then stare at it for a while to tell me where it is. And so every time we come and go get the cows from pasture or do anything outside, usually there was one of them cruising around doing something with us. And that's all the animals that interact with us on a daily basis. Although, like I said, we have our fair share of owls and hawks and possums and porcupines and raccoons and deer and coyotes and everything else. The occasional black bear. So
I heard that you were a bit of a bird nerd. No offense. What's one of your favorite birds, I guess, that you encounter on the farm?
Well, so here at Stony Pond, we also make our own artisanal cheese, and we do this 3 days a week, and just to have an extra little, enterprise because we weren't working hard enough farming. Why not? And our cheese are all named after birds. There's a bird theme amongst them, and so our flagship cheese is the swallowtail tome, and that's after our tree swallows that come and do fly control. Our camembert style is the tom tom, and that is after the wild turkey. And we have big wild turkeys with their red heads and their long beards in the spring, and they kind of strut around the farm and fan out, and they're really funny to look at. There's big black orbs out in the pasture. And then we have a raclette style, which is called the black-capped cachet, because we really enjoy watching all the black-capped chickadees that kind of cruise around, and they find all sorts of little like nuts and seeds and store these little caches so that in the long winter time they have an array of food.
Quick question: How does a chickadee go? Give me the bird song of a chickadee on the spot. Is that it? Is that right?
The ours make that kind of chickadee dee 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 noise.
Excellent.
And then we have our R&D cheese is the missing link. If we're ever kind of trying to come up with a new recipe, because the little like riparian areas on the edge of all our pastures and in between the meadows are home to the bobolink, which is a cool looking blackbird with a white stripe like a skunk, and we can't forget the pileated woodpecker, on the edge of the fields, like Woody the woodpecker. He lives in all the old kind of knots and trees and flies around and makes that funny laughing noise. And so yeah, there's all sorts of great birds. Occasionally we have a blue heron that comes down and enjoys the pond, and
I didn't hear that. Was it a blue heron? Is that what you said?
Yeah, blue heron. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of the same birds that we have here in Wisconsin. My favorite is the bobolink. Basically, I kind of think of it as like a flying skunk, right? It's just kind of flying through the air, black and white. And what I love about them, I don't know if others out here know this, is that they really love to nest in like thistles, which have kind of a bad rap. They're kind of prickly and all that. But my cows will eat around the thistle bushes, keeping the bobolink nests intact. And it's just such a beautiful thing to see in place. And as a result, you just get more and more bobolinks. They're just beautiful.
It is. I really enjoy the bobolink as well.
So Tyler, I have a quick question. So, but first, let's shout out to some of the schools that are with us. I see Miss Adley's second grade class is here, as well as Mrs. Martin's class in Westby, Miss Hamilton's second grade class in Whitewater, Wisconsin. Man, very cool.
And we got St. Patrick's School in Onalaska.
I mean, I didn't know how to pronounce it. I'm glad you said that.
Onalaska. Onalaska.
So Tyler, my question for you is, every farmer that's organic has their own meaning of what organic means to them. What does it mean to be organic on your farm?
I mean, to be organic, it's on one hand, like there's this very technical, normal sort of rule following. It's like we have the organic standards. It's a way of doing things. We follow all those rules. But to us, to be organic, it means pursuing what feels like the right way to do things without herbicides, to do things without pesticides, to do things mimicking and working with nature rather than trying to like commandeer it and force it to do what we want it to do. To work in partnership with our cows, in the stewardship of the land, to share with folks what we feel is the most nutrient dense, bioavailable, high quality food that they can fuel themselves. And I think that's something that's really important. That's what guides us all, is that, I feel like a lot of the food industry is kind of driven by like, oh, how do we make more money? And one way to do that is to get people to pay a little bit more for it and to sort of reduce your cost of goods. So you can make an oat bar or something and like fortify that with vitamin D and lycopene and convince somebody to pay more for it because it's saving a rainforest somewhere or something like that. Organic and an Organic Valley and our dairy, like we're not cutting any corners. We're not trying to get rich. We're not trying to make somebody else a whole pile of money. We're trying to steward the land, and we're trying to make a really high quality, nutritious, bioavailable food source that nourishes people and makes great people. We want like great people out there in the world. We're excited that they're choosing our products, that they feel good when they're eating them. And I think that's what inspires us to do what we do and to do it well.
That's awesome. I have a weird kind of statement question though. So, I mean, what does it mean to be a farmer? Like for me at home, I'm a farmer, I'm a meteorologist, I'm an accountant, I'm HR, is that the same with you? While we may not work with a lot of people who probably have.
No doubt, we have to be a jack of all trades. I'm an accountant, I'm an engineer, I'm a mechanic, I'm a veterinarian, I'm a soil scientist, I'm a meteorologist, I'm a land steward. And I think that idea that we might be land stewards, not just farmers, encompasses the fact that it requires all those skills. And it really should, it should be revered by society, as a really great career choice. It takes a very strong, intelligent person to do that. And we're blessed that there are a lot of great people out there that are willing to be farmers.
I think we're seeing a common theme here too with Organic Valley farmers, in that they're all those things. I mean, I admit I'm a pretty crummy mechanic. I changed my own oil once, right? And I'm an okay grazer.
Yeah.
But I think what we've got here, and what I've seen in you, is that we have philosophers, we have poets, we have people that are just in love with life, and that inspiration, I think, is what kind of pulls us all together and makes us do the things that we do. I think we are jacks of all trades, certainly, but it's that driving force behind it, and it's so obvious that you can see it with your eyes, you can smell it in the air, and I'm sure you can taste it in that grass.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said.
We have a
in the
silo here. Oh yeah, that's pretty. Oh man,
isn't it amazing, Tyler, that we have been with you for this hour and we have experienced a rainstorm, the beautiful sunshine behind you now. Let's hope it doesn't snow. That'd be a little cold.
Yeah,
'tis the season.
Yeah, we're not ready for snow. Our grazing season, we did have a big rainstorm that took off all our beautiful leaves last week, but we're hoping to be able to sneak another couple weeks of grazing.
Awesome.
We've got the silo of questions here
Uh-huh.
for a random question that I have no idea what I'm going to ask. All right then. Is there an interesting story about how your farm, Stony Pond Farm, became a farm? Hello there.
Yeah, it's what's funny. Let's see if I can get 5 minutes behind. Okay.
There we are. Yeah.
Here's Willow has come to say hi to, and Willow Willow has a unique story in that, as first generation farmers and transplants to Vermont, Melanie and I are considered flatlanders. Willow here, however, is one of very few people in the last 100 years that were born in Fairfield, Vermont. She was born in her bedroom, right here on the farm at home, and has been part of the farm ever since. But yeah, one of the unique things is that I was working as a inspector for organic farms, and I had to shadow another inspector before I was able to go do it on my own. And I visited this farm. I was kind of trolling around looking for farms as a young guy, like, trying to find my spot. Where could I be? And I came to this farm to meet with this woman and follow her around for the day, and immediately was like, this is the spot. How do I want to find something like this? This is the place that would inspire me to work hard throughout, for the rest of my life, building something special. And over the course of the day, she was telling me how she was looking to retire and move to the little ski town, kind of not too far from here. And I didn't really register that as the opportunity until almost a year later, when I got a job in conservation in the town next door. And one day after work, I drove over to this farm, and I just out of the blue asked this woman if I could have dinner and maybe rent a room in her house and start farming. And if she ever moved, I could take it over. And amazingly, she said yes. And for that year, I kind of spent a lot of time out in the barn and just building this farm. And she moved off to the next town and honored her word. And I was able to buy what was left of an old dairy farm in 32 acres. And over the course of the last 20 years, working with conservation agencies, with the Vermont Land Trust and such, we bought the adjacent 270 acres. And so now we're just shy of 300, and we rent another 100 down the road. And it's just been an awesome journey.
Tyler, I feel like we've seen your home kind of in the bird's eye view. I think that being on any Organic Valley farm feels like home. And I think that's so special for all of us to kind of share that while we may be away from home, like I am, you're a little bit closer to home here. But I feel right at home on your farm, Tyler.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. It's really nice to hear that. And yes, it's a beautiful place. And it does feel like home, obviously, to us and to most folks that come here. And I think that's why our farm stays have been so successful, actually, is, we give folks an opportunity to get out of the city, to come to really embrace and see where their food comes from, to participate in it if they want, and just find that reconnection to a farm. And I think people really enjoy that, because there's a lot of folks out there that just don't know, and I think that leaves a hole in people that they don't even realize is there. And when they come out to a farm and they meet their cows and they meet their farmers and they see these beautiful places for where their food comes from, they know that that's nourishing more than just their bodies. You know, and it's
Well,
a
we
great
want
thing.
to say Happy Farmers Day to you, Tyler and Willow, to you, Matt, as
Happy
well.
Farmers
To you,
Day to
Lauren.
everybody.
To you
Yeah.
ladies in the background.
So we are going to go ahead now and switch it up, and we're going to go to Julia Gasser's farm in Ohio.
Okay, thanks
Bye,
everyone.
guys.
Bye-bye.
Ah, nature. Majestic, wide open, teeming with life. From the earthworms down here, enriching the soil, to the songbirds that welcome the sun each day. Good morning, little fawn. Good day to you, salamander. This magnificent, thriving ecosystem can only be found in a wildlife preserve or national park.
Actually, it's an organic valley farm.
It's a farm?
Yeah, where delicious, nutritious organic food gets its start.
So all that comes from right here?
Yep, and this is just one of over 1,600 organic family farms in our cooperative that make up over 400,000 acres of pristine organic farmland across the country. Land that's protected from toxic chemicals, where nature gets to do its crazy, wild thing.
That cow's quite jubilant.
She sure is, because the humans that tend the land respect the land, and all the animals that live on it.
All of them?
All of them. But it's not all sunshine and organic daisies.
Oh dear.
The US has lost over 100,000 family farms in the last decade. And once a farm's gone, it's gone forever. And that means there'll be a whole lot less of this and a whole lot more of this. But there's good news.
Thank goodness.
When you choose Organic Valley Dairy, you're choosing to protect this land, the nutritious food it produces, and most joyously, this little guy.
Hello, North American wood turtle.
Because land that supports all this
is land that can support us all.
Now you get it. Organic Valley, protecting where your food comes from.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, welcome from Organic Valley in Cashton, Wisconsin. It's National Farmers Day.
Woo!
Yeah, so we're excited to be with you all, and we are actually going to be joining our farmer Julia Gasser in Ohio today on her farm, and we've been spending the day with farmers all over the country, and glad to be with you all right now.
Yeah, my name's Misa. I'm the Membership Governance Program Manager, and we're
I'm
Kimberly.
Yep, I'm Kimberly, and I work with the learning for all of our employees here at Organic Valley.
And today we're just excited to be able to bring you all to spend some time on a farm without ever having to put your phone down from wherever you are. Get to join us on a farm. We're here in Cashton, Wisconsin. It's a bit of a gray day outside, but honestly, still beautiful fall weather. So excited to be here. But maybe we can call in Julia. Hi, Julia. Oh, look at that sweet puppy you got there.
Hi, Julia.
Hey, thank you.
Oh,
this is
my
Ivy.
goodness.
She's a mini poodle. She's our farm dog. But anyway, this is going to be a little bit of a different tour than earlier. So earlier you met our cows and saw us doing some rotational grazing. And now I'm here at the farm where we live, which is actually right here. My husband Greg and I live here in this farmhouse. This is where his dad Jim grew up. So this is a family farmhouse. We're so blessed to be able to be here. And there's about 90 acres on this property that we farm. There's like how things are kind of set up here in our county with the farms is typically you don't have your whole farm like right in one piece. The farms are sooner in like smaller sections. So we have, I think it's around 600 acres that we farm with his parents and his 3 siblings. But so there's 90 acres on here, and we also have the younger heifers that will be the future milk cows here at our farm as well. So
what do I hear? I hear some wonderful creature.
Yeah.
Oh, look good.
I wanted to
I
introduce you to my goat herd. This is my husband Greg, and
Greg, say hi.
Hi, Greg.
Hi, Greg.
Here to show you. So this is a registered Nigerian dwarf dairy herd, and we started it in 2020. Wow. So it's kind of a funny story how it all happened, but I was looking for like 2, maybe 3 goats to just do some backyard milking and making cheese and things. I found a herd on Craigslist of 25 goats, and I put the bug in my husband's ear, fully expecting that he would decline that crazy idea. And a couple days later, we had trailer loaded up. In the back of the truck was full of a mini parlor, basically, milking equipment for the goats. So that's kind of where we started. And we have quite the dynamic here. We have about 20 does in 5 bucks. So the does, that's what you call a female goat. And those are the ones I'm going to be showing you today. As you can see, some of them, well, not her. Hey. This is our herd queen, Dixie. She is the top of the pecking order. The puppy just thinks she's playing, and she's like, no, I'm serious, but she won't.
Don't mess with me. Wow. Oh my goodness.
So they have, goats are so funny. They have like a hierarchy, a pecking order. So when you bring in new goats, like it takes them a while. They'll do some head butting and whatever to figure out who's going to be like the leader of the pack, and then on down from there. So Dixie is definitely the queen bee around here. He is 4, I believe. So she's in her prime. But you'll see, like, I have some younger ones here. This is an interesting one. This is Arianelle, and she is a silver goat. So as you can see, her coloring is like a pretty silver color, and then she has the blue eyes.
Wow. Oh, so sweet. Wow.
So we don't ship our goat milk to Organic Valley yet. We're waiting for them to come out with
new
a goat
product here, goat milk.
But it's just something. Earlier, the moderators asked me what other furry friends we have here on the farm, and this is a big part of what I do here at my little farm here. So I milk the goats, not all of them, but right now I have 4, well, maybe 5, because one just weaned her kids, so I might start milking her or just let her dry up naturally. But at least 4 of these does are in milk, so they get milked twice a day. I actually have like a mini little parlor set up in the loft. I think you might even be able to point over here. I can show you from a distance here, but this is the goat barn here, and it was formerly a old hog house way back in the day, years and years ago. Our house is over 100 years old, but I'm not exactly sure on the buildings. But it was originally for hogs, and we renovated it into the goat barn. We built a loft up to like stairs up to the loft, and that is where you can see I have one milking stand out here in front. I have 6 others up in the loft with a small milking compressor, and it's just goats have 2 teats instead of 4, so it's a like miniature inflations like you would see with the cows, but it's just 2 of them in a little pump, and that's typically what I do. If I'm just milking a couple, I will do it by hand though. That's why I have this stand out here, and that's what I typically do, or I had been doing. I actually just got, which we can point over here to these ones. I actually just got 6 new
Julia,
additions
can you
here.
stay close to the mic so we can hear everything you're telling us?
Yes.
There you go.
There we go.
Yes.
Love it.
Thank you.
We are trying
so
this
much good
where,
stuff.
My assistant is holding it. But anyway, I had 6 new goats arrive from Maine just today around 1 p.m. So those will be the last additions for a while. But some of them are right here. We have Meadow, M, Sweet Tart, Pandora, and Ravioli. These are 5 of them, actually, 5 of the 6. And so that was really fun. So they're kind of still like establishing their relationships with the other goats. As you can see, they're kind of like off by themselves.
They're not quite fully welcomed into the goat community yet. They gotta make their way.
They're still messing, but they're so sweet. And as you can see, all the goats are eating leaves here. We have the leaves started to fall. And one thing that's really cool about goats versus cows, so they're also ruminants, which means they have the 4-part stomach, but they chew their cud, but they are browsers instead of grazers. So where cows are needing like a lot of grasses and alfalfa and that sort of thing. Well, the goats will eat that. And as you can see, they do get some hay as well. They will sooner go for leaves, even if they're dry or green. And they love evergreens like pine needles as well. And that's actually like a natural dewormer for them. But so being browsers means they sooner go for that sort of thing before the grasses. So that's just kind of interesting. And no, goats don't eat everything, as is a common misconception that they're going to be out here eating tin cans. No, they're actually pretty picky, but they do like even dried leaves. I guess it's like potato chips for them. So that's
They used to eat my mom's flowers. I know she wasn't so happy about that.
oh yeah,
are the flowers
no,
dangerous?
no. yeah, they'll do that, but so yeah, I did a YouTube video with Organic Valley on our baby goats one year, a couple years back. So check that out if you want to see more of the little tiny babies. That was really fun. I don't have any tiny babies here today. The youngest ones would be, actually I have a 3-month-old here. This is what are you doing?
Oh,
it's the bow. Oh. She found Oakley's bow. Come here, sweetheart. This is my daughter, Oakley, aka Farmer Oaks. And she is a goat girl through and through.
This goat is going to eat the camera.
David's trying to eat the camera.
Oh, very sweet.
She just loves the goats. It's so sweet to watch her lead them around. Do you want to show them how you lead the goats? Can you lead Shade? Show my friends how you do it. Here. No, she wants to go. She'll grab their collars, and this is how we walk the goats. We just use their collars and and walk them like that.
They're pretty, I had some goats growing up, and they're pretty friendly. Really? Yeah, I mean, goats.
Yeah, they are.
They can be really friendly if they're, if you make that relationship with them. They're not actually as scared as a lot of animals are.
Yeah,
at least that's
they've got big personalities, so that's another thing that's really fun.
Keeps it interesting. Keeps it interesting. Let's see. We have one question. Is it true that goats are a little mischievous?
Yeah, I would say. Now, some people will claim like they will get out of any fence, but I haven't had that experience too much. Although we were wrangling one just before we got on this video, but typically they. Like the fencing setup that I have, that's not an issue sooner, but they do have personalities for sure. They, it's funny. I'm trying to think of specific instances that they've gotten into trouble.
Someone is wondering, you have a great comparison because you have cows and goats. So someone is wondering if goats are easier to milk than cows. And I think you could probably speak firsthand to that.
As far as hand milking or parlor milking?
I guess answering both would be awesome because it's educational either way.
Because yes, I have milked cows by hand as well, but I would say the goats are quicker. Like they don't take as long. So in that regard, and they're just pretty easy to, like they'll jump right up on the stand and which the cows do good coming into the parlor too. So I can't say that in general the cows are difficult, but just the size of them. Especially with the miniatures, they're easy to handle. So I would say probably. Yeah.
And you all use machines to milk your cows then, and you do the goats by hand?
Typically, yeah. I have milked by hand, but in general, we use the parlor. So.
And you're shipping grass milk, right, Julia?
We are, yes. So, and I was actually trying to do like a grass-based diet for the goats, and that is their predominant, or grass or forages. That's their predominant diet. This is Winnie. Winnie just arrived from Maine, and she came without any friends from her former farm, unfortunately. So she's still like, where am I? What am I doing here? And you can see her ears have a little green on them. And that's because she just got her ID number in her ear. So the green will fade over time and then just...
She sounds so sad.
I know, she sounds like she's homesick.
Yeah, she probably is. So hopefully she makes friends. It looks like Aria might befriend her, so we'll see.
Don't they call goats kids, like when they're younger?
Yeah.
Is that what they call them?
Kids.
It's kind of funny because sounding kind of like a kid in the background, just wanting attention. They're screaming in the background.
Yep. She sure is. This is Gracie here. Come say hi. Come here. She's not sure about the puppy.
The puppy, yep.
You're not so sure.
Oh, but Ivy sure seems excited about the goats.
Yeah. She's like, I will take all the lovin'. Actually, I would like to show you the heifers that we have here. So a heifer is a young cow, and this group of heifers is about a year old. So at around a year is when we can start breeding for them to calve the following year. I think their gestation is, do you know off the top of your head? I forget. I would have to look, but so let's see if they're still out here. I'll show you their pasture now. Okay, they're over by the barn, but this is their pasture right across here. Actually, way out there was where they were grazing today. And I was actually planning to walk out there with you guys and show you how we make fence for them and everything, but it's kind of a walk, and I didn't know if you wanted to do it. So you can kind of tell me what you want to do. If we want to make fence for them out there, but the oldest 20 of these heifers will be exposed to a bull starting in November. We'll bring a bull here, probably a Jersey, like I was telling earlier. With they're a smaller breed, and so they will have smaller calves. So that's nice for the first time moms. They'll have a nice easy delivery. Oh, the goatee's trying to join us.
We had a question about
it looks like these are all the young ones. So these girls
they're so cute.
April through July of this year. So
oh my goodness.
These ones are a couple months. We have Lacey, Lanta, Halo, Gaia, Winnie, Kala, and Aria. So
wow, that's impressive that you can remember all their names.
I know.
Maybe you didn't have 8 children, but you have a lot of goats names, remember? Yeah, a lot of kids.
Yeah.
Julia, what do you do with your goat milk?
Do you make milk, soaps, cheese with your milk?
Yes. So I do make some soft cheese, and then I also use it just like we'll drink it some, and then I will feed it to if I have like bottle babies. Like Blitz here, she's 3 months and she still gets bottles. I got her as a young one, and she was already bottle fed from the previous owner, so I just continued that with her. A lot of times I do keep my kids with the moms. It just depends. So
nice. Someone's wondering if you offer goat yoga. Have you heard of that?
We haven't started yet, but talk to me. If you wanna, if I'm allowed to share this, I have a page on social media. It started on Instagram, and I just started a Facebook one. Briar Rose Goat Dairy is the name of my farm, and my name is, of course, Julia. I think my Instagram, it's under Julia Rose Gosser. So that would be.
So if you all want more goat viewing, you can find her page.
Yeah, if you want to talk about, potential opportunities.
I do have to ask,
yoga or whatever. Yeah,
where in Ohio are you exactly? It's so beautiful and green, and it just looks gorgeous there right now. So where exactly are you located in Ohio?
So Sterling, Ohio is like towards the northeast, but not too far in the corner. So like central to northeastern corner.
Nice. Okay. I know we have lots of farmers out there. But...
Yes. Yeah. So we're the main farm. We farm right across from Scott and Charlene Stoller, who are also Organic Valley Farmers.
Oh, awesome.
You might know them from other videos that you've watched, but
Scott, Charlene. Yeah, well, if you want to take a walk, it sure seems like it's a beautiful green space to walk on.
Yeah,
I'd love to go for a walk.
I would too.
I'm gonna
Absolutely.
get my husband to come make us some fence here. We can point over. Well,
now, Julia, we see fence behind you. When you say go make some fence, tell us about that.
Yeah. So this is just permanent fence here for mainly decoration. as you can see right here, we have the poly wire, and I believe Jordan talked about this quite a bit, but this is the poly wire that we use for the cows. So it's electrified, and it allows us to move the cows or the heifers to new pastures every 12 hours. And that way we're giving a rest to the soil, or a rest to the grass that they graze, and then obviously allowing for fresh feed for them. So it's like a win-win. And then it allows us also to fertilize the areas of the pasture that we want to fertilize, because obviously the cows are grazing, and then like the whole cycle where the cow manures in the field, and then that provides food for the microbes in the soil, and that just really helps to build the soil and then provide for nice strong regrowth of the grass. So that's Greg and Oakley, would you guys want to, we're going to walk out to the parlor, to the field.
Okay.
So you'll step it out then when we get there? Okay. Would it make more sense for me to hold it? Okay,
Yeah,
I'm going to
totally
turn
fine.
the video around here.
Love this. We're figuring it out here.
And
Oh, there's the goats. We're saying goodbye to the goats
what
for
was
now.
that?
I said, if, as you take a walk, we'll let you know if stuff starts to get choppy. But for now, yeah, let's go on a
Okay,
walk.
yeah, let's try that. This is my assistant, Liz. She's an
Hi, Liz.
Organic
Hi,
Valley
Liz.
employee. So
Love it. Yeah.
we're just going to walk out here. Greg and Oakley are going to take the other route, and they're going to start getting the cows to come out to the pasture so they're ready for their new pasture when we give it to them. I'm assuming they were just getting a drink. So usually they spend the majority of their days, especially a nice cool day like today. It's probably, what would you say temperature-wise? 60s, 60-ish, and that's the perfect cow temperature. It's actually, oops, hold on. You almost saw me get shocked there. I forgot that the sensor was not off. So that would have been
This
fun.
is an adventure. This is what we needed. This afternoon slump, you're taking us on an adventure here. You're waking everybody up.
We are doing it. We are doing the whole experience. So there's another view of our home there.
Oh, beautiful.
100-plus-year-old farmhouse. So I feel very blessed to be here.
Ivy's coming with. Ivy doesn't want to miss the action.
Yeah, well, and the goats too. Here they come.
Oh boy, they're ducking under the fence. Is that what they're doing?
Under.
Yeah, they're. Oh, they found some dead leaves in the yard. They're going crazy over it.
Ivy's got the zoomies.
Yeah. This will be interesting. I actually used to free range my goat herd. I would just leave the doors of their barn open, and they would have basically the free range of the property. They wouldn't go like farther than, a little. They wouldn't go like typically out here into the pasture, but I don't know if you can see, you probably can't see it from here, but I had this gorgeous long tall, very tall and very like drooping evergreen tree. I think it was a pine, I'm not sure. And it went all the way to the ground, and it was just beautiful. And the goats gave it a mini skirt. So I thought it would maybe grow back, but no, they ate the leaves and branches like up to about like a couple feet. So now it's still very tall, nice, but it's just not down to the ground
They
anymore.
pruned it.
And so
Pruned
I
it
thought,
without permission. It seems like.
Yeah, let's maybe you guys maybe just stay in your barn. So
well, that's the mischievous
it'll
coming
be
in.
interesting if they do follow me all the way out here. It'll be, yeah, we'll just see what happens. But anyway, so I think, yeah, you can see they have, I don't know if you can see actually, but it's a 3-sided run-in barn is what the heifers here typically get. And then we utilize the shades a lot here too. So they're not out right now because it's cooler weather. But as I was saying earlier, this temperature is perfect. Sometimes the hotter days in summer are like much more stressful on the cows than the even the colder days of winter. So you would think like, the cold might be hard on them, but it's actually, since they have that 4-part digestive system, it acts like a mini furnace to them. So they're usually just fine in the winter.
Yeah, wow. That's such a beautiful view of your farm back there. And the goats coming along, the dogs coming along. I feel like we're a part of an organic valley farm parade with all the animals, all the people.
We're doing the whole experience here.
Now, Julia, when you fence off a section to rotate the cattle, how big is that section that they're moving on to?
It just depends how often. My husband Greg does the fences here, and I don't know exactly what his system is. I can maybe show you. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it very well, but we have, you probably can't see it where they are, but approximately how big would you say this is, Liz?
Pressure's on, Liz.
Yeah. Here, like per section. So here's, Jordan maybe already talked about this, but this is the reels that the polywire is on. And so when we're making the fence, we shut the fence off, obviously, so it's not going to shock us. And we can just carry that reel, and it has a crank on one side, and you just crank it up, and then it's gone. So it's very handy for, this type of system where we're doing a lot of grazing, because you can literally put the pastures wherever, and you're not like locked into a permanent situation. And then these posts here, this part is rubber, or I don't know what material is that, but plastic, rubber, something like that. So it's not like electrified, because the pole itself is metal, so you wouldn't want that. So the posts are not electric, just the fence.
The wire.
It has like, I'll get like a close up for you. It has like a wire filament in it.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see that. Yeah. So obviously the cows, if this is all that's keeping them in, per se, they obviously are not trying to break out, because they're just enjoying their lives, and they have great, yummy green grass to eat. And
yes, yeah, they
so they're
have
pretty
all
happy
their
where
needs
they
met.
are.
So yeah, and I mean, when they're young, they might test it, but they will, like, the shock it's not like, it hurts, but it's not actually, I don't know how to explain it. If you've never been shocked,
I've been shocked. I know what it feels like.
But, okay, so it's like more of a surprise than
startling.
Anything.
It's like
startling.
yeah, like almost like a buzz kind of feeling where you
yes.
not something you'd want forever, but
no, but it's not gonna
painful.
Yeah, we've all been shocked. If we're farmers, everyone has been shocked. So it just comes with it.
yeah, it's totally.
But that's like enough to kind of get them to be like, oh yeah, like, I'm not gonna do that. And even it's really cool, because they'll even respect like a non-electric wire once you have them trained. So we have, and I might even do another YouTube video on this with Organic Valley, but we have done like cattle drives, sort of, where if we have to move a herd of cows to another farm, we, instead of loading them all up on a trailer, you can only fit so many on a trailer, and it's just like kind of a hassle. We're like, hey, let's just walk them to their new pasture. So we typically do like 4 people at least, where we'll be one on each corner, and we'll have this wire. One of us will have the reel, not me. This is like for one of my brother-in-laws or my husband, but I'll be like on one of the corners holding a corner, and it'll be just surrounding the herd, and we'll just all start like walking slowly, and the cows are just in the middle. And if they get too close, like, we'll just tap them with the wire, and then they'll like start walking again. And then if they get too far forward, where we're like, whoa, we'll like shake the wire so they see it.
They start running, so you can't keep up.
Yeah, we've done this down the road before, and it's just like, it's quite entertaining.
That's awesome.
Our farmer friends have joked. I posted a picture one time, and one of our farmer friends was like, someone needs to buy these guys a trailer. But it's just
a casual cow walk down the road.
It's a nice
I'd love
walk
to see
with
that.
the cows.
Yeah.
How many cows, Julia? How many cows do you move when you do that?
Probably not more than 30, depending on how far we're going. I don't know, probably 60 max.
Wow,
But
that's
I
a
would
lot
say
of.
typically
That's a lot of cows.
That's a full cow parade. Yeah, I was gonna say that's a full.
That's probably like the high end. So don't quote me on that. I will if I do a video specifically about that, I will get all the details. But yeah, usually smaller herd.
What's the total size of your herd, Julia?
Oh, they're going out this way. Okay. So we're milking around 200. So typically we raise about 60 new heifers every year. So 260-ish. Well, I guess then we have some dry. So I guess I'm not sure on like overall total.
What's a heifer?
Heifer is a young cow that has not yet had a calf or been milked. So these yearlings that's what they would be considered. I'm not sure.
Yearlings, like teenage cows.
Yeah. Young adults.
Yeah.
Young adults.
They're like almost basically to maturity where the oldest 20, the ages range a little bit, but the oldest 20 will be having calves in the spring. So hopefully, or not spring. Sorry, not spring. I'm thinking goats. It takes longer for cows.
You're getting some shout outs here for all the work you do, and just there's a lot of comments saying thank you for what you do.
That's
and
so sweet.
Happy National Farmers Day. And someone even commented, do you have a dog to match every one of your Organic Valley coats?
Well, yes, I do. Only because this is my only one. So
honestly, when you came up on the camera, I was like, wow, she's ready for like a photo shoot here with the dog, the farm in the background. Looks great.
Didn't plan it. Ivy and I did not plan this. But I'm going to take you over. We have Fancy, one of my does, she's the only lone goat hanging out here. I think she's like, I don't know where everybody else went, but she's just like hanging here on the cow line. So I don't know.
Her name's
if she'll come out
Fancy?
with us. We'll see. Yeah, that's Fancy. She's also pretty new, so she's probably like, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just here.
I'll just follow the leader.
Where do
in
I
this
go
situation.
from here?
Yeah. Wow, those fields look so
think,
lush. I want to like lay down in those fields. They just look so luscious.
Yep. I did a pasture angel earlier. Sometimes
nice.
It's just like, it's so nice and peaceful to just come out and sit in a pasture. If you've never got a chance to do that, highly recommend.
I used to do that at my grandpa's farm, just like sit. It's like, and it's also green and it's peaceful and you hear the bugs and
it's therapy for sure. So this is alfalfa here. You can see, I don't know if you've ever seen an alfalfa flower, but that is when it gets to maturity, it flowers like that. So with the milk cows, we try to, they're getting like younger, high energy, high protein, like to be able to provide the milk. Their requirements are a little bit more than say like a heifer or a dry cow, which dry cow means just a cow that's not currently milking. So one thing that's really neat, speaking of, well, we weren't speaking of it, but biodiversity. It reminded me.
It's a good segue. It's a good segue.
Yes. We have had like, I don't know if you call them professional birders, but like bird
watchers
that are like bird watchers that they like slow down when they're going past our fields because they often see like more unique species of birds, just because like the grazing environment in general and the diversity of pasture that we have just suits well for like the birds versus like row crops like corner beans. Like you just don't see as much biodiversity with that. But there's been like dick sickles. We've had photographers like ask if they could take photos in our pastures here. And I don't know all the names of the birds, but it's just neat that
there's so much other wildlife that exists on the farm besides just cows and
the things
goats that you have. Besides milking animals, you have all the different types.
That's so wonderful. I see the cows making their way. That we're gonna meet.
Here they
We're
come.
gonna meet there.
I'm gonna meet up with them. Greg and Oakley are quite a bit ahead of us, and Greg's gonna show us how he gives them a little more. So we're gonna give them a little more pasture. So
Julia, you're being requested to do more content for Organic Valley's YouTube page because you're so famous right now.
Well, thank you. That's an honor. If you guys have ideas, if you're watching right now and you have ideas on topics that you want to see, drop them in the comments or even reach out to me or someone, because that's something we definitely want to do. And we're in the process of brainstorming topics. So, I actually thought about doing moving the cows, and we actually move them to a different, they're getting excited.
Oh, look at
to
them.
a different
They know.
farm using the method that I explained. I might try to do like a little tiny video on that. They're playing.
Yes,
They're
if you have ideas, those out listening, for Julia and her content channel, because she's going to be famous, continue to be famous, write it in the chat and she can make some more. Now we have some cow friends. They look excited.
Julia, are they walking in pasture that they've already grazed?
Yes,
it doesn't look as
you can
fluffy.
see, this is grazed down. Yeah, no, it's grazed down. I'll get closer so you can see. Oops, Fancy's just gonna. All right, Fancy's gonna join the cows. Here we go. They have never. I don't think these ones have seen a goat this close yet, so they're gonna smell her. We're gonna get this on video here.
They look
Fancy,
very
come here, girl.
curious.
Come meet the cows. They are. They sure are. Okay, come meet them. Come here, babies.
Look, they're like, what is this creature? This doesn't look like us.
Okay, she's
there's.
They're gonna give me a hairdo. Let's back up, girls. So you can see, like, this plant here, the alfalfa stem is still there, but the leaves are ate off. So they'll leave, like, the thicker stems they'll leave behind, and we don't make them eat those. We'll just so that's why Greg's gonna give them some more here at the end of this pasture. It's actually, this section is almost to the road, so there's like a road down there, and so it's a little bit of a walk, but they don't.
Oh, they're ready though. Here we go.
They are
so cute. Wow, I love the spots on their nose.
Yeah.
Wow. Is that these are the heifers, right? These are the ones who have had a baby.
These are the heifers, and these are predominantly Holsteins. We have a couple of them have some Jersey in them. We might have a Fleckby. Oh, you can see the red one in the herd, I think.
Yeah.
And
that one has super white.
So you can see she has a white face, and then her red around her eyes. That's a Fleckby trait. So you'll see.
She's like, wait, you're talking about me. You're talking about me.
Yeah. Come here, sweetie. Come on.
Wow. They're excited. They know what's happening here.
That solid black one is a Jersey cross. So you can see how she's shorter because of that Jersey. There's a whiter Holstein. Oh, come here, girlie. Come say hi. Say hi. Let's go get your pasture. I know you're tired of waiting.
She's like, why are you making me perform? I just want to go eat.
They look curious about Liz over there and the goat.
Yeah, they're gonna stop and look at Fancy. Fancy's doing this whole walk with us. Oh my word. That is hilarious. Is Ivy still there somewhere? You might be on puppy holding duty. How is the service? Is it, if I keep
We're doing
walking,
much better now.
There was a moment where it got choppy, but it's good right now. It's great.
Good.
Yeah, they're following you. That's so sweet.
Can you hear them?
Oh my goodness.
And Julia, you said these are all heifers, right? Is that what you said?
These are all. This group is around a year old, so we're actually, something on our farm that's unique to maybe some others is we do fall seasonal calving.
I know.
So they're born in the fall. So these guys they're all about the same age, and they're like a year this fall.
Oh, here comes.
Oh, they're chasing something.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yes, you can see some legs up in the air running.
Yeah. Oh, they're hopping and skipping.
They are having a ball. I'm going to show you the ones from behind and see if we get any action shots here.
Wow.
Oh, here, someone wants
They're
to
excited.
get right up.
Hi. Oh my goodness. Oh, I love it.
Okay, go run and get your grass. Oh, here we go.
Wow.
Wow, they are
hightailing
here.
it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
They know what's coming.
Never seen cows
This
run
is
like
I have
that.
not seen them run like that.
so
My goodness.
they're ready. So let's
We have a
see.
question for you.
Did you give it to them yet? Okay, Greg gave it to them, so that's why they were running.
They knew. They had the signal.
So he beat me, or they beat me over there, but.
Julia, we have a question. Declan, age 6, wants to know how many cows you have and the different types of breeds.
Okay, that's a fun one because we have several different breeds. So, how many are in this group, hon? 60? Okay. Oops. Can you come rescue Rusty, please? Nancy came into the pen and the cows are like running at her and she's like, help me, please. So they're not gonna hurt her, they're just curious. Cows are very curious.
A small
let me
creature.
show you some of our breeds. So this beautiful girl here, I think this might be Sadie's daughter. She is a Normandy cross. So that was a breed developed in France, in Normandy, France, which is why it got its name. And they are, they're similar to the Fleckvies in that they're both kind of a dual purpose breed, and they're very like big boned, large cows. So you can see she's like pretty sturdy. And she has some Holstein in her as well, but anytime we see like that really speckly look, that's usually Normandy. And then, let's see, this is a Holstein here. So she's like what you would think of as like, black and white cow. Here's another good example of Holstein. Right there.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yep.
And then let's walk over here. It's okay, girls. I'm going to see some legs kicking up. Probably. This little one, it might be hard, like for some people to tell the difference, but like the patterns of the black and white on a Jersey cross are just different. Like you can kind of, once you start learning, you can kind of tell that it just looks like it has Jersey. This one is definitely a Jersey.
It has like some brown, little bit of
brown and like the big Bambi eyes. Their head is a little more like a little wider and just kind of shaped a little differently. And the Jerseys tend to be very curious. And here's the red one is a Fleckvie. That is, I forget what country that was developed in, but they're also like a bigger boned. You can just see how like strong she is. And they're more of a breed that I would say, both of those two breeds, I would say historically are more of like a forage based breed. So, or that's just kind of, they do good on that, I guess. And then this is a Normandy cross. You can see the speckles again on her.
Yeah.
So those are the main breeds. We do have some Dutch belted, which are really cool. If you've ever seen a Dutch belted cow, they're the ones that have like they look like an Oreo cookie, like a white
panda bear, like a panda bear.
Panda bear, Oreo cookie.
Yes,
I called them
black
Oreo
head,
cows growing
black
up.
rump. Yeah. So those are fun. I don't think we have any in this group though that I can tell. I don't.
Julia, there's some that look entirely black
with like
solid,
like a spot on their head.
Yeah.
There's some that have the spot on their head, like the center of their forehead.
Like this one here is a Holstein as well, so they can be mostly black as well.
Okay.
With like white legs, and that would be a Holstein as well. And there's also some Holsteins that are mostly white, so it just varies. Well, this one kind of has a little bit of a belt situation, but
it looks a little bit, with like the Oreo.
Let's see over. I'll show you this whiter Holstein if you're interested. She's She's pretty. I kind of like when they're white with black speckles. Come here, girly.
Julia,
This
what
might
did
be
you say the
Sparkle.
name of the cows that have the belts are? What's that breed?
Dutch belted.
Dutch belted.
Wow, yeah, she looks different. Yeah.
So these two are both Holsteins. So yeah, it's interesting. You just never quite know, but
That's so, yeah, it's wild how many different breeds are there in that one pack.
Thanks for the question, Declan.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? I would, love to hear what you guys want to learn. Ooh, we got some dandelion in here. So I mentioned this earlier on my other video, but the cows just love dandelion. And one of the benefits of it is that it has a deep taproot. So some of the other varieties of grasses are more of like their roots will be like a carpet under the ground, whereas the taproot of the dandelion is like a lot deeper. And so that allows it to pull up other nutrients from deeper in the soil and just like it's like a salad bar for the cows. So
a salad bar, I love that.
we like to have a good variety of nutrients for the girls. So that's kind of a fun tidbit.
I'm wondering, does grass milk taste different than regular
They
organic
asked me that earlier, and I don't know because this is all I drink personally. So
that's fair.
I
I could imagine.
I don't have much to say. One thing I will say about the goat milk though, I was a little bit hesitant to start drinking it at first because I wasn't sure if I would like it. And one day my husband made breakfast and poured the glasses, and I just had breakfast like normal. And later he was like, "So you liked your goat milk then?" And I'm like, "I didn't even notice." So then I started drinking it because I'm like, obviously if I didn't notice, it's not, that bad. So so that's neat. I've come to enjoy the taste of the goat milk. But as far as the difference between grass-fed and not, that would be an interesting experiment. Someone should do that and give us the results.
They look like they're
Taste test.
chomping down. I don't know if you can turn the camera and get close up on some of their grazing
let's
there. They
do
look
that. That'll
super
be fun.
happy.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Julia,
let's do that.
Declan has another question for you, wondering what a special treat for cows would be. Like, Declan likes cookies. Is there an equivalent for the cows?
Let's see. Another farmer on this live stream mentioned apples, which we don't have many apple trees. Like they wouldn't have really access, especially right here. But at the home farm, they have some on their fence rows, but they just they don't get them that much. But that would be one that they like. Apples. What do we? Trying to think if there's anything. I know you can make like little popsicles in the summer and give them
cow popsicles. I love
it. Probably not like your typical ones, but you can make your own.
Yeah. I love how they're all looking at the camera. Like they know. The moment you get close to them, they stop grazing and they look up at the camera.
Yeah, they're showing off. You guys are showing off. Tell us how to eat.
Julia, did you always want to be a farmer? Is that something you've wanted or known forever?
I did. Yeah, I did. And so I feel very blessed to have married a farmer because that was kind of my dream. That's not why I married him, but it's a perk, right?
Good add-on. Good add-on.
But yes, I've always loved animals and just the outdoors in general. So it's really neat to be able to, do that sort of thing as a job. Yeah. So I did have goats growing up, and I had several pet cows growing up, but we just had a small hobby farm. It wasn't an income stream really, but
I experienced the hobby farm life as well, so I know the joy of it. But I'm noticing right now it's just so pretty with the green, the black and white, the gray blue. It's just all the colors are so what's that word? Just potent, strong. I don't know what the word is. Saturated. Yeah, it almost looks fake because it's so real. It's so beautiful. I wonder if we have any other questions coming in, or we do have
the
this
neighbors
fun...
are spread manure, so.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. So we have this fun thing called the question silo, kind of like the mystery box, with full of questions. So I don't know if you want to pick one out.
I'll pick one out. All right, Julia. What's the best piece of advice you ever got about farming?
That is a good question. Thank you for that. I will have to, let's see, best piece of advice.
I can hear
I
them.
can hear
I
them
need to come up
chomping
with
away.
something
It's
like
okay.
super. Yeah, I need to come up with like something really good, but I can't off the top of my head. So, you'll have to ask me that in another video sometime because it probably has to do with, I don't know. I've just learned so much. So like, I don't know. It's all been good, but my father-in-law is actually really when he starts teaching about like soil health and how it all like works together, that's just so fascinating to me. And just listening to him like tell other people and listening in on that conversation is just like I've learned a lot too.
So
But yeah,
that's really
there's so
special
much.
hearing like that you have this family relationship and this generations of farmers that are learning.
Yes.
So
So
what generation are you in?
we are 5th generation, and our daughter Oakley will be the 6th, hopefully.
Wow.
It was, let's see, how'd that be? My father-in-law's great grandpa on the 5th generation on the home farm, like where you saw earlier, where we were milking.
Oh, wow.
Or like on this farm too. But as far as like farming in the family, it's probably been a lot more than that. That's just 5th generation, like on this particular farm.
That's
So,
amazing though to have it.
yeah.
Because then you are able to pass that wisdom on and to continue the legacy of the farm, and just to think that so many hands and so many cows have been a part of what we're seeing right now too. That it's not just
For sure, yeah.
it has so much history.
It's a neat legacy. And even like not very long ago, like the last couple years of my husband's grandpa's life, he wasn't as involved in the farm, but like up until a couple years before he passed away, he was like very involved in the farm too. So we had like the 3 generations working together quite a bit, which was special.
Yeah, I feel like you can't ever take the farm away from the farmer, no matter at what point they get
Yeah.
to. But that my grandpa was like that too. He passed it on, but he'd always show up in some way and like be coming around.
Yeah.
What can I do?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
For
when you're a
sure.
part of it, you want to be a part of it because it's such a special thing. We did have another question. What do you like the most about being a part of the Organic Valley family of farms?
Ooh.
Maybe not the best.
I would say
maybe
the community.
maybe like lots of things.
Yeah. There's a lot of things. There's so many benefits, but the community, like the fellowship with the other farmers and like learning from each other is really special. And then also having like the Organic Valley employees like in the office doing like the marketing side and that sort of thing is really a blessing, so that us farmers can be like boots on the ground doing what we love, which is farming. And like they can help. I mean, I help with the marketing too, of course, with the videos and things like that, but just having how we all kind of work together, like employees and farmers working together, and then just the friendships that you create. And yeah, it's good. I'm thankful.
Yeah, they look. I love right now. You have like I feel like you probably have like 4 different breeds behind you, just right there in that moment.
And we can hear them chewing. I don't know if you can hear them online chewing, but we can hear them here.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Like, chomping down, enjoying their fresh grass.
It's funny because I was asking my father-in-law last night, like, why specifically the different breeds, in case we were going to talk about that today. And he's like, for us, it's not been really scientific. Like, speaking of the community, we would hear of like other farmer friends, trying this breed. And so we would think like, oh, like we'll try that too. It's just like, for us, it's experimental and fun. Personally, for myself, I love the variety, that we get out here in the pasture. I just think it's picturesque.
We did have someone online let us know that the Fleckvies come from Bavaria in Germany. So I think that was the one you were
that you weren't sure they
weren't
came
sure
from.
Thank
about.
you. I
So thank
forgot
you
off the top of my head.
from online.
Yeah.
Love that we can get help from each
Yes.
other because it's a lot of things to remember.
Yes, it's amazing. Hi, sweetie.
Well, we only have a few minutes left with you, Julia. Crazy how time flies.
It does.
Is there anything else that you want to show us about the farm? I don't know if your husband or Oakley want to say anything else or say goodbye. I don't know where they disappeared to into the cow pasture.
We can go do a little checkup here on how it's going with them. And the Fancy's still out here with us, so.
Julia, while you're walking, I'm curious what your favorite OV product is. You said you just drink the grass milk, but product-wise, what is it? They just walked in the room here with our eggnog, which is fabulous, and I love that. So curious what yours is.
I would say I love the grass milk cheddar.
Okay.
We use that a ton. Here's Farmer Oaks. The goatee ate your flour, didn't she? No, we rescued it.
Fancy is wreaking havoc.
You like the cows, sweetie? What do you think of the cows? Do you have any last comments? Do you have any last comments?
How old is Oakley?
Oakley, how old are you?
How old are you, sweetie? How old are you, honey? Are you 2? Tell him you just turned 2.
She's repping that jean jacket.
This is how we get a cow lick.
Oh, look at that.
Greg, do you have any last words before we wrap up? He's on babysitting duty for the goat here.
Oh, goodness. Fancy needs babysitting.
Fancy.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, Fancy.
Yep.
Thank you both.
Bye. Happy
National
Farmers
See
Day.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. Nice spending the hour with
Nature. Majestic, wide open, teeming with life. From the earthworms down here, enriching the soil, to the songbirds that welcome the sun each day. Good morning, little fawn. Good day to you, salamander. This magnificent, thriving ecosystem can only be found in a wildlife preserve or national park.
Actually, it's an organic valley farm.
It's a farm?
Yeah, where delicious, nutritious organic food gets its start.
So all that comes from right here?
Yep, and this is just one of over 1,600 organic family farms in our cooperative that make up over 400,000 acres of pristine organic farmland across the country. Land that's protected from toxic chemicals, where nature gets to do its crazy, wild thing.
That cow's quite jubilant.
She sure is, because the humans that tend the land respect the land, and all the animals that live on it.
All of them?
All of them. But it's not all sunshine and organic daisies.
Oh dear.
The U.S. has lost over 100,000 family farms in the last decade. And once a farm's gone, it's gone forever. And that means there'll be a whole lot less of this and a whole lot more of this. But there's good news.
Thank goodness.
When you choose Organic Valley Dairy, you're choosing to protect this land, the nutritious food it produces, and most joyously, this little guy.
Hello, North American wood turtle.
Because land that supports all this
is land that can support us all.
Now you get it. Organic Valley, protecting where your food comes from.
Hey everyone, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us today. It's National Farmers Day. If you're just tuning in now, we have been live for, I believe, 9 hours today. So it has been a really awesome day. I know many of you have been with us all day long for many hours. So thanks for tuning in. We've had schools and people from coast to coast. My name is Heather. And I'm Kate. We are both part of the awesome marketing team here at Organic Valley. And we're going to spend the next hour. So we're live until 7 p.m. Central tonight. But we're going to spend the next hour in Ohio. In Ohio with Farmer Jordan. Farmer Jordan. Let's see. There he is. Hey, Jordan.
Well, hello.
Happy
Here I am.
Farmers Day.
Thanks. Happy National Farmers Day to you and everybody watching, and thanks for joining in.
Yeah. So, Jordan, you were with us earlier, but it looks like you've got some helpers now this time.
Yes, I do. So 2 of my boys are out here helping. You guys say hi?
Hi. Wow,
So
and
they were
those
actually.
cows look beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, we're out in the pasture, same field we were in this morning, and yeah. Oh, we got some visitors. It looks like coming up, maybe. So yeah.
Awesome. Were the kids online this morning from their classroom?
They were. So Micah here, you can tell them. Did you see me on TV this morning?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
Awesome.
Cool.
Excellent. How did Dad do?
How did I do?
What?
How did I do?
You did good.
Good. Well, excellent. Awesome. Great. Well, let's hear a little bit about what you have there behind you.
All right, what we got behind us? So we got a bunch of cows. So yeah, we're out here in the pasture, and so this morning when we were out here, the cows were just coming into the field, and now they've been out here for the last 8 or 9 hours, however long it's been. They've been grazing away, and doing a good job doing that, living their life the way they do every day here on our farm. So we graze about 270, 300 days a year, and this is their life. They live out here, and they graze out here, they sleep out here, they go to the restroom out here, and socialize with all their friends and whatnot. And that's what we do on our farm.
Do the cows like to graze in one spot all day long, or do they move around a little bit?
Oh, they're constantly moving. They're as bad as I am. I'm out here on this call, and I'll be walking around and using my hands and everything else. And that's what the cows like to do. So you can actually see a couple of them. They're got their heads down grazing right there, and they'll walk. As they're grazing, they'll walk, and they put I can't do it with my hands, but they keep their feet offset, and they'll graze here, kind of like you're swimming. And then they'll switch their legs, and then they'll graze this way, and then that way, and then that way. And then they'll sniff around and be like, I'm good at this spot. I think I'm going to go graze somewhere else. And then they'll walk halfway across the field and start grazing over there. And yeah, that's actually an excellent question, because that's one of the things we look at when we're building paddocks. We want to make the paddock size so that they do keep their heads down and they're just busy grazing, and they're not spending too much time just meandering around and doing things they're not supposed to be doing. We want them to be out here eating when they first get out here, and then once they're done eating, we want them to lay down and rest for the rest of the day and ruminate and hang out with their friends and do whatever cows do.
Now, Jordan, out in pasture, do you have just one type of grass, or is there a variety of options for the cows out there?
So in this particular piece, we have about 4 different varieties of grass. My boys are trying to feed a cow here. We can catch that on or not. But yeah, so the primary grass out here is annual ryegrass. But we also have orchard grass, meadow fescue, festoleum, actually a little bit of Kentucky bluegrass, I believe, out in here. And then we have 3 different kinds of legumes, which are alfalfa, red clover, white clover. And then there's a little bit of chicory. Actually, there's one right here. And there we have some plantain out here as well. So I guess I'll take a bite again. This morning I taste tested it. So
good stuff.
Yeah, still bitter. Not really my thing, but I'd rather drink the milk that comes from this than eat that itself. But yeah, cows seem to love it, and that's what we grow for them. We try to grow varieties that are not only going to be hardy for our climate and our weather around here, but something that cows really enjoy grazing. We want stuff that's digestible, that it's really good for their system. I talked about it a little bit this morning. We treat all these girls like they're Olympic athletes, and they need to have a diet that matches that. So we want something that's full of energy, full of protein, and just keeps them doing well and thriving. So
awesome. We have a great question from the chat. Yeah. It says, hey, Jordan, my son Declan wants to know, how many cows do you have, and what's their favorite type of grass?
All right. So we have about 300 cows, and their favorite type of grass, you'd have to ask the cow to get the exact answer, but they really seem to like ryegrass. So ryegrass, which is really hard to find out here now because they've grazed it all off, is going to be this finer grass. And this is just the little ends of it here. But it's a fine grass. It's full of sugar, packed full of sugar. And yeah, that's why they like it. It's like cow candy for them. So they'll just graze it off as quickly as they possibly can when they get out here. So I would say ryegrass is their favorite. And yeah, about 300 cows.
Awesome. That's a good reminder. As you have questions, please drop them comments in the chat. We'll try to answer as many as we can. We know Jordan loves the hard questions, so keep them coming.
I do. Hit me with all the hard ones. That's fine with me.
Perfect. Awesome. So Jordan, tell us a little bit about a typical day on your farm. What time does it start? What do you do at a typical day?
So a typical day for us here is we start out, we bring the cows up. So you can see over behind me actually is where the break wire is. And so this morning the cows would have been over on this side, and they would have, it looked about like this because they had it all grazed off. The cows get brought up in the morning, and they go to the barn, they get milked, go through the milk parlor, and takes a couple hours to get it, all of them through. And then we dump them some feed in the morning, give them a little bit of a breakfast. It's got their multivitamin in it, mineral, a little bit of corn, whatnot, energy, give them a nice little breakfast. And then while they're doing that, we're out here setting up a fence. So this wire here is what keeps them in. It's just this thin little wire that's it's an electric fence, and it's a poly wire. So we roll that up, and this is currently the back fence because it's the back side of their pen. And we would create a new front wire, which would be their lead wire. And then we go back up, make sure all the girls are doing good. Some days we have just different maintenance type things to do with the cows, with the herd. Maybe got a cow that we're going to separate out to check and make sure that everything's going good with her, doesn't have any issues if something comes up. And then we release the cows, and they come out here. They spend their day out here doing cow things, grazing off the grass and socializing and just being cows, living in nature, living the way that they're designed to live. And then we go on to do other things. During the summer, we'll be making hay, we'll be making corn, we'll be planting stuff, doing book work. That's always really fun to do. I've got 3 kids, so get the kids to school, pick the kids up from school, and do all those types of activities. And then we bring the cows up again, milk them a second time, and then they come back out here. They spend the night out here. They sleep out here. They really do, for about 270 to 300 days a year. They just live their lives out here in a different piece every single day. So we're rotating them. As I said, part of our daily process is moving to a new paddock, but the fields all look just like this essentially. So off in the distance is another field, other side of my head, I guess, over here. There's another field over that way that is bigger than this field, and this is just a small piece overall for the whole farm.
Awesome. Well, I've got an easy question and a hard question, maybe. Eve wants to know if Micah and Asher milk the cows as well.
They do. So, hey guys, Eve has a question for you. Do you guys milk the cows? You guys milk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not so much. They come in the parlor sometimes, and they spend a little time in there. But Micah's telling me he does milk the cows. So Micah milks the cows. He's the taller one. He's 8, and Asher's 5. They like to be in the parlor with us, but they're just a little bit short yet. So
yeah, awesome.
As soon as they're old enough and can handle it, I'm sure they'll be milking lots and lots of cows. So to the point where they don't want to milk cows.
Very cool. Do you see the technical question? How do you grow and manage the perennial ryegrass? That is a technical question, Jordan. Hit us up.
Great question. So we grow a very specific type of ryegrass here. It's called Albion ryegrass. It's a French breed of ryegrass. I don't know for sure what year it was brought to the United States, but I read about all different ryegrasses. We tried a couple different ryegrasses, and they just didn't do well for us in our climate because we get pretty warm, hot, dry summers, most summers. And so those ryegrasses really petered out. They would go dormant on us. And so this ryegrass that we've been using has done a really nice job. It's been drought tolerant. It's been winter tolerant. And we do graze it or harvest it pretty aggressively. So we're getting these girls out here on the field roughly every 32 to 35 days, grazing it off somewhat short. We do try to leave a nice residual. So we like to leave some grass left 4, 5, 6 inches. So we do that. We don't use any fertilizers. We're certified organic, so no fertilizers for us. So it's just cow manure. And then we have a compost pack barn. So we do composted manures for our winter, where our cows live in the winter. And we spread that on the field about once, maybe twice a year at a pretty low rate overall. And that's, I would say, pretty much it. So yeah, we keep it grazed off. We try to keep it from heading out. We don't want a seed head pushing out. So we try to keep it in a vegetative state and get it grazed off when we got like 3 good leaves. So 3, yeah.
I have another hard-hitting question for you, Jordan. Do brown cows make chocolate milk?
You can make any cow make chocolate milk. So no, all these cows are going to be just making your regular old white whole milk straight from the cow. And then, you can put as much chocolate in any milk you want, but no, so all cows make white milk, except for Guernseys. Guernseys make a milk that's a little bit orangier than the average milk, but that's a more in-depth
But it's
question,
not
I
strawberry
guess.
flavored or anything, or orange flavored.
No, it's
Alright.
not. Still tastes like milk.
And speaking of cows, what kind you have looks like a variety of different breeds out there. Can you tell us a little bit more about what breeds of cows you've got there and what you like about having a variety of colors in your barn?
Yeah, I like all breeds of cows. So like behind us here, we got a Montbéliard cross. Other side of my head, we got a Montbéliard cross there. We got a Jersey that's right behind me on the other side, that brown one. Next to her, walking up, is a crossbred, a Holstein Jersey cross, and then we got another Jersey. These ones that are almost solid black, they're pretty much 50-50 Holstein Jersey crosses. Got Jerseys, Holsteins. Got a couple. I had brown Swiss. I don't see her anywhere around here. We got a couple milking shorthorn crosses. So yeah, we have a whole bunch of different crosses. We got a Tarente cross, which is a French breed. We got a handful of Montbéliard crosses, which is also French. Could be wrong.
Very cool. Jordan, did you always know, were you destined to be a farmer, or was this like, how did you get here?
Yeah, I think so. So, I talked about that a little bit this morning too. No, but didn't grow up milking cows. Always wanted to milk cows. Yeah, told my dad when I was about 5th grade, 8th grade, somewhere in there, that I wanted to be a dairyman when I grew up. And he's like, I don't know about that. Maybe you should get a job working on a dairy farm. So I did. I worked on a dairy farm off and on for about 12 years. Did some other stuff in the middle of that. And then 2015 started a dairy. So it's what I love to do. I wanted to have a grass-based dairy. The day we got approved to ship milk, went to an Organic Valley procurement meeting, and was like, wow, this is really in line with my philosophies and beliefs on not just milking cows, but just farming as a whole. And so got on board with that and signed up to be with Organic Valley and been here ever since.
That's so amazing. How did you decide to be an organic farmer? Like, how did that go about for you?
That's kind of a long, loaded question, but I've been around the conventional ag side for a lot of my life, and then I was also in the military and was around a lot of death, destruction, and violence. And the one thing about organic system versus other systems is that it's a system that's really centered around life and life abundantly. You know, we're trying to have really healthy soils, really healthy plants, really healthy animals, really healthy end consumers that are consuming our products. And that's just something that I really believe in. I didn't want to be in a system that was going to be using herbicide, pesticide, insecticide, fungicide. We really wanted to stay away from that. You know, it's just a really positive way of living. You're working with the ecosystem, you're working with the land, the animals, and you're really trying to have a system that's centered around life. So, and it's not just about the cows and the milk. We have all these cows, they make a whole bunch of milk, and that's awesome. We also have bees on the farm, we have chickens on the farm. I have no idea how many billions and trillions of microbes are living in the soil that's right here, but I know that they're not getting hit with insecticide or fungicide, and these soils are alive and living, and they're digesting the manure, and they're turning that into digestible nutrients for the plants to uptake, which makes the cows eat it and make really highly nutritious milk and cheese and whatever other dairy products that we're shipping across the country.
And eggnog. We got eggnog coming out right now. So
there we go.
You
guys should send us some eggnog that we could have been here drinking. That'd been great.
Eggnog with us today.
Never too early.
Never too early. I love eggnog. It is one of my favorite things. I cannot wait for it all year round. Skip pumpkin spice season. Get me the eggnog. That's where I'm at.
Awesome.
Yeah,
so,
I second that. I could pass on all the pumpkin flavored stuff. Get that stuff out of here. That's for the birds. Get me the eggnog.
Awesome. Jordan, there's been lots of school groups joining in throughout the day. I think we still have a few students and kids on, including my own, and they're very curious, right? Kids want to know it all. How much milk does one cow give us each day, approximately?
So our cows make about 50 pounds of milk, which would be about 6 gallons a day per cow.
Awesome.
So some cows make more, some cows make less.
Awesome. And do you think there's a difference in the milk taste between the milk on your farm and the milk on, say, Sabrina's farm here in Wisconsin, who we're going to be visiting with next hour?
Well, we can tell Sabrina that the milk that comes from our farm tastes a lot better. So, no,
that sounds like a challenge.
I think we need to have a blind taste off between Sabrina's farm and our farm and see which milk is more delicious. No, I would think that it would be pretty similar. I'm a big fan of drinking milk. I drink a lot of milk. And the one thing about that's interesting is we can tell when our cows are out on pasture and grazing. It definitely gives the milk a slightly different taste. And there's times where it's usually when we're grazing ryegrass, and also we grazed some corn one time, and the milk tasted like somebody dumped sugar in it, and it was still just straight from the cow milk, and it was the sweetest milk I've ever drank in my life.
Well, you've got some gorgeous scenery behind you, Jordan. Do you want to give us a little panoramic view of like the sunset coming in and the beautiful fall colors it looks like that are starting to peek through?
Yeah, I absolutely can do that. So earlier, when I believe it was Ty from Vermont was on there talking about how all their colors had blown out of the trees from the wind, and just so Ty knows, which I've never met him, but I'll give him a hard time anyways, we can make pretty trees here in Ohio too. So back here they're not showing up super clear, but yeah, the trees are changing color, and let's look off this direction. There we go. There's some pretty trees changing color.
Looks like you have a lot of trees on your farm. Is that an important part of the ecosystem that you create on your farm?
It is. The woods we're already here, and we'll keep them. And then we do some tree planting, and we also have, you can't see them from here, but down there is where the bees are. And then just beyond the bees, we have some fruit trees that we planted in the last couple of years. So we planted some apple trees, peach trees, cherry trees. We have a couple apple trees up at the farm, some cherry trees, peach, different fruiting trees. Also have quite a bit of maple trees in the woods. My brother-in-law, maybe he's watching, he's getting into the maple syrup a little bit, which is pretty exciting. Yeah, so we got a lot of other things going on, and trees are an important part of the overall ecosystem. One of the things we've noticed after being organic is how many birds we have. And of course, there's none out here right now to show off, but a lot of times we get huge flocks of birds that come in here and just settle down right in between all the cows. And I don't know all the different types of birds. I couldn't name them all off the top of my head, but we have lots of different species and breeds of birds out here. So yeah, they need to have a habitat to live in as well. Plus the deer are out there, and everybody loves a good deer.
Awesome. Well, Emery wants to know what your favorite breed of cow is out of all the varieties you named. What's your favorite?
Oh man, my favorite breed is when you have a three-way cross from a Holstein Jersey to a Montbéliard, and that makes a cow like Ma Wingu, who I don't see right here right now. I do see her, maybe. No, that's Louise over there, their head down. Actually, this one behind me would be pretty close to that cross, this red one with the white on her head. So they end up looking a lot like that. A lot of them end up being red with a little bit of white on them. They have a really nice sturdy build, a little bit more muscle, a little bit meat on their bone, and just kind of what I call an athletic build. And that's what we're looking for. So that's my favorite cross/species of cow.
Nice. Awesome. Cool. Michael is wondering, what advice do you have for others who might be interested in having a career in organic dairy farming?
Absolutely. I would recommend that they join the DGA program. So actually, great time to bring that up. This is Tian.
Hi.
And Tian is in the DGA program. And so she's a young farmer and didn't grow up on a farm and is interested in dairy. And so she's in the program. And in fact, she's about to graduate.
Yeah.
Next spring. And so, yeah, she's been here for about 2 years, and we try to teach her everything we possibly can about dairy and dairy farming. And it's a really good way to learn. It's a good way to learn and get you on the farm. And, you know, the farmers that are going to be part of the program are excited about the young people that are wanting to be a part of it. So it's an apprenticeship program, and there's a workbook that goes along with it, and you really can learn everything there is to learn about dairy. So you have a lot of on-farm experience as well as there's some classroom stuff. So yeah, if you're somebody that was interested in doing or getting into this, that's what I would highly recommend.
Highly recommended.
Awesome.
I mean, way to live into that cooperative mindset, right? Yeah. What do you find? Do you have other organic dairy, organic valley, or organic dairy farms nearby you that you work with or spend time with your neighbors helping farm?
We don't. We're a little bit spread out here. So the closest organic valley farm to me is about 10 miles away, maybe 15 miles away. And there's a kind of a little pocket there where there's a couple dairies that are pretty close. And that's kind of it. We got about 8 dairies total in this region or this spot. So we're a little bit of a lone duck right here where we're at.
But you still probably rely a little bit on your neighbors. And do you have help on your farm besides your 2 boys? Or is it just you hanging out there with all your cows?
I got Tian, the girl we just met. She works her butt off. She probably works harder than I do. Would you second that, Tian? Yeah, she works harder than I do. Oh, that's great. And then yeah, I got some high school help and some others that help out. My brother-in-law helps out quite a bit, especially at harvest time. And then actually we got my RPM here as well, Rose Smith. She helps us when we butcher hogs.
Hey,
So
Rose.
that's her favorite job to do on the farm. But
Awesome. Jordan,
no,
what's
and
your
the organic
favorite?
community.
Go
So the
ahead.
organic community is really cool. That was one of the other things that drew us to Organic Valley, is that we went to the first regional meeting, and all the farmers were so positive, they're so helpful, they're so open to spreading ideas, and they're so honest across the board about, hey, this didn't work. Here's what we did, and it was a disaster. Here's what we did, and it has worked out really well. And it's a different community of farmers, and I love all the Organic Valley farmers. They've all treated me really well, and I do my best to try to treat others well and carry on that same cooperative mindset where we're trying to all learn from each other, and nobody's better than anybody else or trying to get ahead of somebody else, and we're just trying to be in this together and all swallowed a fly. And we're all taking this adventure in a similar mindset. So that's been fantastic.
That's awesome. Like a big family.
Yeah,
Everyone.
definitely one of the reasons that I love working here too, in the office, right? Is just the cooperative mindset that we bring to work every day. So I'm really glad to hear that, it's the same feeling with all of our farmers too, just working together to make everything better. So thank you, Jordan.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, okay. So Jordan, we had the opportunity to be together a couple weeks ago in New York City for Organic Valley's launch of our latest campaign. Tell us a little bit about your experience, and then I think we're going to cut to a clip of you in Times Square, actually.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, so New York trip was amazing. So Organic Valley and all the people at Organic Valley, as well as the marketing people that worked on that, did a great job of bringing a small farm into the middle of the big city. And so we set up a little small farm in the middle of what was the name of it?
Rockefeller Center.
Rockefeller Center. And
Yeah.
had little like pasture set up, had a cow in the middle of the pasture that we could milk, a tractor to sit on, a red barn. And it just contrasted so well with the city because it looked like a little farm set up in the middle of the city. And it brought a lot of attention. There was a lot of really positive feedback from the consumers that came through. And it was just a really neat time to interact with consumers and tell them our story, tell them what we do, and tell them what sets us apart as Organic Valley, as a co-op.
Awesome. Let's take a look at what the team has.
You're on.
Wow,
that's amazing.
That was pretty adorable. I really like that. All the bright colors and being so huge in the middle of New York City, like really getting to see farms and cows in a very non-traditional setting, being in New York. I think that's super cool.
I'm certain we caught some people off guard with larger than life animals in the middle of the city. So yeah, kudos, Jordan. Thanks for joining us there. It was great. Awesome. So we have some more questions. Wondering what your favorite and least favorite farm chores are.
My least favorite thing, and I just said it, I believe this morning as well, is I don't like changing silo doors in the silo. It's just never fun climbing up there. You get hay chaff everywhere. You get corn dust everywhere. And in the summer, it's hot and sticky and you're miserable. In the winter, you got too much clothes on and you can't climb up in and out of there. So that's not any fun. My favorite job, I really enjoy being just out wandering around with the cows like I am right now. This is kind of an authentic thing that I do on a regular basis. And I like setting up fence. So when we roll up fence in the morning, like the wire I showed a little bit ago where my son's playing with it over there, I like rolling that out. You're just out here. It's peaceful. It's quiet. The rabbits are running around doing rabbit activities and the birds are flying around, and it's fun. And it's also the flip side of that is it's really fun getting the cows in the morning because they're all sleeping and laying down. Like actually these girls right here are about asleep that are behind me. And they're just laying there all peaceful, and you get to walk through them and wake them up and like, hey ladies, it's milking time. And it's enjoyable.
Awesome. What else do we got? I think we have some gifts yet to give away. We've been giving gifts all day long and we're not done yet. So let's see what else we have in store.
Hi everyone! Happy National Farmers Day. We are so excited to be here live streaming with you, and we're so excited that you have joined us. So excited, in fact, that we want to give away some gifts, because who doesn't love gifts, right? So what are we gifting? Right now, we are gifting 4 $50 gift certificates to our online shop where you can purchase farm-saving gear, just like this t-shirt I have on today. But we also have many more options, like this cozy sweatshirt, or maybe this cute kids tee, so that everyone in the family can look good while supporting small organic family farms. So what do you need to do? It's super simple. Get your phone ready, because we're gonna have you take a screenshot. All right, in just a moment, I'm gonna count down 3, 2, 1, and you'll take a screenshot of what you see on the screen here. Are you ready? All right, 3, 2, 1, screenshot. All right, I hope you got it. Now, all you need to do is post that on Instagram by 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight and tag Organic Valley, and you may be one of the lucky gift recipients. Did you miss it? That's okay. Stick around, and in a few hours, we'll be gifting a few more items to folks who are joining our live stream. See you then, and happy National Farmers Day.
Well, welcome back and happy National Farmers Day. And this is the world's largest small organic farm tour. Yes, you got it. Nailed it, Kate. Thank you, Heather. Thank you. Yeah. I had to practice it a few times, and I don't always get it quite right. So I'm happy to be here. And thank you for hosting with us today, Jordan. We really appreciate it. What a stunning view we're getting to look at today with you. So thank you. We have a couple questions, I think. Yeah, I think we're gonna go to the silo to get a grab bag question here for you. And I do want to remind everyone, if you have questions, please drop them in the chat. If we have folks joining from Ohio, hit that like or heart so we know you're here. Yeah, let's see what we got. Okay, have you had any other jobs besides being a farmer?
Yeah, not very many. For the most part, I've just been a farmer or some sort of farm-ish job. So I grew up milking cows for a different dairy. I worked on the farm here. And then I helped my neighbors out across the street. They're turkey farmers. So I helped catch turkeys and do some turkey packaging and some other turkey type activities. A different farmer, I used to help pick sweet corn. I was in the Army as well, so that was different than farming. Yeah, but that's pretty much it. Pretty farm related. Yeah.
YouTube star, does that make the list?
Yeah. I don't think that one makes the list. I don't know if that really counts as a job. So
okay. Well, we kind of talked a little bit, Jordan, about some of the different varieties of grass that you have out on pasture. Do you grow any other crops on your farm, or is it strictly that the cows are out on grass?
Yeah, for the most part, we just grow a bunch of grass and pasture or hay blends. And we've grown quite a bit of corn in the last several years, and forage sorghum, which is, we grow it similar to corn, but it's different. But to the average person, it just kind of looks like corn. Some soybeans, some wheat, some other cereals, and row crops. But for the most part, my passion is pasture. I love pasture. I love having cows out on pasture. I love the whole system and the plan and the ecology behind it. And so, yeah, for the most part, I'm just a pasture dude. So you could ask me a whole bunch of row crop questions and I probably wouldn't be able to answer them. It just doesn't, it's not my passion. I don't get excited about it. So,
I mean, your cows look incredibly happy and relaxed and excited to be out on pasture. They're all like either heads down eating or they're getting really snuggled up. I'm sure that they're hungry. It's probably about dinner time for them too. So that's super exciting. What's your favorite Organic Valley product, Jordan?
Oh, I'm a big fan of just some good old fluid milk. So I drink a lot of milk. I love milk. I've always loved milk. So yeah, I couldn't go without drinking milk. That'd be a real bad situation for me. In fact, before I was a dairy farmer, I had one milk cow. So I guess I was already a dairy farmer. And her name was Dolly. And Dolly was just our family milk cow. And then she also raised babies. So we would raise young bull calves on her. And she raised like 130 babies in her life. And she was just a really cool cow. But yeah, so she was the source of our family use milk. So
Wow.
Yeah.
Jordan, do you happen to know the milk from your farm? Do you know what Organic Valley product that might go into?
Yeah, I do. A lot of it goes into fluid and gets sold towards the East Coast. In fact, when we were in New York, we were at a grocery store, and the milk in that shelf that we were looking at had the tag from the local place where our milk is processed at. So, New York City would be where some of our milk is sold as fluid, and then I don't know where the rest of it goes, but I talk to our milk truck driver on a regular basis, and he does a really good job. We have an excellent milk truck driver, and he gets full loads, and so they'll take those to places sometimes that are a little bit more of a drive to get them to the processing plant. So I know it's gone to butter, it's gone to cheese plants, it's gone to yogurt plants, and all sorts of products. But I think for the most part, a lot of it's consumed as fluid.
Nice. Wow, very good. Oh, cool. Lucas wants to know what your favorite piece of equipment on the farm is.
Oh man, probably the side-by-side. We drive that around a lot. I'm not a tractor driver. You know, most farmers are supposed to be these guys that sit in tractors all day, and tractors don't really excite me that much. I could go the rest of my life and never drive a tractor again, and I'd be fine. But I would not want to go the rest of my life not milking cows or doing the activities that I do enjoy. So I would say the four-wheeler, the side-by-side maybe. I like coming out to the field and being able to not have to walk everywhere because, you know, I got a little bit of laziness in me. And but yeah, I don't know. I enjoy cutting hay. So if I had to pick a real piece of equipment, I would say a hay mower with a tractor hooked on. And it's just it's a fun time cutting hay. You always do it in the spring or start out in spring. And so that's a fun piece of equipment to drive.
Yeah.
Have you always owned this farm, Jordan? Has it always been organic? I guess tell me a little bit about that transition process or what that looked like for you and your family.
So no, it's not always been organic, but it's been in the family for 6 generations. I'm the 6th generation farmer. My boys that we saw, if they farm, would be 7th generation farmers. Wow. And it's been in the family for that long. And my grandpa did a fantastic job of growing it into what it is today. He lives actually in the house that's in the distance. Other side of my head again. There we go. He lives up over there. He's still living. So we actually have 4 generations alive on the farm right now, which is pretty exciting. So my grandfather's alive, my dad's alive, I'm alive, and my boys are alive. So that's pretty neat. But yeah, it's been a family farm for 100 and some years. And yeah.
That's awesome. Can you tell us, for those that aren't familiar with organic farming, can you tell us a little bit about the requirements and the things that you have to do to remain certified?
Yeah, so I can talk a little bit about the do's and don'ts, and then I'll go into one of my favorite things about that as well. It's a little bit of I have a different philosophy on it maybe than some. Yeah, so on our farm we have no insecticides, no herbicides, no fungicides, just no sides at all, no antibiotic use, no synthetic hormones, no GMOs, and everything's done as close to nature or natural as possible, which is just a really cool system. It's a very as I said before, life and life-giving and life-centered system. You know, instead of trying to come out here and put a whole bunch of insecticide on stuff, we'd rather have a whole bunch of spiders out here that are out here killing all the flies. And, you know, that sounds just as violent, I guess, but, you know, it's nature being nature and doing what nature does. So that's exciting. But one of the things that I think is kind of you hear a lot is that there's a lot of do's and don'ts that you can't do to be organic. And the thing is, it's just there's a whole bunch of really neat things that we do and we do try to do, and you just kind of have to figure out actually what the opportunities are to work with nature and how to work that out to make it an awesome system.
That's great. Awesome. And I hear paperwork's probably your favorite part of all that as well, huh?
Oh yeah, love doing paperwork on it. That's always that's my favorite. Nothing gets me more excited than finding out I have to do some additional inspection or some additional packet of paperwork. That's always real fun. So there is a lot of paperwork involved with it, and you know, I guess that stuff's all necessary to make sure that the system's kept honest. So yeah, that's how it works.
It's an important part of organic dairy farming to be able to prove to all of our consumers that we don't use any of those really harmful chemicals on our pastures. So thank you for taking the time to do a lot of that paperwork. I know it's probably not the most fun thing, but we really appreciate it. So thank you.
Looks like you're getting some snuggles there.
Yeah, the girls decided to suddenly be like super, super friendly.
Oh,
So,
they're curious.
Do you have a favorite
for a
cow
while,
in
they were
this
just
group?
kind of. Oh, I absolutely do. Dagny, wherever she's at, 606. I don't see her. But she's my favorite cow all around. So she's a crossbred as well. She's a Tarrante cross. And she's just been a great cow. So she would be 7 years old. And yeah, has a baby every spring. And she's not the friendliest cow, but she doesn't give us any problems. So that's nice.
7 years old, is that
cow.
pretty old for a cow, or is that like average age? What does that look like in comparison to the rest of your herd and or other conventional dairies?
For us, that's pretty average. You know, I started doing this in 2015, and we still have a handful of our original cows from when we started. In fact, earlier there was one that was laying down with her baby, and it was one of the original cows that we started with. So, yeah, we have cows that live a long time, and I won't get into what the other side of it is. So we don't know for sure because we haven't been doing it long enough to know what our average age is or what our age can be because, like I said, we still have a lot of originals. And so we've got a lot of old cows, and we're excited about that, and we're happy with that. But I do believe that the average across the country is somewhere around 2.3 to 2.7 lactations. So that would be, they would be ending their career at somewhere around 4.5 years old, 5 years old.
They sure do love you.
Yeah. They're all about it all of a sudden. The big old slobber chunk on the side of my head. So,
what does a cow tongue feel like?
Sandpaper, like the most coarse sandpaper imaginable. So they'll lick the heck out of you sometimes. And this morning after they got done, one of them was, she's not over here now, but one of them this morning was just licking me like crazy. My neck still hurts from it. So it's not the most pleasant feeling, but hey, this is for TV. We gotta do their thing, right?
We've got some folks that want to say hi to the cows, actually.
Oh man,
Jordan.
There we go. Oh, that's amazing.
We love it.
Well,
Lots of love for you
everyone's
here,
excited,
NOV. So thank you, Jordan. We appreciate you.
Just a typical day here too.
That's good.
Here's a good question for you, Jordan. What's the best piece of advice you've gotten about farming?
Oh, the best piece of advice about farming. So I had an older dairyman tell me one time, said, don't get worried about the ups and downs and the price of this and that. And you just stick to it, you stay strong, and you ride it out. So you take a path and you forge it and you go. So
some stick-to-itiveness.
Yeah,
that's definitely a lesson we have here.
Yeah, for sure. Jordan, do you raise all of your own feed that you feed throughout the winter?
For the most part, we buy all our mineral. We don't grow mineral, and then we buy corn, and then we do buy some hay. And it really depends a lot on your year and your season of how your growing season was. So some years we have lots and lots of excess hay, and some years we don't. And so it ebbs and flows. But we do try to maximize our pasture here. So we're trying to get our cows to graze off as much as we can possibly graze off. And then if we need to bring in any extra feed in the winter time, we do.
Yeah. Now I know here in Wisconsin we've had kind of a drought this summer. Has that been the case for you guys, or?
We had pretty normal, nice, regular rains until about mid-August, 1st of August, somewhere in there, and then it really dried up on us, and we haven't really seen much rain since. Where we're standing right now happens to look pretty good. So behind me, this is where we'll be grazing in a couple days. The alfalfa out there looks really good, but alfalfa happens to be a very, very drought-tolerant plant. And so that looks good, but the grass in it is very short. So we are very much in need of water right now. So, and where we were at, this particular field's just done really well and it's growing well and it's good and green and lush. But yeah, we'll be running out of pasture earlier than we would like to.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about that pathway behind you.
There we go. So we have improved laneways. As I walked over here before I was going to talk about it, but we have improved laneways and this brings the cows to the field. So back behind me is where they came from to get out here. So if you follow that all the way back and take a right and walk for another ways, you'd end up in the milk parlor. And then behind me goes further away for where the next day's paddock will be. And then you can see a couple of cows right there in the distance. They're drinking water. So no matter where they're at in the field, they always have access to fresh drinking water. We move that tank every day, every time that we move the water line, so that the cows are always there's always a water essentially at the edge of their paddock, so they don't have to walk any further than the edge of their paddock to get a drink. And then we bring the cows into here because we move our paddocks every day. Off in the distance is a candlestick. I'm walking towards it. But so we lift the wire up and the cows walk under the wire and into the field. And that's how they enter the field. So we can enter the field at any point. Anywhere we have one of these white posts that holds the wire up, we can lift the wire off of there, hold it about 7 feet in the air, and the cows will walk right underneath it. And that's how they enter the field. So we're able to make our paddocks different sizes because of that. That poly wire is like a string that we roll across here every day. And we can make it 10, 20, 15, 6, however many post spaces wide. And that's how big their paddock is. So we can really get the paddock size just right for the amount of cows that are out there, the amount of vegetation and growth that's out there for them to eat, so that they can get a fresh paddock every day, but yet eat everything that's there so that the plant can go back into its cycle of regrowth.
Awesome. Are they pretty well behaved when they have to move from pasture to pasture?
Yeah, they're really well behaved. What's even better is how mad they are if we put them in the same paddock twice. Occasionally we'll come to a new field and we'll set up a paddock and just misjudge it and give them a piece that's too large, and we'll put them back in that same piece again, and they'll walk right here to this candlestick. I'll show you. Finally made it here. So this candlestick is where their entrance point is, this white stick, and that holds the wire up in the air, and that's where they walk in. And they'll walk right up to this thing and then start yelling about it, because they know that they're not at a new pasture. They're like, hey, this is where we were last night. We're not going back here. So we used to have a cow, Bridget. She was the worst about doing that. I mean, if you try to put her in the same paddock twice, it just wasn't an option. So, but no, they get used to it. They're out here. Where'd they all go? Whenever I was standing. They're out here 270, 300 days a year. They're coming back and forth twice a day. They just get used to the system. They know what's going on. They're creatures of habit, and we don't really have many problems with them. In fact, we have more problems with them getting out from gates up at the barnyard that somebody accidentally leaves open or unlatched than we have escaping the electric fence. So, they're going to a place every single day. They get used to the routine, and they're always going to a paddock that's got fresh food, fresh water, and a place to relax, lay down, hang out, do their thing. And so they really don't have any good reason to escape. And when they do escape, usually they just go to the next paddock over and don't do a whole lot. It's not like they're used to being stuck inside every single day. And they're like, oh my gosh, we're free. To them, they're just like, oh, we're in the next paddock over. I guess we'll just graze all this off too.
Yeah, pretty happy place to be, it looks like. So
they're very particular, it sounds like, about their salad.
Yeah,
which I can't blame them.
Yeah.
I love that.
Awesome. Now, we've heard from some farms today about when it's time for milking that there's the 5-6 cows that are the leaders. They're always first in line. Is that true on your farm as well?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So they have a linear hierarchy. You have the top cow, you got number 2 cow, number 3 cow, number 4 cow, the number 200 cow, and number 300 cow, and they know their place. And how they work that out, don't even ask. I don't know, but they work it out, and they know who's in charge. In fact, 954, who I don't see right now, is either number 1 or really close to number 1 in charge of the herd. And it's actually really good to have a leader cow. We used to have a leader cow, Bridget. Oh boy, we got a cow, our baby nursing its mom right there. And so Bridget was a great leader cow. And if you took her out of the herd acted as if they were lost for about the next 4 to 5 days. They would be you'd open the gate and they're like, well, what do we do now? It's like, we go to pasture, girls. We do this every single day. And they get to the field and they just kind of stand there and they're like, oh, what do we do now? It's like, you graze, you do your thing. And then you put her back in and boom, everything's back to in order. And when she would walk in the pen, she didn't have to display her leadership or anything. She just walked in and all the other cows were like, oh, Bridget's here, so I guess we got to toe the line. And but yeah,
she obviously had some very effective leadership skills as a cow in your pasture.
No doubt.
Right, she knew. And when you're the lead cow, you get to eat where you want, you lay down where you want, you get to go where you want, when you want, and all the other cows respect it. And it's just a wild thing to watch and see. So
yeah.
Wow. Awesome. So I think we talked a little bit about the forages and stuff and the diversity you have there. Do you have any other animals that are on your farm?
Yeah, we got a handful of animals. For the most part, right now, we just have cows. Oh, we have chickens. We like to follow the cows with chickens. Our current chicken coop is needing some rehabilitation. It's broken. But yeah, we like following the cows with chickens, and that's part of the whole nutrient cycling is that the cows come in here, scratch apart the cow patties. They dig through it and they eat stuff out of it and they do whatever chickens do, and they wander out on the pastures, and that helps break your parasite cycle. So if you've got a parasite that likes cows, and then this chicken comes along and scratches it all apart and breaks that cycle up, so that those parasites won't be a problem for the cows anymore. And then we also a lot of times raise a few pigs. My brother-in-law always likes to end up getting me some pigs, and then once they reach their retirement age, I'll be like, all right, look, no more pigs. And then sure enough, like 2 days later, we'll have more pigs, and that's fine. So we use the pigs. They eat milk. We got a lot of cows here. There's always going to be some cow that's got some sort of issue going on, and then that milk we do not put into the tank for consumers to drink. We feed that to the pigs, then we eat the pigs. So that's just the way that works.
Circle of life.
We've had some other animals in the past. We had a sheep one time, Dilbert, and he was quite the character. He lived with the cows. So we like our animals.
Yeah,
a couple dogs.
That's great. Do you have any?
There's a whole.
Go ahead.
There's a whole endless amount of animals that live here that we don't purposely raise, and that's awesome. That's something that we've seen somewhat of an explosion of in the last several years. So we see a lot of red fox, a lot of coyotes. We see all sorts of different bird species that we used to not see. We had a juvenile eagle, which I know up in Wisconsin, you guys have bald eagles everywhere. I remember the first time I was up there for annual meeting, and I was like, oh my goodness, it's an eagle. And Tim Service was like, yeah, it's an eagle. And I'm like, there's another one. And he's like, yeah, there's another one. They're everywhere. But here we don't have them everywhere. Yeah. And so we had the juvenile that kept coming back for a couple of days, and I was hoping he was going to make a nest, but haven't seen him for like a year. Yeah. So we had a cattle egret that showed up on Easter Sunday a couple of years ago, and then a year later, almost to the date, he showed up again with his girlfriend. It's possible it was a different cattle egret, but I like to think it was the same one.
Yeah.
That's a good reminder that, we do have so many eagles here in Wisconsin, so it's a great reminder to, have some appreciation and gratitude for the diversity that we get to see here. So yeah.
Jordan, do you have any fun or interesting cow facts you could share with us?
No, I don't know. Cows have a best friend. So in general, cows will have a best friend, and they'll have cows that they like to hang out with, like little cliques. And see that, especially when you're watching them a lot, you see the same cows together a lot. I think the best cow fact is it doesn't seem to matter if you have 20 cows in a pen or 300 in a pen. There's always one cow that's all-time goal is just to annoy you. So that's always fun. We have a cow named Holly, and she likes to escape, and that's like her favorite pastime is to figure out how she can escape and then run around the farm and then just kind of act like, here I am, no big deal. And I think she does it on purpose to make me mad.
Nice. And is it true that cows only have teeth on the bottom?
In the front. So they got top back teeth, I think. Yeah, they should. But the way they got bottom front teeth and then just like a top gum, and then they see if we can catch a cow grazing here. They throw their tongue out and grab the grass. They pull it to the back. They do a quick chew or two on it, and then they swallow it. And then they just keep stuff in their mouth endlessly. And they get a big ball or a big wad of it called a cud. They swallow that down. And that goes into their rumen. I think one of the chambers of their stomach hangs out in there for a while. And when they get done, when they feel full, they'll go lay down, and then they'll burp that back up and re-chew it, which sounds awful. But that's just how cows work. That's what they do.
Yeah. Awesome.
Do cows grow like a thick furry coat for winter?
Yeah, absolutely. So no one's got their thick coat on yet. They all still got their their summer gear on. So in the summer they have pretty thin, short hair, like this pretty black cow behind me. And then in the winter they start getting a little woolly and longer hair, and they get a lot of thick, fine, real fine hairs that are in between the longer hairs. And then in the spring they kind of shed that off, And it's always exciting to see when cows start shedding their hair because you know that spring's coming. Like these cows' bodies have decided that they don't need their winter coat anymore. So there's a calf right here behind me. He's not gonna let me get any closer. That's Clyde. He's starting to get his winter coat. He's got some real thick, longer hair coming on. So, but nobody else out here's got thick hair yet that I can see.
Kate, what'd you pull from the silo here?
So I think we kind of covered a couple of these, but Jordan, do you know which state has the most organic valley farmed acres?
Wisconsin.
You would be correct. You got it. Jordan.
There we go.
Congratulations.
There we go.
You get
now I'm 1 for
points.
2 because this morning I failed my trivia. So there we go. Crushed it.
With over 81,000 acres managed by Organic Valley farmers, Wisconsin has the most Organic Valley farmed acres of all the 50 states. So, yeah.
There you go.
I mean, I can't imagine that Ohio would be too far behind.
Yeah.
But
it's in the top 10. Number 6. Number 6.
All right. I think I'm going to go ahead and say it, though. The happiest cows come from Ohio and the best milk comes from Ohio. So
that's another
you can
challenge.
leave it to all the other
challenges.
All the other farmers can try to prove me wrong, but these cows here look pretty happy, and the milk that's coming from these girls is delicious and nutritious. So can't beat that.
I would venture to say that the Organic Valley cows are the happiest cows with all that time that they get to spend out on pasture and the really robust and diverse forage that they get to eat and their wonderful salads every day. Ooh. Oh, look at how cute she is. She's like, hang out with me, dude.
Let's be on TV. So, no, and that's one fact that I don't know the exact numbers on it, but Organic Valley cows spend more time outside than a massive percentage of other cows around the country. And so that's really exciting. It's just neat that we do have our cows out and that our cows are out grazing and they're living in a way that's closely in line with how nature designed them to be.
I think it's 95%.
I think you're right.
I think it's 95%. So it's a huge, you're totally right. Our cows spend a ton of time outside enjoying nature.
Why wouldn't they? Look at that.
I know the sound of the birds. Like, it's just beautiful.
Awesome. Yeah, actually, that's right on our milk curtain. So there we go. Our cows spend more time outside.
The 95%. Okay, good. I got it right. She's fact checking me. I love
it. Jordan, how long do you work in a typical day? How many hours do you work?
Too many. It just depends on the day. So Sunday's my long day. Sunday's always rough. That's like a 22-ish hour day, but I don't work straight through. So wake up, milk feed, do all that good stuff, get the cows out the field, go to church, hang out with my wife and kids, eat lunch, hang out some more, come back to the farm, do other stuff, milk. But we do a 16-hour milk schedule, so we milk late on Sundays. So yeah, I don't get to bed till about 1, something like that. So yeah, it's about 22 hours from when I woke up. But there might have been 10 hours of work in there. But most days aren't that bad. And I think that's, it's kind of that stereotypical thing that farmers work a gajillion hours, and we do work a ton of hours, but there's a lot of hours that we spend that we're just out here with cows and doing things that we really enjoy. So, if you really love and enjoy what you do, some cliche about that where you don't work a day in your life. And there's definitely days that feel like work that are miserable, but, love what I do. Love being out here with the cows. And work a lot of hours.
Yeah, I mean, you make it look easy, but we sure know it is not easy. And that's why we celebrate today. Happy National Farmers Day.
Yes, cheers, Jordan. Cheers to you. Cheers to all the farmers that work for OV. So thank you. Cheers. Thank you. And we're eggnog's probably on the way to you, Jordan, at this point.
Sounds good. Yeah, if we do this again, that's definitely mandatory that we have eggnog. So.
For sure. We have some folks that are just tuning in, and our time is coming to a close rather quickly, which is hard to believe here. But can you remind everyone how many cows you have? And someone is also wondering, do you take vacation?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we milk we have about 300 cows. It's actually only about 250 in milk right now. We're calving right now, so we're having calves about every day. And yeah, I do. We took a vacation this year, so we went to Myrtle Beach, my wife and my kids, and that was like the first big vacation we'd gone on in a while. But try to get away, and spend some time away from the farm. So that's good
And
to
cows,
do.
they get milked. Are you milking twice a day, Jordan? Once a day?
So
Every day?
we milk 10 times a week, 10 and 7 schedule. It's roughly every 16 hours. So today we're milking twice. We milked this morning and we're milking tonight. And then tomorrow we'll milk once, the next day twice, then once, then twice, then once, and twice. So it's a little bit of a different schedule than your typical 12 and 12 schedule where people are milking morning and night. But yeah, works for us.
We've got lots of love in the chat. Jordan, this has been so much fun. Is there like anything, final thoughts that you want to share with our viewers from today, or the work that you do on your farm?
Not that I can think of. It's just that I'm glad that everybody tuned in for National Farmers Day, and thank you for watching and seeing how we farm here or at Organic Valley, and here we farm on our farm. So this is what we do. This is real life for us. Like I said before, that's where the cows were yesterday. This is where the cows are now, and off in the distance is where it'll be tomorrow. And so it's really neat that we've gotten to show that off across the country and different farms across the country, and show to the consumers across the country that this is what we do at Organic Valley, and this is what we do that sets us apart and makes us different than the rest.
Awesome. Well, from the marketing department, thank you for helping us with our marketing efforts today and talking to consumers. And thank you for being a farmer, and thank you for all the hard work that you put in. Your farm is just stunning. Your pastures look incredible. Your cows look so happy, Jordan. So thank you for all of your hard work, and thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Awesome. I think we've got 2 more farms to visit this afternoon. We're going to Sabrina's farm in Wisconsin. She may be milking cows. It's about that time in Wisconsin. And then back to the Bansen farm in Oregon. So stick around. Jordan, have a great evening. Thank you.
Thanks, you too.
Happy National Farmers Day.
Ah, nature. Majestic, wide open, teeming with life. From the earthworms down here, enriching the soil, to the songbirds that welcome the sun each day. Good morning, little fawn. Good day to you, salamander. This magnificent, thriving ecosystem can only be found in a wildlife preserve or national park.
Actually, it's an Organic Valley farm.
It's a farm?
Yeah, where delicious, nutritious organic food gets its start.
So all that comes from right here?
Yep, and this is just one of over 1,600 organic family farms in our cooperative that make up over 400,000 acres of pristine organic farmland across the country. Land that's protected from toxic chemicals, where nature gets to do its crazy, wild thing.
That cow's quite jubilant.
She sure is, because the humans that tend the land respect the land, and all the animals that live on it.
All of them?
All of them. But it's not all sunshine and organic daisies.
Oh dear.
The U.S. has lost over 100,000 family farms in the last decade. And once a farm's gone, it's gone forever. And that means there'll be a whole lot less of this and a whole lot more of this. But there's good news.
Thank goodness.
When you choose Organic Valley Dairy, you're choosing to protect this land, the nutritious food it produces, and most joyously, this little guy.
Hello, North American wood turtle.
Because land that supports all this
is land that can support us all.
Now you get it. Organic Valley, protecting where your food comes from.
Wow. Hi, my name is Nikenji, and I am the social media manager here at Organic Valley, and I'm joined here today by the lovely
Marina.
And I want to say first, happy National Farmers Day. I'm very excited to join all of you on the chat and to hang out with our farmer, Sabrina, in Wisconsin.
Hi, Sabrina, are you there?
Yeah,
am
I still on mute? Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, awesome. I'm actually I'm joined with a special guest right now, so I'm going to be doing some questions real quick with my dad, and my older brother is coming over right now. So hi, everyone. My name is Sabrina. I'm here on my family's farm in Stoddard, Wisconsin. We're just south of La Crosse. We are one of Organic Valley's dairy farms, and we've been with Organic Valley since 2007. So I'm joined with my dad, Tim, and my brother, Zach.
Hi, I'm Tim Servais. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Tim.
So I'm just going to be asking them a couple of questions here, and thank you for joining us. throughout the day. We're so happy to have you all on. And I'm happy to have Marina and Kenjay on in the office right now. So hi, you guys.
Hi. Take it
So,
away,
Dad.
Sabrina. Take it away. You got it.
Thank you. Dad, who are you and what do you do?
Well, I'm Tim Servais, like I said before, and my mom and dad bought our farm in 1970. We moved up here in 72. We started milking cows in 74. And we've been keeping on a tradition ever since then. Anything else?
I don't know.
My wife's name is Lisa, and we have 3 children. Zach here, Sabrina, and the youngest is Jackson. All 3 of them on the farm, which is great. It's amazing to bring the kids home to the farm and have them with us. It just makes it a fun atmosphere to be working with and to keep the farm going on for generations.
So, Dad, my next question for you is, how long have you been on this farm?
Well, I was born in La Crosse, and we lived there until I was 9 years old, and moved out here when I was 9 years old in 1972.
Hey, Sabrina, can we have you stand a little bit closer
this year.
Make sure everyone can hear you. Perfect. Thank you.
I'm just going to share, I do not have the camera with me right now, but we are working on it. So I hope you can hear us just a little bit better now.
That is better. Thank you.
So, Zach, would you like to share how long you've been on the farm as well?
I mean, I grew up here, so.
Sure, good point.
So you guys have established you've both been here for a long time. Dad started when he was 9. He's going to be 60 this year, which is very exciting. But Dad, do you still love farming?
I have loved farming my whole life. Like I said, I grew up in La Crosse, and when I was 2 years old, I was in the sandbox, and I was farming then already. So I think my first corn crop was when I was 3. I planted some corn in the sandbox, and I watered it, and I had corn that year. So the love's always been there. The passion's always been there. It's a great life. It's a hard life, but I wouldn't have lived any other way.
That's awesome. And I'm really happy to be back here with you, Dad, and with Zach, even though he's kind of annoying sometimes and he chases me around sometimes. But that's what big brothers are for, right?
Never without reason, I will say. I only ever chase because there was a reason.
Sabrina, that brings me to a question I have, which is, what's it like working with your siblings and your family members? You talked about this a little bit earlier, but I would love to hear again.
Thank you for that question. We do get that a lot. It's challenging working with your siblings because, they're the person that knows you the best. They know exactly how to push your buttons. And sometimes they do that, but at the same time, like, at the end of the day, they're also, my mom's listening, they're also your best friends. And you just gotta work with it. You're gonna have your hard days when you don't get along, when things are tough. But they're gonna be your shoulder to cry on at the end when it's hard, and they're your best ally working through everything together. I don't know if Zach can say the same, but that's how I feel.
Oh, in our specific case, the 3 of us all have very distinct personalities, and those personalities absolutely shape sometimes. But, we're here to run a business, and we're here to do the best job we can, and if that necessitates being able to work together and being able to put our personal feelings aside sometimes. So at the end of the day, we all get along as well as we can expect to.
Do you have anything to add, Dad?
Well, like when you first all came here, the different personalities, and no matter where you are, the different personalities sometimes clash. But at the same time, they're stronger as one unit than if they were apart. So at the end of the day, that strength comes through, and that makes everything here work very well.
So Tim, what's it like working with your kids? Is that similar to what Sabrina and Zach said, or do you have a different take?
What's it like working with your kids?
Working with the kids, it's great. I didn't expect all 3 of them to come home, but they did. It must be a good atmosphere here. But there's a lot to learn, and for them, they go off to college and then they come back, and there's a lot to learn. You just can't come into anything and just take over. You have to learn and bring it to them so they understand things. And it was a lot of phone calls and hey dad, And now we're beyond that, and it's really a comfort to have them here. I can walk away, and I know everything's in good hands.
That's really cool. I do have a question though, because you're standing inside a barn and I can hear/see rain. Can you tell us a little bit of what's going on with the weather where you are now?
The weather.
Well, it's been a very dry summer. We were fortunate to get some key showers in this area that some people didn't get, but it's a blessing to get the rain right now. The ground's really dry. We have all of our crops up now, so we're hoping to build the soil moisture up for next year. This spring we came in, it was dry because last fall was dry. So we really needed the rain. It's a really nice, easy, steady rain. So very much appreciated.
It's a little cold, but it's nothing we can't handle.
Because that was going to be my next question. Like, how does the weather, how does rain affect whatever chore it is that you have at this time right now?
How does weather affect the chores?
As far as chores goes, most of the cows here today, they're inside. They're outside this morning, but then when it starts raining, they like to get back under the roof again too. So the chores in the dairy end here on the milking system, we're under roof. A lot of our young stock are outside, but they have a roof to go under, but they get out. They have choice to go outside when they want to.
So if you guys do follow Organic Valley on social media, you may have seen a video actually from our farm about cows out in the rain. We've done a couple of those. If it's just a nice little drizzle outside, our cows will enjoy being out in the rain. It's nice, it's cool, especially on hot summer days. They'll really like the rain. Sometimes if it's getting stormy and there's thunder and lightning, then they really like to be inside. Right now it's damp outside. It's not that kind of soft rain that is refreshing. It's pretty chilly out. So they're really, really comfy in the barn right now. They're getting a little nice snack before milking. A lot of them are laying in calf beds too. They're just hanging out, having a great time in the barn. It's warm, it's dry. This is kind of where they like to be on days like this. But as Dad said, and if you were on the live stream earlier, they were outside this morning and they had a great time.
The only chore that gets to be a challenge is the person who has to feed calves outside, and it's like this. It gets wet, damp, and a little bit miserable, but the calves come out, drink their milk, and they get to go back to their little house again. So it's good for the animals.
Yeah.
So Sabrina, you're in the barn right now. Tell us a little bit about the setup behind you and what's happening and what the cows are up to.
So our barn is called a freestall barn, and what that means is cows have the freedom. They have so much freedom in here. They can eat whenever they want. They can lay down whenever they want. They can go get water whenever they want. At the end of some of these pens, we have cow brushes, and they can get back scratches whenever they want, and they can rub up against them. We'll maybe get a chance to see them later on, but if you look behind us, these are some of our older cows here. They have free choice eating, so these ones right here are getting a nice snack in right now. The red one, actually, her name is Bessie. She's a little backing up right now because we turned to look at her and she's shy. But she's a sweetheart, and she was having a blast outside on pasture, just bucking and kicking today. I wish I could have shown you all, but now she's inside. So this pen here is a little older cows, and then the pen across from them, if you want to pivot over here, these guys here, these are our younger cows. These ones are full of energy and they're full of life. And when we let them out to pasture, get out of the way because it is a stampede. They are bucking and kicking and running around. And yeah, these guys are great. They're fun. Over there, those are slightly older. I like to call them our middle-aged cows. They've been around a little bit. They're just hanging out, having a blast. They're pretty high energy yet. When we let cows out to pasture, those guys over there in that corner, they go the furthest because they got the endurance and they got the energy to go out to the far out pastures, and they love it back there. It's all woods surrounding the pastures. They just get to hang out. On warm days, they have shade in their pasture. They're pretty fun to hang out with. In that back corner over there, I call those our golden girls. Those are our old ladies, and they are a hoot and a half. You get out of the way when they're going out of pasture because they might not be as fast, but they'll still plow you down to get out to their nice patch of green. These ladies, they decide when they go out and they decide when they come in, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it, but they're having a blast.
That's great. We have greetings from Harmony Homestead, some of your neighbors in in the Wisconsin region, Southwest Wisconsin. They're saying hello. Thanks for joining. But while you're in the barn, I've visited this barn before. I know the cows are really comfortable, but tell us a little bit about how the barn can change throughout the year to make sure that the cows are comfortable in hot weather or cold weather.
Yeah, so our barn is fairly new. We built it in 2016. So when we did it, like cow comfort was in mind, and also being in Wisconsin, the weather changes a lot. So right now it's a cooler day. We had some really hot days this summer, and right now we're getting ready for winter. So you can't see it, but if I pivot around on the front here, I'm gonna pivot this way. If you look along the edges there, we have these fans. We have 12 fans on the front of our barn. So the goal there is our barn has what's called tunnel ventilation. So what that means is on really hot days, so it's 80, it's 90 degrees out, it's too hot, we shut down everything in the barn. We have curtains on the sides. The curtains go up. We close that big garage door and we run those fans. And what those fans do is they push all the hot air out of the barn. And then we pull in cool air from the other end of a barn, and it creates this tunnel of just ventilation and breeze, and it keeps all the hot air moving out. So our cows stay super cool in here on those days. And I will say it does get warm in here, but it's nothing they can't handle, and it's nothing we can't handle either. They're still happy. They're not bunching up like cows do when they get hot. They're still out freely moving around, drinking water, eating feed, taking naps. In the wintertime, in contrast, we don't use those fans at all. When it gets really, really cold out, what we do is we'll shut that garage door. We'll shut those side curtains. Actually, on this side, the curtains are closed right now. We'll shut those curtains. We'll shut the back side of the barn as well, so there's no air. There's no cold air coming in at all. Cows let off a lot of heat. So as long as they're well insulated in here and we have some good ventilation still going, they'll keep the barn warm themselves, and it'll be nice and toasty in here on days like Christmas and Thanksgiving when it's usually really cold.
We have a couple questions in the chat from Ashley. First of all, how many cows do you have and what breeds?
I love that question. So we have about 350 cows. We're a bigger herd, but we do have a lot of family involved here on the farm, as you saw before. So these black and white ones you see throughout, those ones are called Holsteins. They're the most popular breed in the U.S. I'm in a group. On a Snapchat group. If you know what Snapchat is, I'm sure you do. I'm in a Snapchat group with a lot of young farmers just like me, and we battle all the time over what the best breed is. So overwhelmingly, it's usually the Holstein, but my favorite are the Jerseys. So if you come over here, hopefully we'll keep our connection. This brown one right here, her name's Hazel. She's a Jersey cow, and she's so pretty, and she's really small, and she's my favorite. And then we have some red and white cows here. That one's named Bessie. I mentioned her before. And then we have a few beef cows here and there. And those are just beef crossbreeds because we like to have them around sometimes. And we're gonna pause for a second because we have a special guest. This is Tippy.
Oh my goodness.
He's so cute.
Oh, this is Tippy. He's about a year old. He's one of our cats. He has his name because he has a white tip on his tail.
Oh.
Hi, Tippy.
That looks like a happy cat.
He is a happy cat.
Do the cows get along with the cat? Are they friends?
The cows do get along. They like to sniff him out sometimes. He really likes to, him and a couple others like to sleep with the cows sometimes. They'll curl up with them in the barn, especially on cool days. Oh, buddy.
Oh.
Yeah, you're a ham.
Oh, so sweet. Sabrina, you
this one's
recently
really good friends with the dog too.
Oh, you recently sent us a video clip. Nikenji and I work on the social team, so Sabrina sometimes sends us videos from our farms, and we recently received a video of a cat hanging out in pasture with cows. Was that Tippy or was that another cat?
So that was Ginger. If you were on the live stream this morning, you got to meet Ginger, and he's my little helper. He's my little baby boy, and he follows me everywhere. Oh, look at that.
Oh.
He's being a little skittish on the camera now, but Ginger, I wonder if we're going to run into him again later when we're over by the milking parlor, because he likes to stop by around milking time. But he's the cat from that video, and he's actually the same age as Tippy here. They were both born last summer, so they're both a year old now. But they're real sweethearts, and Tippy is really rubbing up against my legs right now. I'm going to see if he wants to be picked up again.
So Sabrina, we have a really, really important question from the audience coming in. Jordan in Ohio just said this, okay? He thinks his cow milk tastes better than yours in Wisconsin. What are your thoughts on this, Sabrina?
So my thoughts is Wisconsin won't have the most organic Valley dairy farms if it didn't have the best milk now, would it?
Do you hear that, Jordan? Sabrina's answering your question.
That's a challenge.
Shots
That's
fired.
a challenge.
So Sabrina,
I will say though, as far as quality and taste is concerned, I think we're all putting out the best milk we can. I like these playful rivalries, and me and Jordan are friends in real life. But no, wherever you go, you're going to find Organic Valley Farms that care a lot about their cows and care a lot about the product they put out. And that's just really important to us, is taking care of our cows so we can have the best possible product. And it's going to taste good no matter what.
I completely agree. One thing you mentioned is that you're friends with Jordan, and you met him through the Generation Organic program that you're involved with at the cooperative. Can you tell us a little bit about that and what that program offers for farmers, young farmers?
Yeah, so I'm in the Generation Organic program. I am technically on what they call their executive committee for it. And that is young farmers ages 18 to 34 who are involved in the Organic Valley Co-op. So these are children of farmers like me or people who are already on their own farm. So there's a little bit of we're all over the country. You guys met Lauren Perkins before, perhaps. She's another Generation Organic farmer, and she's all the way down in West Virginia. So we're all over. We like to do a lot of fun stuff together when we have the opportunity. But a lot of what our goals are is leadership within the co-op. So we know in a few years, or maybe in many years, our parents and other leaders within the Organic Valley Co-op are going to retire. They're going to move on. So it's our job to prepare ourselves and the other members of our generation for the time when we have to take over our farms and when we have to be the leaders within the co-op. Because the cool thing about the brand Organic Valley is it is a cooperative. It is farmer owned. That means people like me and my family, we own the co-op. We get to make the decisions about how everything's run and about some of the marketing things we do. And it's so cool to be able to be a part of something big like that. Like I might be from Wisconsin, Jordan might be from Ohio, and Lauren might be from all the way down in West Virginia, which to me is very far away. But we're all part of something bigger, and we're all part of this wonderful brand.
Before we move on, I do want to let the audience know that do shout yourselves out. We will shout you out on air. If there's anybody from West Virginia, really, really far away, we want to hear from you. And I think it's about time maybe for a gift.
Well, some of you probably recognize me from earlier in the stream if you've been participating. So let's hop over and I'll do some gifting.
Hi everyone, welcome back. We have more gifting with our Farmer Day live stream. Happy National Farmers Day. This time we're gifting the things that you know and love. Organic Valley products, that's right. Milk, eggs, cheese, produce even, whatever your heart desires. We'll be gifting some free product coupons to a couple of lucky folks. So if you haven't been with us yet, we need you to screenshot. Grab your phone and about 5 seconds, I'll have you take a screenshot of what you see on the screen. Okay, we're gonna count down. 3, 2, 1, take a screenshot. Perfect, I hope you got it. Now all you need to do is post that photo to Instagram by 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight, tag Organic Valley, and you may be the lucky recipient of one of our gifts. Happy National Farmers Day.
Welcome back. We hope you took that screenshot. This is a really good chance for you to win some awesome Organic Valley products or merch from our website online.
Yeah, we recently launched our online shop where you can purchase some really awesome gear one of the shirts that I'm wearing today.
Model.
One that Nikenji is wearing as well, and some really great farm saving gear. So when you're purchasing these products from our online shop, you're helping support these small family farms that you've been chatting with all day. And we're really excited. Folks have been asking for years to have Organic Valley shirts so they can show how proud they are to support our cooperative, and we have finally made that available. So if you haven't shopped yet, you can find it at shop.organicvalley.com. Again, we have new sweatshirts, t-shirts, earrings, and there's going to continue to be more fun items that come to the shop throughout the year. So keep checking back.
And obviously, because I work in social, I have to say that if you do wear any of the gear, do post a photo to Instagram or Facebook or wherever you like to go and tag Organic Valley.
Absolutely. Please do. One thing that one of our farmers previously in the stream was mentioning is that she loves hearing some social content ideas. So if you have any ideas, any things that you would love to see Organic Valley post about on social media, drop those in the chat. We would love to hear, and maybe you'll see something that you suggested pop in your feed soon. And it looks like we're back with Sabrina.
Hi, Sabrina.
Hey everyone. So we did a quick move around. I'm actually in our milking parlor now because we're going to start milking cows really, really soon. So there's some of the guys here who work for us right now, and they're going to start tearing apart in here. But on the topic of gear, I would just like to show mine off. I got this awesome stocking cap right here. I think I have to give Marina a quick shout out for that because she helped me acquire it. And a fun fact about Organic Valley on the topic of conservation, they do this really awesome clothing exchange every year at our annual meeting where you can buy gently used Organic Valley products, farmers and employees can, to rewear. And I got this really awesome jacket there, and it has one of the old logo designs on it, so it's vintage.
I was just going to say vintage.
Adore it.
And let us know if you love the vintage look. Maybe that will inspire some collections in the future as well.
I would love 80s Organic Valley apparel wear if that ever was a possibility.
Noted.
Throwback.
So tell me a little bit about what's going on in the parlor here.
All right, so I'm going to flip the camera. So right now, the parlor is pretty empty, but as you can see, it's really clean. We clean our parlor after every single milking. Our parlor is called a double 10 parallel, which means we can fit 10 cows on either side of our milking parlor at a time. We mentioned we have over 300 cows on our farm, so it's important to us that we can get them in and out of the parlor efficiently and quickly and cleanly so that they can get back out into the barn and get back to eating or get back out on pasture where they belong. So I'm just going to show you this here. This is called a milking unit. So this is what's going to attach onto the cow. And these here have suction in them. And they're going to pull the milk out into this here. And then it's going to follow that blue tube. And it's going to go straight into our bulk tank, which we might have the opportunity to see later on. I will show you guys milking as soon as we have cows in here, but just for now, I might talk a little bit about the process. Another thing we have is this scrubber brush here, which is super cool. So this thing has a saline solution in it, and we use this to wash the cows. So when cows come in, they might have a little bit of mud and stuff on their udder just from being out in pasture and being outside. So we use this to clean them. So I'm going to press this button here. And as you can see, it's spinning and there's a solution coming out, and that's going to clean the cow's udder. And then it's going to switch to this dry function. So it's going to clean and dry the udder. So it's all ready for that milking unit to go on.
That's cool.
So it's super efficient. It's super clean. And we don't have to use rags or towels or anything else. This is it's a one-hit wonder. It's pretty magical.
And how long does it take to milk one cow, Sabrina?
So once we get the milker on, it's going to take 6 to 8 minutes, but they're full time in the parlor. We like to keep around 10 to 12 minutes in here. So they're only going to spend about 10 to 12 minutes of their day in this parlor. And then we have what's called exit lanes. So if I go up these stairs here, when we're done milking, these head stalls here are going to pop up and the cows are going to walk right out this lane back to the barn.
That's great. Sabrina, I think I know the answer to this question because I know how much Organic Valley farmers care about the comfort of their cows. But are the cows comfortable during the milking process, or are all of the machines you use built so that the cows are comfortable when they're being used?
Oh yeah, cow comfort is number one. It's always number one. Those machines are very gentle. Usually when we have people start working here, we'll have them feel like the pulsation in the brush on their fingers, just so they know like this is how it's going to feel on the cow. So they also know to be gentle with them. Because even though they're designed for cow comfort, you know, if you're ever rough, like sometimes things go wrong. So we make sure that all of our employees, as well as all of us, are held to a high standard of taking care of our cows when they're in the parlor, and just being kind with them. I mean, they're our livelihood. They're our best friends. I said that about my brothers. I say that about my cows too. They are my BFFs forever. I love my cows in my barn. So I got to take care of them in the milking parlor as well.
Absolutely. I love it. That's exactly what I thought you were going to say.
So also on the topic of comfort, real quick, I have these big fans behind us. And if we walk into this back area here, I'm going to show you something really cool. We have big fans up top, and I don't know if you can see it, but that black thing hanging down from the middle of the ceiling there, that is a sprinkler. So when it's really, really hot out, when our cows come to get milked, they can get a little sprinkler session and some fan action. So if it's like 90 to 100 degrees out and you're not comfortable, our cows certainly aren't comfortable either. So to make that better, because I mean, I said before they're in a barn, it's pretty nice in there, but you know, it's still going to be a little hot. We bring them in. We like to give them some fun little water slip and slide action with that sprinkler and the fan systems. Keep them cool, keep them happy. You know, you go to the water park. I'm from Wisconsin. Wisconsin Dells are in Wisconsin. You go to Mount Olympus. You go to the Kalahari on a hot day. That's what the milking parlor is for the cows. It's the Wisconsin Dells.
Where else would cows want to be besides a milking parlor with, you know, slip and slides and all of that?
Before we move on, if you are just joining, my name is Nikenji, and I am your host, along with
Marina.
And we are celebrating National Farmers Day with Sabrina in Wisconsin. Sabrina, say hi.
Hi, everyone.
So if you're just joining us, please drop your questions in the chat so that we can pass them on to Sabrina and get you all the answers you've ever wanted about farming, organic farming, and cows.
We do have one in the chat, actually, and it's about the P word, which is poop. So tell us a little bit about what manure, like what role manure plays on a farm and how you manage that.
Yes. So manure is super duper important here at Hamburg Hills. Right now, actually, we are getting ready for winter. And one thing we do to get ready for winter is we spread cow manure on our fields. It is nature's best fertilizer. Okay, we put manure on our cornfields, we put it on our hay fields, and we put it on our pastures. And it is the best thing we could do. It gives us beautiful corn cobs. It gives us luscious green grass in the summertime for our cows. It's really, really, really important here on our farm. So every time you see a cow poop, say, yes, Sabrina Servais has fertilizer for next year. Because we save all that stuff. We have a nice, awesome flow through our barns that collects all the manure. See, you can hear them in the background right now, I hope. They are making manure for next year. So we save all that. And then throughout the year, we're going to pump it into tractors and we're going to haul it out to fields. And you know what? I'm also going to say this. We have to be very careful to not put too much on our fields as well, because, you know, that's not good. But we put a good, healthy layer of manure on all of our fields every year, because that's important to us and it's important for our ecosystem. Because if we don't have those lush grasses and beautiful corn cobs, we're not going to have environments for the grasshoppers who love to live out here, or we're not going to have environments for the rabbits who like to live in our pastures. So it's important to us to take care of the soil, take care of our plants, and take care of all the wildlife that lives in those habitats.
Tell us about some of your favorite wildlife that you see and interact with on the farm.
So I told the people on the live stream this morning about this, but we have a pet frog. His name is Sapo, and he lives around the milking parlor because he likes the warm air that emanates from it sometimes on cooler evenings. So he likes to live. We have a basement on our parlor. Unfortunately, I'm not taking you down there because there's no Wi-Fi down there. But he likes to live down there, and he loves to say hello to me every single morning when I swing by down there. So he is probably my favorite wildlife. I do love seeing the occasional rabbit, and I have a working relationship with skunks right now. Not my favorite to run into, but there's some sort of mystery of seeing them and going, why did you choose to be here at the same time as me?
Well, we will definitely have to check back on how that relationship with the skunks is going. And
So
reminder
I'm gonna
to everyone to drop some comment or drop any questions that you have for Sabrina in the chat.
So as you can see behind me, we have some cows filling in. These are our younger ladies. I'm actually gonna, give me one sec. This gate's actually not closed. I had to close that. So these are our younger cows here. They're coming in because it's time to get milked. I'm going to go back down into the milking parlor so that you guys can kind of see the process of milking a cow.
We can't wait.
If that's okay with you.
It is. In the meantime, we do have a question from Joshua. He's asking, who hauls the manure out, and do you use a tractor, truck to haul it?
Yeah, so we have one tractor and one truck. It's a bit of a process. We have a tractor that connects to a trailer, and then we have a truck with a trailer on the back of it. So my little brother drives the truck. Okay, no one else drives the truck, just Jackson. My older brother, who you just met, and my dad are usually driving the tractor with the tanker attached to it. Sometimes we'll have employees help out, but Jackson is the only person allowed to touch the truck, aside from Dad. But the truck is Jackson's baby, and he loves hauling manure with it.
And while you mentioned your brothers and your dad, can you refresh anyone who may just be joining the stream what your different roles are on the farm? Because you all do something a little bit different.
Yeah, so I take care of a lot of the herd management and herd health. So if a cow maybe looks a little sick or something, that's where I step in and I'll help figure out what's wrong and figure out how to treat them. My dad's in charge. He's the boss man. He's really good at delegating what we all do and making sure everything gets done in the correct amount of time. I like to call my older brother, he's a jack of all trades. He does what's needed from him when it's needed. And my younger brother, Jackson, although he loves the animals a lot, I got a really cute video of him playing with the cows today. He's the machine guy. He's really, really good with machines. And he's really, really good at, making sure everything works. Yeah, and then my mom, who is probably watching this live stream right now, she does a lot of the bookkeeping for us. So, hi, Lisa. My mom's name's Lisa. She works off farm. She has a job off farm testing milk. But when she's on farm, she's doing a lot of the bookkeeping and record keeping for us and making sure everything's up to date so things here run smoothly. Now, if it's okay with you guys, I'm going to glove up and we're going to milk some cows.
We would love that.
I definitely thought they'd be, I don't know why I thought they'd be at the other direction, but this does make sense.
Yeah.
Folks
that are tuning in, let us know if this is your first time watching a cow get milked. Let us know. We would love to hear that.
Or is it just me?
Yeah. All right. You ready to go?
I have these gloves on. Am I good? Okay. I have these gloves on right now. Cleanliness is number one. So it's really important that we wear these rubber gloves throughout the milking process just to make sure we're not getting bacteria passed around. So that's why I gloved up right away before I started working with the cows. So right here, you can see them all coming in. We got two other guys in the parlor, and we're going to be going through the process. There's 4 things we need to do. We need to go through and we need to strip the cows to make sure they're ready to get milked. We're going to wash the udders. And then last but not least, we're going to put the milkers on. When the cow is done milking, we have iodine solutions throughout the milking parlor, and we're gonna just put some of that on at the end of milking, just to make sure that their udders are clean, and we have a protectant on there to make sure no bacteria gets into the udder.
Great.
So I'm actually gonna start stripping these cows. Can I strip cows, Freddie? Can I strip these? Great. I'm gonna start stripping cows. So there's 10 on this side. So my poor cameraman is going to follow me while I strip these guys. And I'm being very, very gentle with their udders. Making sure I check things so everyone looks good.
What does good mean? What is looking good when you're stripping a cow?
What'd you say?
What does looking good mean when you're stripping a cow?
What are you looking for?
Looking good means that there's just milk coming out and it is that beautiful white color. If we run into any issues, we have to go back and evaluate, like cow health, see if she's maybe sick, or just make sure that everything's staying clean.
And do they always move their hind legs when they're being stripped?
Why are they kicking their hind legs?
So these guys are going to kick a little bit because they're younger. They got that energy in them. They're just getting a little excited right now because they're ready to get milked out. That's why we're getting a little bit of that kick there.
Yeah.
They're going to do that. When you get to the older cows, they're the golden girls. They don't care. They're just going to stand there and be like, all right, let's go, baby.
So do you like milking the young cows or the older cows more if you had to choose?
The older cows, much easier to milk. The younger cows, though, are going to milk out a lot faster. So these cows here have already been washed. So in a minute, we have to give them some time to make sure they're perfectly dry. In a minute here, we're going to start going through and putting milkers onto all of them. So if you swing around here, these ones already have the milker on. And right here, you can see the milk coming out into these jars here.
Wow.
How cool is that?
It is so
amazing.
cool.
Right,
I'm speechless.
We are
right
our
now.
jaws are on the floor, not saying much. We're just watching with everyone else. Ah, interesting.
Do they come on automatically, Sabrina?
Farming in action right here.
She really has it down, doesn't she?
Yeah, very efficient. This is clearly not her first time, but I'm sure you get in a flow over the years.
I wonder how long it takes to get in a flow.
Yeah, I would think. I'm guessing it's one of those things that every time you improve a little bit, maybe within 6 months, if you're doing it every day, I don't know. Maybe we should try to figure that out ourselves.
Good question.
Social team milking cows? Does that sound like good content to anyone?
I'll do it for the team. I'll do it for the team.
Only if someone like Sabrina teaches us.
So one thing I'm going to add real quick, I know you guys are talking, but I can't hear you really well. It's really important to make sure these go on at the right angle. Otherwise, the cows aren't going to milk out properly.
How do you do that when you're doing it so fluidly?
Yeah, that is a great question. We'll have to ask Sabrina when she's done.
It takes me 10 minutes to do one.
No, I can see another cow getting ready to be milked after.
Look how clean these are. Like they just got cleaned off. That's pretty clean. That's all sanitized and ready to go. And then right here, you can see the next cow's ready. She's going to sit there and she's going to wait.
Ready.
And she's pretty cute and she's ready to go. They want in. They're like, let's go, baby.
So Sabrina, you said it takes 6 to 8 minutes. So the cows that you just put the machines on will be milking. The machines. They'll be milking for about 6 to 8 minutes now. Correct?
Yep. And I'm just going to show you. I'm going to flip around real quick. So this is the last cow on this side. She's milking out right now. And if we come down here, you can see her flow and the pounds of milk she's given. So right now her flow is down to 1.4 and she's given 23 pounds of milk. Now, if you follow Organic Valley Instagram and TikTok, you will know they did a video on how many pounds of milk a gallon of milk weighs. So put it in the chat right now, and as soon as the milker comes off, I will tell you the answer. So I want everyone to put their guesses in the chat right now.
You have a bit of an advantage if you're tuned into the stream earlier, but put your guesses in the chat.
So right now I'm going to go in and I'm going to give her that iodine solution. Make sure that's all on there good. And they're going to let the cows go. Freddie, do the honors. And off they go.
Such an orderly
and ladies
process.
and gentlemen, that's milking a cow. So
Wow.
for those of you who put in the chat, the answer is 8.62 pounds. A gallon of milk weighs 8.62 pounds. If you were like me and you did 4-H back in the day, and you did 4-H Dairy Quiz Bowl, that is one of the questions, is how much does a gallon of milk weigh?
Do you have anybody from 4-H in the chat? If so, we want to shout you out, so drop your information in the chat.
Yeah, shout out to any 4-Hers. 4-H is the bomb diggity. Oh boy, guys, we have a special guest just came in.
I had to make sure you were doing it right. So.
Hi.
Jackson, this is my little brother. He's the machine guy. Do you want to tell him a little bit about what you do, Jackson?
I do chores, fix stuff, drive stuff, milk. Pretty much do whatever, I suppose.
Yeah. Do you want to tell him about going to school and coming back home?
I went to school in La Crosse at TC for diesel mechanics for 2 years, and after my first year, I did another job somewhere else, and then decided I wanted to come back here, so here I am.
And we're happy to have you someday.
We heard that. We heard that.
All right.
Hi, Josh.
Jackson's waving at the cameraman. Bye, Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah, that's my little brother. Mom, unfortunately, has things going on tonight, so she's not going to make us stop by. But thank you for meeting all my family, everybody. I'm glad you got the opportunity to.
Thank you for bringing them onto camera.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm totally happy to do it. So I don't know if you guys have any questions in the chat about milking right now.
I do have I have a personal question. So when you were putting on the milking machine, is it like a vacuum suction thing going on? And so is it already turned on when you put it on the udder?
Yeah, so I'm going to come over here again. I'm going to flip around. So when a cow is ready, so this cow is done milking right now. She gave 23.9 pounds of milk, and her suction is turned off. So this this light here is red. There's no suction. So if I press it, it's green. And I'm going to see if you guys can see in there at all. Watch my glove. I'm going to stick it in there. Like you can see the suction's pulling my glove in there. So it's going to pump at a rate of 40 times per minute. So I'm going to turn it off. Give me a sec. So now I've turned it off, and it's going to yank back up. That's called automatic takeoff. And that's when it just rips the milker away so that it doesn't get dirty and it stays clean. And then it releases again, and it's ready for the next cow. So that's just kind of how that suction process works.
Thank you for explaining that. I am thrilled for the details. Hopefully there's folks in chat that are also thrilled like I am. We do have a 4-H'er, Julie. Shout out to you. She grew up on a dairy farm, and she wasn't involved in showing cattle, but she belonged to the Marquette Pacemakers in Barron County, Wisconsin. Shout out to Julie.
I have another milking question, Sabrina. So you mentioned the flow. So the machine is telling you how much milk has been collected from the machine, and you also mentioned that it tells you how fast. So do different cows have different flows when they're being milking? Do they have different flow rates? What's the terminology there?
Yeah, so cows will milk out at different speeds. depending on, everyone's built different. Cows are built different too. There's no one size fits all for cows, just like there's no one size fits all for Organic Valley Farms. So yeah, cows will milk out at different speeds. Actually, when we were in the barn before, and I showed you one of the groups, that group with the brown cow and the red and white cow in it, that group there is called our slow milkers. And those are cows that either produce a lot of milk or they're just really, really slow at milking out. So we put them in their own special group together just so we can keep an extra eye on them because they're really important to us and we want to take care of them and meet their specific needs.
Apparently, we do have a fair bit of 4-Hers here. Another shout out to 4-Her Heather. She showed bunnies, dairy, and pigs. Shout out to Clovis. He showed chickens and horses. Ooh. And I think we have one more, Captain Joey, or they didn't specify what they showed, but they were involved.
And we do have another question as well. You may have mentioned this already, but when do you milk your first cow? How old were you?
I've been in the milking parlor since I was 8 years old. Actually, I've probably been there sooner, but I was too short to reach the cows. So they had to put milk crates down so I could stand on top of them to reach the cows. I also had really short arms, so I wasn't able to put the milkers on. So they would give me the dip bottles, and all I would do was dip the cows when they were done. And I would go out in the barn with my dad at night, and I would milk cows with him and maybe one employee. And that was when we first started. We were not in the milking parlor that we are in now. We're in a very, very different one. It was called a double 10 swing parallel, and that just meant instead of having 20 milkers like this parlor does, this parlor has capacity for 20 cows to milk at once. That one had 20 spots for cows to stand, but only 10 milkers. So as soon as a cow finished milking, we would swing her milking unit to the cow across from her and milk that one out. So it wasn't as efficient as this one, even though it was a good parlor for what we needed. This one just takes the cake.
And how long have you had that parlor, or how long since you made that upgrade on your farm?
So we built this parlor in 2016, so it's been about 7 years now. That's crazy. It still feels new. It still has that new feel to it. It's just because
I have to say, it looks very clean. Like it's bright white walls, and I can tell that, as you mentioned, it's cleaned after each time the cows are milked. But I have to say, even having, known that, I'm still shocked how bright and white and clean it looks.
Yeah, we put a lot of effort into keeping this place clean. Actually, this weekend, I'm going to show you, we power washed the ceiling.
Wow.
Even the ceiling is sparkly
Sparkling ceilings. That's quality work.
Behind me is we call them the fire hoses. This is one of the hoses we use to clean out the parlor. So when we're all done, we got to hose everything down. This is one of the hoses we use right here. Can't see where my hand is. I'm on the wrong side. Here it is.
So you told us how long it takes to milk a cow, but how long does it take to clean the milking parlor after the cows are milked?
I think it takes us about a half hour. We got to clean all the milking units. We hook them up to their platforms that they go on. We got to scrub down all the walls, get scrubbed. That middle area where the cows goes, that gets scrubbed. All the floors get scrubbed. And when we're finally all done with scrubbing everything, we go to the basement area, which I'm standing next to right now. I mentioned before, there's no Wi-Fi down there, so we can't go down there at all today. But there's a special button down there that we press, and that runs a wash of really, really, really hot water and sanitizer through all of the pipes and through all of the milking units to sanitize everything so it's good to go before the next milking. And it will run again before we milk in the evening. So in the morning we'll run a wash, and then it'll run again before we milk in the evenings, and then we run it again after we're done evening milking, and then it'll run again in the morning.
So this sounds like you're putting in a lot of work to maintain a high level of cleanliness for your cows and for people who consume our products. Is this part of the organic standards, or are you going above and beyond here?
I think it's part of, organic standards too. Yes, we have to make sure everything's clean. It's about the dairy industry in general. Everything needs to be clean. But part of it is just our pride as dairy farmers. Like, it's really important to us to make sure we have a clean facility that's good for not only our family, our employees, but most importantly, our cows. Like, they need cleanliness just as much as we do. We want to take care of them and make sure that they have the best lifestyle that we can possibly give them.
And I'm sure the people in the chat are really appreciating seeing that. We do have a few last minute questions. I want to do one more gifting section, but first, let's do Jennifer. We have a question from a 5-year-old. Does a cow hoof look kind of like a suction cup?
Can you repeat the question? I can't hear that one.
Does a cow hoof look sort of kind of like a suction cup?
Well, let's find out.
Let's find out. That's why you joined us here live on the farm.
Getting the answers to your question.
So cows have what's called cloven hooves, which mean, let me see my hand. So it's kind of like my hand, except they split. So they're going to look kind of like this, but split. So that's a cloven hoof there. So maybe they look a little like suction cups. I don't know how well you guys can zoom, but I don't think I can zoom right now. Otherwise, I'd get a closer look for you. But that's what a cow hoof looks like. I can climb the stairs quick and see how close I can get. Almost tripped.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Yep. Good visualization.
So I'm going to back up a bit so I don't spook any of the cows, because it's really important to stay calm and be out of their way when we're in here.
I think this is one of our last questions. Just in case, you can still drop some questions. We'll try to fit them in. But does a cow stop making milk if it's not milked?
Yeah, actually, over time, a cow will stop making milk. Her body will say, hey, you don't need to make milk anymore because no one's taking it, no one's milking you. And they'll just be like, all right, and they'll stop producing milk. That usually takes some time. When they start milking, they're going to be producing a lot of milk. So usually later on, after a few months or so, after they started milking, then they start to drop milk, and naturally we'll stop milking them and they'll just stop producing.
We do have one more question in the chat, and I am going to add on with my own question. So the question in the chat is, do you like to milk the cows? And then my question is, if milking is not your favorite chore, what is your favorite farm chore?
So unfortunately, I don't do a whole lot of milking right now just because I've taken on a lot of herd management responsibilities. I don't mind milking. It's pretty fun. You get to work with great people. Sometimes we'll listen to music while we milk cows because, fun fact, cows like listening to music too, as long as it's not too loud. But it's fun. I've gotten pretty good at it. I don't know if you guys saw me whipping those milkers on before, but I thought I was doing pretty good there. I don't think it's my favorite chore. My favorite chore is definitely, oh, I gotta fly. My favorite chore is definitely letting cows out to pasture. They love it. It's really nice to be out in nature. It's really nice to be around the cows and just see the joy that they have while we're letting them out.
That's great. And for those who have just started joining in the chat, we're here with Sabrina, a farmer in Wisconsin. We're broadcasting here from Cashin, Wisconsin, and Sabrina's farm is about 30 miles away from us. And we're really happy that she's joining us on National Farmers Day. We do have a couple more questions in the chat before we let you go, Sabrina. We appreciate your time so much today. So what is your favorite named cow? A couple little kids are asking that one.
So my favorite named cow right now, her name is Kari. She is a Jersey, which means she's brown. And she's really small, but that doesn't mean she doesn't have a lot of spunk. She's a real big sweetheart. She has a huge heart. She likes to follow me around in pasture. She is naughty, though. We let her out to pasture. And she, you know the saying, grass is always greener on the other side. Kari has found the other side. Grass is always greener on the other side for Kari. She always finds a way to slip out of her pasture into a different one. And she's all by herself hanging out there, living the life, eating as much grass as she can, because for some reason she doesn't like sharing. But she's a big sweetheart. I love her absolutely to death. I've had her for a long time. She's a very important part of our herd.
Oh, that's so sweet. And you mentioned music, so I can't help but ask, this was also asked in the chat, what kind of music do the cows like? What kind of music do you play for them?
Well, I like to play 80s music for them. I'm a huge fan of, I don't pick and choose favorite bands, but I like playing Journey and Electric Light Orchestra and a little bit of Bon Jovi and Billy Joel when I'm in the milking parlor. Sometimes I play a lot of Phil Collins, especially when we're cleaning up. But yeah, that's the music I like to play. Some of the guys who work for us really like playing country music. I'll come upstairs and I'll hear country music and I'll just go, bah, humbug. And I'll go back to what I was doing.
Okay, well, I think we have one last question in the chat. It's from a 7-year-old, and it's a really great question I've never thought of before. So where does the milk sit in the cow's body before it's milked? Where is it?
Yeah, so all of the milk is going to be in the cow's udder. So she's going to produce milk. 1 year older, you'll have the opportunity to take biology classes that specify in this. But if you can see, I don't know where my hand is. If you see that cow behind me, her udder is right there. Wait, there it is. My image is a little mirrored, so it's hard for me to see. I might flip around for a sec. There we go. So if you see on the back of the cow, right there, wait, that's her udder. So all of her milk is going to sit in her udder until it's time to get milked. And it kind of is like a rag right there. So when you put a rag in a bucket of water, it's going to get really saturated with milk, or it's going to get really saturated with water. And that's kind of how the udder works too, is it's like a rag that's been dunked in a bucket of water. So obviously it's covered in skin. So, but underneath that, think of like I said, that rag, it's wet, it's soaking. And when we milk the cow and pull the teats on the udder, it's the equivalent of wringing out that rag and just getting the milk out of there.
I appreciate that visualization a lot. Thank you, Sabrina.
Yeah, and also thank you for the question, because one I have never, ever thought to ask. All right, well, we just have a couple moments left. If anyone has any last minute questions, feel free to drop that in the chat. Our live stream is not ending, but we are saying goodbye to Sabrina for the evening. Sabrina, I want to say thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you, not just today on National Farmers Day, but thank you every single day. We really appreciate all of the work that you do. You have a beautiful farm. I can tell how proud you are of it, and you should be. It's very, very beautiful.
Thank you, Marina. We're really glad you all joined us tonight. It was great being along for the ride, and I know you guys have another exciting farm coming up next from the West Coast, which is even further away. So I'm pretty pumped for you guys. I'm glad everyone hopped on today. Thank you so much for joining us. I really hope you enjoyed and learned something from our farm today. So from me and Dad, I think we're going to sign out.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you so much.
Bye,
Everybody on the chat, make
Good
sure
luck
to
on
drop
the
a like or a heart.
giveaways. See you next time.
Thanks, Sabrina.
Ah, nature. Majestic, wide open, teeming with life. From the earthworms down here, enriching the soil, to the songbirds that welcome the sun each day. Good morning, little fawn. Good day to you, salamander. This magnificent, thriving ecosystem can only be found in a wildlife preserve or national park.
Actually, it's an organic valley farm.
It's a farm?
Yeah, where delicious, nutritious organic food gets its start.
So all that comes from right here?
Yep, and this is just one of over 1,600 organic family farms in our cooperative that make up over 400,000 acres of pristine organic farmland across the country. Land that's protected from toxic chemicals, where nature gets to do its crazy, wild thing.
That cow's quite jubilant.
She sure is, because the humans that tend the land respect the land, and all the animals that live on it.
All of them?
All of them. But it's not all sunshine and organic daisies.
Oh dear.
The U.S. has lost over 100,000 family farms in the last decade. And once a farm's gone, it's gone forever. And that means there'll be a whole lot less of this and a whole lot more of this. But there's good news.
Thank goodness.
When you choose Organic Valley Dairy, you're choosing to protect this land, the nutritious food it produces, and most joyously, this little guy.
Hello, North American wood turtle.
Because land that supports all this
is land that can support us all.
Now you get it. Organic Valley, protecting where your food comes from.
Welcome back, everyone. We changed. We're not the same two people as before. No, we are not. We are here. I'm Clovis. I work in marketing. How about you, buddy?
Andrew Westrich. I'm the brand manager for Cheese. And I'm also supporting some of our new merch, of course. I got to make a little bit of a shameless plug for that. Melt cheese, not glaciers. I'm sure we can put where you can find that in the chat. We have been going live all day. We started at 7 a.m. in Ohio.
You started at 7 a.m.
I started at 7 a.m. And now I'm rounding it out, get to finish it out with my buddy Clovis.
Right, 12 hours.
And so we have been almost coast to coast. We started out in Ohio, we went to Vermont, we've been into Oregon, we've been to Wisconsin, and now we are going back to Oregon for the last hour of National Farmers Day here. And this is all about the farmers. That's why we're showcasing the farmers and talking to them and letting them share what they do day to day to bring delicious, nutritious food to you.
And it's really, we want to thank everyone for tuning in. This is the world's biggest small farm tour because you tuned in and because you commented and because you hearted things. So thank you so much. But now we're the boring guys. Let's get out to that farm and meet the farmers. Just pure fun out there, I bet. Right, Ross? Right, John?
You bet. It's a lot of fun out here right now. It's really bright. It's a beautiful afternoon. I'm standing in Ross's shadow so I can actually see the camera.
Okay.
Well, that's good. All right, we were talking about the cows, and now I think that's the wrong species in the back. I'm pretty sure that's a chicken. So
Possible, yes. And I'll let Ross. Oh, by the way, welcome from Monmouth, Oregon, to National Farmers Day. You know, we do multiple species here now. Ross has added chickens into the rotation. So before the cows start coming down the lane, I will let Ross take over from here and tell a little bit about the chickens and what they're doing here.
All right. Let us at it, Ross.
All right. Hey, everyone. This is my little flock in the background. I don't know how well you can see those little girls down here. But yeah, I have added chickens to our rotation, our grazing rotation. Basically, they clean up the fly larvae after the cows graze. So it helps the cows with the stress because flies stress the cows out a little bit. These chickens love scratching patties and eating the fly larvae out of them. So I moved these chicken tractors right behind me 3 days after the cows graze. So we get the beneficial bugs a little bit of break so they can get into the patties and break it down a little bit more than the chickens have at it.
Those chicken coops are on wheels. Am I correct? They're like a train.
That's correct. Yeah, it's a wagon. Hay wagons actually designed them off of. Just inspiration from YouTube University itself. It's a bunch of different farmers gave me inspiration, and they're just hay wagon frames, and I designed the coops off of them. And so we have the front one is the water, and I have a little dust bath in there for them so they can rummage around and shake their feathers in it. Stores any kind of necessities I need for the chickens, and then the other two are the coop areas with shade and nest boxes. But yeah, I call this the chicken tractor train.
Nice. And you built it, just to be clear, you yourself.
Yeah. I did a lot of little small hours after doing cow stuff. So yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's right. So custom built, work never ends.
Ross is actually handy. Ross is handy. I'm a rocks and sticks kind of a guy, so I can't build anything. It'd be hard for me to build a hay fort. So Ross is a guy who does a lot of building and sometimes fixing. So it works well on the farm having that.
Ross, I understand you remodeled a barn just so you could marry your wife in it. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. The barn was a little shabby, so I figured it was put to good use by getting love involved. So
that's right.
Great motivator.
It is a good motivator for sure. Right. Well, that's cool.
So
Can you
I
tell
would
us?
like to say, oh, go ahead. I'd just like to say that, I appreciate everybody who's tuning into the live stream right now. It's kind of late in the evening in most places in the country. Probably dinner time. Maybe people are watching this over dinner. I'm gonna have to admit I already had an early dinner, so I could make it down into the pasture. So, but enjoy your dinner if you're eating it, folks.
Well, I can tell you we're definitely enjoying the scenery too, because right where we are in Wisconsin, it is nasty, rainy, dark, cloudy. We have a question online. How many chickens do you have?
Yeah, so I have about 250 laying hens right now. They're just primarily for egg production. I sell at farmers market and roadside stand, and a few bakeries, I guess, locally. But yeah, I just trying to diversify the farm a little bit, but more of a benefit to the ecosystem I'm looking at than trying to make money off that.
Nice.
Okay, and a really particular question. What does the sign say on the tractor train? Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah, sorry if the camera's a little shaky. My arm's getting a little sore. Yeah, so it says farm stand ahead, pasture raised, organically grown. So when the chicken tractor's by the road, the cars that pass by can see it and know that there's something ahead that they can look forward to buying eggs at.
And so there's an insight there, right? You talked about, building a barn so you could get married. You built the tractors. You have the sign. Marketer, you're a marketer. You're a builder. You're a farmer. Farmers like are jacks of all trades. It's really amazing, and that's actually not uncommon. I think is that there are lots of different things that you do to make the farm viable, to make ends meet. So maybe like talk about the chicken. So it helps with the pasture, but it also helps with diversification for the farm. Why is diversification important for the farm, even beyond just the pasture and the different animals and what they bring to the mix?
Well, it turns out the whole system is so much healthier when you add in a whole lot of diversity, and that the pasture species will have 12 different things growing in our pasture at once, and that adds to the soil health and the health of the cows, and then the health of the milk that they put out for people to consume. So anytime we add in more diversity, it's really beneficial, whether that's human, whether it's insect, animal, plant. We're planting trees in rows through all of our fields to add some diversity, not only for wildlife but for shade for the cows. So and the chickens, by the way, love the trees because they were born in the tropics. They're a tropical animal that really loves to go to trees. So it's anytime we can throw more stuff in, we add more in, more comes. So the more plants we get, the more trees we get, the more insects we get, the more birds we get. Everything just builds on itself.
How long have you guys been farming that way? Has it always been that way, John, or did you kind of evolve to get to that point?
No, we started organically farming here 25 years ago. We made the transition. We've been shipping milk to Organic Valley going on 24 years now. So the first eight years we were conventional farmers.
So which came first, the chicken or the cow?
I don't think that's how it goes.
I mean, on your farm, of course. I don't know what you guys talk about.
Definitely the cow here. That's definitely the cow. The chickens are window dressing, I'd like to say, but they're all part of it. But all this is just part of a great big experiment we got going on here, and it's been a really successful experiment.
You talked about all the parts and all the animals and how they work together. What are some of the animals that you wouldn't think of that might be out there in the pasture, and big and small?
Well, there's blue herons that are constantly hunting voles, which are another animal that's out here. Voles are a little small, tailless looking mouse looking thing, and they do a lot of damage to the fields and at too high levels, by the way. At a small amount of levels, they do some good things out here. but too high levels, and they eat all of our forages and kill the fields. So we have a lot of things that come in to hunt those. And so blue herons are one that over half their diet they consume are those. And we have coyotes eating those. We have sometimes a raccoon will eat the voles, but skunks eat the voles. Bobcats eat the voles.
Hawks,
Sucks to be a
owls.
vole.
I guess. Yeah, that's like.
Well, they can reproduce every 21 days. You
So,
can start with one
where
pair
are
of
the
voles in the
cows?
spring. Oh, they're coming. They're coming.
Yeah.
We're heading over to
Yeah, the cows are actually so they're being milked currently, and my brother's letting them out so they can come to the pasture. So they're actually coming down the lane right now. So we're going to meander over there so we can watch them come down the lane and into a fresh new piece of grass, because we rotate cows every 12 hours to new forage. So
Nice.
tonight they'll have some fresh salad to eat and be pretty happy. So
yeah, we're walking along the tree line right now. If you can see the trees ahead.
Why don't you show us the trees?
Yeah.
I think you're flipping cameras right now. Bam.
There we go. Look at that.
Yeah. So we have a whole bunch of different types. We're just passing a filbert tree or a hazelnut tree. We have a lot of big leaf maple that are starting to grow. Ponderosa, valley ponderosas. Some red cedar, western red cedar. So a whole bunch of different mix of things. Some apple trees in the line. So some of it's going to actually produce some feed for the cows. It'll produce shade for the cows, but some of it will actually produce some feed that the cows will be able to eat. And
what's that called?
And wildlife.
What's it called?
Silvopasture.
Silvopasture.
It's called silvopasture. Silvopasture.
Interesting.
And this is kind of, sometimes silvopasture is meant mostly as feed for cows, as well as a little bit of shade. This is mostly about shade and a little bit about some feeding of the cows.
Nice, nice. That's cool. They have so many diverse ones. You didn't just plant like one type all the way. I'm sure the wildlife will appreciate that, because it gives a lot of little habitats there.
And
yeah, there's going to be a lot of different
sequestration, right?
You bet.
Tell us about carbon and what role these trees and your pasture play in capturing it.
Well, so a lot of times cows get a bad break for carbon that they put to the atmosphere, but the rest of the story is that we produce a lot of carbon that gets deposited in our soils, and the way we do that is by having a lot of diverse species out here that are constantly setting roots down in. The other part about it is the plants actually take in sunlight, produce sugars, and at night the sugars go down through the leaf of the plant into the roots of the plant and feed the microbes in the soil. And some of those sugars then get brought back up during the daytime, but most of them are left down in the soil, and that builds a lot of microbial girth, I should say. So you get a lot of things growing under the soil, which are then depositing carbon down there. The roots, as the cow grazes them, quite a few of the roots will slough off and basically die and then be regrown as the plant regrows. And every time you graze the plant off, some of those roots are deposited in the soil, which is a really good source of carbon too. So our farm is one big carbon sink where we're constantly producing carbon that's driven down into the soil and stored there. Now, the great part about that is when we put that carbon in the soil, it makes great things happen for our farm. Like it holds water better, holds nutrients better, so everything becomes richer and better on the whole thing. I like to say the carbon that we have here is really our bank account. So every bit of carbon that gets put back into this soil and increases organic matter in our soil is really our bank account. It's what we live on, because it starts growing plants a lot earlier in the spring. Let's meander over where the cows are coming down the lane now.
Yeah, those cows look beautiful.
Yeah, that's fabulous, and I love it. You just added another title, to your jack of all trades, John. Scientist, carbon banker. I mean, you just the list keeps going.
Teacher, like that was one of the
Teacher.
clearest explanations I've ever heard of that. It was really clear. I get it fully. That's awesome.
So tell us a little bit more about the cows. How many do you milk? Talk about the breeds a little bit, and go ahead.
Don't step in those shiny cow patties. I can see them
That's
passing
right.
by as you walk in.
I hope we got your boots on.
Those shiny cow patties we have are adding carbon into our soil.
There
as
you
we
go.
speak. So it's what's feeding these plants for the next time the cows come here. So you'll see these cow patties now. By the time we graze this, which will be in another 34 days or so, there will be no sign that there was ever a cow patty out in this field. And that's exactly what we're aiming for, is to make sure that those cow patties are being absorbed in through insects eating them, as well as the plants consuming them and having it taken back into the soil. And so the other part about this grazing is the better the plants are, the better quality of the plant that the cows are consuming, the better quality of the manure that's coming out the other end, which in turn feeds the soil better. So we really need to have plants that are young and tender and high in sugars and proteins, and then that makes for good manure. I know most people don't really worry about how good the manure is, but it's really important for what we're doing here.
It's a virtuous. Yeah. I think we should give a shout out to. Oh, go ahead.
Can we see that line right there?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Clearly.
It's where they grazed this morning. So we were just walking on the early morning grazing, and then that dark, nice, lush green grass there, that's the feed for tonight. So that's what they're on right now, eating away.
And when they come out of here tomorrow morning, that will look like where we're standing and what we've been in here right now. So that's our job, is to every 34 days or so get that grass growing so it looks like that, and so there's a lot of roots that are being created, and that there'll be all that deposit of organic matter.
Are the cows at all picky about the plants that they eat? And do you plant specific? Do you seed certain varieties, or is it just naturally coming up?
No, we seed all sorts of different plants. So we seed several different varieties of grass. Perennial ryegrass they like the best. Orchard grass, they eat it okay, but it's not their favorite. We plant some brome grass, an Alaskan brome, which the cows really like, and it reseeds itself out here. We plant clovers, a couple different kinds of clovers. We plant chicory, and we plant plantain, which are a broadleaf plant. And I'm going to go pick one here or two.
Maybe just bring our camera down by all that lush grass and one of those cows eating. We'd love to see it in action.
Good close up.
So
look at that.
So
it's like a salad bar.
That's the plantain I have in my hand there. But this is actually a weed. But I don't call it a weed because the cows eat it. So anything that the cows eat is not considered a weed out here in the pasture. And I actually play a game with school kids who come out here called Weeder on Purpose. And I'll pick all these different plants and hold them up and ask them if it was a weed or on purpose. And then we have a discussion about what it's doing out here and what it's doing for us out here and what it's doing for the soil out here as well, and for the cows. So some things that are, this was not planted on purpose, that came on its own. But right next door to it, there's a dandelion, which also was not planted here. But it turns out cows will seek out and eat dandelion, one of the first things when they come into the field. So all these things just add to this salad bar we have going on out here, and what the cows eat. And so our cows we have about 140 cows out here on the pasture, and we put them in about 1.25 acres per feeding. So they're pretty tight. By the time milking's done, this area that we've given them will be pretty tight with cows. and they'll be all eating, and they don't really roam around and look for their favorite, because they know if they roam around too much and looking for their favorite, their friends are going to eat all their stuff. So they pretty much put their heads down and get busy at it.
Nice.
So I heard they like dandelions, so I'm hearing a solution for the dandelions in my lawn. So I just need a cow, and then the dandelions will be gone.
You need a cow. You get a cow, you'll get fertilizer too.
Fertilizer too. Hey, we have a question from Nancy online. How much of the year can the cows be on grass at your farm?
Well, we have the cows out as long as the weather permits. So most years we get out in sometime in March, hopefully middle March at the latest. And then we're able to keep them out until the weather really breaks down in the late fall. So lots of years we'll go to the first or second week of November. So we're in the barn for about 4 months out of the year, because in the middle of winter time we can't have the cows out here on pasture because nothing's growing. I like to say, if your lawn's not growing, we have nothing to feed the cows out here either. And so that's why we do a lot of harvesting of extra feed in the springtime in order to make the winter time work for us, so the cows have something to eat when they're in the barn.
Awesome. We got a lot of people calling in here now, asking questions and engaging. Thank you all. Keep the hearts coming. Keep the comments coming. I see one really glowing comment here that from a familiar name. I'm not sure people realize how special this organic milk is, grown in such a diverse grass-fed system. Most non-organic cows never get out on grass at all. Thank you, Bansens, and thank you, Organic Valley. From Nancy Hirschberg, actually one of the founders and pioneers of organics. She helped co-found Stonyfield. So thank you, Nancy. That's a compliment.
All right. And I didn't pay Nancy anything for that compliment.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got folks, Lisa from Minneapolis, thanks for tuning in. Miss Bonnie, North Carolina, Jay Taylor out of South Carolina, joining us. Do we need to do some gifting at some point here?
We can do some gifting.
A little, gifting moment.
We're going to give away some swag. You see the swag we got on? You can win a cheese shirt, maybe, or a coupon. I'm not sure what cut to. Or a shirt like this one. I win Organic Forest Cool, but you cannot win the awesome one that John has on. What's yours say, John? Show it to us.
I'm your farmer.
I'm your farmer. You're going to have to take up a new occupation if you want that shirt. Okay, so you got to earn that one. So, all right. Marina, can you tell us about the gifting?
Hi everyone, happy National Farmers Day. We are so excited to be here live streaming with you, and we're so excited that you have joined us. So excited, in fact, that we want to give away some gifts, because who doesn't love gifts, right? So what are we gifting? Right now, we are gifting 4 $50 gift certificates to our online shop where you can purchase farm-saving gear, just like this t-shirt I have on today. But we also have many more options, like this cozy sweatshirt, or maybe this cute kids tee, so that everyone in the family can look good while supporting small organic family farms. So what you need to do? It's super simple. Get your phone ready, because we're gonna have you take a screenshot. All right, in just a moment, I'm gonna count down 3, 2, 1, and you'll take a screenshot of what you see on the screen here. Are you ready? All right, 3, 2, 1, screenshot. All right, I hope you got it. Now, all you need to do is post that on Instagram by 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight and tag Organic Valley, and you may be one of the lucky gift recipients. Did you miss it? That's okay. Stick around, and in a few hours, we'll be gifting a few more items to folks who are joining our live stream. See you then, and happy National Farmers Day.
A few hours, just to be clear, but hey. But absolutely post that to Instagram, and we will be selecting winners for some merch.
And actually, we're in our final hour now. Yeah. So we're wrapping up here at 7 Central. So keep on your final chances to get those photos up here. We have some questions coming in. John, we have one from Jay Taylor there. You want to take that?
There was a question on you talked about the rotation, rotating every 12 hours, 34 days before going back to a given paddock. They did some math that I can't see anymore, but they're like, so do you have 68 different pastures? So the question is really around how much pasture have you got when you're rotating the cows? How much do you need to have them
So we have
fresh grass?
yeah. So we have about 140 cows grazing at any one time out here with the milk herd. And yes, we do have 68 paddocks. But however, they're not permanent paddocks. So we use something called polywire, which is a plastic wire woven with some stainless steel in it that conducts electricity. And we can put up those fences wherever we want to make the pieces whatever size we want. So that gives us a lot of what my job has been in the past is to take a look at the pastures and say, okay, there's this much feed. We need to make this many pieces out of this field. So the field we're standing in here right now is 9 acres, but it'll be cut into 7 pieces because there's a lot of feed right now. Sometimes parts of the year it'll only be cut into 5 pieces. It just depends. So I just play that game about, okay, how are things growing? We have to really watch the weather, see how that's impacting growth. Times of season are different. It slows growth slows down a little bit during the hottest part of the summertime. In May, it's like a bonfire out here because everything's growing so fast that it's hard to keep on top of it. And sometimes we actually have to take a field out of rotation and harvest that feed for winter time, just because otherwise we'd be chasing after feed that wasn't really the highest quality. So that's a really big part of what we do is look at what's happening out here and adjust accordingly. So and the fact that we have those poly reels allow us to set the fields up to whatever size we need to.
Okay, we have a question about cow digestion, which is like once that cow eats grass, right? How long does it take it to digest is the first part. And the second part is, do cows get constipated? Which is coming from my own child, I can tell. So behave in the comments or we're going to have to block you.
Most of the time, cows do not get constipated, thankfully. The cows will eat, on average, about 300 pounds of forage a day, of grass, of wet grass. So 300 pounds of that goes down into their stomach. And they have 4 different chambers of the stomach. Some people say they have 4 stomachs. It's just one stomach when they're born, and it specializes into 4 separate chambers. And the biggest one is the rumen. And the rumen is where most of that feed sits. And basically a cow is a large fermentation vat on 4 legs, because that rumen is holding hundreds of pounds of feed. And that's where the microbes, that's where all this microbe stuff comes in. The microbes are helping break that feed down. In fact, the cows would die if the microbes weren't in their stomachs, because they can't actually eat the feed. They can't digest the feed without the microbes. The microbes are a necessity. They're ruminants, and they have to have those. And so that feed goes down into their rumen. And then, so a cow does 3 things a day. She sleeps for 8 hours. She eats physically, like these cows are doing right now, just physically pulling the grass off of the plant. And she chews her cud or ruminates about 8 hours a day. And all rumination is where the cows burp the feed back up from their rumen and chew it finer. And when they do that, it chews finer and it adds saliva into the whole mix, which makes their stomach less acidic. So you don't have an acidic stomach, you have a base stomach. And so when they do that, that makes for a real healthy rumen, because the little microbes in the stomach don't like it when it's acidic down there. So all this thing is all playing in amongst itself. So the microbes are so vital in our soil, but they're absolutely so vital in the cows. And some of that's interplay between the two as the cows eat, and then they
poop, and that goes to feed the microbes that are in the soil to make those healthy. So this whole thing is really a microbial driven system. And so much of that depends on how good a feed we're feeding the cows, because we need to think about what the microbes like best, because that's what the cows like best.
That's amazing.
So that's great. It's a fascinating description of the digestion. If you were eating at home, it's dinner time in a lot of places. I hope you're still okay. But a great description. And then now we just lost the cows, it looks like. And I was going to I was hoping we were going to zoom in and see. There we are. Okay, because those are beautiful. They are light brown. Talk to us a little bit about the breed, John. Like, what do you have, and what is that breed? Why do you have that particular breed?
Have a big share of Jersey blood. Many are purebred Jersey blood. But we've used a few crossbred bulls from New Zealand as well, because New Zealand really has focused on grazing animals, which are the genetics we really need to make this whole farm work. And those are half Jersey and half Friesian. So these cows that are a little darker out here are 3/4 Jersey and 1/4 Friesian. And
I thought those were the chocolate milk cows, John. Yeah, that's an old one. I know.
Well, I know, but I won't fine you for that joke. I promise.
All
right. But we have the Jerseys have been in our family for 4 generations now, 5 generations for Ross's generation. So, part of it is I just kept doing what my family had done in the past. But mostly I kept doing it because it was a smart thing to do, because these Jerseys are a less heavy cow, lighter cow, so they're easier on soil for soil compaction, and they are the champion grazers. They absolutely love to graze, and that's what we do here. So they work perfectly in our system. Plus they produce a higher level of butter fat, which makes for a creamier milk, and higher protein levels in the and that's where a lot of the nutrients are in your milk, is in the butter fat and the protein. So for that reason, that's why we milk Jerseys. Plus, I'd probably be thrown out of the Bansen family if I milked anything else.
Do you have a favorite cow there, John?
Well, my favorite cow is no longer with us. Rosie has left after 20 years of being on the farm, and really today Ross is the day-to-day manager down here at the farm, so I guess it's his turn to have favorite cow. So you better ask him that question.
Ross, you got a favorite cow?
Yeah, I enjoy the cow Linden. I don't see her out here right now, actually. I think she's probably still waiting to get milked. But here's another one of my favorites that's in the background that I picked out. Her name's Vanya, this black cow right here.
Nice.
But yeah, she's a beautiful little cow. I've always really liked her ever since she was a little calf. So.
And the cow to her side there has a lot of speckles and unique markings. Yeah, that one. Is that like, would her mom have a lot of unique markings? Do they pass that on, or is that just kind of random? Because some of them will be pretty plain and some of them will have like very unique markings.
Some do. Some will pass that on. That cow in particular has a little bit of that New Zealand Friesian genetics in her. She's only about maybe an 1/8 or a 16th, but that bloodline is very prominent at throwing different colors. So that's Iran. Yes, that's Iran.
Sorry.
Good.
Yeah. And so Jerseys have always, even purebred Jerseys, come in a whole bunch of different shades, some with white on them. The classic Jersey is a nice dark brown with kind of a black trimming on her face. That's kind of your classic Jersey. So that one that Ross was talking about, that's his favorite, she's a classic looking Jersey if she comes down here and you get to meet Linda. She's also a pet, so she always wants to be scratched.
Nice.
Okay, here's an online question. Have you ever given a cow a bath? How do you clean the cows? I guess that's really the root of the question.
Well, we actually have 3 cow brushes installed up at the barn, and they're these huge brushes that stand upright, and when the cows touch them, it sets off an electronic signal, and the brush starts to turn, and so the cows can brush their entire bodies, backs, stomachs, heads, tails. They especially like their tails up at the back of their tail where they can't reach. They love that scratch. So that's really kind of like a cow bath right there.
I got kind of. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I say also the pastures actually is a really good cleaner of the cows too, because these grasses sometimes are pretty wet and they walk through it, and it cleans them off pretty well actually. Their legs and their bodies. So pasture is actually a natural bathing mechanism as well.
We have 2 questions that are kind of in the same vein. So one from Jennifer and one from Catherine. They're both kind of wondering like why you chose to be an Organic Valley member and what you love about being a part of the co-op.
Well, I chose to become an Organic Valley member because your father, Clovis, came down my driveway when I was a young, impressionable lad.
He duped you.
And he worked his charm on me. Well, the real reason that we've stayed with Organic Valley, though, after joining, was because of the people. Not only the employees, but the farmers and the mission. We're awfully proud to be part of something that's really working at keeping rural America viable financially as well as environmentally. So the whole mission was what really drove us to want to be with Organic Valley and stay with Organic Valley, and it's been a good run. It's been a really good ride for us.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, should we hit the silo? We have a silo here. Yes. I don't know if you guys are aware, but this thing has random questions in it that nobody knows.
I was waiting for a random question. I was.
Yeah, I bet. Here, I'll let you go.
Well, my random question not in here is: do you have a favorite cow joke?
Oh, that you can tell, that you should tell.
This is the dad joke friendly space.
Yeah, I know. My father-in-law is the king of the puns, and he had about 1 million cow jokes. He would every time he would see me, he'd say, "Now that's someone who's outstanding in his field." He'd always have to use that one on me.
Outstanding in his field.
Yeah.
Yes, and he would, as he left the farm every time and had to travel back to where he lived in the Midwest, he would say he loved us for heifer and heifer. That was always on the top of his list. It was, he had a lot of them.
I'm kind of slow, I think, on that one.
That's good. That's good. I like it. Okay, so this is great. I randomly picked this, and this is fabulous because I am the cheese brand, your cheese brand manager, John. And it says, "How do you eat your stringles? You know, our string cheese. Do you peel them, or do you bite them?"
I'd have to say I'm a biting kind of guy. My kids probably would be peelers.
Okay.
You'll have to ask Ross how he eats them.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely peel them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a peeler.
All right, so that's not a genetic thing. Okay,
No,
so that passed
doesn't.
down. Okay.
No.
I'm just curious, like looking around, like you have this beautiful green landscape. I keep seeing these really tall pine trees and then shorter trees, and you have mountains in the background. It looks like a national park out there. Can you tell us a little bit about like where you are in the world? It's just gorgeous.
So we're in the Willamette Valley of Oregon, which is in the northwest corner of Oregon. And the Willamette Valley is known for having a Mediterranean climate, which means pretty much it stays fairly, I should say, mild in the wintertime, where we mostly stay in the upper 30s and 40s and rain, but we get a lot of rain. It's just raining sometimes almost every day. When my wife moved out here with me after we got married, and she grew up in Nebraska, the first winter she was here, we had 60 straight days of rain. And I thought I was going to have her leave me and move back to Nebraska, but luckily she stayed with, and it's been 38 years she stayed out here in Oregon. And now she wouldn't go back to Nebraska if you paid her, because she just loves the weather. You just got to get used to that wintertime darkness. And so, but in the summertime, it stays reasonably mild as well. So most days we won't really get past the 80s much. Every now and again, we'll get a little heat wave that comes in and hits us with 100 degrees. But most of the time, we're in the 70s and the 80s through the summertime, which is really good for the cows.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of natural beauty here because we're sitting right here on the Coast Range. So probably can't get the full view from the camera phone, but we have a beautiful Coast Range right to our west. And so that's just about 35 miles as the crow flies, you'd be at the beach. And then to the east of us, which you can't see it all from here because we're below our little rise here, are all the mountains that make up the Cascade Range. And between the Cascade Range and the Coastal Range is where we're at in the Willamette Valley. And it's a very fertile little valley. Some of the best farmland. It is the best farmland in Oregon. So the soils are really naturally pretty fertile. Our job is to just keep that going and help them out to stay as fertile as they possibly can be.
Okay, we're actually getting quite a few cow jokes in the comments.
I'm sorry. I started
Yeah,
that close. I'm sorry.
Including,
Hey, I want to hear the best one you got. Give me one.
I'm biased, so I'll say my son's, which is, where do cows watch TV? Do you know?
At the movies? No. What?
No,
Where?
on the couch.
Oh,
It's, all right, so
I think the one that you need to tell for your kids is that, what did the mommy cow say to the baby cow? It's past your bedtime.
Oh, that's right.
There we go. That's what.
Those cows are really content eating. You want to get down by one and show us a cow munching? I'd be curious to get in close.
This is Parma in front of us with a dark face. But yeah, she's munching some clover right now.
That is your classic Jersey look. That's a classic looking Jersey right there.
Oh, there we go.
Sadie's
That's
to the left.
Yeah. See if we can get a cow bump there. She's gorgeous.
So cows, do they have teeth? Do they not have teeth? Do they have a lot? How do they eat?
They have teeth in the front, but only on the bottom. So they tear off their food. They grab a hold of it and they tear it off. So they basically pin the forage between their bottom teeth and their top gum, and they tear it off. They have to do a little rip and tear using their tongue as well. And then they have teeth in the back on both the top and the bottom that helps when they're chewing their cud. That's what they use to chew the cud with. And those are very powerful. If you get your finger back in there, you may lose your finger because they're very powerful. You want to keep your fingers out from between those teeth because that's what they do a lot of eating with. Yes.
Your pastures are so beautiful. I know I've been to a lot of farms, and John is like the Michael Jordan or the Tom Brady of pasture managers. Like they're gorgeous. So the diversity, the lushness, it's amazing. It's such a great place to be for those cows.
Okay, do we go to the silo?
Yeah, sure. Let's go to the
Fabulous
silo.
Fisher or whatever. The old school vintage.
You gotta dig deeper. I think
silo.
we've been getting the same ones up top here. That seems big, huh?
Fisher Price. That's what I wanted to say.
All right, what do we got here? Is there an interesting story, John, about how this farm, your farm, became your farm?
Very interesting story. Well, the story about how this farm became our farm was that I went back to work for my father after college. And after about 3 years, I started getting antsy to go out on my own. And so we started looking for farms. But then the dairy economy got soft, and Dad, who was going to be helping bankroll me buy my place, he needed to co-sign for me, thought it wasn't the best time to do that. So we quit looking. But we'd had a whole bunch of literature sent our way on farms, and we'd gone and visited a ton of different farms, and then we just mothballed it all. Well, 2 years later, it became time to start looking again, and I got a call from a realtor, and he said he had a farm, perfect little farm down in Monmouth, Oregon, to show me. And so
got a fly.
I got a fly that wants me. Doesn't want the cows, wants me. So I came down. Julie, my wife Julie, was 9 months pregnant, and I came down to look at it by myself, and I just fell in love with the place. But it just seemed like deja vu, like it'd been familiar, like I'd been here before. And I called Julie all excited. Well, it was back before the days of cell phones, so I probably drove back home and got all excited with Julie, and told her, boy, it just seemed like I'd been there before. It was like something I'd just seen. And she goes to the file, pulls out the last farm that we had been sent information on, and it was this farm. And it had been up for sale for 2 whole years, and it actually was had been sold, and then the buyer dropped out. And between the time the buyer dropped out and this guy the owner finding out that the buyer dropped out, he'd sold all his cows and all of his equipment. So when he put it back up for sale, he needed to move it fast. And luckily for us, we were at the right place at the right time.
Hi, cows. Awesome. We have one question, because you're talking about how the cow eats. So the cow not having only one side of teeth, will it hurt if they bite you, or are they generally not a biter species?
They're generally not a biting species. And if you have your hand so far in the mouth of a cow that you get it back to her molars, because it's a ways back there, you probably need to see a psychiatrist to tell you why you do those things.
Yeah, why you stuck your arm in there to get bit.
Yeah. But cows really don't want to bite people. No. They don't at all.
They'll lick a lot.
They're big on licking, and their tongues are like sandpaper, and the tongues are like sandpaper to help them grab a hold of the grass and rip it off. So
they're also very calculated poopers, right? They'll poop only when you're in the spot where it's hard to clean.
When the cow takes in 300 pounds of feed a day, it's just pretty much random where she poops, because when 300 pounds go in, something's got to come out.
Yep. That's right.
Well, speaking of pounds, bad transition. Like, how much milk a day do you get from a typical cow? And we always talk in pounds.
Yeah, so we're a grass milk dairy, which means we only feed forage. We don't feed any grain, and so we actually get less pounds per cow per day, and that's kind of on purpose, because we're not feeding grain, because we want the omega-3s and CLAs to be higher in the milk, because some consumers really prefer that. And so our cows aren't pushed as hard, so they'll probably average right at about 5 gallons a day, 40 pounds or so a day on the average. During the middle of winter, less than that, but they have higher butterfat percentage in the winter. So it all kind of evens out on that end.
How does that compare to grain-fed?
Grain fed, we could probably be having about a 55-pound average if we were feeding grain as well.
Okay.
So
All right.
it's about a 2-gallon a day difference.
Okay, but with the grass base, you get the added benefit of additional omega-3s and 6s, and the right balance, I should say, of omega-3s and 6s. So, okay, and there is
absolutely.
Yeah, and if folks are interested in learning more about grass milk, we don't have our grass milk carton here right now, but grass milk, what John's family supplies us to our grass milk line, 100% grass fed. They never get any grains. And if you're interested in some of the science behind that, some of the research that's been done on that milk, I would recommend that you go to Google University of Minnesota. They did a independent study on grass-fed based dairy systems. And it gives a lot of good, solid information about the difference between grass-fed systems and others. And that's third-party information. If you just Google grass-fed dairy, University of Minnesota study, you should be able to find it. So
awesome.
All right.
And then you being a cheese guy,
yeah,
should appreciate this, that the grass milk raw sharp cheddar is the best cheese I can put in my mouth. It is really special. That's good, good cheese right there.
I'm glad you say that, and I would say that too. But John, like for you and cows, like you can't really have a favorite, right? Like you can't have a favorite child. Like for me, our cheeses are the same thing. It's like they're all my children, and I can't really pick favorites. But yes, I love our grass milk sharp cheddar.
It's good. I like the pepper jack personally. So
pepper jack's great.
John, what keeps you motivated, like to farm every day? It's hard work, and you guys get up. And Ross, how about actually? Let me ask Ross this, because I know John, you're a little quieter these days. Ross, what keeps you motivated to get out there and farm? Why do you do it?
I look forward to seeing how this the land we manage will come to fruition. And I have a son now that just turned a year old, and you know, if the world aligns and he wants to be a farmer, I'd love to see him farm and continue on. So yeah, that kind of is what gets me inspired, and I guess I really enjoy doing what I do. You know, it's kind of a unique occupation, but yeah, it's something I can't picture myself doing without. And yeah, it is hard work, but it's definitely rewarding when you can stand out in the middle of a pasture on a day like today, talk to the world, and you know, enjoy the sun and the cows.
That is a fabulous ending to our National Farmers Day live stream. I mean, Ross, we could not have said it better. I feel like I should just stop talking. So thank you guys. Thank you very much. And thank you everyone for watching at home. We appreciate it. Happy National Farmers Day. Thank you, farmers, for what you do.
Thank you all. We love you guys. Have a good one. We love all the farmers out there.
Thank you.
There we go.
Hey,
Happy
thanks.
Farmers Day.
Happy Farmers Day.